51 The Lawful Elven Man's Journey. Thank you so much for doing this for us, Laws. Zenith let out a deep sigh and said, with Rudy like he is now and with the babies. Laws tucked the letters into his side bag and smiled. There is no need to thank me, Zenith. After all this time, I would like to think that our families are close enough to not need such formalities. Zenith smiled and said, that's true. It was early morning, before sunrise. Since the trip to the citadel of ROA would take half the day on horseback, Laws arrived early to make sure he had plenty of time to spare to reach it before sunset. At the moment, he was standing in the living room, meeting with Zenith before heading out on his journey. Laws adjusted his coat and checked his bag one more time before glancing over towards Rudy's room. How is he now? Zenith let out a strained smile. He's better, but I think he's still recovering. Mentally. Physically, he's fine. But it seems that he's been more shocked than we thought he'd be at losing his sight. Laws frowned. That Paul. What was he thinking? That guy mentioned it to him. Since they talked every day, Laws knew that Paul was planning on heading back to the Azura Kingdom to resolve things with his family. But Laws didn't think that his friend would be crazy enough to knock Rudy out for a whole week just to prevent him from running after Paul. And then there was the fact that Rudy was blind now too. Law's frown deepened and he said, you will not mind if I punch your husband in the face a few times, will you? Go for it. And make sure it's at least 3 times no. 6. Laws smiled. Understood. The door opened. After that, a gentle-looking woman with light brown hair walked in. Law's wife. Zenith's eyes lit up and she said, Rose. I didn't know you were coming over. She smiled and said, well. Since my daughter is here and since Laws is going to be leaving for a while, it would be too lonely at home. I hope you don't mind if I impose. No, no. Zenith smiled and said, I could actually use the help. Lily is great, but since we can't count on Rudy to help watch the kids or help with chores. I mean, Roxy helps, but she's a bit clumsy. Rose laughed. I understand. Laws looked at the 2 women and nodded. Well then. I should depart before the sun rises. Oh. Zenith waved and said, thanks again, Laws. Rose walked over and gave Laws a soft peck on the cheek. Stay safe, husband. Laws smiled and gave Rose a warm hug. You as well, my Rose. Rose blushed. Laws waved and said, then I am off. I will make sure to bring back news as soon as I can. Ideally with your husband at my side for a proper accounting. I'm counting on you, Laws. Laws smiled and then left the house. Rose had already fitted the horse for travel. His rations were ready and packed, and he was properly equipped. A warm fur coat, his bow, spare knives for close combat, along with his good luck wooden pendant. Laws mounted his horse and then glanced back at the Grere household. Specifically, he looked towards the window where his daughter and Rudy were still fast asleep. A faint thought crossed Law's mind. A minor worry. His cute young daughter sleeping in the same bed as Rudy. But he quickly brushed it aside. Unlike his father, Rudy was a pure and innocent child. And the same was true of his daughter. There was nothing between them but a strong and pure friendship. Though Laws was beginning to wonder how much longer that would last. The elven man spurred his horse forward and then frowned, thinking to himself. Rudy was 7, and the same was true for Sylphiette. That meant there were 8 more years until they were adults. But it was common for love to bloom before then. And while Laws himself did not find his Rose until later in life, he knew that it was unusual. And from how his daughter looked at and cared for Rudy, it was only a matter of time until that pure friendship turned into something more. Perhaps I should make it official. He and Rose were already considering it. Rudy was a well-mannered and talented young child. He also cared for Sylphiette a great deal and genuinely enjoyed being with her. Not only that, but around her, he acted like a proper child and had a relaxed appearance that he didn't show around anyone else. At the same time, Sylphiette adored him and had gradually become more independent and strong-willed since spending time with Rudy. They were good for each other. And while they were both still young, it wasn't too early to start laying the foundation for marriage. Although, there was one problem. Is it fine? Laws looked up at the surroundings. A sliver of the sun had started to peek out over the horizon, giving just enough light to see by. Snow-covered plains. The silhouettes of Bina village in the distance. The towering mountains, and the barely visible citadel of ROA in that direction. It was quiet. Not a trace of wind, leaving Laws with just his thoughts. Which meant that he couldn't be distracted from the troubling problem that came with allowing Sylphiette to marry Rudy. One that he would have to deal with in the future as well. Will you be able to let him go, Sylphiette? They hadn't noticed it. Rudy and Sylphiette were best of friends and treated each other without any prejudices or preconceived notions. It didn't matter to Rudy that Sylphiette had green hair or was part elf. And it didn't matter to Sylphiette that Rudy was human. But it would matter later. 10 years, fine. 20, it was all right. But after 30, 40, 50. Even if Rudy trained all his life, he was human. And humans had a short lifespan. 100 years, max. Realistically, 80. Meanwhile, Sylphiette would comfortably live to be at least 200. All the while looking the same as she did when she was 20. Laws was already dreading the day that he parted from Rose. While they were the same age. While they were both 26 right now, he was already starting to see it. The ravages of time weighing down on his beautiful Rose while he stayed the same. No. It is her choice. Laws shook his head and focused on the path ahead. For now, Laws would just leave them be. As much as he would love to have Rudy as a son-in-law and know Sylphie would be well taken care of, he also didn't want to give them a tainted happiness when they still weren't aware of the future that waited. So instead. A brief flash. In the distance, he saw a pair walking through the snow, barely visible in the morning light. A man with silver hair and a white coat, bearing a crimson sword on his left side. And walking beside him. A strange sense of nostalgia. A tightness in his chest that he couldn't explain. The source of that was a woman walking beside the man. An elf woman with curled blonde hair and amber eyes. She carried a sword and shield with her and wore a revealing short skirt and tunic, even in the cold. Laws pulled on his horse's reins, slowing its gallop to a trot, staring at the pair. At the same time, he found himself subconsciously brushing his wooden pendant. The woman paused, turning to look at Laws. When she did, a flurry of emotions passed her face. Regret. Sorrow. Happiness, and then resignation. A flicker of a memory. A hazy recollection that Laws could barely remember. A beautiful woman holding him while letting out a sad smile. The woman turned away, saying something to the man. And then the man turned to look at Laws. Bright green eyes that seemed to be unfathomably deep and ancient. Wait. Laws turned his horse towards them. He didn't know, but he had to find out. Find out why that woman was so nostalgic. Why his heart hurt when he saw her. And why that man also seemed strangely familiar. As if he had seen him before as well. Laws spurred his horse into a gallop. The man shook his head and then rested his hand on his blade. Laws tensed, subconsciously reaching for his bow. And then the wind kicked up, sending a flurry of snow across in front of him. Laws was forced to bring his horse to a stop. And when he did, the man and the woman were gone. But that didn't mean he was alone again. Laws Dragon Road. A stern and sharp voice called out. Laws froze. It was another man. Different from the first. Silver hair. Harsh golden eyes. He wore a white coat as well, but this man's coat had a fur collar, framing his head as it attached to a billowing cloak. But more than that, he was dangerous. A primal instinct screaming at Laws to run. One that even the horse seemed to feel as it trembled in place. Laws gulped and then called out. WW, who are you? Odd. The dangerous man muttered to himself and said, there should be no reason for Laws to leave Bina village. Especially with Sylphiette being trained under Roxy Migardia. Laws froze. Sylphiette? Roxy? Hearing the familiar names, Laws forced down his fear. He glared at the man and then drew his bow, notching an arrow. Why do you know those names? What are you doing here? And Laws should not be this fearless as well. Interesting. The dangerous man shook his head and looked at Laws. Laws forced himself to not flinch. I would not ask you to believe me, but I am just passing through on a whim. Your name? I am Orsted. Orsted. Fine. Laws lowered his bow. But behave. A king-ranked water mage is protecting Bina village, so don't get ahead of yourself. King-ranked? Interesting. So Roxy Migardia reached such a level. After muttering that, the man looked away from Laws and started walking off. The moment he did that, Laws felt a weight lift off of him. And at the same time, his horse started bolting away. Hey! Laws quickly dropped his arrow and placed his bow on his back before grabbing the reins. Calm down. The horse whinnied and kept running. Laws glanced back at the dangerous man, still worried. But he forced himself to stay calm and focus on his horse instead. It would be fine. Roxy was there to protect everyone. Right now. Right now he just had to get to Paul. Get to Paul and warn him about the dangerous man who showed up the moment he left to go settle his personal affairs. Curses. Why is it that all your good intentions always result in such trouble, Paul? 52 Child, I see. I saw nothing. Only darkness. When I first woke up after being knocked out by Dad, I didn't think it was that bad. I'd dealt with being blind before, after all. Well, being blind and immobile. Compared to that, being able to move around, interact with people, and still live a relatively normal life was great. Especially since Sylphie was here to help me through it. Not to mention that Master Roxy was nearby, so I didn't have to worry about being WS manipulations. She would definitely figure out something was wrong and blow that guy away if he showed up. So it was fine. While I was fumbling around, both in terms of my mana and my body because I couldn't see, I was alive and healthy. Nothing was really wrong with my body. Mom gave me a clean bill of health, and Master Roxy verified it. So it was fine. I was fine. And as the day went out, I managed to forget about being blind. Well, kind of. Still sucked, but I got over it. At least, I thought I did. And then it was time to sleep. Sylphie's parents let her sleep over. And while it was embarrassing to ask her, Sylphie was willing to sleep nearby and hold my hand to let me know I wasn't alone while I slept. Really, I didn't know what I would do without her. But anyway, I closed my eyes and went to sleep. Nothing changed. After all, the world was dark either way. Or so I thought. But it wasn't. Flashes of images I couldn't remember. Only terrifying distorted impressions seared onto my mind. I couldn't remember the details. No, it was like my mind was rejecting the details. I couldn't remember what I saw. But I could faintly remember what they were about. Dad, dying while he shoved me away, saving my life while giving his in exchange. Mom, forever trapped in a dream state. Me, drifting away from Norn and Aisha. Despair. Regret. Grief. Loss. And then cold wrath as I indiscriminately massacred countless people. It was a nightmare. A nightmare that I couldn't distinguish from reality because nothing changed even when I opened my eyes. No one thing did change. And that was Sylphie. I didn't know why. But in my nightmare, she wasn't there. So because I could feel her nearby, I knew when I was awake and when I was dreaming. Because I could feel her hands laced with mine and her warm presence, I could tell that the nightmare was just that, a nightmare. But it was still terrifying. What was the dream and what was reality? Was the world going to change again when my vision came back, like it did before? Was I going to suddenly get sent to a different time again and lose all that happened here? Was this all just an illusion that being W dreamed up for me? Or was I actually dying from Dad's attack? I didn't know. But I clung onto the hope that this was real. That the time I was living with Sylphie and Master Roxy wasn't a dream. That the terrifying scenes my mind rejected were just nightmares. That the future I saw where I was in a coma for a year and a half, as well as the scene with the old man and the broken magic circle was just a delusion from my mind connecting random bits of information. And then I saw it. Faint light, drifting in from a nearby window. The familiar walls of my room, with my sword, book, and scarf leaned against the wall nearby. Sylphie nuzzled up beside me with her beautiful light green hair, now long enough to reach her shoulders. But not only that, the familiar lights of elemental mana drifting around. And because it was winter, more green and blue of wind and water than brown and red of dirt and fire. My vision was back. I blinked, slowly bringing my left hand up to my eyes. I could see it. My hand, rough and calloused from training with Dad. And then within it, my crimson mana, glowing as usual no. A bit dimmer than usual. It seemed like whatever I did had sapped a lot of it away. As for my right, I turned over to see Sylphie quietly sleeping with my hand held in both of hers, hugging it to her chest. Seeing that, I smiled and brushed her hair. Thank you, Sylphie. She was fast asleep. Probably exhausted from helping me through the night. I carefully unlaced my hand from her and then got out of my bed. Sylphie frowned, as if unsatisfied with me leaving. And for a bit, she sleepily reached over to grab me. Seeing that, I felt my heart warm up. I carefully fixed her hair and pulled the blanket over her. Patting her head, I said, "Sleep well, Sylphie. You deserve it." Sylphie's ear twitched, but then she relaxed, her breathing slowly drifting back to a regular rhythm. After another once-over to make sure she was comfortable, I left the room. The moment I did, I heard the faint sounds of cooking coming from the kitchen. Pots clattering, water simmering, the usual. I rubbed my eyes, making sure I wasn't just dreaming. And for good measure, I subtly cast a few spells just to make sure. Fire, water, wind, ice, lightning, earth. I pulled a tiny bit of my mana to conjure tiny balls of each element before dispersing them. No problem there. In that case, I conjured a tiny ice dagger and then pricked my left pinky. A quick sharp pain. But then my mana drifted over to my pinky and converted into a spark of gold healing mana. With that, the pain vanished and the wound sealed, leaving just a drop of blood as trace that it happened. So, about 75% chance I wasn't dreaming. I'd take those odds. Better to be on this being reality than actually go insane doubting whether I was awake. Considering what I knew how to do, it would be for everyone's benefit that I remained lucid and in full control of my mental faculties. So anyway, probably not dreaming. Because I wasn't, I walked over to the kitchen to see what was going on and maybe no, definitely hug Mom and Mama Lily. Except, when I walked over there, I didn't see who I expected to see. A kind woman with brown hair and brown eyes. Not a world-class beauty, but still pretty. And also someone who I still didn't know the name of. Good morning, Miss Sylphie's mom. She froze in the middle of stirring something in a pot and then quickly turned back to look at me. Rudy. Seeing me standing there, she let out a bright smile and then walked over. Good morning. And since you're here, I'm guessing you can see again. That's wonderful. I rubbed the back of my neck and smiled. Yeah. Sorry for making everyone worry. Are you here to help out because of me? Sylphie's mom smiled and said, a little. It's more because I'd be all alone at home though. Ooh. Right. If Sylphie was here and Laws was out sending the letter to Dad, that meant Sylphie's mom would be home alone. Wait. I blinked and said, did Mr. Laws leave already then? MMHM. Sylphie's mom turned back to the stew and scooped up a bit with the ladle she was using to stir. After staring at it, she seemed to be satisfied and put a lid on the pot to let it simmer. After that, she brushed her hands off against her dress and walked over to me. Smiling, she said, hopefully your father will be back with him tomorrow to give a proper explanation. Right. An explanation. I doubted that he had a good one, but I was open-minded about it. Well, assuming he let me practice my healing magic on him. Master Roxy was here. I was sure that she could keep Dad from dying. And a guy like that only really learned a lesson if it was ingrained in his body. His head was just too dense to hold anything for long. Wait. Mr. Laws is bringing back Dad with him tomorrow. Sylphie's mom ruffled my hair and said, that is the plan. At least, that's what your mother's hope for. She pulled her hand back and sighed. Though, Law seemed pretty upset. It's rare for him too. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. I quickly walked over to the wall and knocked on it. Sylphie's mom blinked and said, what are you doing? A good luck charm. Because goddammit, I was not about to tempt fate on something like that after all the BS that just happened. Which reminded me. Needed to start working on countermeasures and plans to avoid future setbacks like this ASAP. Being W was a sly, sneaky, conniving son of a bitch. And it looked like I definitely underestimated that bastard. Plus, I needed to take inventory of everything. Whether there were changes to my body, how much mana I lost, if any. Whether my mana had changed. I also needed to redo my mana training. Considering that I was completely helpless just by being blind, it seemed like I had been relying way too much on my to use magic and manipulate mana. Needed to start practicing on moving it like a natural extension of my body in case something like this happened again. After all, there wasn't anything actively preventing me from using mana while I had been blind. I just didn't know how to do it. Well, there were incantations, but considering how those always blew up in my face, they weren't on the table. So training to use mana like an extension of my body, definitely priority 1. Priority 2 was training my senses enough to work without my eyes. No, more than that. I needed to do some serious research into Ultra Instinct. Drag NBLL over-exaggerated it a lot, but it was based on a real thing. The body's senses were more than just the basic 5. Humans had an innate sense of space and time as well. Proprioception was the sense of perceiving how we moved our bodies, so improving that would let me be able to move around in relation to everything else. Probably. Needed to do testing on that. As for time. I could remember it. Was it because I was juiced on adrenaline? Mana? Or was it the high-tension mana relationship I figured out? Either way, I clearly experienced time slowing down when I was pissed off enough to kill Ghislaine. Needed to apologize to her sometime too. She was clearly roped into all of this by Dad because he wanted to pull a G-coup on me like when G-coup made Go and fight Cel. Trying to pull out my inner rage and power probably to see if I could help him in the coup. Apparently not. Though I knew where I stood in relationship to the average swordsman now. Still fairly sure I could kill them. But I wasn't fast enough to do it other than in an ambush. A straight fight still ended with me dead. Rudy. Sylphie's mom called out to me. I blinked and realized that I had just trailed off into my own world. I smiled and said, I'm fine, Miss Sylphie's mom. Just thinking. Sylphie's mom laughed and said, you know, Rudy, you can just call me by my name. There's no need to be so polite. Though it's cute. I started to sweat. Rudy. Is something wrong? I don't know your name though. Silence. And then Sylphie's mom laughed. I felt my face heat up and averted my gaze. Sylphie's mom shook her head and then said, I suppose that's true. I never did properly introduce myself. She walked over to me and then knelt down to my eye level. After that, she patted my head and said, I'm Rose. But you can feel free to call me Miss Sylphie's mom if you want. Rose. Alright. So Sylphie's mom was called Rose. Got it. Easy to remember. Which made it all the more embarrassing that it took this long to learn it. Ugh. What was this, genetic? Maybe I inherited a bit more from dad than I'd like to think. At that time, I heard footsteps coming over from my parents' bedroom. Rose? I thought I said that you just had to get things ready, not start cooking. My mom walked over, hugging a groggy and bundled up Norn in her arms. Another pair of footsteps. Mama Lily, walking over with a bundled up and gurgling baby Aisha in her arms. Yes. It's appreciated, but you are a guest. It would be rude of you to cook. Sylphie's mom, I mean, Miss Rose laughed and said, it's fine. I'm happy to take a load off for you too. My mom frowned. But then she noticed me and said, oh. You're up already, Rudy. A forced cheery voice. My mom let out a strained smile and then said, I'm holding Norn right now, so mommy can't give you a hug. But I'm not ignoring you. Mama Lily let out a silent sigh and then put on a forced smile as well. The same is true for myself, Rudy. I am currently holding Aisha, otherwise I would also hug you. But know that you are appreciated and loved. Kind and thoughtful consideration. To make sure that I wasn't worried, my moms kept things normal as best as they could while going out of their way to accommodate my blindness by saying what they were doing. But they were also clearly worried. The stress was already weighing on them. Realizing that, against my will, my eyes started to tear up. Yet? Rudy. My mom's eyes widened and she walked over. What's? I am sorry for making you 2W worry. I sniffed and then brushed my tears away. Damn it. Stupid kid body. You're not supposed to show my emotions like this. Cool. Stay cool. Calm down and... Ah. Speaking of calm, a nostalgic and recently familiar cool female voice echoed from the distance. Shortly after, Master Roxy walked over. Wearing just a simple blue nightgown, she blearily rubbed her eyes and looked over. Is that Rudy? She yawned and said, Good morning. How are your eyes? Master Roxy. I couldn't help it. Seeing her familiar reliable figure after just hearing her voice for a day and dealing with all the stress. Like with my tears, I reflexively ran over to hug her. Rudy. Wait a moment, you are much bigger than you used to be, so Jiga. A loud thud. Both of us falling onto the floor. Is what should have happened. But instead. A blinding light. Thousands of magic circles suddenly flaring to life. Seeing that, my eyes widened. Holy foo. No. Master Roxy quickly swept her hand through the air and said, Bad magic circles. No attacking Rudy. The magic circles suddenly dissolved, fading back into ambient mana. No. They were still there. Just mostly invisible. Translucent enough to where even I could barely see them. Master Roxy sighed and scratched her head. Sorry, Rudy. I usually leave that active when I sleep. Forgot to deactivate it. I see. I nodded and said, as expected. Master Roxy is still an unsurpassed master of magic. Master Roxy froze. And then she let out a deep and suffering sigh. 53 Child devotion and support. Are you sure I can't just? No, Rudy. You are still recovering from mana exhaustion. But I just want to. No. But I feel. No. And my answer will not change even if you continue nagging me for another hour. I pouted and crossed my arms. Sylphie giggled and then patted my head. It's okay, Rudy. Just rest up until you're back to normal, okay? Fine. It was noon. After that mishap with Roxy and seeing the insane magical array that she developed, I dragged her outside and politely requested that she taught me what she did to make it. Politely requested meaning I nagged her about it for an hour. I had some ideas on how she did it, but it was also completely different from the way I would have implemented something like that. If it was me expanding on, it would have been a stack of compressed and 3D magic circles that freely swapped out as needed to be configured into the spell needed. With that, a magic circle could be used as a core and then serve as a control module. In programming terms, I would have predefined the interface and class for each spell, then instantiated a new object for each spell in a main method before running input through a UI to activate methods on that object. In normal terms, I would have built up a toolbox of spells to be used at a moment's notice and pulled each out as needed. But as expected, Master Roxy took my idea and ran with it, making something even better. My way of doing things would have been reliant on me as the user. Kind of like how an idiot wouldn't be able to use a computer, my idea was something that only someone specialized in it would have been able to use, like me or Master Roxy. Sylphie didn't really understand magic circles, or rather, she didn't see the point in them when she could just make things work, so she wouldn't be able to use it. But Master Roxy's. It was ridiculous. Her version of was basically a clockwork mech made of magic circles. I couldn't even begin to see how and where it all began and ended, but it was set up to automatically react to outside events, chain together to cast spells using ambient mana, and then disperse or reform as needed. Not only that, but it wasn't centralized. Instead of having a control module, it just, kind of worked all the time when it was there. Like a permanent loop with feedback built in to update it and churn out new pieces. And because of that, Master Roxy was free to move, chant spells, or cast separate ones from those that her had. I wanted it. Like, real bad. But I didn't want to be annoying, so I let it be for now. Definitely needed to secretly start experimenting on making something similar though. It would be the perfect countermeasure to surprise attacks against people faster than me, like Slane had been. But for now. I took a look around. We were sitting outside by Mom's tree. As always, it stuck out from the surroundings because of its bronze bark and fluffy white leaves with golden lining. And as always, it emitted a familiar warmth from the radiating healing mana. That didn't mean that warmth was actually there though. The leaves were covered in snow, and the area around the tree had snow drifts as tall as I was. Emphasis on had. Sylphie, being the resident queen of winter, had shoved all of the snow away and left everything cleared for us to relax. And then Master Roxy, being super cautious about my health, had placed down a big magic circle to warm the surroundings, making it feel like spring despite being the dead of winter. All of that to say, magic really was incredible. And I really wanted to start practicing again. But since Master Roxy insisted I didn't, and since mana exhaustion was apparently a super serious condition, I would listen to her. For now. But tomorrow. Roxy sighed. I'm starting to think I really should have stuck around longer now, seeing as my precious disciple is so nonchalant about his health. I gave her an innocent look and said, but I learned everything from Master Roxy. Didn't you stay up late a lot to practice and study magic? Sylphie narrowed her eyes at Roxy. Roxy cleared her throat and said, why yes. But I'm much older than you, Rudy. Growing children need their sleep more than someone like me. But Master Roxy's still growing, aren't you? Roxy blinked and then walked over to pat me on the head. Stay cute, Rudy. But also start watching your tongue. You don't want to be like Paul and be a no-good heartbreaker. My eyes widened and I quickly nodded. You understood, Master. Right. I couldn't be like Dad. He was lucky that Mom and Mama Lily had a good relationship together, and that I was there to convince both of them to get along. If not for that, it would have been messy. People would have been crying and resentful on both sides. Nope. Definitely had to stay single or pick a single lady. Besides, I wasn't like Dad who liked more than one girl anyway. Heck, I didn't even think I actually liked a girl like that yet anyway. Right. Definitely not yet. Rudy. Sylphie tugged my shirt. I flinched. Why yes, Sylphie. She pointed at my sword, leaning against the tree and said, are you going to practice sword fighting instead of magic then? I sighed and slumped my shoulders. I guess so. Since Master Roxy says I can't practice magic, I might as well work on that instead. Sylphie frowned and said, why can't you practice magic? She looked at Roxy and said, Miss Roxy doesn't seem that special. And it's your mana, isn't it? Don't you know better than anyone else how you feel? Roxy's eye twitched. I noticed and quickly said, I do. But Master Roxy has a lot of experience with these sorts of things, so. But she's not you. Sylphie looked back at me and said, Miss Roxy might know a lot, but Rudy's a lot smarter. You think that Miss Roxy's magic circles thingy is cool, but it's nothing that you can't do, right? I mean. Technically. If I sat down and took notes about Master Roxy's, I could probably replicate it. Though it would take a few years at least, it was technically possible. Roxy cleared her throat and said, it may be true that Rudy has a much sharper mind than I do. I don't. But that does not mean that he should march ahead without consulting anyone else, especially after suffering such drastic consequences. You may not be aware because you are a child, but mana exhaustion is nothing to scoff at. And you might not know because you're an adult, but knows a lot about mana. More than you, I bet. I looked between Sylphie and Master Roxy. Sylphie crossed her arms and moved in front of me, as if protecting me. Master Roxy frowned and adjusted her hat with her right hand. I raised my hand and said, you know, I don't mind. Roxy lowered her hand and said, I am happy that Rudy found a friend to support him. But there is a difference between support and blind devotion that allows reckless actions. Sylphie nodded and uncrossed her arms, lowering her hands. And I'm happy that the master who Rudy cared so much about came back to help protect everyone, but you don't get to say what Rudy can or can't do. He's already worrying about enough things already. Should I be stepping in on this conversation? I feel like I should be stepping in on this conversation. But I also had a feeling that things would get messy the moment I did. Just a sort of gut feeling. So instead, execute diversionary tactic. Hey. I pointed off randomly into the distance and said, who's that? Roxy paused and turned to look over there. Sylphie paused as well and also turned to look. Good tactic, successful wait. I blinked, realizing that neither Roxy nor Sylphie were moving. Instead, they were staring in the direction I pointed with serious expressions. Roxy, pursing her lips and reaching for her staff. Sylphie, trembling a bit but then forcibly standing her ground by taking a step forward. I frowned and then turned to look where I pointed. And then I froze. It was a man. One with silver hair and golden eyes. A harsh, no-nonsense gaze, a white coat with a fur cloak that concealed his entire body beneath it. But more importantly than that, a dense and familiar white mist radiating off of him. Not holy mana, but instead being W. 54 Turning Point 1. Master Roxy immediately stepped in front of me, holding her staff. Rudy. Stay back. Sweat poured down her face. At the same time, the magic circles from her system flared to life. Sylphie grabbed me, wind mana flowing around her, ready to fly away at a moment's notice. Let's go, Rudy. Sheer panic suppressed with pure resolve. From both Roxy and Sylphie. No. I shrugged Sylphie off and stepped forward. Rudy. Master Roxy glanced back and glared at me. Rudy. Stay back. Have you met being W yet, Master Roxy? What? Roxy blinked, caught off guard by the question. I stared at the man approaching and said, that guy's been messing around my life for a while, and I need answers. The man approaching us wasn't being W. That sinister white mist was extremely dense around him and seemed to be casting a spell of sorts, but there was another mana beneath it. A regal gold and silver mix that was completely inviolable. But more than that, the man approaching seemed hazy. As if he was a person that wasn't really here. Like a mirage, his silhouette was a bit blurred. Though whether that was a result of being W trying and failing to interfere with him, the man's natural mana, or some other thing. I didn't know. But I did know one thing. The man's face was harsh. His golden eyes were narrowed, and overall he had the appearance of the endgame secret boss from some old JRPG game. But because of that, I was suspicious. Not about him, but about his circumstances. Moreover, I felt a connection between us. It wasn't rational. It wasn't anything concrete. But it was a gut feeling. Something deep within me that said this was a person who wasn't against me. I glanced back. Since we were at Mom's tree, we were a fair distance from home. But still close enough to where everyone could get caught in the crossfire if things went south. The man was still far off in the distance. We had about 10 minutes before he arrived. So I took the time to think. He was an unknown factor. There shouldn't be any visitors. Master Roxy and Sylphie were put on edge by him. Being W seemed to be doing his damnedest to try and affect the man. But failing that, Being W seemed to be casting a spell around the man instead. I felt a strange connection with the man. A faint familiarity like I met him once, a long time ago. The man looked harsh and dangerous, but he didn't actually have any hostility. Even so, he had a demeanor where he would be ready to fight at a moment's notice, as if he was used to sudden combat. The timing was weird. Showing up right after I woke up and got my sight back. It was too coincidental. And the man was powerful. Like my current state, the man's regal gold and silver mana seemed to be a bit dim. But even so, I could tell. His mana was equal to no. It was better than mine. Not just in quantity, but in quality. Like how my mana was dense enough to fold in on itself and dominate other mana, his was similar. But rather than folding in, it seemed to just continually produce light. Put in other words, if my mana was like a huge planet with intense gravity, his seemed to be a bright star with equal pull but constantly emitting light. In other words, strong. Stronger than anyone I had seen or even imagined. The strongest. I would go so far as to call the man that. So the question remained. Why was he here? I walked forward. Rudy. No. Master Roxy called out after me, but she stood in place. As if frozen by fear. No. She actually was frozen by fear. Rudy. Sylphie called out as well and tried to walk after me. But she stumbled and then collapsed on the ground, her legs trembling. I glanced back at the two and then smiled. I think that guy's here for me. Don't worry. I'm just going to have a small chat with him. You're lying. Sylphie desperately pushed herself to her feet and shouted. You're lying, Rudy. Stop. Don't go. She tried to take another step with her shaky legs. But again, she collapsed. And when she did, her eyes welled up with tears. But not because she was sad. Instead, they were tears of frustration. Master Roxy grit her teeth and tried to move as well. But she couldn't. Her entire body shook with the effort, but it didn't move. Why? She looked down and then glared at her legs. Why are you like this now? Move. Move. She grit her teeth again and then looked at me. Rudy. Stay back. Listen to your master and stay back. That person's dangerous. I know. That's why I'm going to talk with him. Are you stupid? An idiot. Just what have you been doing these past few years? Not enough. I walked forward, ignoring Roxy and Sylphie. I could see their point. The man was strong. Unbelievably strong. Enough to where you could probably sense it without seeing his mana. But since Roxy and Sylphie could see what I saw, I was sure that they were even more affected. Paired with the fact that I had been unconscious for a week and blind for a day after, me walking out like this was probably their worst nightmare. Considering how much they cared for me, this was like their worst fears come to life. But I had to. The man didn't seem hostile, but there was a chance he was. And if we waited for him to approach us, then there was a possibility of hostilities breaking out close to home. To where Mama Lily, Sylphie's mom, and my two cute and vulnerable baby sisters were waiting. I couldn't risk that. The man was strong, so it was highly likely that even a casual blow could destroy everything at close range. So to mitigate it, I had to engage first. In the best case scenario, this was all a misunderstanding and we went on our ways. In the worst case, I had to buy time. No, I was the one who could buy time. Master Roxy's magic circles were complex, inventive, and powerful. But her mana wasn't dense enough to face this storm. Even a basic water ball from the man would blow her away. Sylphie's way of using mana was creative and diverse, but she wouldn't be able to control this. Not only that, but she didn't have any fighting instinct. To begin with, Sylphie was a peaceful and kind young girl. Expecting her to enter the dragon's den was sending a lamb to slaughter. I had been training with her with mock battle games to give her reflexes to help in actual combat, but this wasn't the time or place to test those. To begin with, the man wasn't someone you could react to. I adjusted my grey scarf around my neck and walked forward, forcefully resisting the urge to prepare magic circles or gather mana. The man continued his approach, snow blowing around him as he walked across the field. I stepped beyond the boundary of Master Roxy's warming magic circles and instantly felt a chill fall on me. But I ignored it and continued walking. 1 minute. 2. 3. 10. And then we were standing across from each other. As if we came a mutual understanding, both of us stopped at a distance of about 10 feet. A gap that could be crossed in an instant if things got serious, but one that showed respect for space. The man gave me a sharp look, his silver hair shifting in the wind as his golden eyes narrowed in thought. I felt my hair shift as well, and had to resist the urge to shiver from the chill. Instead, I just stared back at the man. You aren't looking away. The man muttered and then looked past me. Roxy Megardia and Sylphie at Dragon Road, that's the same. But you. He looked at me and said, I don't recognize you. Roxy Megardia? Sylphie at Dragon Road? I could understand him knowing Master Roxy. She had become pretty famous after her antics and exploits in Chiron Kingdom and the Strife Zone. But to know Sylphie's full name. Wait. Sylphie didn't have a last name though. Laws never took one up. And most people didn't have last names unless they were noble. So why did he call Sylphie at Dragon Road? Was she actually a secret princess or something? A long-lost heir to some fallen kingdom? The way the man said it was like reciting a fact, not speculation. So it was strange. Even more questions to consider. But before I had time to consider them, Being W started to act up. The sinister white mist suddenly stirred and shot out to affect me. But I was ready this time. I learned from my mistake before. That bastard took advantage of my anger to sneak in and influence me last time, causing me to end up in this whole mess. So to prevent that, I made sure to continually cycle my mana through my body. Just like how certain ninjas channeled chakra to break out of illusions. And like I thought, Being W's mana dispersed. But unlike before, I didn't hear anything. No staticky words or his familiar and damnable voice. Instead, it was just silence. Silence and the man continuing to look at me. Are you finally frightened into silence? The man spoke again, his voice cold, but also a bit fatigued. As if he was weighed down by an incredible burden. It was a tone I recognized. After all, I heard it all the time in the past. Not expecting anything, but not giving up. Taking on all the harsh judgment from reality but continuing on your way until the end. Recognizing that, I relaxed a bit and shook my head. And to put him off ease too, I smiled and said, how could I be scared of someone as cool as you? Cool. The man's mouth twitched. A genuine flicker of amusement. But that was all. As if he had forgotten how to smile or show any other emotion but serious, that twitch was all there was. Yab. Cool. And you seem super strong too. Did you come to help keep us safe while my dad's working? A casual test. Praise, mixed with childish innocence and expectations. He wasn't a bad guy. If I judged him right, then he actually should be similar to how I used to be. At least, up until the end. So then, who's your father? Paul Grere. Ah, but I guess he's technically Paul Noto's Grere. The man frowned and said, Paul should only have 2 daughters. You're his son. Oh crap. Did I make a mistake? Right. Dad was running a coup. Since he was apparently the proper heir, the focus would be on him. And since girls weren't given any weight in terms of inheritance, the enemy would focus mostly on my dad since he was the one who actually had the chance to take over. That was, unless they knew about me. And it seemed like Dad had been trying to hide who I was, and the man just learned my existence. If he was an enemy. No, better to not jinx it. I smiled and then nodded. Yab. Though. I frowned and said, I'm trying real hard to not follow in his footsteps. Dad's a bit, well, not the best role model. The man gave a non-committal response and then became quiet. I stared at him. He stared back. After a bit, I tentatively asked. Is there a reason why you're here, Mr. Laplace? Did you successfully resurrect? I blinked. Laplace? Why was the demon god's name suddenly being brought up? No. You've strongly inherited his traits, but you aren't him. Wait, what? I inherited Laplace's traits? The man spun around. Ignore me. This was nothing but whimsy. Forcefully ending the conversation, he started walking off. Our interaction was over. I didn't know why he came, and he brought more questions than answers. But we dodged a nuke. Satisfied with what he learned, the man left us behind. So I should have been satisfied as well. But I was worried. No, I was hopeful too. Or maybe I was just desperate. Wait. I called out to the man. He paused and turned around to look at me, silent. I stared at the white mist drifting around him. At Being W still trying and failing to interfere. Do you know who Being W is? The man's golden eyes turned sharp and he completely turned around. Being W. I nodded. Right. The sinister presence who's like white mist and keeps influencing people. A breeze blew past, scattering the snow. The man was silent, carefully observing me. And then he said, No. I don't. Ah. I frowned and said, maybe you know him by another name? I think. A faint memory. That old man in my dream, cursing someone out. And that someone's name. He might be called Hitagami. A faint blur. White from the snow drifting past as a breeze blew. My eyes widened. 55 Continuation of the story. The man vanished, reappearing directly in front of my eyes. His white coat billowed, still fluttering from his rapid movements. At the same time, his hand reached, aiming to grab my neck. A sudden attack. I was caught off guard. But my body wasn't. Instincts that I picked up from fighting Ghislaine took over, catapulting me away from the man with a gust of wind while forming stacks of magic barriers to stop his attack. The sound of shattering glass. The man paused, tilting his head in thought. Those reactions. Enchantless magic? No, instantaneous magic circles. He lowered his hand and stared at me. As I thought, you truly did inherit a lot from Laplace. However. Rudy. Master Roxy's scream cut through the air. The moment it did, blinding light surrounded the man. Her entire scent and primed to fire a magical bombardment. At the same time, she shot herself forward, catapulting towards me with a gust of wind. Wait. I glanced towards her and shouted, Master, no. The man's eyes flicked towards me for a moment, frowning. Master? After that he looked towards the magic circles and said, for Roxy Megardia to reach this level. Interesting. So if. An eruption of mana and an explosion of force and sound. I reflexively covered my eyes. And when I did, I felt someone grab me, pulling me back. Stupid. Are you stupid? You must be stupid. What did I tell you about being stupid? Master Roxy's panicked voice. I opened my eyes and saw her standing in front of me, staff pointed at the man. The magical bombardment was still continuing. Ambient mana was sucked in through the magic circles and converted into a barrage of spells. But. Impressive. Layering magic circles to amplify basic spells to higher ranks of power while creating synergy in each attack due to the arrangement. And then to use ambient mana as a power source instead of your own mana. How efficient. Master Roxy's eyes widened and she started to shake. Impossible. A gust of wind from behind. Sylphie. She quickly moved to my side and held out my sword. Rudy. Here. Master Roxy noticed and she snapped. What are you doing? Run. No. Sylphie turned to face the man and said, I won't leave without Rudy. And I'll fight too. If Miss Roxy is going to fight, I will too. Are you stupid? You're the one who can run away the fastest. Take Rudy and go back to a pulse. Distorted ripples spreading through the air, like jagged blades. Everywhere they touched, mana ripped apart. Including Master Roxy's. She winced, stepping back and clutching her head. How? I quickly took my sword from Sylphie and drew it. This is stupid. This was extremely stupid. Should have just kept my damned mouth shut. Gah. I should have realized it. I was already thinking that guy was like a secret endgame boss. Just like in the old JRPGs, those people tended to show up in the first arc and become unbeatable boss fights just to show the player that life was cruel and that the hero couldn't always win. And also that sometimes the best choice was to not fight. If this was a game, it would be the point where I turned off the console and reloaded my last save. Except this was reality, so I couldn't do that. Instead, I had to figure out a way of this impossible fight. Not a way to win. Just a way out. I had to end this encounter before it became a power struggle that we would lose. But how? The man swung his arm out, sending the shards of Roxy's magic circles flying and causing his white cloak to flutter. His pristine white cloak. Master Roxy started trembling again. But she grit her teeth and stomped on the ground, holding out her staff. Who are you? Why are you here? Roxy Megardia. Master Roxy tensed. The man looked at her and glanced over to Sylphie. Sylphie at Dragon Road. Sylphie trembled. But after glancing at me, she took a deep breath and glared at the man. The man noticed and looked at me. And then the unknown variable who knows of Hitagami and inherited Laplace's powers while remaining human. The son of Paul Grere that should not exist. Yet. This guy definitely knew stuff. And it seemed like he had calmed down a bit. We survived the first phase somehow. No. He wasn't going seriously in the first place. That was the only reason why we weren't blown away. But that was enough. As long as we could end this without him going all out, that was a win. The man stared at me and then said, "My name is Orsted." You. Tell me your name. Master Roxy glared at me. Rudy. No. Sylphie shook her head as well, but kept her eyes on the man. No, on Orsted. Don't tell him, Rudy. That man. That man is bad. He's definitely a bad guy. I frowned. It was an odd reaction. I could understand them being cautious. I could also understand them being intimidated. But the desperation in Master Roxy's gaze didn't match up. And Sylphie's words were too forceful. As if she was completely certain Orsted was a villain. I mean, I didn't blame her considering his actions up until now and his appearance. But at the same time, she should be able to sense it. Orsted wasn't emitting any killing intent or hostility. He was prepared for combat, yes. But he wasn't intending to fight. Instead. Wait. Out of character actions. Influencing thoughts to align towards a certain conclusion. Being W? I looked over Master Roxy and Sylphie. I didn't see any of being W's mana. But at the same time, that guy had proven himself to be slippery. It was possible. My eyes weren't omniscient. I could see mana, but it was possible that I couldn't see all mana. No, it had to be the case. There was something here that was affecting Master Roxy and Sylphie that I couldn't see. Something that was making them paranoid and terrified of Orsted. I stared at Orsted and then said, "If I tell you, will you kill me?" Orsted was quiet and then said, "That will depend. Will you swear allegiance to me?" Rudy. Master Roxy looked at me and said, "Don't be stupid. You're smart. Think this through." Sylphie nodded as well and said, "Don't trust him, Rudy." Like Master Roxy asked, I thought it through. Orsted was a force of nature. We couldn't beat him. Even Dad. Yet. Even Dad couldn't beat him. If we provoked the guy, we would die. He didn't seem like a bad person, so he probably wouldn't go after my family. But there was a chance he might in order to tie up loose ends. Run? Even if that guy was the strongest, he seemed to have a plan in mind. And if we ran away while throwing enough spanners in the works, it might be enough to deter him from pursuing us. But it could also tick him off enough to strike back when we least expected it. Buy time and have Master Roxy and Sylphie evacuate the others? That would be ideal. Except Master Roxy and Sylphie absolutely wouldn't accept it. Not to mention that Mom and Mama Lily would definitely run out to try and stop Orsted too in order to protect me. That was no good. Fight? Impossible. That guy stood through Master Roxy's barrage like it was nothing and then broke apart her with ease. Not only that, but he had that weird spell that shredded mana. Master Roxy couldn't face him. It was the absolute worst matchup possible. Sylphie, potentially could. Rather than casting spells, she was actually just directing elements. But considering how that guy weathered all of Master Roxy's spells, most that were enhanced 10 times over. No. That was a dead end. As for me, if I was at top form, I might be able to stall. No, I was sure I could stall. In a clash of mana, I was confident I could match him, or at least only lose out a bit. If he tried that on me, it would just be an opening for me to exploit. But if that guy could stand through Master Roxy's barrage, I wasn't sure if I had anything to take him out. Well, there was that. But the guy was fast. That casual attack from him was on the level of Ghislaine. If he got serious, which he would if he detected the attack I had in mind, I would be dead before it finished. It was possible, but I needed time and preparation. Both things I didn't have. But even then, that was probably a bad move. If I thought about the circumstances, it was too weird. I was out for a week, but my body was perfectly fine. Meaning that something was keeping me unconscious the entire time. It was plausible that I was just recovering from the after effects of my fight, but even then, a week seemed too long. At the same time, I had been blinded for a day. Unable to see the world around me, which included any potential traps laid down by being W. Or Hitagami. Whatever that guy's name was. And then this guy showed up out of the blue. Orsted. A man wreathed with being W's mana and who instinctively attacked after hearing being W's real name. Or what was probably his real name. Which was a whole can of worms in itself considering that it was Japanese when this entire world had a language similar to English. And especially considering that Hitagami meant human god. But anyway, this entire chain of events reeked of a setup. Just like when the Knights invaded after Mom gave birth to Norn and was vulnerable. Everything pointed to trying to fight this guy or antagonize him. And I was being pressured to go against him. It made sense. Objectively, a powerful person like this showing up out of the blue and attacking for no reason was dangerous. Trying to talk and get along with him was suicidal. Not only that, but he was suspicious. The way he talked like he knew things and expected things to unfold a certain way. The way he called Sylphie by a last name I never heard. And him making all those references to Laplace by saying I was similar. He knew too much. So a powerful person who knew too much and seemed to have a secret agenda showing up at a time when I was still recovering and when Dad wasn't around to help protect my family. Not only that, but a person that only I could match. And even then, it was only a faint hope of matching. One that would rely on me straining myself again and relying on that relationship between emotional tension and mana in order to bridge the gap. I looked at Orsted and said, "My name is Rudius Grere. But I'm sorry." I raised my sword at him and said, "I won't swear allegiance." Rudius Grere. Orsted nodded. "I will remember that name. But to not swear allegiance to me." "Very well." He stared into my eyes and said, "I hope that we can be allies in another life." With that short statement, he vanished. But I expected that. Tick. Magic wasn't enough. I learned that already. Trying to cast spells against an opponent like this was suicide. But I also wasn't skilled enough to fight him off with my sword. To begin with, I could barely match Dad, and Orsted was leagues above him. Tick. Even so, I had to fight. Orsted was uncompromising. He was used to having things go his way. No. He was a person who forced things to go his way because the entire world was against him. If I wanted to live, I needed to convince him that I had value in staying alive. That I wasn't going to be an enemy. So to do that. Tick. I couldn't fight like Dad. For some reason, I couldn't flood my body with mana like him to reinforce it. Every time I tried, it slipped out like water running through cloth. But that didn't mean I had no way of fighting back. The techniques, the principles, the theory. Dad's sword movements, the rhythm of combat, the reach. And now Orsted's own movements and attacks. Right. If magic wasn't enough, then sword fighting. And if my body wasn't sufficient to use my sword yet, then I just had to let the sword fight in the place of my body. Tick. A crimson blur slashed to intercept the white blur in front of me. Orsted suddenly shot back, his golden eyes narrowed in caution. That sword. A faint hum. A crimson blade, vibrating in the air in front of me and phasing in and out like a mirage. I knew it. I glared at Orsted and said, "Being W did send you a bluff." That was the only way out of this. Orsted hated Hitagami. Enough to where he attacked me the moment I said that name. Orsted blinked and tilted his head. Arg. Master Roxy groaned and then raised her staff again. "This is stupid. I'm stupid. I should have taught you better so you wouldn't be this stupid." Sylphie held up her hands, causing all the snow in the area to swirl around her, creating a blizzard. As she did, she looked at Master Roxy and said, "Stop calling Rudy stupid and focus on protecting him, Miss Roxy." Master Roxy glared at me and said, "I expect a full explanation on who this being W is after we're done here, Rudy. Absolutely. Master Roxy swept her left arm through the air and then frowned. The array is broken. Should be fine, but it'll take a while to regenerate. She shifted her gaze to Orsted before looking at me and saying, I hate to say this, but I have to leave this to you, Rudy. Your master isn't capable of beating him. She laughed and said, I told you that you should have picked a better one. That's fine. I kept a steady gaze on Orsted and said, this is just a bad match-up for you. Master uses mana directly instead of channeling elements and can't fight in close range. For now, leave it to me. Sylphie moved to my right side and said, you mean leave it to us? I won't let you fight alone, Rudy. She looked at Orsted and said, I don't know who this being W person is, but if that guy's your enemy, then he's mine too. Don't follow me. Stay back and support from a distance. Understood? He's too fast for you. Sylphie frowned, but then she nodded. Fine. But if you get hurt, then I'm relying on you to buy me time to heal. Can I trust you on that? Sylphie's eyes widened. But then she let out a bright smile and nodded. Leave it to me, Rudy. Master Roxy spoke up and said, I'll cast barriers on you. But, be careful. I will. It was a heroic and determined play. Well, Sylphie and Roxy were being serious about it, but I kept my words carefully tailored to lead the conversation. And it seemed like it was throwing Orsted off. His serious face vanished, confusion taking its place. To face me directly just from his words. Did the curse lift? No, rather than lift. I held out my left hand, pointing it at Orsted. With that motion, my sword flew out in front of me, tilted to the side as if an invisible warrior held it at the ready, point aimed at Orsted's head. Orsted, or whoever you are. I narrowed my eyes and said, if you think that I'm going to join forces with a person who was sent by being W. Or Hitagami, or whatever his name is, you've got another thing coming. I'm not going to team up with someone on the same side as a guy who tried to break up my family and kill my baby sisters. Orsted blinked. And then he placed his left hand over his face and laughed. A giant, sincere, full-body laugh that had him shaking in place. I see. I see. Laplace. So this is why you attempted it. Even crippled with madness from your broken soul, you prayed for a miracle in the end. Wait. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Orsted slowly lowered his hand and grinned. On his face, it looked sinister. But I could tell. It was an expression of relief. No, of anticipation. Very well. Orsted took a step back and held out his left hand. Come. If you deem me an enemy, defeat me. If you cannot do even that, you cannot hope to reach Hitagami no, the being W who you despise. His golden eyes glimmered and he said, Rudius Grere. Show me your might. Give me a reason to fight at your side. At number $at. I played myself. Rudy. Sylphie looked at me and nodded. I believe in you. Don't get in over your head, Rudy. Master Roxy's calm voice, carrying an undercurrent of worry. Crap. Crap, crap, crap. Well. Guess we're doing this now. I took a deep breath and then narrowed my eyes. At the same time, I remembered it. The notes I took while fighting Dad. The hypotheses that I wanted to test but didn't get a chance to yet. No time like the present. Magic barriers sprang to life around me. Master Roxy, buffing me with her mana. At the same time, a torrent of snow shot towards Orsted, directed by Sylphie. But Orsted's gaze didn't waver. Even as the snow surged towards him, he stared at me. Waiting for my move. Seeing that, I kicked forward, running towards Orsted. This was a bad idea. This was a super bad idea. This was a supremely bad idea. But at the same time. Damn it. Definitely inherited some of Dad's bad traits. I couldn't help but wonder how I matched up. In the outskirts of the citadel of Roa, the snow-covered grasslands leading to Bina village. There, a strange sight unfolded. From a distance, it seemed like random bursts of snow were erupting. As if a magical bombardment fell upon the land, leaving craters every few paces. But in truth, the source of it was a man. One who Rudy would know very well. Damn it. Should have known some bullshit like this would happen. Fuck. Paul cursed and quickly unsheathed his blade before sheathing it again. When he did, he blurred, suddenly appearing a few paces in front of where he had just been. A series of sword dashes, conserving no, increasing momentum with every pounce. As Paul advanced, he mulled over what he learned. Rudy being knocked unconscious for a week and waking up blind. A mysterious man who had lost terrified enough to drive his horse to death and reach the citadel of Roa in time to warn Paul. But more than that. A vaguely familiar magician with silver hair who requested a meeting with Paul and used a magic item to show what was going on back at home. Paul thought it would be peaceful. Well, relatively peaceful. He knew that everyone would be pissed at him, and was pissed at him from how Laws punched him in the face after the guy finished his warning. But anyway, he thought it would be fine. It wasn't. A man who weathered Roxy's magical barrage. One who emitted a terrifying presence even through the magical item. And one whose name Paul knew very well from his youth spent idolizing the 7 world powers. Orsted, the dragon god. I don't know why you're in Bina village or why you're fighting Rudy, but... Paul narrowed his eyes and said, you won't hurt my family. A firm declaration and resolve. With that, Paul forced himself to move faster. Every minute no. Every second counted. So just a little bit faster. Just a little bit more refined. Hold on, Rudy. Dad's coming. Are you fine with this, Master? A beautiful elf woman with curled blonde hair looked into the distance, staring at Paul dashing across the plains. She averted her gaze and then looked to the man standing beside her. Do you not want to speak with him a while longer? The man stared at Paul's vanishing back. His emerald eyes flickered for a moment and nostalgia crossed his face. But then that emotion vanished and he shook his head, causing his silver hair to shift. It's fine. However, he looked towards the Boreas Manor in the center of the citadel of Roa where a certain half-elf man was waiting. Do you not want to speak with your child, Ellen Elise? It's Rostalina, Master. Ah. So it is. A slightly awkward silence passed between the two. After a while, Rostalina sighed and said, You've changed, Master. Well. I'm not entirely the same person I was back then. I guess you could say I'm not even half the man that you remember. That isn't funny, Master. I'm aware. But it's important to have levity in situations like these. He turned around and rested his left hand on the hilt of the crimson sword sheathed at his left side. Now come. There are some rats we need to clean out while your old friend and my younger brother have their first meeting. Rostalina furrowed her brow. Her master noticed and raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? No. Just. I have a feeling that we're going to have a complicated family web in the future to untangle. Try not to think about it too much. Things get messy when you involve time travel, different temporal dimensions, resurrection, and reincarnation. Ha. Even now Master says complicated stuff that I can't understand. Really? It seems like the adjustments might have damaged your brain. I could have sworn my dear Rostalina was more intelligent than this. And whose fault is that, hey? Hat. The man shook his head and started walking into the citadel of Roa. You were the one who said you would bear it. And Laplace Sama said that you would watch over me. It's your fault for leaving me alone in that dark place for so long. The man. Technique God Laplace laughed and said, I suppose that is my fault. But what did you expect? No story is as miserable as those of the dragon worlds. Rostalina moved to her master's right side before saying, and the human world is filled with heroic tales, so master has no excuse. Hat. Hee hee. Laplace ruffled Rostalina's hair and said, well then. Enough playing around. Let's get ready. He turned his gaze to look at the sky, particularly at a tiny crimson orb being dragged over the city by a white mist. It seems like Hitagami is becoming impatient. Rostalina let out a happy sigh. But then she turned serious. My body is yours, Master. Please stop. Rostalina put on an innocent smile and said, what are you talking about, Master? Well. I suppose if I didn't have enough reasons to kill Hitagami before, this would definitely be one of them. To think that my cute and innocent Rostalina would turn into someone like this. I'm still plenty cute. So you admit you aren't innocent? Even if I were, Master is an infamous demon god now, so I would be wicked either way, wouldn't I? Let's just get going. Laplace sighed and muttered, damned being W. Just you wait until we hit the point where I can properly smack you in the face again. 56 Child unwinnable fight. White crashed against Orsted as Sylphie's icy attack reached him. At the same time, a crimson blur shot through the air and slashed towards Orsted's neck. My sword, flying out at close to light speed just like the attack Ghislaine used on me. It connected. But instead of doing any damage, sparks flew out. The edge of my sword bit into Orsted's neck, but nothing happened. As if he was made of steel, all my sword did was bounce off. And the reason for that was clear. Faint silver and gold threads, barely visible beneath the already bright glow of Orsted's mana. I didn't know how it worked, but he was reinforcing his body with mana. And not in the way Ghislaine and my dad did when they fight. Those two flooded their muscles with mana to move faster and hit harder. But Orsted. I could see it. Myriads of tiny mana threads, just like silk or spider web. Those wove around every strand of muscle in Orsted's body and into his bones in an intricate mesh. And while I couldn't see all the details, I was sure that there were more than a few tapping into his nerves as well to increase his reaction speed beyond the ordinary physical limitations. My sword flew through the air and back into my hand. Orsted didn't move, only watching me with his golden eyes. But that made sense. He didn't need to move if he had that level of insane defense. Though it was an insane level of defense that could only be done because he had so much mana. If his mana wasn't so dense, it wouldn't even be a tenth as effective as it was now. After all, woven string wasn't as strong as woven steel. But while impressive, it was a problem. I grit my teeth and continued running forward, sword in my left hand. As I did, I racked my head on what to do. My sword skills were far from enough to engage in close combat. But at the same time, he was definitely too fast for me to take the time to cast spells. And while I was, about 70% sure he couldn't see mana, he definitely could sense it in some way. So I had to distract him. Engage him enough to where I could use that time to set up powerful spells to pierce through that protection. Except, did I even have anything like that? Unlike us mere mortals, Orsted didn't seem to have a squishy human body. And as if to prove my point, Orsted raised his right hand in the midst of Sylphie's blizzard and formed a fist. After that, he swung it down. The moment he did, the snow collapsed, falling down to the ground in a heap around him. It wasn't like before with. No, this time was pure physical strength. A shockwave that shoved everything down because of his attack, not a dispersal of the mana behind it. And that was what I had to match. Not beat, match. Because there was no way I could beat him right now. In a few years, maybe. If I had time to set up a trap and lay down formations, yes. But a straight fight. A white blur. Not from Sylphie. The sound of shattering glass. At the same time my body instinctively moved to the side and swung my sword. Sparks flew as my crimson blade bit into Orsted's outstretched hand. No. It didn't bite into the hand. Rather than my sword's edge piercing Orsted's skin, his hand was eating away at my sword's edge. My eyes widened and I quickly flooded my sword with mana to counteract it before blowing myself away with a gust of wind. Orsted straightened, glancing at the sword in my hand before looking up to me. He didn't say a word, but the faint glimmer in his eyes showed he was, mildly impressed. But that was it. He gave me a break, as if waiting for my next move. But we both knew it. If he pursued, it would have been over. I saw a few more magic barriers form around me to replace the few that Orsted shattered. And at the same time, I saw icicles fire towards him from behind. Sylphie, trying to get in some sneak attacks. Orsted didn't move. Again, he didn't need to. The icicles shot towards him like bullets, but they just exploded into glistening dust, not even scratching his coat. He just waited for my next move. Ignoring Sylphie and Roxy completely, he looked just at me. I took a deep breath and then focused. My sword flew out in front of me again, held as if an invisible warrior was fighting alongside me. It wasn't enough. Against ordinary humans, probably. An attack that fast with my sword as reinforced as it was could cut through the average person. Maybe sufficient to fight off against a small platoon. But it was a similar issue with Master Roxy. While good against numbers, it wasn't enough raw might to counteract someone like Orsted. So I needed to think outside the box. Just like when fighting against Ghislaine. No, I had to be smarter than when fighting with Ghislaine. Because while Orsted was humoring me right now, tides could turn in a single moment. He was someone who was entertaining a whimsy right now. But he was also someone who could change that whim at any time and go back to just eliminating me because I knew about being W, or Hitagami. Whatever that guy was really called. So think. How do you beat an invincible opponent like this with your limited resources? In terms of mana density, we were about equal. Since I was still recovering, he had the edge, but even at full, it would be a stalemate. I was outclassed in terms of physique and physical range because I was still just a child. And in terms of technique, that wasn't even a question. Orsted could freaking use his hand as an actual sword. He was a guy who took Bruce Lee's philosophy about training every part of his body literally. Like seriously. I could even see faint traces of mana threads in Orsted's hair, meaning that even those could be lethal weapons if he decided to use them. Like, he could probably rip one off and throw it as a projectile. And from his casual stance, and the fact that he didn't have a weapon on him, I really didn't want to test that hypothesis. The only advantages I had on him were that he wasn't going full force against me. Yet. And that I had a repository of knowledge about various techniques and physical phenomena in my head as well as theories and systems that weren't conceivable in this world due to a divergence in technological advancements. Only, considering how strong that guy was, the number of things I could use. Well, I muttered. Let's start with what I can see. I didn't have time to waste. If I wanted more, I had to buy more with effort. So then, to impress him enough to give me more time to think, I focused inward. My mana wouldn't cling to my body. I could hold it in place, but it was basically like water spilling through cloth. But seeing Orsted gave me an idea. I couldn't replicate that intricate meshed network he had. That would take up way too much time. But I could do something similar. At least in theory. pulling out countless threads, weaving them together through and over my muscles. Offsetting the physical load my body had to deal with by adjusting in real time with a control module, similar to how I did noise cancelling. A faint thrum of power. My body immediately felt lighter than before. More limber. At the same time, there was a synergy between me and my sword. Maybe it was because I was wreathed in my own mana, or maybe it was that weird effect where tension improved mana power and control. I could feel the sword as if it was an extension of my own body. But I didn't have time to think. Perhaps recognizing the flow of mana as a threat, Orsted immediately shot forward again. This time though, I could see it. A faint ripple as his coat fluttered behind him. His entire body barely moving while his fist was outstretched to strike my head, giving the illusion that he was teleporting. In a fraction of a second, his fist would connect. I probably wouldn't die. But I would definitely be incapacitated. So before then, my blade shot forward. Crimson blurred at the same time as Orsted's body, aiming for his eyes. He noticed and then subtly turned his head so that the blade would strike the left side of his temple instead of his eyes. But he kept moving. His eyes continued to track me as he continued advancing to attack. It would still connect. I would still be struck. So I moved as well. The circle and the line. The underlying principle in martial arts. And a principle that I had seen repeated in the water god style since I started learning sword fighting with Dad. A linear attack was defeated by a circular defense. And a circular attack was defeated by a linear defense. Of course, like could clash against like, but that required equal force and skill. I didn't have that, so I had to take advantage of the difference. Orsted's attack was force directed in a single attack vector. So, like when I stalled Ghislaine in water, I had to divert that attack vector. I pivoted on my back foot and grabbed Orsted's outstretched arm. At the same time, muscle memory from practicing water god and half-remembered memories of Tai Chi flickered through my mind. I bent down, twisting my body forward with Orsted's momentum but also diverting it an angle to toss him over me. It worked. Whether because Orsted wasn't expecting me to act like that, or because he allowed it, the guy flew over me and spun through the air. As he did, I slashed out with my sword again, directing it with my mana. A flurry of rapid slashes performed at supersonic speed, aimed at Orsted's weak points. Upper arm, collarbone, windpipe, temple, diaphragm, rib, groin, thighs, and then a stab through the heart. Those were my targets. Targets that were immediately blocked as Orsted's limbs blurred in midair to parry all of them. And with the last, my sword was knocked back towards me, spinning like a top to cut me in half. But I wasn't worried. Instead of stopping my sword, I whipped it around me to attack Orsted again. This time, he smashed it directly with a fist and shattered the sword, sending steel shards falling to the ground. All of this, within the span of a single second while Orsted was still falling down to the ground. Insane. The fact that I could perceive him moving at all, and the fact that he was freely moving on such minuscule time intervals. I couldn't stop and marvel at it though. My movements were straining my body. As trained as I was, and as much as my rough copy of Orsted's mana reinforcement technique helped, I lacked the years of experience and time to be proficient at fighting like this. My body just wasn't accustomed to fighting at such a level. But I had bought time. Like how Orsted was moving in fractions of seconds, my awareness had expanded as well. Instead of perceiving in seconds, I was perceiving things on a smaller time scale. Wasn't entirely sure how this was all working though. Probably a combination of mana and nerves aligning and creating an extrasensory phenomenon to shift perception in a subjective manner, giving the illusion of time slowing down. But that didn't matter. What did was that I could move faster. And that didn't just mean my body. I didn't know how it was for others, but for me mana moved at the speed of thought. That didn't help much when my opponents moved faster than I could perceive. But when they didn't, I focused. 1 wasn't enough. 5 wasn't enough. 10 wasn't either. If I wanted to break Orsted's protection, I needed an attack that could go beyond it. And something like that. My sword was already moving at a supersonic speed, and Orsted didn't even care. He moved faster than it and even managed to shatter the blade. So a slash wasn't enough. The force was too diffuse to cut through his mana reinforcement. Maybe if I was bigger and had more mass to weave with mana to generate more force, but I didn't. But sheer mass wasn't enough either. If I tried to send a block of iron at him or some giant boulder, even at high speeds, Orsted would just cut it apart. No. The only hope I had to break through that reinforcement was to focus everything on a single point. Except, focus what? Metal, stone, and other physical matter wouldn't be sufficient. Maybe if I could create something like tungsten, it might work. But I didn't know how to make iron, let alone tungsten. Manipulate it, sure. But make? No way. Wind? No. Too diffuse. Water? Same issue. Fire? Maybe. Except that I didn't think I could make one hot enough for it to be a problem to the guy. Lightning? Possible. But my gut was telling me he would just bat it away. Not only that, but Master Roxy had tried it all when she attacked earlier with her. And I was sure that I couldn't do much better than her in that regard. Plus, even if I did, it would be my loss if I somehow managed to seriously injure or kill Orsted. That guy seemed to be against being W as well, and the only person who would win if one of us died was that insidious bastard. So those were out. The lethal techniques I had in mind, like creating a vacuum and filling it with poison gas, diamond dust, and other things to attack the guy on the inside, were out too. No, I needed something else. Something that showed power without being pure lethality. I just needed a proof of concept. A way to show him that I was someone worth fighting alongside. That I had the potential to grow to be an ally against being W. So. A repeated magic circle, spiraling in a three-dimensional pattern. At the center of it, a single crimson bead. My mana, slowly condensing to form a single bullet. It was the same basic principle as the first spell I learned. But instead of forming water, it was my own mana. And instead of one magic circle focusing on converting mana to water, it was a myriad of magic circles focusing on solidifying my mana to a physical form. It was possible. Mana crystals and mana stones existed, so it was definitely possible to crystallize raw mana into a physical form. And when it did, that physical form carried the properties of the mana that made it. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. In the corner of my eye, I saw Sylphie frozen, snow flickering around her as she prepared another attack. A few steps away from her, Master Roxy held out her staff, watching with fear and trepidation in her eyes as she stared at Orsted. But even as time was slowed to a crawl, Orsted moved at normal speed. He landed on the ground and then turned to look at me, his eyes widening in shock. I dashed to the side, maneuvering so that my projectile would shoot out towards the mountains instead of anywhere important. Orsted turned as well and quickly started to chant. And as he did, I felt a ripple of the disruptive magic he used earlier. But before the second word could come out, I fired. A single beam of pure red light aimed at Orsted's right arm. A sure hit. It definitely was on target and faster than anyone could react. The moment it fired, my attack was bound to connect. But Orsted still managed to dodge. Not completely, but enough. Instead of the center of his right arm like I planned, Orsted moved enough to where my attack struck the side instead. Blood sprayed from where my mana bullet connected, shredding through Orsted's mana-reinforced muscles and flesh. And then, off in the distance, I saw the peak of a mountain explode, snow tumbling down in an avalanche. But that was all. With all my prep, all I could achieve was a glancing blow. I heard something crack. At the same time, the limberness I felt in my body and the hyperfocus I had slowing time to a crawl vanished. In its place, I had a pounding headache and felt like my body was made of lead. Orsted glanced at his right arm, watching as crimson spread along his pure white coat. After that, he slowly turned back to look at me, a thoughtful expression in his gaze. I felt my body start to give out, but forced myself to stand, glaring defiantly at Orsted. I couldn't show weakness now. Not after putting on that play. So. The mana in that attack was on par with Laplace. Orsted started walking towards me. Rudy. Sylphie called out and tried to attack again with a barrage of snow. But Orsted just flung out his hand. A sonic boom erupted and then Sylphie flew through the air. Sylphy. I screamed and tried to run towards her. But I couldn't. My limbs didn't cooperate and just collapsed beneath me, forcing me to kneel. Fortunately, Master Roxy was prepared and quickly moved to catch Sylphie as well as heal her. But this fucking guy. Hurting Sylphie. Should I just off him? No, that was definitely what being W wanted. But the ability to reproduce the Saint Dragon battle aura, even in part, also shows your worth. Orsted took a step forward again, looking down on me. I raised my head and glared at him. Rudius Grere. Orsted stared at me and said, the one who inherited Laplace's abilities and will. He held out his hand and said, join me. Not as a follower, but as a sudden silver flash. A knife, thrown through the air at Orsted's back. It crumpled, bent like it was made of tinfoil. Orsted paused and turned around. I did as well and saw Mama Lily standing there, holding knives in both hands and a sword sheathed at her left side. She wasn't alone either. Mom was standing there as well, her hands out and chanting. It seemed like the two ran out after all the commotion. My eyes widened. Wait. Mom. Mama Lily. Don't. A water ball shot out from my mom's hands. At the same time, Mama Lily threw her knives. Orsted turned to face both and muttered, Lilia and Zenith Grere, are the same. But to not fear me at all. It seems to not be a coincidence. Then. The knives and water ball collided with Orsted. But like with everything else, they had no effect. What the heck even was this guy? A po***emon? Did he have or something? My attack definitely disrupted his reinforcement. But he still shrugged those off like it was nothing. Mama Lily pursed her lips and then drew her blade. At the same time, Mom pointed at Orsted and said, "Stay away from my son." Mama Lily nodded and said, "I will not let you harm my child." Orsted blinked and then turned back to look at me. After that, he smiled and said, "It seems you are well loved. Enough to unite those two women who were fated to be at odds with each other." It was a genuine expression. Like he received a pleasant surprise. Of course, on his face it just looked like a sinister smirk. Mom and Mama Lily ran forward. In the back, I saw Master Roxy finish tending to Sylphie and then look towards Mom and Mama Lily. Her eyes widened and then she let out a sigh before resolving herself, holding her staff out to fight as well. Faint cries echoed in the distance. Norn and Aisha, probably disturbed by all the ruckus. A mess. This was a giant mess that wouldn't end well. It seemed like Orsted realized it too since he started to frown. And then to top it all off. From the direction of the citadel of ROA, a silver blur approached at blinding speed before colliding with Orsted. He quickly stepped back, shoving off his attacker and moving to the side. At the same time, his attacker moved to stand in front of me, physically blocking Orsted from moving towards me. And as for the identity of Orsted's attacker. "Sorry I'm late. Dad had to tie up some loose ends first." My dad rested his sword over his right shoulder and looked back towards me, his face uncharacteristically serious. "Are you all right, Rudy?" "No. I'm not all right." I glared at him and said, "What kind of dad knocks his kid out for a week after forcing him into a life-or-death fight with some unknown swordsman and thinks the kid will be fine? Haha. Yeah. Messed up pretty big there. Dad's never been the smartest, you know? But you can yell at me later. Right now." He looked at Orsted and said, "What are you doing here, Dragon God Orsted?" I blinked. "Wait. Dragon God?" Orsted stared at my dad. After that, he glanced at my mom, Mama Lily, Sylphie, and Master Roxy, and then he turned to look at me. Staring straight into my eyes, he said, "This is my mistake. It seems that the situation has turned hostile, so I will seek you out once more in the future. Until then, think carefully on my words, Rudius Grere." With that, Orsted vanished. No, it wasn't that he vanished. Instead, he quickly dashed away, heading towards the mountain that got its top blown off from my attack. Seeing that, my dad lowered his sword and frowned. But he quickly put on a smile and turned towards me. "Well, look at that, Rudy. Seems like your old man's strong enough to send even the dragon god running away with his tail between his legs." I glanced towards Mom and Mama Lily slowly walking towards us. Then since my dad's so great, he won't do the same now that his lovely wives are coming to have a long talk, right? My dad blinked and then finally noticed my mom's approaching. Sweat started to form on his brow and he laughed. "Ahaha. Right. Definitely won't. But, He looked back at me and said, "This is completely hypothetical. But say that dad managed to hook you up with a super hot wife for the future. Do you think your moms would be mad?" "Wait, what?" "Think like double DS, top class noble beauty, and unlike most noble women, she'll be super fit and actually good to tumble with. Ah, and of course you can still have Sylphie. Just like your old man, you know? If it's you, I'm sure you can handle at least 2 women." I blinked, scattered bits of info slowly starting to connect in my head. My dad running off, showing back up after saying he was running a coup, now rambling about a hot wife. Strength came back to my worn-out body and I stood up. After that, I reached out to grab my dad's shirt and said, "You fucker. Tell me you didn't sign a betrothal contract or something to some noble family to help you run the coup." "Ahaha. Maybe. You did what?" "That wasn't me. That was my mom." It seemed like she heard him. My dad turned to look at her and held up his hands. Let me explain." Mama Lily glared at my dad and said, "Paul. I'm disappointed in you. Lily. Honestly, if you just let me." I let go of my dad and stepped back, glaring at him as well. But the moment I stepped back, Mom stepped forward, grabbing his shirt just like I did. "What about Sylphie? Who gave you the right to decide that?" "You Mama Lily stepped forward as well, crossing her arms. "I thought that you had matured, Paul. No, that at least you were better than those Asuran nobles who sold their children off to curry favors. But to think you would do that with Rudy as well." Her eyes turned cold and she said, "What of Aisha? Did you sell her off as well?" Mom's eyes widened and she glared at Paul. "You had better not tell me you signed a betrothal contract for Norn as well." "I didn't. I promise. And really, it's not that bad. Just, let me explain." My dad looked at me and said, "Come on, Rudy. Help your dad out a bit." "Rudy? Rudy?" I turned around and waved the back of my hand at him. "We'll talk later." I have a lot of things I want to say to you, father. Silence. And then my dad let out a sigh and muttered, well. Guess I should have seen this coming. 57 Child reflecting on mistakes. While my dad was doing his best to explain away the mess he caused this time to Mom and Mama Lily, I headed back to the house with Sylphie and Master Roxy. Holding Sylphie close to my side, I brushed her hair aside and carefully scanned her body. Her clothes were a bit ruffled and she was a bit wet from being flung into the snow, but she didn't look injured. Still, I looked back at her and said, are you sure you're fine, Sylphie? Sylphie sighed and said, I'm fine, Rudy. She smiled and said, that person knocked me away, but he didn't hurt me much. I frowned and cast on Sylphie. Seeing the healing mana run out to settle in her body to heal, my frown deepened and I said, so he did hurt you after all. Orsted was an ally since he was against being but the fact that he hurt Sylphie. Master Roxy tapped me on the head with her staff and said, worry more about yourself, Rudy. I huffed and rubbed my head. I do worry about myself. Sylphie gave me a blank stare. What? I did worry about myself. Everything I did earlier was a calculated risk. I might have been a bit off on the answer, but it was definitely calculated to make sure that things ended up the best way possible. Master Roxy sighed and said, running head first to fight off against an opponent like that. Tell me honestly. Did your brain get damaged after your father struck you in the head? That's the only explanation I have for doing something that stupid. Sylphie nodded and said, I've been wondering about that too. She looked at me and said, are you sure that you're okay, Rudy? If you're worried, you can always tell me. I smiled and pulled Sylphie into a one-armed hug. Thank you, Sylphie. I appreciate you. And I will. And I would. Because I had a feeling that if I didn't, Sylphie would do something even more reckless than I would to try and keep me safe. After all, she was already willing to fight against Orsted to try and protect me even though he was a terrifying opponent. And considering that she couldn't do anything against those knights and had been shaking in fear when she came to tell me before. Yet. Definitely needed to start opening up a bit more in terms of thoughts. Didn't want to be like Dad who ran off to do stupid things without letting anyone know and piss everyone off. Definitely didn't want to turn out like him. Well, not like that anyway. But as to Master Roxy's question. I looked over to Master Roxy and said, and I'm not sure, Master Roxy. I frowned and said, I've noticed that too. Maybe I actually did get hit hard enough to have lingering effects. Well, that or I inherited a lot more from Dad than I thought and those traits are showing up more since I'm getting older. I was 7 now, after all. Still a kid, but swiftly approaching the teenaged years. And not only that, but I was fairly sure my growth was being accelerated from my passive spell that I constantly kept going. Now, if only that included a growth spurt. Despite everything I was still pretty short. Muscular, but short. Master Roxy frowned and then gave me a cautious look. You don't feel the urge to look through women's underwear or flip skirts, do you? Why the heck would I do that? Even if I was interested in girls like that, I wasn't going to run around to harass them. Well, it might be different if it was someone who liked me back and was okay with it for some light teasing, but random women? No way. I wasn't some crass pervert. Ah. Right. Rudy's the type of person who wasn't even aware that I was. Master Roxy cut herself off and then cleared her throat. In any case. She looked at me and said, you seem to have an idea about what happened back there. Do you mind telling us, Rudy? Sylphie frowned and then looked over to me. Right. You and that scary man talked about someone else. Being I think. Yeah. It's a long story though. Still not entirely sure what that guy wants or even what he is. We arrived back at the house. In the distance, I could hear Mom and Mama Lily yelling. Definitely didn't bode well for Dad. He was probably going to sleep in the living room for a while. Then again, he deserved it. I was fine, but it didn't change the fact that he tried to provoke me into showing my full potential as well as knocked me out by smacking my head with a super high-level sword attack that hit 3 times within a split second. Not to mention the fact that being hit in the head like that while I was channeling so much mana was one of the main reasons why I got blinded. Yet. Dad's affection meter from everyone around definitely plummeted to 0. I sighed and then opened the door to the house, walking in with Master Roxy and Sylphie trailing after me. Warm air drifted over as I entered, the house heated by a flame crackling in the fireplace. I smiled at the warmth and then carefully unwound my scarf, setting it on a shelf nearby. Master Roxy walked in and took off her hat, hanging that up on a stand nearby. And Sylphie just waved her hand, wicking off the water and ice to chuck it outside. After that, she closed the door and walked back to my side. Seriously though? Was Sylphie the reincarnation of a snow spirit or something? The way she used water, wind, and ice was just so natural and fluid. The door to the master bedroom opened, and then Sylphie's mom, Rose, walked out. She looked tense as she exited. But when she noticed us, she let out a sigh of relief. Walking over with a smile on her face, she wiped off her hands on her dress and said, "Did everything work out?" It was worrisome for a moment there. Sylphie hugged my arm and smiled. "It went great, Mom." She looked up at me and said, "Rudy's super strong, you know." I coughed and averted my gaze. Master Roxy met my gaze and then shook her head, walking over to the dining table. "Super strong, yes. Super smart. Not so much." I winced. Sylphie noticed and then glared at Roxy. I gently pried Sylphie off my arm and turned towards Rose. I glanced back at the master bedroom and said, "Are Norn and Aisha sleeping?" "That's right." Rose sighed and then walked over to the kitchen, tending to some steaming pots on the stove. After lowering the flames, she turned back and said, "Your poor sisters tired themselves out from crying, so I put them to bed in the other room. But don't worry, Rudy. They're fine." I sighed and then smiled at her. "Thanks for taking care of them, Miss Sylphie's mom." Rose laughed and said, "Still calling me that, Rudy?" Sylphie walked over to the kitchen and started rummaging around the pantry. "Is there any tea, Mom? Something warm to drink would be nice." "Oh, let me, Luffy. I think Zenith keeps some honey and tea leaves over here." While Sylphie and her mom went to prepare tea in the kitchen, Master Roxy beckoned for me to follow her to the living room. And from the serious look on her face, it wasn't just for a casual conversation. I sighed and followed after her. Roxy stared at the young child sitting on the couch in front of her. Rudius Grere. Her first student and only disciple. He was small. Roxy was conscious about her height and size, smaller than the average woman. But Rudy was even shorter than her by a whole head. Of course, he had been even smaller when she first met him, so it was more accurate to say that he had grown up now. But he was still a child. A child who was only 7 years old, and yet a child who stood off against Dragon God Orsted without fear. Roxy hadn't known who the person was at the time, but after hearing Paul mention the man's name, it made sense. That primal fear she felt when facing the man as well as the monstrous mana that shone as bright as the Sunday. Ah! But Rudy's mana was about the same. Realizing that made Roxy remember once again just how ridiculous her disciple was. Rudy shifted on the couch, avoiding Roxy's gaze. His hair, still a pure silver, moved as he did. A stark contrast from the lovely light brown hair he once had. And paired with his bright green eyes, in a certain light, Rudy could be mistaken for a ghost. He was different now. Older, for sure. His body was also more trained, showing honed muscles beneath a few remaining traces of baby fat. Roxy was sure of it. In just a few years, he would become a lady killer. Rudy's maturity, cute face, intelligence, and talent. In a short time, all of it would explode and make him an irresistible force of nature. And the fact that Sylphie clung onto Rudy's words and supported him so much showed that he was already starting on that path. Especially considering that the young elf girl was willing to throw herself into a life and death fight on Rudy's behalf. But it was reckless. Both her actions and Rudy's. Right. While Roxy's disciple was a monstrous talent born with gifts that were enough to make even the great legends envious, the fact didn't change that he was still just a child. A child who didn't know right from wrong and recklessness from bravery. Though that was partially her fault. Roxy hadn't realized it. Because Rudy was so smart and had God-given talents, she thought he would pick up on it. And after Roxy heard how he managed to somehow keep his family together despite Paul's lustful nature and affection falling towards Lilia as well as Zenith, Roxy thought he was mature enough for it to not be an issue. That growing up had solved it. After all, if he had the ability and insight to somehow convince the staunch believer of Mealy's that Zenith was into accepting Lilia in their family, Rudy was surely mature enough to at least have common sense. But he didn't. Calling out to the Dragon God while he was leaving and earning the Dragon God's ire with a few words. Actually going to fight the Dragon God in close combat instead of relying on magic or trying to talk him down. Playing the role of a hero and trying to taunt the Dragon God. It was infuriating. The Rudy she remembered was more mature and calculating. And it seemed that Rudy realized it as well, considering how he was avoiding Roxy's gaze. Roxy sighed. The past was the past. In hindsight, Roxy should have treated Rudy a bit more harshly and emphasized how talented he was instead of treating him like it was normal. If she had done that, perhaps he wouldn't have grown up so distorted as to think he could challenge the second strongest world power. And perhaps he would have been a bit more responsible and cautious as well. But that couldn't be helped. So instead, Roxy fixed a stern gaze on Rudy and said, "What have you been keeping to yourself, Rudy? Who is this being W in Hitagami? And why did you ask Orsted if he knew about him?" Rudy flinched. And then he sighed and said, "Well, it's a bit hard to explain. But since Master can see mana now as well." He paused and said, "It started in the forest shortly after you left. I was out exploring because I was feeling a bit lonely when I noticed a weird white mist drifting around. 58 Child transparency is key. I stared at Master Roxy, waiting for her response. I told her everything. How I noticed being W, who I called Whitey at the time. How he tried to break up my family by subtly influencing their thoughts. How he was around and appeared to be the cause of why Sylphie was kidnapped and abandoned in the forest. And how he seemed to be pulling strings in the background around Norn's birth, laughing and putting me in that Xanatos gambit at the time. And also how he recently tried to directly influence me in that fight against Ghislaine, feeding into my anger to make me see red before trying to do something to my mind. Which in hindsight was probably why I was a bit off. I didn't know what he did or exactly what happened, but I clearly remembered seeing that other place. Not to mention the nightmares I had about Dad's death and the scenes I could barely recall. Then there was that weird old man in the broken magic circle I saw just before waking up. But anyway, I told all of that to Master Roxy. As I did, I felt a huge weight lift from my shoulders. One I didn't even realize I had. It was similar to what I felt in that dream after seeing my past life's final moments and bidding farewell to my old family. Well, except that I physically felt better after telling everything to Master Roxy. Probably because I knew I could rely on her. After all, Master Roxy was a real genius. Not only that, but she was someone who polished up her natural genius with hard work and experience. So if there was anyone who could help me sort this stuff out and help me protect everyone, it was her. Except, Master Roxy looked troubled. I frowned and said, Did I say something wrong? Roxy sighed. No, Rudy. And thank you for telling me. She patted my head and said, You've had it rough, haven't you? I felt my eyes watering and quickly looked away, blinking through the tears. It's fine. I'm Master Roxy's disciple, so it was fine. Roxy laughed and said, Hey now. What did I teach you about when people say they're fine? That it's usually a lie and that they're upset. Also that something sweet helps them feel better. Roxy coughed and said, There's that last part, yes. But focus on the first part in the future, okay? Okay. She nodded and then crossed her arms, thinking. But how insidious. To think that there was something like that. Well, I suppose that explains why things unfolded the way they did in Chiron. Maybe I was too harsh on that prince then. Master. Roxy shook her head and said, Don't worry about it. But I take it you haven't told your parents about this. I haven't. I rubbed the back of my neck and said, Even if I did, since they can't see mana they can't really do anything about it, right? But I did make some accessories to make sure they aren't affected anymore. Holy mana repels being WS mana, so I made some jewelry and wrapped a lot of magic circles together out of that. Kind of like what you did for my wand. Roxy blinked and then she covered her face. Why are you like this, Rudy? Am I just a bad teacher? Or is this just Paul's blood finally showing up? Master. I tilted my head, confused. Did I say something wrong? Maybe she was upset at me copying her work? Before I could ask about it, Master Roxy shook her head and then said, Rudy. Why yes. You see me as your master, right? Meaning that you'll listen to what I tell you to do. I immediately nodded. Of course. Then from this point onwards, don't keep things like this to yourself. Even if you have a good idea about how to solve things, talk to me or your parents about it first. Or even Sylphie, like she asked you to. No matter how much you know, one person can only see so much at a time. It's important to have multiple perspectives on things, especially when it comes to potential dangers. So you're telling me to not be like my dad then? Roxy paused and then let out a deep sigh. Right. Please do your best to avoid being like your hot-blooded father who runs off to try and run a coup on the main branch of an ancient Asuran noble family. Got it. In other words, more transparency, less acting on my own. I could do that. Maybe that was what this was all about? Did being W want me to start doubting people and then start acting on my own? No, that I knew better than everyone else and so my opinion was the only one that mattered? Scary. I could see it playing out like that. In that dream I saw. Yet. I would definitely never have forgiven Dad in there or trusted him to do anything ever again. And since he was out of the picture, I'd gradually start taking on more responsibilities to care for Mom, Mama Lily, and my younger sisters. There was Master Roxy around too, as well as Sylphie. But Sylphie supported me no matter what I did. And while Master Roxy was a genius and someone I respected, she also wasn't family. If push came to shove, after being upset at all that Dad did. Yeah, I'd push her away too. After that, I'd probably be obsessed with growing strong enough to make those things a non-issue in the future. And then, haughty with mana and magic, I'd suddenly get the rug pulled out from under me by being W when I least expected it. Probably by taking advantage of how I kept to myself more than other people and then using that to drive a wedge between me and my family. Maybe even have Norn or Aisha grow to hate me and blame me. A soft bop on my head. I blinked and realized that Master Roxy was staring at me. What did I just say, Rudy? I laughed and rubbed the back of my neck. Sorry, Master. I was just thinking about how close it was to having all of this ruined. I frowned and said, when you keep things to yourself, it's really easy for other people to start mistrusting you. Especially since they can't read your mind. And in that silence, misunderstandings start growing, and before you realize it, you mistake love as indifference and disdain. I could definitely see it. Well, it helped since Dad was doing his best to serve as a negative role model. Which reminded me that I needed to beat that lesson through his thick skull as well. And that I also needed to patch things up with Mom and Mama Lily for Dad too. This was his second big mistake now. Well, I guess that falling in love with Mama Lily really shouldn't be considered a mistake. A better thing would be that this was his second big event now. A major event that tested not just my mom's patience this time, but Mama Lily's as well. If there was a third, I had a feeling that would be it. Things wouldn't ever be the same. After all, trust was both easily given and easily lost. I paused, suddenly realizing that Master Roxy hadn't spoken for a while. Master. Roxy blinked and then let out a wry smile. Sorry, Rudy. I was just thinking about my family. She sighed and said, as always, you have better insight than I do. But Master's a genius. Roxy poked my forehead and said, a genius isn't perfect. And the moment that a genius thinks they are, they're bound to fall from grace. Yet. I knew that lesson all too well. But in any case. Master Roxy took a seat to my left and then reached out to hook my chin, pulling it towards her. After that, she leaned forward. Master. I felt my face heat up and instinctively leaned back. Don't move. A serious voice. Hearing that from Master Roxy, I stopped being embarrassed and did as she asked. She stared into my eyes with her own, frowning. And then after a few seconds, she muttered, you really keep on doing ridiculous things, Rudy. I blinked. What do you mean? Roxy shook her head and leaned back. After that, she said, did you notice something strange when fighting the dragon god? Maybe in how you saw the world. I paused to think and then nodded. Now that you mention it. There was a point in the battle when time slowed to a crawl. Near the end there, I could perceive Orsted even though he was moving at a normal speed in the slowed time. Wait. Seeing mana as different colors, temporarily losing my vision, suddenly being able to track superhuman speed. Did I suddenly awaken something like the Shar Ngn? I mean, it was a moment of high emotion and tension, but this was mana, not chakra. Ah. But wasn't chakra originally divine power distilled down to mortal men or something? And in this world, magic was originally something that only elves and spirits could use until humans figured out to replicate it. Maybe it was better to just not think too hard about it. Just like the fact that the freaking dragon god of all people said that I inherited a bunch of traits from demon god Laplace. At least, for now. Roxy nodded her head and said, as I thought. It seems like you managed to awaken a set of demon eyes. I frowned and said, it seems like it, yet. And now I really wanted to test if I actually had the infamous pinwheel eyes. It would definitely explain how I could so easily copy magic spells. And why my memory seemed to be so good. And why I noticed being influencing my parents. And why I could keep up with Orsted. Though a few of those things were also because I had been training for a while on those specific traits. Ugh. Why was mana so complicated? It would be really nice if I just had a handy guide or someone around to tell me exactly what it was so I knew its limits and properties. At that time, Sylphie walked over, carrying a stack of cups and a small teapot. She smiled and said, I got tea, Rudy. Ah, and for you too, Miss Roxy. An ice table suddenly formed in front of where I was sitting. Sylphie set the teapot on the table and then poured a cup of tea. It's honey and berries, so it'll be sweet and yummy. She blew the cup a bit to cool down the tea and then handed it to me. Here you go. I took it from her and smiled. Thanks, Sylphie. MMHM. She poured a cup for Roxy and handed it over. Roxy took the cup with a small nod. Thank you, Sylphie. Sylphie nodded back and poured herself a cup before sitting down to my right. Sipping her cup, she let out a content sigh and leaned against me. Master Roxy stared at me and raised an eyebrow. I blinked and tilted my head. What? Roxy shook her head and then looked at Sylphie. After that, she looked at the ice table and said, I have to say. You truly utilize mana in a way that I never even imagined possible, Sylphie. To directly manipulate elements to your will. Sylphie sipped on her tea again and said, Rudy is just that great of a teacher. I sipped on my tea as well and then sighed. You give me too much credit, Sylphie. Most of what you can do you taught yourself. That's not true. Sylphie frowned and said, I learned how to do all of my magic from the games we play. So I learned from you. I don't think that's how teaching works. Well, I say it is. So there. I laughed and then shook my head. Fine, fine. Sylphie smiled. Roxy let out a sigh and muttered, to be young and carefree again. I tilted my head and said, Master is still young, aren't you? Even after the past few years, Roxy still looked the same as she did before. Which meant she still looked like a young teenager instead of the 20-something woman she should be right now, but that was a good thing. Aging gracefully was something all women wished for, after all. Roxy chuckled and then said, and you still need to remember to ease up on the compliments. What will you do if your dear master falls in love with you? You Master Roxy? In love with me? I felt my face heat up and then laughed. Master sure likes to tease. Roxy laughed as well and then said, well. Someone has to keep you on the straight and narrow. Sylphie frowned and then hugged my arm. Humph. I blinked. Roxy smiled and sipped on her tea. After that, she said, in any case. It seems like we'll have to wait until tomorrow to begin our magic lessons again. She sighed and said, I'll have to spend some time fixing up my magic circles again after they broke. Sylphie leaned over to look at Roxy and said, well maybe you wouldn't have to if you learned how to use mana directly, Miss Roxy. Roxy sighed. True. But not everyone can be born a genius at mana manipulation like you, Sylphie. I nodded and looked towards Sylphie. That's right. Different people pick up on different things quicker, Sylphie. Besides, Master Roxy has only recently started being able to see mana. It's really hard to break long-time habits, you know? Imagine if you suddenly had to use magic with chanting instead of just using it. Sylphie blinked and said, but Rudy can do everything, can't you? Chanting, magic circles, and imagining like me? Aren't you even more of a genius then? I laughed and said, I just take really good notes and work really hard. I bet anyone else could do the same thing if they had the same start I did. Sylphie frowned and said, Rudy. You're looking down on yourself again. But it's the truth. I looked at Master Roxy and said, right, Master? If you could see mana from the start, you'd be about the same that I am now, wouldn't you? No. I blinked. And then I laughed. Master's being humble again. I got it. I'll do my best to not get a big head. Roxy frowned. That's not what her frown deepened and she looked at Sylphie, as if to ask a silent question. Sylphie nodded in response. Roxy sighed. I frowned. Hey. Didn't Master just say to not keep things from people? Roxy nodded. I did. But this is a girl's secret, so I'm afraid you'll have to just accept that fact. Sylphie nodded as well and said, that's right, Rudy. It's a secret understanding between me and Miss Roxy. Sorry. Right. In any case. The front door slammed open, letting in a frigid wind. 59 child all-time low. That wasn't a good sign. For the front door to slam open. I frowned and then got up, walking over to the entrance. Mom and Mama Lily walked in, shaking snow off from their coats. Oh. Rose's voice echoed from the kitchen and she said, Zenith? Lilia? I finished making lunch, so. Mom looked at me before letting out a deep sigh and shutting the door. After that, she looked towards Rose and said, is Norn sleeping? Rose wiped her hands on her apron and said, she is. I tucked her in bed with her sister in your room. She looked at Mama Lily and said, I hope you didn't mind, Lilia. Mama Lily shook her head and let out a thin smile. It's fine, Rose. Thank you for watching them. After saying that, she turned to look at me. Are you well, Rudy? I'm fine. Why are you asking? Did I worry them that much? Wait. If they were talking with Dad, they probably found out who I was fighting. And I had just recovered from being blind, and I was still recovering from mana strain. In hindsight, it was obvious why Mama Lily was asking. Okay. Maybe I did get a bit rattled from recent events after all if I didn't get that. Mom sighed and shook her head. After that, she looked at me and said, don't let your father off so easily this time, Rudy. He did something really stupid. Scold him properly, understand? Okay. I'm going to cuddle with Norn. Mom looked at Mama Lily and said, will you keep me company, Lily? Of course, Zenny. Mama Lily nodded and said, it should be time to feed Aisha soon as well, so it works out perfectly. Mom nodded and then headed down the hallway to the master bedroom where Norn and Aisha were sleeping. And the bedroom where my dad wouldn't be sleeping for a while, judging from how frosty Mom and Mama Lily were. Mom and Mama Lily left to go stay with Norn and Aisha. Sylphie walked over to my side and then peered down the hallway. Did Miss Zenith and Miss Lily go to sleep? I nodded. I think they're pretty exhausted, so. The front door opened again and someone walked in. Dad. Except, it didn't look like Dad. Mostly because his face was completely swelled up and red. Rose gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. After that, she walked over and said, Paul. What happened to you? Did another enemy attack? Sylphie gasped as well and then ran over to my dad. Mr. Paul. Here, let me heal you. My dad waved and muttered something incomprehensible. Sylphie frowned and then held out her hands. With that, blue-green mana flew out in bubbles before gathering around my dad. When they did, the bubbles flickered and turned gold. After that, they burst, splashing my dad in gold sparks. And with that, his swollen face turned back to normal. He sighed and said, that wasn't really necessary, Sylphie. But thank you. Not necessary. Sylphie frowned. What do you mean? Rose blinked. And then she seemed to realize the cause of Dad's injuries and sighed. You really did it this time, didn't you, Paul? My dad laughed and said, yeah. He paused and then looked at Rose. You aren't going to hit me too, are you? Laws already pummeled me, so that's fine, right? Rose shook her head. I'm not such a violent person, Paul. And besides, you were only thinking of Rudy's future, weren't you? Why yet? Then it's fine. Hearing that, my dad winced. Sylphie noticed. And then she looked at my dad with a stern gaze. Mr. Paul. What did you do? It wasn't really my place to chime in, so I just leaned against the wall to watch. As I did, I noticed Master Roxy walk over as well and stare at my dad. Dad noticed and cleared his throat. Looking at Sylphie, he said, I didn't do anything, Sylphie. Promise. That's a lie. Sylphie kept staring into my dad's eyes and said, you're hiding something. Just like what Rudy does when he thinks it'll hurt us. Hey. I spoke up and said, I don't do that. Often. My dad laughed and looked towards me. Looks like I'm not the only one in the hot seat, hey, Rudy. Mr. Paul. Sylphie continued her stern gaze. Dad flinched and then looked away. Aren't you an adult, Mr. Paul? Why can't you answer me? I crossed my arms and said, yeah, Dad. You're a responsible adult who makes decisions. What exactly did you do to make Mom and Mama Lily beat you up? Paul rubbed his neck and said, well, Lily is the one who beat me up, actually. But, He glanced at Sylphie and then mumbled. Can't marry Rudy anymore. Sylphie blinked. Rose froze. Master Roxy let out a deep sigh and rubbed her face. My dad cleared his throat and then looked Sylphie in the eye. He looked guilty, but he faced her and said, you can't marry Rudy anymore, Sylphie. He's promised to someone else now. Rose gasped and then ran up to slap my dad. How could you? You know how she feels about Rudy. My dad took the slap and sighed. There's the slap. Laws mentioned you'd act this way after he pummeled me. He rubbed his jaw and said, your husband should consider a career in bare fist fighting along with archery by the way. How can you joke about something like this? Sylphie tilted her head, looking confused. She turned towards my dad and said, what do you mean, Mr. Paul? My dad let out a deep sigh. It's complicated. I spoke up and lowered my arms. Not really. You just acted without thinking again. Just like with everything else in your life. Right, Dad? He flinched and lowered his head. I thought it was a good idea. And this way you won't have to fight, Rudy. Besides. He looked up and said, you can just break it off later. It's a betrothal contract, but... A betrothal contract. Rose pointed at my dad and said, didn't you say that it was too early to talk about that? Why in the world did? Master Roxy walked over and said, Miss Rose. Norn and Aisha are sleeping right now and both Zenith and Lilia are exhausted. How about we head outside for now? She looked at Sylphie and said, you haven't showed your mother much magic, have you? Sylphie blinked and said, you No. Then now's a perfect opportunity. There's also something I wish to discuss with you and your mother. With that, Master Roxy expertly cleared the room, leaving just me and Dad. He stared at me and then looked away, clearly feeling guilty. Not only that, but he looked regretful too. But of course he did. After all, he just got scolded by both of his wives, beaten up by one, and then slapped by another woman who had respected him up until that point. His confidence was probably at an all-time low. And to be honest, I was feeling pretty pissed off at him too. Signing a betrothal contract for me without talking to me, Mom, or Mama Lily. Running off to start a coup with the excuse that he was going to talk with his family. Not even coming back once in this past week to check up on us or send any letters. And to top it all off, that was after knocking me unconscious by hitting me in the head and then sending me into a week-long coma. Though I was pretty sure that coma was more being WS doing than my dad. At least, in terms of being so long. Didn't change the fact that my dad was the one who put me in it though by smacking me in the head. Altogether, it was more than enough cause for my mom to divorce him. All of that showed that my dad was irresponsible at best and no different than the corrupt nobles who used their children as pieces at worst. Two perspectives that Mom and Mama Lily probably had right now regarding my dad. As for me, I thought Dad had grown up and become a bit more responsible. With how he had been taking his job more seriously and working long nights sending letters, I thought he was finally being like a real dad should be. Of course, it was hard to break old habits. Especially if you were working on a flawed model. My dad tried hard. He really tried hard. But he was just plain dumb. No, that was being a bit unfair. My dad might be a bit thoughtless at times, but he wasn't stupid. He just didn't know any better. After all, he was a guy who ran away from home at 12 years old, did an unspeakable thing to Mama Lily in his teens, and then was forced into being a family man after I was born. More than that. He had only been 19 when I was born. Which meant he was only 26 right now. Around the same age that I had been when I was off running around doing stupid things to try and make it big. So I couldn't be angry at him. At least, not too angry. Because I could understand him. And because I'd done similar stupid things in the past. Hey. Alright. Maybe it wasn't entirely inheriting bad traits from my dad. Rudy. My dad hesitantly called out to me and said, "Are you mad?" I sighed and said, "Let's have a seat first. This isn't a chat we should have standing around." After saying that, I walked over to the dining table and sat down. Dad followed after me and then sat down at the chair across from me. 60 A worthless father's reflection. Paul had messed up. He realized that. Hell, even an idiot would realize it after all that he'd gone through. Zenith screaming at him at the top of her lungs about how he was selfish, stupid, and reckless. How she thought he was better than those nobles and how she couldn't believe she married such a hypocrite. Lilia not saying a word, only silently slapping him over and over. As if that would knock some sense into him. And probably venting a bit of pent-up fury she had from the past as well, now that Paul thought about it. Then there was how Laws had pummeled Paul after finding out about the betrothal contract, Sylphie's confused and disappointed gaze, then her mother slapping Paul just earlier. So Paul knew he messed up. And he regretted it. He wished he could say that it wasn't his fault, but he knew it. This was all him. Zenith was right. He had been selfish. Since he was worried, he let himself get talked into the betrothal contract so that Philip and Uncle Soros would help him take over the Nodos family. No, it all started because Paul thought the only option he had was to take over the Nodos family before his brother sent people after them. And because he was worried that Rudy would do something reckless, Paul brought Ghislaine over to try and show him how far he still had left to go. Except he didn't expect Rudy to actually be that strong. Or that Rudy loved him enough to go into a blind rage at Ghislaine because he thought it was her fault that Paul was acting like this. Right. Rudy loved and believed in his father enough to forgive Paul's misstep. Enough to focus his ire completely on the woman who appeared to seduce Paul instead. Rudy trusted and cared for Paul that much. No, from how he handled the situation with Lilia and Zenith. From how Rudy arranged everything and left it in Paul's hands to settle, he should have known already. Paul should have known already how much Rudy loved and respected him. And yet Paul had gone ahead and ignored all of that. No, he took advantage of that fact while saying it was for his own good. Just like Paul's father had done to him. Paul stared at Rudy. Rudy stared back, his expression unreadable and his arms crossed. It was funny, actually. That was just like how Zenith looked when she was upset. Well, before she became inconsolable from rage. Except, Rudy didn't look like her. Instead, it was like Paul was looking into an old mirror. Staring at his younger self being frustrated at his dad for not understanding anything and trying to force himself into something he didn't want. The only difference was his hair, which was now a stark silver color. The result of mana strain from going all out trying to protect Paul. That sent another stab of guilt into Paul's heart. Rudy's hair would always be that color now. From what Zenith mentioned before she started screaming at Paul, Rudy had used up all of his mana and then some trying to kill Ghislaine. And then he tried drawing even more mana after that. In short, it was a miracle that he survived. And it was another miracle that he woke up at all. They hadn't mentioned it to Rudy, but from Roxy's examination, there was a time when Rudy's mana didn't recover at all. His body was fine, but his mana wasn't coming back. And it seemed like it wouldn't come back. But then all of a sudden, it came flooding back in. Paul was lucky. Despite everything else, Zenith and Lilia didn't blame him for that, at least. They blamed him for knocking Rudy unconscious and leaving, but they didn't blame Paul for Rudy's mana not recovering. Except, Paul knew why that had happened. Rudy had completely fallen to bloodlust in the fight against Ghislaine. He was letting off enough killing intent that even Paul was frightened. So in a panic, Paul had subconsciously gone all out and hit Rudy with everything he had to stop him. Thank Meles and whatever other divine forces were out there that Paul didn't draw his actual blade. But he had hit Rudy with everything he had. The fact that Rudy's mana didn't recover, was probably because it was being spent healing the damage to his mind and the backlash from suddenly having that tremendous spell forcibly cancelled. Rudy had looked fine at the time, so Paul thought nothing of it. There weren't any wounds, and his hair hadn't changed colors at all. But apparently it had changed while Rudy was unconscious. Which confirmed Paul's theory. It was because of him. He did that to his son. Paul had vowed to not be like his father. To not be like the old man who made Paul's life miserable. And yet now, he hadn't just done the same as his old man. Paul had done worse. He had forcibly changed Rudy's life forever. To always draw stares because of his unnatural hair color from that point forward. And that was only because Paul. No, because Rudy was lucky. If it had been anyone else. If it was any other kid, Paul was sure they would have died. Paul would have gone to ROA all happy-go-lucky and then gone home to a grieving family. And one who would have chased him out. And for just cause as well. That. Asai echoed. Rudy's. Geez, Dad. What are you making that face for? Paul blinked and then reached up to grab his chin. What am I? What about it? He wasn't making a weird face, was he? Rudy shook his head and then walked around the table to sit next to Paul. Paul flinched and scooted over. Rudy. Don't get me wrong, Dad. I'm mad at you. Rudy frowned and looked up at Paul with cold green eyes. This time, you messed up a lot. Paul flinched and looked away. I know. If it was any other person, they'd be dead right now. Paul felt the stab of guilt in his heart again and lowered his head. I know. And it wouldn't be odd for Mom and Mama Lily to leave you behind now. It's enough for her to justify a divorce. And when that happens, she'll leave with Mama Lily and have a happy family with her instead. Paul closed his eyes and muttered, I know. Their relationship was already a bit precarious from the beginning. After all, the only one who did anything wrong was Paul. Meanwhile, the relationship between just Zenith and Lilia was strong as ever. In fact, it had grown stronger since they started being intimate with each other. Then there was the shared motherhood and raising children together, along with Rudy. In short, Paul was already an outsider. No, he was someone who just marched to his own beat and thought he was always in the right, dragging everyone along with him. That was fine when he was an adventurer. And that was, okay when it was just Zenith. But now he had a whole family to consider. Not only that, but friends too. That was why Paul left in the first place with Ghislaine. To try and head off the problem in the future so that his family could continue to live that peaceful life. Except Paul wasn't like his son. Sure, Paul was good at fighting. And he was confident that, at this point, the number of people who could definitively beat him in close combat could be counted on 2 hands. But he wasn't smart. He wasn't cut out for all the politics and strategizing that came along with handling nobles. That was why he wanted Philip's help and why he wanted the backing of Uncle Soros. Rudy was perfect for that. With how smart Paul's son was, and with how skilled Rudy was at reading people, Paul was sure that he would easily handle whatever plots came their way. All Paul needed to do was buy time until Rudy was ready. Except he hadn't been thinking about Rudy at all. Would he want to do that? Even if it was necessary, was it right to force that on Rudy? The answer was obvious. It wasn't. Paul had gone ahead and made a loud mess, talking big about doing a coup on the Noto's family. And he said that it was all about taking responsibility for his past. But he was just running away again. Like when he was a kid. Paul clenched his hands over his knees and grit his teeth. And then he felt a light tap on his right arm. Paul blinked and looked over to see Rudy pulling back his right hand, clenched in a fist. Rudy. There. Rudy nodded and said, now we're even. What? Rudy stared at Paul and said, we're even. Since Dad was stupid, I punched you. So now we're even for you making a dumb mistake. Paul blinked and then he shook his head. No. Rudy. He narrowed his eyes and said, you should be mad. You should be angry. I've been a terrible dad. And that's just the way Dad is. Rudy reached out and poked Paul's head. He blinked. Rudy sighed and leaned back. Dad's dense. Well, when it comes to anything other than women and fighting. But that's not a bad thing. You just have to remember to talk to other people first to make sure you don't mess up while focusing on your strengths. I don't get it. Paul couldn't understand. Rudy had every right to be upset. And he had been upset. That anger Rudy had when he found out about the betrothal contract was real. Real and burning red hot. But it was gone now. Instead, Rudy just seemed disappointed. Disappointed, but not to the level of disavowing Paul. So Paul didn't get it. Rudy sighed. To be honest, this is my fault too. You've been worrying about a lot of things ever since I was little, haven't you? That's not. But it's true. Rudy nodded and said, you've always been a bit unsure how to treat me ever since that incident when I was small, right? And while you know how to show off when you're training me, you don't really know how to treat me when you're not. You love me and care for me, but you don't really know how to show it. Paul wanted to deny it. But there was also a bit of truth in it. He knew how much of a genius his son was. But at the same time, since Rudy had such a fear of being a genius and broke down in the past, he didn't want to push him. Yet, Paul couldn't help but see what Rudy could be. What he would be able to do, and what he could do right now. That was proven in how Rudy beat Ghislaine, and how he earned the respect of the dragon god. So Paul was at a loss. Rudy was a genius, but he couldn't see it. And while Paul had tried to imply it a few times, Rudy just brushed it off. He was someone that Paul wanted to rely on. But at the same time, he was a child. And not just any child, but Paul's son. Someone who Paul wanted to grow up happy and free, unlike him. Eventually, Paul sighed and nodded. That's right. He let out a wry smile and said, how can a dumb old fart like me understand his super smart and charming kid, you know? You're not that dumb or old, Dad. And I'm not that smart and charming either. Paul rolled his eyes and said, says the kid who has a beautiful elf girl who only has eyes for him. And a beautiful elf girl who knows how to use chantless magic because you taught her. Some people are just built different, Dad. And what do you mean Sylphie only has eyes for me? She spends time with her parents, Mom, Mama Lily, and my sisters too, you know? And recently with Master Roxy too. Paul blinked and then muttered, all right. Maybe you're not as smart as I thought you were. Was Rudy just pretending to be dense, or was he actually that dense? Even if he's a kid, he's got to know how much Sylphie likes him, right? And he knows what a betrothal contract is, so. Rudy rolled his eyes and said, and I keep telling you, I'm not a genius. You're only going to be disappointed if you place your expectations on me, Dad. Paul shook his head and said, I could never be disappointed in you, Rudy. He rubbed his face and said, if anything, I'm the one disappointing you. That's true. You're not supposed to agree. But it is, isn't it? Rudy smirked. Paul sighed, feeling the edges of his mouth twitch in a smile. But anyway. Rudy wiped the smirk off his face and turned serious. Dad. Seeing that, Paul turned serious as well. Yeah, Rudy. This is the second time. I managed to help the first, and I think I can help sort out this mess. But if there's a third, I can't help you. Mom and Mama Lily are already sick and tired of your antics. Yeah. Rudy leaned back and said, you need to apologize. But that won't be enough. Words are cheap, so you need to show that you're sincere too. Paul nodded, listening to everything Rudy was saying with his full attention. So what do I need to do? First, you need to explain everything to Mom and Mama Lily. From the beginning. Everything. Paul winced, but he nodded. All right. What else? Second. Well, is the betrothal contract final? And do we need it to stop people from trying to attack us? That's. Paul hesitated and said, it technically can be called off at any time. But it would look really bad. And while we don't need it to stop people from the Nodo's family coming after us, it helps. Even though it meant that they were a threat to Paul's brother by joining hands with the Boreas family, because they were a threat, people from Nodo's couldn't move easily either. Especially since Ghislaine had started working there under Uncle Soros as a personal guard and tutor to Eris. It was hard to move against a family with one of the few sword kings in the world under its direct employ. Rudy rubbed his chin and said, in that case. It might be good to go through the motions. Well, I'd prefer to just walk up and kill every person aiming at us instead. Maybe keep some people half alive with festering wounds continually being healed with healing magic to set an example. But that would play into being WS hands, I'm sure. Too easy to twist public opinion if we do that. Wait, what? Paul held up his hands and said, go back a bit. What did you say about killing people? Rudy blinked and then laughed. Don't mind me. I was just musing a bit, Dad. I'm not actually going to go and kill off a bunch of nobles or torture them to set an example. No, hold on. Why were you even considering that in the first place? Did Roxy teach him that? No, she wasn't the sort to do that. Then Zenith? No, she was too soft-hearted. Lilia? Actually, that made sense. Lilia worked in the inner palace of the Azura Kingdom, so she was bound to know all the dark and gruesome methods to quell uprising and other resistances. But even then... Rudy tilted his head. You said it, didn't you? A man has to keep a sword in his heart and protect the people he loves. And if people are afraid of you, they won't dare trying to go against you. It's only natural. Ah, but don't worry. That's more of a hassle than I want to deal with, so I won't ever do that. More of a hassle than I want to deal with. Not something that goes against what I believe or something I would never stoop to. While Paul couldn't say he wouldn't do the same, to hear it come out of Rudy's mouth so casually. Paul groaned. I'm a terrible father. Rudy reached over and patted Paul's shoulder. It's okay, Dad. Since there's Norn and Aisha now, you have a second chance. Besides, it's better that you got all the real bad mistakes out of the way with me instead of with my cute baby sisters, right? Imagine them growing up and saying that they hate you or something. Paul winced, clutching his chest. I don't even want to. See? But anyway. We should probably have me go meet my fiancé. Putting it off is a bad idea. And I need to introduce Sylphie too. Paul nodded. And then he froze. Wait. What do you mean, introduce Sylphie? Rudy gave Paul a blank stare and said, Sylphie's my best friend no. The most important person in my life other than Master Roxy, you, Mom, Mama Lily, Norn, and Aisha. Even if I end up married to someone else, or if she marries someone else, that won't change. So it's better if my future wife learns about it now rather than later, right? But. Paul could already see how the meeting was going to play out. That explosive and fiery heiress meeting Sylphie and getting told to deal with it. No, that her fiancé cared about another girl more than her. Not only that, but since Sylphie was so good at magic too, there was only one way this was going to play out. Not to mention how Uncle Soros would react too. Don't worry about it too much. Rudy waved his hand and said, from what I heard about the Azura Kingdom from Mama Lily, it's filled with a bunch of perverts and people who have affairs all the time, isn't it? Considering that Sylphie isn't human, those prejudiced idiots will just think I'm an early bloomer and not even bat an eye. Right. Paul blinked. Rudy, wasn't wrong. But even then, I feel like I should disagree on principle here. But I can't find anything to disagree with. Rudy blinked. You mean that you can't disagree with the fact that they're prejudiced idiots who think the only reason you're taking a non-human with you is because they're your toy? A frosty tone of voice. Just like Zenith before she really got mad. Paul quickly held up his hands and said, no. I disagree with that too. I meant about you taking Sylphie with you to meet your fiancé. Oh. Rudy nodded. Yeah. It's probably not a good idea. But I'm not budging. So it's either we do this, or I go find Orsted and we force everyone to listen by threatening complete annihilation. You really take after your mother, Rudy. Offering ultimatums and choices that weren't really choices. Definitely like Zenith. Rudy rolled his eyes. I take after you too, Dad. Sometimes a bit too much. He frowned. Paul laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. Sorry about that. And sorry for messing everything up, Rudy. Really? Rudy nodded. Apology accepted. Well, on the condition that you come with me to explain all of this to everyone. Paul started to sweat. Why you mean just you coming back with me to ROA, right? No. Everything. Especially the part about me having a fiancé now and taking Sylphie to meet her. And explaining what a fiancé and the betrothal contract means to Sylphie. Paul lowered his head. Guess I can't get out of this. Yab. Can't run away from your mistake this time, Dad. Paul sighed. But then he put on a brave face and nodded. All right. Then, should we get started? Hold on. There's something else I wanted to talk with you about before we chat with everyone else. Paul nodded. What is it? It's about someone I like to call being W. Rudy paused and then said, but I think this is going to take a bit of explaining to understand the context. Let's see. I guess we can start with the fact that I've been able to see Mana since I was a baby. Wait, what? 61 The fiery fiancé's impatience. What do you mean he left? Eris stomped her foot on the ground and said, he can't do that. I still need to beat that stupid face of his to a pulp. Ghislaine chuckled and said, that's great enthusiasm, Aja-sama. But Paul went back home. Some urgent business came up. Eris ground her teeth together, silently fuming. It was late in the afternoon, the sun passing the highest point in the sky hours ago. Like usual, she had woken up that morning and dressed herself in a loose white blouse and tan pants. After that, she threw on a warm cloak and a pair of fur boots before heading out to the courtyard with her wooden practice sword. It was routine now. Sure enough, the annoying man who called himself her future father-in-law would be waiting there with his smug face to help her train. At least, that was what he called it. Eris was sure he just liked annoying her since all he did was run around and make her mad. But when she arrived, he wasn't there. That didn't surprise Eris though. That man. Paul or whatever. He was an unreliable sort of guy. Just like their butler, Thomas, who just disappeared the other day. But anyway, Eris wasn't surprised that he was late. If anything, the fact that he had been awake early these past few days was more surprising. So Eris wasn't surprised that Paul was missing. But she was surprised that Ghislaine wasn't around. Then again, Ghislaine seemed to be friend with that Paul guy. Because of that, Eris thought they might be training or something late last night again. They usually did that. Even long after the sun set and the moon took its place, the sound of swords clashing echoed in the night as Paul and Ghislaine fought. It seemed pretty intense too from the one time Eris spied on them. That was the main reason why Eris tolerated the guy. Despite his smug face and irritating personality, Paul was strong. Strong enough to dodge Ghislaine's attacks and fight her to a draw each time. So Eris waited. After getting up in the morning, she stood around in the snowy courtyard and waited for Paul to show up. 1 hour passed. Then 2. Then 3. And still no Paul. But Eris was patient. She thought it was a test. That guy was super infuriating and liked to come up with new ways to annoy her while calling it training. So she thought this was just another one of his games. But she wouldn't lose. She was better than that. And then Ghislaine showed up and said that Paul left early that morning to meet a friend and headed back to Bina village. Arg. Eris growled and then picked up her wooden sword, swinging it through the air. It's not fair. First he takes away my lessons with you and now he runs away after saying that he'd teach me. Stupid. Idiot. Liar. With each name she called Paul, Eris's sword whipped through the air, letting out a loud crack. Ghislaine nodded and said, that's what you should expect from Paul. He's reliable when it counts, but when it comes to commitment. She paused and then said, to be honest, it's a miracle that Zenith managed to tie him down, and that he changed so much. I don't care. Eris swung her sword and said, and I don't care about that stupid kid he keeps talking about too. Rudy this and Rudy that. As if someone 2 years younger than me could be that strong. Ghislaine hummed and said, you'd be surprised. Eris paused and then looked at Ghislaine. What do you mean? She frowned and said, he can't seriously be that strong, can he? I don't know if Paul is exaggerating or not about his sword skills, but his son is definitely strong. Ghislaine frowned and said, I fought him a bit to teach him a lesson, but almost lost my life since I underestimated him. Eris blinked and then laughed. That's a good joke, Ghislaine. I'm not joking. Eris paused. Ghislaine crossed her arms and then said, Paul's son. I want to call him inhuman. The amount of magical power he radiated when he got serious and the killing intent he let loose. If I knew that Paul's blood was that good, I might have seriously took him as a mate. What? Ghislaine turned to Eris and said, you're lucky. Although he's a bit extreme, with a man like that as your mate, you can run as wild as you want in the future. Eris growled and said, I'm not a dainty princess, Ghislaine. I don't need someone to help me do what I want. Ghislaine shook her head and said, it's fine to rely on other people, Eris. You don't. Eris crossed her arms and said, Ghislaine's already super strong, right? You can do anything. Ghislaine laughed and then reached over to pat Eris's head. Those are kind words, but I'm not that strong. Even I rely on other people. Like Paul. It's been a big relief to have someone that strong around to help protect you. Eris scrunched up her face and said, that disgusting guy? Strong and helpful. Ghislaine pulled back her hand and laughed. Disgusting, hey? That's pretty accurate. But he's a lot better now than he used to be. Humph. Eris shook her head and said, he's still disgusting. There was just something about Paul's face and mannerisms. No, his very existence that made Eris dislike him. Maybe it was in the way he looked at women. Eris never saw him actually do it, but her gut told her that he was staring at them like pieces of meat. He never showed it, but Eris was sure that he did it. Especially when he looked at Ghislaine. In any case. Ghislaine pulled out her sheathed sword and said, since Paul won't be back for a while, I'll take over. Eris huffed and said, you're the one who's supposed to teach me in the first place, Ghislaine. Ghislaine paused and then chuckled. I suppose that's true. Then let's get started with a proper lesson. Now, attack. Before Ghislaine finished talking, Eris stepped forward, swinging her sword towards Ghislaine's neck. A brown blur. In an instant, Ghislaine parried with her sword and sent Eris sprawling. At least, that was what would have happened if Eris hadn't been constantly trying to hit Paul and gotten used to being sent sprawling. As soon as Eris felt her attack parried, she spun on her heel and swung her sword for another attack, copying the way Paul moved when she tried to send him sprawling. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed and she swung her sword again to parry. A loud thwack. Eris felt her hand go numb from the heavy blow. But she didn't let go of her sword. Instead, she kicked on the ground and flew backwards. A blur cut through the air where she had just been standing. Ghislaine, stepping forward with a slash. Eris's heart pounded in her chest when she realized that. She was doing it. She was seeing Ghislaine's attacks. Okay. Maybe Paul wasn't that bad. It looked like getting used to hitting someone that unpredictable was paying off. Eris grinned and raised her sword. See, Ghislaine. I'm a light breeze. Eris's eyes widened and she quickly spun around to try and parry. But nothing came. Instead of an attack to her head or torso, she felt something brush against her legs and then the world spun. The next thing Eris knew, she was staring up at the blue sky. Ghislaine looked down at her and said, "Not bad. Though for you to be able to fight like that. Is this what Master said? How two idiots could get along like oil and fire to burn bright?" Eris quickly jumped to her feet and growled. "I'm not stupid. And that was a cheap shot." She pointed her sword at Ghislaine and said, "Again. I won't fall for that trick twice." Ghislaine tapped on her sword hilt and gave a serious nod. "I know you won't. So, let's see just how far you can go." Eris tightened her grip on her sword. The snowy plains outside of Bina village, a few hours past noon. There, a strange sight could be seen. A haggard-looking man with slight stubble on his face, a young boy with silver hair, and a young elf girl with bright green hair sat together in a sled. Except, it wasn't an ordinary sled. First, the sled was made of stone. Instead of being put together from wooden planks or carved, it was completely formed from sleek grey stone. Second, even though the plains had a few slopes, it was mostly flat. Despite that, the sled glided across the snow with ease, even gaining speed as it cut across the white powder. Third, and most important of all, an invisible bubble of warmth covered the sled's main compartment, keeping everyone inside warm. A combination effort from Rudy and Sylphie. With her mastery over snow, Sylphie controlled the sled by constantly shifting the snow to push it forward. And with his general magical ability, Rudy kept the group warm by heating the sled, blocking the wind, and preparing magic barriers in case they somehow went flying. Roxy watched the trio and their sled slowly shrink in the distance before turning to look at Zenith and Lilia standing beside her. Roxy frowned and said, "Are you certain that you two are fine with this?" Zenith sighed and said, "I'm not fine with it. After our talk and learning about that being W, all I want for us to do is stay here. Stay and train while we still can in case something goes wrong." Lilia nodded. "I agree. Rudy and Sylphie are both powerful magic users." She looked at Roxy and said, "And you are a masterful magical researcher. Then there is Paul who continues to improve." She shook her head and sighed. "If only we had time." Roxy reached up to adjust her hat. Time. Yes. Time. That was their biggest concern. They didn't know how much time they had until that being W attacked or tried something else. And they didn't know how much influence that being W had. It was clear that he had enough to infiltrate kingdoms unnoticed, judging from how only Roxy had noticed that the prince in the Chiron kingdom had been odd. And even then, she discounted it as just an oddity. That was her mistake. Something she would need to make amends for in the future, but that was in the future. But either way, it was a hidden danger. Being W had the ability to influence minds without anyone noticing. Subtle enough to where even someone watching for it could mistake the influence for their natural thoughts. Rudy had managed to create some safeguards, and with Roxy there to help, they were certain that being W wouldn't be able to do anything to them directly. But only as long as they remained at the Grey household and by the tree Rudy grew for Zenith. Roxy sighed. "What a mess." Zenith nodded, and then she frowned. "I just still don't get it. What does that being W want with us? Why is he trying so hard to harm us?" Lilia looked at Zenith and said, "Isn't it obvious?" Zenith paused and then she sighed. "I guess it is." She let out a wry smile and said, "Our Rudy is just too special. To think that he could see and use mana ever since he was that young. Mealy's truly blessed us." "Truly." Lilia hummed. "Well. Considering that a divine being is attempting to inflict harm upon us, perhaps such a blessing is more of a curse." "Maybe." Zenith mumbled. At that time, a pair of cries echoed from the house. Shortly after, Rose's calm voice echoed. "Hush, little ones. There's no need to cry. Your mothers will be right here." Roxy glanced at the house before looking over to Zenith and Lilia. "You two should head tend to the girls. I'll keep an eye on them until they arrive." Zenith hesitated. "Are you sure? We can see Mana now too, so if you're tired." Roxy waved her hand. "Norn and Aisha need their mothers. And besides..." She swiped her hand through the air, summoning a massive integrated magic circle. "I might have lost to the dragon god, but I won't lose to some nameless divine being who won't even show his face." Lilia smiled and lightly bowed her head. "Then we will count on you, Roxy." Roxy smiled back. After that, Zenith and Lilia headed inside, leaving Roxy alone outside. Once the two left, Roxy turned back to focus on the citadel of Roa. And as she did, for a split second, she thought she saw a red orb flashing in the skies above it. But when she looked towards it, the red orb was gone. Roxy frowned. Was it my imagination, She kept staring for a while longer, but the orb didn't return. Even so, Roxy made note of it. After all, being W could apparently vanish even to their eyes. And when that person seemed sinister and intelligent enough to play the long game. I suppose it's about time I looked into. Roxy muttered to herself and quietly started making a mental checklist of things to research. Just in case. 62 Child arriving at ROA. As the sun started to set, our sled came to a stop right outside the gates of ROA. When it did, I hopped off and then held my hand out to help Sylphie get off. Here, Sylphie. She smiled and then took my hand to steady herself as she stepped off. Thanks, Rudy. Dad jumped off and then frowned. What? Not going to help your old man out? I rolled my eyes and said, just be grateful I talked Mom and Mama Lily out of making you our sled dog. I paused. Though you're probably going to have to do that the next time when we bring the whole family. Dad chuckled. Well. I guess I have been a bit of a dog recently. I reached into the sled and picked up the healing tome Mom gifted me as well as my wand. After securing both on my waist, the tome with a stone holster and the wand on its usual leather holster by my right side, I looked over at my dad and said, I hope that's only talking about messing up with me and not messing around with other women. Like Ghislaine. Because if you have, you're dead. Like, actually, and not from me. Dad wiped the smile off his face and gave me a serious nod. Don't worry, Rudy. Your mom and Lilia are the only two for me. I'd rather die than betray them like that. Good. I nodded and said, then if you do, just be aware that I'm going to pull you back from hell to apologize. Isn't this where you say Dad's so cool? Why are you talking like it's going to happen? I grabbed Sylphie's bag from the sled and held it out to her. As I did, I looked at my dad and said, just letting you know ahead of time. I won't forgive you if you drop dead on us. And I won't let death take you from us either. Dad's eyes widened and then he let out a faint smile. Don't worry, Rudy. Your old man isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Especially not with some white misty bastard ruining things for us. Sylphie took her bag and then slung it over her shoulders. After that, she looked at my dad and said, language, Mr. Paul. What will you do if you keep talking like that and either Norn or Aisha picks it up? Dad started to sweat and then he let out a nervous laugh. Ahaha, you've got a good point. He reached into the sled and pulled out his bag, slinging it over his shoulder. I'll try to stop cursing so much. I grabbed my bag from the sled as well and then said, there is no try, only do or do not. And speaking of do not. I placed my hand on the sled and then focused. Mana spread from my hand and into the stone sled. When it did, I saw crimson lines trace the sled before it crumpled, dissolving into a clump of dirt. Dad rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword and muttered, I don't think I'll ever get used to seeing that. Is this what Ghislaine sees all the time without her eye patch? I waved my hand, sending a bit of snow to cover the dirt. After that, I looked at my dad and said, maybe. Maybe not. How do we ever really know if we're seeing the same thing? If you're red the same as the red that I see. Dad blinked and said, now you're just trying to confuse me. I laughed. A little. Sylphie moved to my right side and then grabbed my hand. As she did, she smiled and said, you're in a good mood, Rudy. I nodded and said, I can't help it. I came clean to my friends and family about everything. Well, mostly everything. I wasn't too sure about how to address the whole reincarnating thing just yet, but it wasn't important anyway. But I came clean about being W, how I was aware since around the time I was born, my ability to see mana. Everything. I also managed to refine the magic circle granting with Master Roxy's help and gave it to Mom, Mama Lily, Dad, and Sylphie's mom. Which meant that it would be a hell of a lot harder for being W to try and sneak some BS intrusive thoughts now. Not to mention that Master Roxy was around and also armed with all of my recent magical hypotheses and notes. Yeah. I felt good. Super relaxed and relieved. Which was probably a good thing considering we were heading into a crowded place to meet my arranged fiancé. My dad walked over and ruffled my hair. Well, that's good to hear, Rudy. Keep up that positive attitude, all right. Sylphie gave Dad a disappointed stare and said, that doesn't excuse your actions, Mr. Paul. Just because Rudy's forgiven you doesn't mean that I have. Dad let out a deep sigh. I know, I know. He rubbed the back of his neck and started walking forward. I don't think your dad will either anytime soon. I followed after him and said, where is Mr. Laws anyway? He's staying at an inn right now waiting for me to come back. I wanted him to stay in the Boreas Manor, but... I sighed. Bad image, hey. Hey? No. Dad shook his head and said, Laws just didn't want to accept any handouts from me. He paused and said, or maybe he was just angry. Actually, he was probably just angry considering he threw the coins back in my face. Sylphie frowned and said, just how bad of a fight did you and Papa have, Mr. Paul? My dad rubbed his chin and said, we had a conversation with our fists. And your father decided to talk in paragraphs instead of sentences. I blinked and then narrowed my eyes. Who are you and what have you done with my dad? Dad laughed and ruffled my hair. I might be dumb, but I'm not entirely stupid, kiddo. Besides, it's not like I've just been twiddling my thumbs for the past week. He raised his head and said, your old man's been studying hard. I nodded. All right. Then you clearly won't need my help talking your way out of your next big mess. My dad started to sweat. And now let's not be too hasty, Rudy. Sylphie giggled. I smiled. My dad laughed. And then he turned serious. He looked at me and Sylphie and said, now. You two remember what we all talked about, right? Sylphie nodded. Stick close to you and keep an eye out. I nodded as well and said, that, and if anything goes wrong then go all out and blow up the city. Sylphie poked my arm and said, bad Rudy. That's not what we said. I laughed and said, fine, fine. Send up a signal flare. And then blow up the city block. Rudy. Sylphie started pouting. No explosions. You already blew up a mountain. It was just the peak of a mountain, Sylphie. But fine. If you say so. My dad started to sweat and said, you're joking, right, Rudy? I rolled my eyes. Obviously. I'm not the sort of person to kill a bunch of people just because it's convenient. That was exactly what being W would want, after all. Not to mention having to deal with all that bad PR. I really didn't want to get declared a demon lord so young. Not to mention that there was that big question mark regarding me apparently inheriting a bunch from demon god Laplace. Yet. Too risky. Maybe this betrothal is a bad idea after all. I forgot how much of a short temper you have. My eye twitched and I said, I don't have a short temper, Dad. You're just a master at getting on people's nerves. He laughed and said, true. We walked through the front gate, passing by the armored guards without question. They gave me and Sylphie some weird looks, but when they saw my dad, they looked away. I noticed that and said, are you some sort of big shot here, Dad? Kind of. He shrugged and said, I gained a bit of a reputation these past few days. Not to mention that my boss is the mayor, and your future father-in-law. Potential future father-in-law. I crossed my arms and said, I still think we should find Orsted and team up with him. That would solve all of our problems. After all, what was a king to a god? My dad shivered and said, teaming up with that scary guy? It would probably work, but do you really think that'll be enough if that Hito-whatchamacallit guy is pulling the strings from the shadows like we think he is? True. It would be a bit of a gamble. It was weird that the Azura Kingdom sent out knights and a commander from the Noto's family on a fake criminal warrant. And considering recent events, anything weird definitely had being WS mark all over it. Which meant that publicly declaring ourselves his enemy by teaming up with Orsted probably wasn't the best play when we didn't know what forces he had. And if he really was a god, there were probably a lot. I nodded and said, I guess we'll do that after you grind up your skills and endurance a bit more, Dad. He winced and said, do I really have to train like that? Can't you just give me your notes like with Roxy? I could. But you're the sort of person who learns best with his body. At least, that's what Mom said. Why do you keep listening to your mom? Don't my words mean anything to you, Rudy? They do. But considering how we're always dragged into a mess with your good intentions. Oh. Right. Good point. Sylphie poked me. I blinked and looked towards her. Something wrong, Sylphie? No. But you cause messes with your good intentions too, Rudy. Remember how worried you made all of us by staying quiet? I blame Dad. How is this my fault? Genetics. Gene what? Sylphie giggled. Dad sighed and then shook his head. After that, he started walking down a road towards the center of the city. Whatever. Follow me, you two. The manor's this way. Let's drop our stuff off first and then we can look for Laws. Ghislaine should be able to find him. She won't try to attack me again out of the blue, right? You aren't going to try to kill her again, are you? Depends. You really aren't in love with her. Of course not. She might have a smoking hot bod, yummy looking chocolatey ABS, and super soft squishies, but I haven't done anything and won't do anything. Sylphie gave my dad a blank stare. Mr. Paul? Are you telling the truth? He quickly nodded and said, cross my heart and hope to die. Fine. Sylphie nodded and then looked towards me. No killing people, Rudy. I didn't plan to. Even on accident. I wasn't going to. Sylphie gave me a look. The same sort that Mom gave Dad. I rolled my eyes. Fine, fine. I promise I won't accidentally hurt Ghislaine. Though you don't need to worry. I have to apologize to her anyway. She was just helping out Dad as an old friend by following his dumb idea, so she was blameless in that whole fiasco. My dad nodded. Good wait. He blinked and said, you didn't say you wouldn't kill other people. What about other people? Sylphie tugged my arm. Rudy. No. Even bad guys. Sylphie hesitated and then said, make sure to bring me to help. My dad groaned. Laws is going to murder me. 63 Child Powder Keg. After joking around a bit with Sylphie and Dad about me going overboard and creating a lot of collateral damage, and after realizing that Sylphie seriously would follow through on me walking down a path of rampaging violence, I carefully steered the conversation towards the surroundings instead. The citadel of ROA, or just ROA for short, was essentially the capital for the Fidoa region. As a result, it was lively and bustling even with the cold winter weather. But it was also a city primarily designed for defense, encircled by towering walls and with a castle in the center for a final line of defense. A practical design. There were plenty of roads and alleyways to use as fallbacks to lead into the center. It was meant to be strategic, designed with everyone's safety in mind. Over time though, the nobles and rich moved to live in the center while the common folk lived out in the perimeters. A clear stratification that was evident with the more fancy and ornate buildings we came across as we moved towards the castle in the center. My dad noticed me looking around and laughed. If you want to explore, you're going to have to wait, Rudy. I looked away from some shops selling expensive jewelry and then shook my head. I was just curious. I frowned and said, are all nobles like this? It couldn't be, right? Even if power was important in a world like this, there had to be good people out there who cared for the powerless. Ah. Dad's face turned serious and he said, this place is better than most. Since adventurers stop by a lot, Uncle Soros and Philip run a tight ship to maintain order. Nobles here are a bit snooty, but they at least have common courtesy. For the most part. He looked at Sylphie and said, at the least there won't be idiots trying to kidnap Sylphie just because she's a cute girl. Sylphie flinched and then moved closer to me. I held her close in a one-armed hug and then glared at my dad. Could you please not tempt fate, Dad? After everything that's happened, I'd appreciate you not begging for more things to go wrong. He held up his hands and said, sorry. Bad habit wait. He pointed at me and said, aren't you tempting fate by saying I'll die all the time for messing up? Do you seriously hate your dad that much, Rudy? I snorted and said, it's a figure of speech, Dad. Though if you mess up again, after what Mom and Mama Lily put you through, you'll probably wish you were dead. I paused and then added, especially if Norn and Aisha decide you're a worthless adult when they grow up. My dad immediately collapsed on the ground and bowed his head to me. Clasping his hands together, he said, help your dad out, Rudy. I don't want your cute baby sisters to hate me. Sylphie giggled and said, Mr. Paul is really desperate these days, hey. I panicked and immediately grabbed my dad's arm to pull him up. What the heck are you thinking, Dad? Don't you have any shame? Stop embarrassing us in public. My dad hopped to his feet and grinned. So you do care? Great. That's all I wanted to see. I froze and then kicked him in the shin. Ow. Dumbass. Sylphie gasped and said, Rudy. Ah. Right. I nodded and then stared at my dad. Idiot. Dad brushed the dirt and snow off his clothes and grinned. Only once in a while. Most of the time I'm a cool swordsman, you know. I snorted and said, keep telling yourself that, Dad. Maybe it'll speak it into existence. But anyway. I looked up at the castle. The sun was already sinking, tinging the castle orange with its fading rays of light. What's the plan? Am I just going to head in to meet this fiancé of mine? Or are we going to rest up for the night first? Sylphie pursed her lips and then grabbed my hand. If you're meeting this heiress girl, I'm coming with you. I glanced at Sylphie and then nodded. What she said? I'm not going to meet Eris without Sylphie, so. What's the plan? My dad frowned. Well. He crossed his arms and muttered, Eris is probably super annoyed that I suddenly left this morning. But Ghislaine's here, so it's probably fine. That's not a plan, Dad. I know, Rudy. He frowned and said, just. Give your old man a bit to think. You had the entire trip here to think. You were just sitting there not doing anything. That's not true. I was thinking. It's just. He frowned and said, this is more complicated than I thought. I covered my face and groaned. Dad. I appreciate you and all, but if I have to keep sorting out your messes like this, even I'm going to lose my patience, you know. My dad gave me a serious nod and he said, I know, Rudy. But trust me this one more time. I'll make it work. And for a plan. Well, just leave the talking to me and play dumb. He laughed and then said, shouldn't be hard considering you've got me as an example, right? That's not something you should be proud of, Dad. But, fine. I guess it's probably better to play the cards close to our chest. We arrived at the entrance to the castle. Like at the main entrance to the city, there were 2 armored guards standing watch. And like before, they let us in without question. The interior of the castle was surprisingly modest. There were a few paintings and tapestries along the walls, as well as the occasional decorative vase and ornament. But for the most part, it gave off an austere atmosphere rather than an opulent one. In other words, it seemed more serious than flamboyant. But before I had time to admire it, a maid approached us. One with cat ears. And a uniform that showed a deep cleavage, one that was even more clear as she bowed towards us. Welcome back, Master Paul Naya. I blinked and then turned to look at Dad. Sylphie turned to him as well and gave him an accusatory stare. Hey. He held up his hands and said, I'm not the one who hired the maids. And that's not the standard uniform. The maid straightened and then giggled. Master Paul is as fun to tease as ever, Naya. My dad ducked behind me and pushed me forward as a shield. I'm a married man. With kids. Oi. I tried squirming free and said, what the heck do you think you're doing, Dad? Sylphie frowned and then jabbed Dad in the ribs. Gah. He winced and then clutched his side. What was that for? I managed to get free and quickly moved back to Sylphie's side, glaring at my dad. Sylphie smiled at me, and then she turned to my dad and frowned. That was for not acting like an adult, Mr. Paul. Honestly. She sighed and said, no wonder Miss Zenith keeps telling Rudy to not become a worthless man like his father. My eyes widened and I turned to Sylphie. Mom said that? When? My dad laughed and waved his hand. Don't worry about it, Rudy. Your mom still loves me. That's just how she shows it these days since we got into neglect. And that's officially too much information, Dad. Stop. Right. The maid smiled at us. But then her smile faded and she turned to my dad. Master Philip said that he wants to talk to your son in private, Naya. My dad turned serious as well and he said, it's already late. And we're going to head out in a bit to the city to meet someone. We're just here to drop off our belongings. The maid nodded and said, if it's about Mr. Laws, Master Philip has already invited him as a guest, Naya. He's waiting in one of the spare bedrooms, Naya. Hey. Dad blinked and said, Laws is here? But I thought. Ah. Crap. If he's here. No, Philip's smart, so he probably figured out. I jabbed Dad in the ribs. Ow. Explain more, talk to yourself less. My dad coughed and said, right. Anyway, it looks like Philip already anticipated we'd be showing up with Sylphie and had a chat with Laws. Not sure what it's about, but that's probably what he wants to talk with you about. He paused and said, and that means that he probably knows what you can do considering Law's personality. I blinked and then covered my face. Right. Mr. Laws can't keep a secret. Well, he could. But silence could tell just as much if not more than actual words. Sylphie tugged on my sleeve, frowning. Are you going to be okay by yourself, Rudy? I smiled at her and said, don't worry, Sylphie. If anything bad happens, we'll just blow up the city and run away together, okay? Sylphie's eyes lit up and she nodded. Okay. But you have to promise to get me first. I held out my pinky and said, pinky promise. Sylphie smiled and wrapped her pinky around mine. My dad started to sweat. Could you not resort to violence as a first option? I tilted my head and gave Dad an innocent stare. I don't know what you're talking about, Dad. I'm just doing what you'd do. You're not going to let me live down hitting you in the head, are you? No, I will not. My dad sighed. The maid looked nervous and said, Shall I guide the young master then, Naya? Dad looked at her and said, go ahead. Just be careful. He's got a bit of a temper. I snorted and said, that's because you keep raising my blood pressure with how many messes you cause, Dad. It's not like I'm going to suddenly snap with insane bloodlust or something. My dad gave me a blank stare. Sylphie frowned. I paused, suddenly remembering what happened when I fought Ghislaine. And the fact that Orsted said I inherited a lot of traits from the demon god Laplace. Okay, fair. I'll be careful and keep calm. The maid started to sweat. Pardon. It seemed like she was nervous enough to forget her verbal tic. I laughed and said, don't worry about it, miss. Doing my best to put on an innocent face, I walked up and grabbed her arm. Please lead the way. She relaxed when she saw my face and then let out a soft smile. Of course, Naya. Right this way, Naya. From behind, my dad muttered, damn. What a natural scammer. Sylphie giggled and said, Rudy's really good at being cute, isn't he? I guess I should take that as a compliment. Not sure how I feel about that though. Eris laughed and said, see. See. I told you that I got better. Ghislaine smiled. It seems so, Aja-sama. Eris pouted and said, you promised. I beat you, so you have to call me Eris, not Aja-sama. Ghislaine chuckled and said, as you wish, Eris. Eris beamed. The two were walking back from the long training session in the courtyard. Eris's clothes were drenched in sweat and her precious wooden training sword was cracked and tattered, but she didn't care. Instead, she was excited. She did it. After a long time trying different things out, she managed to hit Ghislaine. It was just a grazing blow. A light tap to the Sword King's shoulder. Well, Eris cheated a bit. Ghislaine was worried about hurting her, so Eris took advantage of that fact and purposefully moved to get hit. Ghislaine panicked and had to stop, but it let Eris hit her. Unlike Paul who would have just smacked Eris away before handing her a healing potion. Stupid Paul. But anyway, Eris did it. She felt on top of the world. The happiest and proudest she ever was. Nothing could ruin. A familiar and detestable male voice. Eris's mood immediately dropped, along with her smile. At the end of the hallway, opposite her and Ghislaine, a familiar man with an annoying face appeared. Paul. He smiled and said, you're working pretty hard, hey, Eris. Eris snapped and then immediately whipped her wooden sword towards Paul's face. A surprise attack. Even if he was stupid strong and talented, he wouldn't be able to dodge that. But Paul didn't need to. Before the wooden sword got anywhere close, it froze in midair. And not just as a figure of speech. Frost enveloped the wooden sword before it spread into a glistening ice cube and locked the sword in place. Eris's eyes widened. What the heck? At that time, someone stepped out from behind Paul. A young girl that Eris hadn't seen before. Light green hair, falling to her shoulders. Slightly pointed ears. She was dressed like a commoner, but she was pretty enough to be mistaken for a princess. But the harsh expression on her face showed that she wasn't some dainty princess. Eerie glowing green eyes stared at Eris, judging. Seeing that, Eris narrowed her own eyes and swept out her hand. What are you looking at, hey? The young girl stared at Eris a bit before looking up at Paul. After that, she said, I won't let her. Eris stepped forward, rolling her arms up to loosen them. Won't let me what, hey? Paul started to panic and he quickly moved between the girl and Eris. See, calm down, Sylphie. That's just how we greet each other, haha. He looked towards Ghislaine and said, help me out here, Ghislaine. That's just the usual, right? It doesn't matter. Sylphie kept staring at Eris and said, if she's that mean to you, she's going to be mean to Rudy too. I won't let her. Rudy. Hearing that name, Eris's eye twitched and she growled. Rudy this, Rudy that. I don't care. I don't need a stupid guy like that. Rudy is not stupid. Sylphie growled back and stepped forward. And you need to be taught a lesson, you mean girl. I need to be taught a lesson. Eris ran forward and smashed the block of ice around her wooden sword. After that, she grabbed the freed blade and ran towards Sylphie, growling. Paul's eyes widened and he stepped forward to intercept Eris. But before he could, a gust of wind blew Paul back. At the same time, Sylphie flew forward, light flickering around her body. I sat down at the table where the maid directed me and waited. It was a small conference room with 2 comfy sofas. A sturdy oak table sat between the 2 sofas. As for the decor, it was different from the rest of the mansion. Fancy paintings, lush furs from exotic animals, porcelain. It was clearly a room to meet important guests. Probably nobles. The maid had left me with a small bottle that she said was juice along with a cup. But I didn't touch it, leaving it on the table. Instead, I waited, reflecting on the situation. Philip. Full name, Philip Boreas Grere. Dad's cousin, and supposedly a guy good enough at politics and plotting to where Dad was either tricked into signing the betrothal contract, or signed it because he thought it would be worth it. I wanted to see for myself which it was. If it was the former. Well. Related or not, he wasn't family. And considering that Dad's own brother was the source of our concerns, to say I didn't care about Dad's relatives was putting it lightly. If it was the latter. Well, we could work with that. The problem would be making sure B&W didn't try any shenanigans, but if we could be certain that this Philip guy was an ally. And if he really was good at politics and working behind the scenes, then we could team up with Orsted too and give B&W a major headache. At least, that was the ideal. One person could only do so much, and allies were always good. At that time, the door opened. I looked over, putting on my best innocent smile and said, greetings. So you're the brat that Paul keeps talking up. A gruff voice. One that reminded me of a military general. A guy who didn't take any nonsense. It wasn't Philip. That guy was around the same age as my dad. The man who walked in was older than that. A stern and sharp face with steely eyes. Dark brown hair that was starting to grey on the sides. A thin and twirled mustache jutting out to the sides like spears, paired with a carefully trimmed patch of hair on his chin. Paired with his clothes that looked similar to what an actual general would wear, a buttoned-up overcoat and a fancy suit, he looked every part the general he sounded like. And he also looked annoyed, no, judging. Lord Soros Boreas Grere. Dad's uncle, Philip's father, and the most powerful man in the Fedoa region in terms of military and political strength. I could tell immediately. I didn't get along with this man. His demeanor, his words, that expression. All of it just pissed me off. Even so, I kept on my polite smile and tilted my head. I'm sorry? I'm not sure what Dad has said, but... Before I could say anything else, a fist flew towards my face. Soros, clearing the room in a single step. Father, wait. I narrowed my eyes. 64 frosty young elf, fiery young maiden. Sylphie stepped forward, mana flickering around her as she did. Magic barriers covered her body, mimicking the way that Roxy did for Rudy when he fought against that scary man. It wasn't enough to fight alongside Rudy. Sylphie was sure of it. She didn't have anywhere near as much mana as even Roxy, let alone Rudy. But against someone like the girl running with that sword in hand, it was enough. You're too arrogant. The girl. No. Her name was Eris. Eris, the one who Rudy was supposed to marry. Eris, the one who was supposed to become Rudy's wife. Eris, the one who was supposed to take Sylphie's place to make sure that Rudy was happy. Was like this? Calling him stupid. Attacking Mr. Paul without hesitation. Brutishly swinging a sword around as if it meant anything. Facing Eris's charge and her yell, Sylphie charged back and shouted too. You're the arrogant one. Eris swung her wooden sword at Sylphie's face. Behind Eris, Sylphie could see a tall woman with silver hair, wolf ears, and a trained body. The woman who Paul had called Ghislaine. Ghislaine's eyes widened and she dashed forward. Aja-sama. Don't. Sylphie flicked her wrist, sealing that end of the hallway with walls of ice. And for good measure, she sealed the hallway behind her with ice too so that Mr. Paul wouldn't interrupt her. All the while, the wooden sword continued moving towards Sylphie's face. Eris smirked, looking smug. And then Sylphie swung her hand out to intercept it. A clear chime echoed. Nothing like the sound that would have come from the wooden sword striking flesh. Eris's eyes widened. That's... She blinked and then leaped back, glaring at Sylphie. Where did you get that sword? That's cheating. Sylphie glared right back and raised the ice sword she formed from mana. Cheating? You're the one who attacked me with a weapon. I didn't even have anything. Then you shouldn't have talked to me like that. An immediate and unyielding response, not acknowledging that it was her fault to begin with in the slightest. That made Sylphie mad. She still didn't completely understand it. Mr. Paul said that Eris was going to be Rudy's wife. And he also said that it meant Sylphie couldn't anymore because it would make the nobles look down on both Rudy and that girl. Sylphie didn't care what happened to Eris or whoever. But she cared a lot about Rudy. And she didn't want to trouble him, so she was fine with it. Besides, if that girl was going to make Rudy happy, then that was all Sylphie wanted. And from what she knew from the books she read, a wife would make her husband really happy. It made Sylphie a bit sad to think that one day Rudy might not spend as much time with her. But she was fine. Just like how the elven maiden in the old dragon's tale waited for her master, as long as she could help Rudy and make him happy, she would stay by his side. At least, that was what Sylphie was thinking. And that was what she had quietly resolved to herself. As long as Rudy could be as happy as he had been since they left Bina village. As long as he wasn't as scared or stressed out like he had been when he was blinded, Sylphie was willing to give him up. It was why she hadn't said much since they arrived. Why she agreed with Rudy and teased him only a little bit. Because she wanted to enjoy what they had while there was still time. But now that she met the girl who Rudy was supposed to marry, no, who was supposed to marry Rudy, she couldn't accept it. Eris. That was the girl's name. She was a bit taller than Sylphie. And she looked a bit older too. But she was mean. Sylphie could see it. Eris was just like the other village children. Bullies who liked picking on weaker people. Especially in the way that Eris smiled when she was about to hit Sylphie. Sylphie narrowed her eyes and pointed her ice sword at Eris. I'm not letting you have Rudy. I'd rather Miss Roxy take him than you. Who the hell is Miss Roxy? Arg, whatever. Eris swung her sword up in a ready stance and said, if you want to fight, then shut up and fight. I will. Eris narrowed her eyes and then kicked off the ground, flying towards Sylphie. It was fast. Much faster than when Rudy played sword fighting with Sylphie. But compared to that scary Orsted, it was slow. And while Sylphie didn't know how to really fight with a sword, she knew how to move with the wind. A slight breeze brushing across Sylphie's face. Another on her collarbone. And then a slight tap over Sylphie's chest. Sylphie swung her ice sword to intercept the wind. 2 chimes and then a crack. Sylphie blocked the 2 slashes, but the stab sent cracks all over her sword. Eris stepped back and then grit her teeth. Afterwards, she nodded and said, "Fine. You're pretty good for someone smaller than me. But I'm not losing." Sylphie glared at Eris. "You're so full of yourself. Someone that selfish doesn't deserve someone as selfless as Rudy." Eris paused. But then she grinned and said, "Ooh. I get it." She pointed her sword at Sylphie and said, "You're jealous. That's why you're mad." Sylphie felt her face heat up. I am not jealous." "No, you're definitely jealous." "What, are you mad that I'm taking this Rudy guy from you?" "Well, too bad." Eris crossed her arms and looked smug. "I'm so great that his dad signed a contract. So he's mine, not yours. Rudy is not yours." Sylphie screamed and then ran forward, blindly swinging her sword. Eris laughed and easily blocked Sylphie's attacks. "Jealous. You're jealous. Shut up. I'm not gel." A brown blur aimed at Sylphie's head. A loud crack followed by a sudden impact. There wasn't pain, but Sylphie reeled from the sudden blow. And then she felt something brush her legs. The next thing Sylphie knew, she was lying on the ground and that Eris girl was standing over her, pressing the wooden sword against Sylphie's neck. "Humph." Eris grumbled and said, "It's definitely cheating. But I guess I see why Paul keeps talking when we fight. It's so easy when the other person gets annoyed." Sylphie glared at Eris and tried to get up. Eris pressed the sword down harder and said, "Give up. I'm better than you." "You're not." An arrogant older girl who had a temper and acted like that. She didn't deserve it. She didn't deserve to be with Rudy. And she definitely wasn't better than Sylphie. Eris tilted her head and said, "I don't know. It looks like I won our fight. And it looks like I'm going to keep this Rudy guy. And away from you." Sylphie froze. Rudy would be with this girl? And Sylphie wouldn't be able to see him again? Eris laughed and said, "Who's the arrogant one now?" Eris stared down at the elf girl and grinned. "Humph. That would show her." Acting so haughty and arrogant in front of Eris when she couldn't even fight. And when she got riled up so easily too. Eris didn't even care about that Rudy guy, but it looked like the elf girl did. And it looked like the elf girl cared a lot, considering how easily Eris got under her skin with just a few words. Really, Ghislaine had a good point in telling Eris to fight with Paul. That man was the most annoying, disgusting, and irritating person that Eris ever met. But it turned out that it was for a reason. After all, if the other person was annoyed, they got sloppy. And when they got sloppy, you could take advantage of it. Like Eris just did with the elf girl. Eris still didn't know who the elf girl was. And she didn't know how the elf girl pulled that beautiful crystal sword out of thin air. Or how she dodged Eris's first attacks so easily. But Eris did know that the elf girl seemed to be jealous of Eris. And Eris used that to win. The elf girl's emerald eyes turned icy. As they did, she muttered, "I won't forgive you." Was she still annoyed by that? Eris snorted and said, "What are you gonna do about it, hey?" She lifted her sword up a bit and tapped the elf girl's cheek. "If this was a real sword, you'd be dead. So you want to see the real thing?" A strange sentence. Eris blinked, confused at the elf girl's words. And then a giant blast of wind sent Eris away from the elf girl and rolling on the floor. It disoriented Eris, but she quickly scrambled to her feet. "That's a dirty." A glimmer of lights. Faint bursts like shooting stars in front of Eris. It was short. Eris could barely make out what they were. But barely meant that she could. And what she saw? A dozen icicles, sharps, and pointed directly at her. Staggered so as to prevent Eris from dodging. Eris's eyes widened. That. Oh. The elf girl was a magician. And a magician who could use magic without chanting. Eris's heart raced. Dodge. She had to dodge. But it was too fast. The elf girl was seriously trying to kill Eris. Eris realized it. A bit too late, but she realized a very important lesson. If you wanted to talk like Paul did, you had to be strong enough to deal with how angry the person was going to become. Like how he easily avoided all her attacks and even ambushes. Eris wasn't to that level yet. And she had also never fought against a person who could use magic. And like that, it was going to be over. All because she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Eris's eyes started to tear up and her vision blurred. But she grit her teeth and stomped on the ground. She had to try. Even if she was going to get hurt and die, at the least. Thunder roared as the icy wall behind Eris shattered and then silver lightning raced out to intercept the icicles. A crimson line swept through the air and then glistening powder filled the hallway. Ghislaine stood in front of Eris, her sword drawn. Her eye patch was raised, and her eyes were narrowed in focus, carefully staring at the elf girl. Ghys. Shut up, Eris. Eris flinched and then nodded, turning her attention to the elf girl as well. The elf girl was smiling. But it wasn't a happy smile. Her head was tilted slightly to the side and her eyes were vacant. No, they still flickered with an eerie green light. But they were blank. As if she wasn't looking at them, but something else. The ice wall behind the elf girl shattered and then Paul ran forward. Sylphie. Calm down. I am perfectly calm, Mr. Paul. A quiet but clear voice that carried through the hall. Shortly after that, the elf girl. No, Sylphie giggled. A pure and childish sound. Except, paired with her expression, all it did was send shivers down Eris's spine. Ghislaine looked at Eris and said, apologize. Eris blinked. What? You were wrong. Apologize. Eris huffed and said, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not apolog. A brief flash. Ghislaine swung her sword. A loud clang echoed, and then a giant icicle pierced the wall next to Eris. Eris's eyes widened. Paul ran up to Sylphie and said, hold on, Sylphie. Eris isn't that bad, promise. You just got off on the wrong foot, so how about we go away, Mr. Paul? Sylphie flicked her hand. Wind kicked up, surging towards Paul. Paul swung his sword. Eris wanted to call out and call him stupid for trying that. You could swing your sword all you want at the wind, but even someone like Ghislaine couldn't stop it. But then she had to swallow the words she wanted to call out. An explosion shook the hallway as Paul's sword violently dissipated the wind. But then it instantly became quiet, as if all of that was a lie. Paul sheathed his sword and then covered his face. Damn it. Laws is definitely going to murder me when he finds out how his cute and sweet Luffy changed. Is this my fault? It's probably my fault. If Rudy was never knocked out, maybe. A flicker of light. Another icicle aimed at Eris. Ghislaine moved again, swinging her sword to intercept it. This time though, the icicle shattered. And then promptly reformed into a dozen smaller ones, all aiming at Eris. Eris panicked and quickly brought up her sword to try and block them. Ghislaine spun around to try and help. But she was half a second too slow. Time seemed to slow down in front of Eris's eyes. She saw the icicles flying towards her. And she saw how they would rip her apart, just like before. But this time, Ghislaine couldn't help. Eris grit her teeth and then closed her eyes, ignoring the tears streaming down her cheeks. Stupid. She was stupid. Why did she try to annoy that girl? Eris didn't have any reason to. Sure, Eris thought it was annoying having someone talk back at her, but she knew how it felt being on the other side from Paul. So she should have known better. And now. A sudden explosion, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Eris flinched and instinctively opened her eyes. And when she did. 65 child bias and projection. Tick. Time slowed down. No, it wasn't that time slowed down, but that my perception has surpassed time. The same phenomenon that happened when I fought against Orsted. Now that I was aware of it, I could use it at will. It wasn't hard. Just focus mana into my eyes and then time slowed down. Still wasn't sure exactly why it was happening, but it seemed to be some sort of demon eye that I naturally awakened that made my thoughts go at light speed, or something. But I couldn't waste time thinking about that. Instead, I focused on the situation. Soros was attacking me. I wasn't sure exactly why, but from the first impression I got in the words he said, it was something along the lines of I must test this arrogant child that uppity Paul brought. Or something. And this was supposed to be Dad's uncle. Seriously, was Dad's family all off their rockers? My grandpa let Dad walk out from home at 12, Dad was, well, Dad, and now it seemed like my great-uncle was so action-oriented he didn't even think about the fact that he was an old man throwing a full-force punch at a child. Maybe stupidity was genetic in this world. Definitely needed to keep a check on that for me then. Probably should start a journal to monitor things. Tick. A soft tick echoed. The signal that my bullet time / lightspeed thinking or whatever was running out. From what I remembered, I had 4 ticks. Which meant there were 3 left. It also seemed pretty arbitrary in how long they were, but research on that later. For now, analyzing the situation was key. There were only 2 people in the room right now. Me and Soros. However, someone had called out from the hallway. That person was out of sight right now, but from the fact that it was a male voice and called Soros' father, it was probably my dad's cousin, Philip. Was this a setup then? A bad cop, good cop routine? Since the betrothal contract was in place, I was technically part of their family. And if that Philip guy was as sly as he seemed to be, this could be a trap. Maybe a way to probe my abilities. Tick. Yeah. That made the most sense. Dad liked to run his mouth a bit when talking about his family. And apparently when talking about me. It was a bad habit, but I couldn't really blame him considering it was because he was proud and happy with the family he had. He knew better now though. As reckless as he was, since he was aware being W was out there and waiting to mess with us, Dad wasn't going to do anything to put his family at risk. That was his best trait after all. When it came to things endangering his family, he took things seriously. Sometimes a bit too seriously and also sometimes a bit too quickly without thinking things through, but since me, Mom, Mama Lily, Miss Rose, Mr. Laws, Roxy, and Sylphie scolded him about the results from doing that last time, he wouldn't repeat it any time soon. But that still left the problem in front of me. How did I deal with this? Tick. The final tick. With it, I saw time slowly speeding back up. Everything slowly ramping up to normal speed. Meaning I had to think fast. Sorrows annoyed me. And I really wanted to beat him up. But was that the best thing to do? This guy was the region lord of Fidoa. That meant he was a pretty powerful guy too. But if he was going to be my grandfather-in-law, I also couldn't let him push me around. And if this was a bad cop, good cop routine, and if that Philip was a schemer, I couldn't show any sign of weaknesses. After all, I had enough on my plate with that damned being W throwing his schemes at me. I didn't want to deal with another guy too. In that case. Sorrows's fist flew towards my face. A fast strike. Almost as fast as Dad's sword had been when I was still a baby. Considering that it was while he was unarmed as well, it was impressive. But not anything I couldn't react to. Orsted had done the same thing. And compared to the dragon god, Sorrows was nothing. I stepped to the side, moving away from the couch and table to get room. In the same step, I grabbed the sleeve of Sorrows's outstretched arm and bent down, twisting my body to go with Sorrows's momentum, but also diverting it to throw him over me. Wah! A loud crash. Sorrows bounced off the floor and tumbled over a few times. Hey! Didn't think that I threw him that hard. Then was he seriously charging to hit me with that much force? If I was a normal kid, I'd be dead. At that time, footsteps echoed and someone ran into the room. I glanced over to see a man around my dad's age come in. He had a slender body, like someone who spent all day inside combing over books instead of training. His hair was also a bit darker than Dad's, a brown instead of the dirty blonde color Dad had. And it seemed like he wasn't used to physical activity since he was completely out of breath, with sweat pouring down his face and staining his fancy overcoat and dress clothes. Philip Boreas Grere. Dad's cousin and my potential father-in-law. By process of elimination, that was the only person that man could be. Though he didn't seem as collected as I would expect from a supposed political schemer. While he had the face of someone who did those sorts of things, at the moment his eyes were wide in panic. Philip noticed me staring and gave me a quick nod, but then he turned his attention to Sorrows and said, "Be reasonable, father. Even if 1/10 of what that man said is true, then we should." A growl. Sorrows grit his teeth and then punched the ground, forcing himself back to his feet. After that, he stepped forward again. I turned to the side, preparing for another ambush. But this time, I wasn't the target. Gah! A sickening blow. Sorrows crossed the room in a single stride again and punched Philip directly in the stomach. Not only that though, silver mana gathered around the old man's fist as he did, amplifying the force of the blow. Philip flew through the air, crashing into the wall. Glass-framed portraits fell to the ground, shattering. At the same time, Philip actually left an imprint in the wall from where he struck it. A scene that looked just like a reckless accidental murder. Except Philip was fine. Right before Sorrows hit him, silver mana wrapped around Philip as well, softening the blow. And as if to show that, Philip stood up and brushed off his clothes before looking at Sorrows. "Father." "Humph." Sorrows clicked his tongue and ignored him. "Be silent. Whatever that fortune teller said, I'll verify with my own eyes." He turned back to face me and then gave me a serious expression. "Fortune teller? Hold on, I think I'm missing some very important context here." Sorrows stepped forward again. This time, he attacked while that silver mana wreathed his body. Not only that, but there was clear killing intent in that blow. My eye twitched. This time, instead of dodging, I stepped forward and swung my elbow to meet his fist. I wrapped my mana around me like in my fight with Orsted and then growled. "Is everybody in Dad's family this stupid?" A loud explosion echoed, along with the sound of shattering glass. My blow overpowering Sorrows's and breaking his mana reinforcement. "Kuh." He stepped back and shook his fist. "Humph. Arrogant brat. With just that strength, you expect to survive in the Azura Kingdom." My eye twitched again and I growled. "That's it. I've had it up to here with everything. First Dad being stupid, then being attacked, then finding out about the betrothal contract, and now this bullshit. I was having a great time chatting with Sylphie, messing with Dad, and I was even going to approach everything civilly. After all, it wasn't good to burn bridges. And these people were technically family. But... I cracked my knuckles and said, fine. You want to see how strong I am? I'll show you how strong I am. I looked at Philip and said, watch closely, father-in-law. And think carefully if you want to try and scheme around me and my family. Forget all of this. If they were going to treat me like this, I wasn't going to pull my punches. And since I was planning on thrashing Dad anyway, what a perfect opportunity to test out my new training method. Soros spat and raised his fist. I knew it. You're just like your father. It seems that I'll have to discuss Ga. I slammed my fist into Soros's stomach, just like he did with Philip. Think before you act. You insolent. I spun around with a roundhouse kick, wreathing it with gold healing mana before whipping my foot at Soros's ribs. Nobles are supposed to set an example for people, not be tyrants. I could see it. This guy was used to lording his power over other people. A tyrant who ran around doing whatever he wanted because he could. Someone like that. Soros clutched his side and then glared at me. You dare. I dare. I kicked off the ground and threw a punch at his stomach again. I wanted to smack his face instead, but I was still too short. Soros grabbed my fist and opened his mouth to spout some more nonsense. I spun around and smacked him with the heel of my left foot. Soros staggered back and then growled, wiping blood from his mouth. But there wasn't a wound. Of course. Since I was wrapping my limbs with healing mana, any damage would be immediately healed. And technically, it should be improving him as well. Marginally. At that time, Philip stepped forward. Hold on a moment, you two. I believe we started off on the wrong. Silence, boy. Don't interrupt. Philip sighed and muttered, well. I suppose that explains why Paul said they would be a perfect match. I ignored Philip and glared at Soros. You need to be taught a lesson in humility, old man. And you need to know when to bow your head, child. Philip pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered, so this is what Paul meant. Rudius Grere. Paul's first child and supposedly exceptional son. Someone that he was willing to take extraordinary measures to protect, and who he took drastic measures to keep from following to ROA. Someone who was an unbelievable child prodigy in magic according to Paul's friend, Laws. And someone who would hold the key to ensuring the Fedoa region didn't fall into complete chaos. At least, according to the magician who revealed Thomas's scheming to kidnap Eris. Also, someone with a stubborn streak miles wide and a temper that burned bright hot. Running rampant like this is exactly why your father is not the current head of Nodos. He's more qualified than a dumb asshole like you. What the hell do you even think you're doing, fighting a kid like this? Children must learn their place. And old men should get with the times. Set a proper example, damn it. You know nothing of what it means to set an example, child. More than a stubborn old man who would hit his own kid like that. Fuck, are the grey rats all this bad? No wonder Dad ran away from home. Your father ran because he was selfish. He blamed others instead of taking responsibility. What the hell does a tyrant who ignores the plights of the commoners struggling to just live know of responsibility? Philip let out a deep sigh and then rubbed his face. I've got my work cut out for me, don't I? 66 The responsible father and the voice of reason. Paul resisted the urge to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Instead, he held his sword out and analyzed the situation. The glass-framed pictures on the walls had completely shattered. The porcelain vases had broken as well. Not only that, but the explosion that resulted from Paul cancelling Sylphie's magic spell created a hole in the wall, letting in a chilly breeze from outside. It was a gigantic mistake. Paul completely misread the situation. Thankfully, he had been keeping up with his training so he managed to get there in time before Sylphie made a mistake she would regret for the rest of her life. Paul. Eris's voice echoed from behind him. What are you doing? Ghislaine stepped forward. The wolf beastkin rested her hand on her sword hilt and frowned. She glanced at Paul and said, it seems like you really don't know your kid or his friends, do you, Paul? I know Rudy and Sylphie very well, thank you very much. I just... didn't expect them both to have such explosive tempers. Rudy, Paul understood. After all, while Rudy took a lot after his mother in terms of disposition and personality, he definitely inherited Paul's temper and stubbornness. Though for some reason, not Paul's natural talent with fighting. That was probably a good thing though, otherwise things would have been even messy when Paul was trying to leave. But anyway, Paul understood why Rudy had an explosive temper. Sylphie on the other hand. Paul frowned and stared at Sylphie. The cute young elf girl looked the same as ever. But there was a clear difference in her demeanor. A bright but chilling smile. Shining green eyes that were almost blinding to look at. Not only that, but there was a strange flash of silver and green flickering within her mana. Sylphie giggled and then said, Mr. Paul's strong. Super strong. No wonder Rudy trusts you so much. Paul laughed back. Why yet? You're pretty strong too, Sylphie. MMHM. Sylphie leaned back. As she did, she suddenly floated in the air, sitting on an invisible chair and idly kicking her legs. Eris spoke up and said, Is that a normal thing for magicians? Ghislaine shook her head. No. And Paul. She stepped forward, blocking Eris from view and said, that girl's weird too. Just like your kid. Yeah. Got the message, Ghislaine. Paul muttered and racked his brain on how to resolve the situation. It was similar to how Rudy reacted when he first saw Ghislaine. Sylphie was still Sylphie. But she also wasn't. The peaceful, polite, and sweet young girl was mostly there. But there was a harsh edge to her now. Unnatural and twisted. Which could be seen in how her mana seemed to be inverting a bit, spinning in on itself to emit that strange green and silver flash. Paul didn't know much about mana. And he especially didn't know much about what it was supposed to look like since Rudy just helped him learn how to see it earlier in the day. But his instincts were telling him that Sylphie was dangerous right now. Like a powder keg waiting to blow. Sylphie giggled again and said, Mr. Paul is so responsible. Running out to protect Rudy's wife like that. You're very responsible these days. Paul slowly nodded and said, that's right. So as the responsible adult, I'm going to ask you to stop fighting Eris, okay? Sylphie tilted her head. But I'm not fighting that girl. Paul blinked. You're not? Nope. She smiled and said, I'm just waiting for an apology. She was really mean to me, you know? I was just worried about you, but then she started going crazy and ran towards me with that sword. Sylphie giggled. That could poke someone's eye out, you know? Or stab someone's heart and make them bleed out. Eris growled and stepped forward, pointing her finger at Sylphie. You're the one who attacked first. Who asked you to use magic and MMPH? Paul quickly covered Eris's mouth and let out a nervous laugh. Eris growled and bit Paul's fingers, but he didn't budge. After all, Paul had a very vivid memory of what happened when Rudy snapped. And he was not about to let his cute but dumb future daughter-in-law run her mouth and cause Sylphie to snap right now. Don't mind her, Sylphie. Paul laughed and said, Eris is a bit older than you and Rudy, but she's a lot less mature, you know? Just treat her like a little kid. Eris screamed, letting out muffled words that sounded something like I am not a little kid. Oh I know. Sylphie nodded, slowly drifting forward. But that's no good, you know. A subtle shift in atmosphere. Paul glanced at Ghislaine and muttered, go find Laws and bring him here. Rudy too. Ghislaine kept staring at Sylphie and muttered back. And Aja-sama. If we try to take Eris away, Sylphie will snap. A gut feeling. Paul sensed that the moment they did anything overtly trying to take Eris away, Sylphie would go all out. Which meant that Rudy would notice and then also go all out to save his best friend who he either was pretending he didn't love or was too dense to realize that he loved. Which meant that the two of them would actually cause that explosion they joked about earlier and wipe out all of ROA. Not good, to say the least. Zenith and Lilia would never let him live that down. No, better to nip that little problem in the bud. Sylphie giggled, focusing her gaze on Eris. Someone that childish and selfish is only going to be bad for Rudy. He's already stressed out enough from worrying about everyone. Someone like that who only adds more stress. She held out her left hand. As she did, icy wind blew in from outside before gathering behind Sylphie, forming a pair of skeletal wings. She's not necessary. A cold and ruthless voice. Completely devoid of Sylphie's usual kind and sweet tone. Ghislaine. Paul called out and stepped forward. Ghislaine clicked her tongue and then jumped out of the hole before dashing off towards the other parts of the castle. Sylphie glanced at Ghislaine for a brief moment, but then she turned her gaze back to Paul and said, let me talk to her, Mr. Paul. I'm going to ask you the same thing I did Rudy. You aren't going to try and kill her again, are you? Eris tensed, her crimson eyes flitting to look at Sylphie. Sylphie laughed and said, of course not. But I can't help it if her heart suddenly stops while we're talking in the cold, right? Paul let go of Eris and groaned. Laws is definitely going to try and kill me after this. Eris trembled and quickly ducked behind Paul again. Do something. She's insane. Sylphie's eye twitched. That was the only cue Paul had. In the next moment, a storm of icicles flew towards Paul. Eris screamed. Paul stared at the oncoming wave of icicles and tracked the mana fueling it. A haphazard pattern of blue-green bubbles. Roiling, but also delicate. Then, Paul laced his sword with mana and then swung. Silver light flashed, piercing the bubbles. And then the icicles shattered, crumbling into white powder. Sylphie frowned and said, that's not fair, Mr. Paul. Adults should just do adult things and let kids play by themselves. Paul shook his head and stood firm. Sorry, Sylphie. But adults are also responsible for stepping in when kids are throwing temper tantrums, you know. And especially when one of those kids was letting out enough bloodlust to send the average adventurer running for the hills. I am not throwing a temper tantrum. Sylphie screamed. And as she screamed, snow spontaneously formed, covering the hallway in white. Paul glanced at Eris, still trembling behind him, and said, "Would you please just apologize, Eris?" Eris paused. The fear in her eyes faded a bit, replaced by a stubborn glare. After that, she shook her head and said, "No. She started it. For the love of..." A faint breeze. Paul clicked his tongue and then spun in place, swinging his sword. Silver flashed and another explosion erupted. Icicles, completely shredding the halls all around them. Icicles that would have shredded them if Paul hadn't reversed the flow of mana. Eris paled. Paul groaned and said, "I should never have left Bina village. Should have just kept my damned mouth shut and let Philip handle the situation." Who cared about Paul's brother Pileman showing up with troops and the backing of the Azura kingdom? With how stupidly powerful Rudy and Sylphie were, it would take the Sword God, Water God and a whole cast of other insanely powerful figures to pose a threat. No, the real worry was the fact that there was something wrong, or maybe right with both Rudy and Sylphie's mana that let them give into bloodlust and wrath more easily. As well as grant them insane strength when they... A faint breeze. Paul instinctively grabbed Eris with his left hand and threw her into the air. After that, he pivoted and swung his sword again. Eris's scream was drowned out by the sound of screeching wind. The result of Paul's sword crashing against invisible blades that tried to rip apart the place where Eris had just been standing. Paul reached up and grabbed Eris again before setting her down beside him. Eris growled and said, "What was that?" "Look, Missy. If you want to not die, it would be best for you to either bow your head and apologize or shut the hell up." Eris flinched and looked at Sylphie. But then she tossed her head to the side and pursed her lips. Paul groaned. "What the hell did I do to deserve this?" Sure, Paul had been a pretty terrible person in the past. And he had done a lot of bad things to a lot of good people. But he was doing better. And he was better. But even he didn't do anything bad enough to deserve this headache, right? Ah. Wait. He knew the answer to that question, and it was yes. Damn it. Paul looked up towards Sylphie and raised his sword. The sweet young elf girl who wore her heart on her sleeve was gone, replaced by a cold-hearted killer. And one who looked like she didn't care what happened to Paul as long as Eris disappeared. Paul started to sweat, racking his mind for a solution. Fighting was no good. If he actually hurt Sylphie, Rudy would kill him straight up. At least, that was what Paul would do in Rudy's situation. And Rudy was even more murderous than Paul was considering how casually he mentioned keeping someone half dead to set an example to other people. But that was all that Paul knew how to do. Wait. That wasn't true. There were two things Paul was good at. The first was fighting. And the second was sweet-talking girls and getting out of tricky situations involving them. Since the first option was out, he'd have to try the second. Now, obviously he couldn't flirt with Sylphie. That would be a dead end for Paul from more than one person. But he could still talk her down. Paul sheathed his sword. Eris's eyes widened and she said, "What in the world are you doing?" Paul ignored her and looked at Sylphie. Sylphie paused. It seemed like she was confused by Paul's action. Enough to stop and think about what he was doing. Which meant there was an opening. So. Paul immediately jumped forward and then slammed his head on the ground. "I'm sorry, Sylphie. I was stupid and should have thought about your feelings. I'll cancel the betrothal contract between Rudy and Eris. And instead, I'll make one between you and Rudy. You love him, right?" "Right. And I've always thought of you like a cute daughter-in-law too, so it's fine." "Yeah." Sylphie's voice turned back to normal. Not only that, but she sounded a bit flustered. Mr. Paul." Paul kept his gaze lowered and said, "I've always thought that you and Rudy are a perfect match. And you're already like a part of the family, so we can just make it official." That's... Paul looked up. Sylphie wasn't floating in the air anymore. The ice wings were gone, and she was standing in the middle of the hall, clutching her red cheeks. But not only that, her eerie green eyes had gone back to normal, their usual garnet color. She fidgeted in place for a bit and then looked at Paul. Really? Are Rudy and me married? I can be Rudy's wife. Why?" Before Paul could say anything else, someone flew through the air and landed on the ground outside. Sorrows. The old man left a crater in the ground. He also groaned. But he wasn't injured. Paul didn't have the time to think through why that happened though. Before he could react, someone tackled him from behind. And then that someone threw a flurry of punches at his ribs. "You inconsiderate, irresponsible, inconceivably stupid man." Gah. Paul quickly rolled away and held up his hands. "I'm sorry." As he said that, Paul's attacker drew near. At first, Paul thought it was Rudy. But it wasn't. A handsome man with blonde hair and eyes the same color as Sylphie's. The person that Paul was heading out to meet in the first place when returning to ROA. Laws growled and held up his fists. You were right. Family really is your worst enemy. To think I considered you as a brother. And now hold on, Laws. Paul stood up and held up his hands. I can explain. Ghislaine was leaning on the ruined wall behind Laws. It seemed that she was the reason why Laws managed to reach him so fast. Did she toss the guy to attack Paul? Probably. Paul wouldn't put it past her. Laws cracked his knuckles and said, there is nothing to explain. You said it before, did you not? Real men speak with their fists. He stomped on the ground and held out his fists. Prepare yourself. I have an entire epic that I wish to recite. Paul gulped. But before Laws could attack, a small impact echoed from outside. After that, a familiar voice called out. Hold on a bit, Mr. Laws. Rudy. Paul glanced over and saw his son idly walking through the snow. Rudy's clothes were disheveled. There were also a few blood splatters on him, and on his fists. Paul let out a nervous laugh and waved his hand. Heya, kiddo. How did the chat with Philip go? Peachy. Just, peachy. Rudy grinned and cracked his knuckles. Now. What was this bullshit I heard about you cancelling and signing another betrothal contract? Ahaha. I can explain. Paul started scanning the surroundings, racking his mind on how to solve this mess. And then someone walked out from the broken wall. A familiar face, and the only lifeline he had in this situation. Paul threw out his arms and smiled. Philip. My cousin. The man paused and smiled back. Paul. Philip's usually closed eyes opened and his smile started to twitch. You really know how to treat a place as your own, don't you? Ah. Well, there went his last lifeline. Philip let out a deep sigh and then said, well, so be it. For now. He took a look around at everyone and said, it seems like we've caused enough mayhem for the night. I am certain that the help is frightened out of their minds. And Hilda is absolutely going to throttle me later for this mess. But for now. Let's have dinner. We can air our grievances peacefully then over some delightful food. After saying that, Philip turned to look at Paul. A look that seemed to say, you owe me. Paul laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. Yet. He definitely wasn't cut out for politics, hey? 67 child yet, no. I was mad. No, I was pissed off. And that was putting it lightly. The trip to ROA was supposed to be normal. Fun. Maybe a bit of back and forth as we sorted things out with Dad's family. At worst though, I thought it would be annoying. And this happened. I go to meet my potential future father-in-law, and then that tyrannical old man showed up to attack me before ranting stuff about children not knowing how things worked and some other bullshit. Out of the kindness of my heart and in consideration for Philip who seemed to actually be upset at his father's actions, I didn't just make the old man kick the bucket. Hell, I even made sure to put him in better health than he started by healing him up while I smacked him and knocked down all the BS points he was bringing up about how life worked. But that was fine. I could handle that much. After all, Dad himself said his family was bad in the past, so I didn't have high expectations. And then Ghislaine showed up to tell me that Sylphie had snapped, and that I needed to get there as fast as I could. Also that she was going to get lost to try and calm Sylphie down too. So, as expected I immediately bailed on the situation. Knocked the old man out a window, making sure to keep a barrier on him to not drop dead, and then jumped after him with Philip along for the ride. And then here we were. A devastated hallway. Dad rushing ahead on everything and spouting nonsense about cancelling the betrothal contract with that heiress girl and starting one with Sylphie. Philip trying to calm everyone down by trying to get us to stay for dinner. But I ignored all of that and focused on two people. The first was Sylphie. My best friend noticed me staring and then flinched, averting her gaze. Her pretty green hair was disheveled and windswept. And her cute face had a red mark on her left cheek. The same size as a wooden sword. Not only that, but from the tons of wind, water, and ice mana floating around, plus the absolutely destroyed hallway, it seemed like she had been pushed enough to go all out. It wasn't Dad who caused that. He knew better. And it probably wasn't Ghislaine. From what I knew about the wolf lady from Mom, she was actually an honorable and upright sortswoman. So she definitely wouldn't attack Sylphie for no reason. Which meant the culprit was. I turned to stare at the girl standing next to my dad. Eris Boreas Grere. My fiancée. She was taller than me and Sylphie. And she also had a decent face. Aristocratic features, a bit of a haughty beauty. When she grew up, I didn't doubt that she would be a bombshell that most guys would go out of their way to try and impress. Not only that, but her body was trained. And from the casual way she held a wooden sword in her right hand as well as the faint shine of silver mana in her body, she knew how to fight. In short, someone who looked good and could fight. A competent, strong, independent young girl. Who I didn't give a damn about considering she hurt Sylphie. Eris noticed me staring and then flinched. A strange mix of emotions crossed her face as she looked at me and the blood on my body. But that mix of emotions quickly settled into a haughty look as she crossed her arms and raised her head. So you're Rudy. I kicked off the ground. Eris flinched and quickly raised her wooden sword. I won't. I blew past her and stopped in front of Sylphie. Sylphie looked up at me and then lowered her face. Sorry, Rudy. I shook my head and smiled at her. It's all right. It's my fault for not noticing. Just how much stress had she been under? Hearing that her best friend was going to be taken away. Seeing me get hurt earlier and her not being able to do anything to help in the fight against Orsted. Then there was the fact that she had to watch me helpless and unmoving in a bed for a week too. I pulled Sylphie into a hug and said, "You didn't do anything wrong, Sylphie." Sylphie trembled and then she hugged me back, holding me tight. She didn't say anything, just quietly holding me. I patted her back. And then I noticed something odd. Her mana was weird. There was something mixed in that wasn't there before. Sylphie's mana was a pretty blue-green color. But now there were flashes of silver and green mixed in. Those flashes were fading. But the way they were fading was weird too. Usually when mana was used up, it dissolved into a mist of colors and spread around the area. If it faded, it just straight up vanished, like when I converted mana to elements. But that silver/green mana mixed in with Sylphie's mana wasn't dissolving or fading away. Instead, it was turning back into her normal mana. I frowned. That was weird. Was it because of being W? No, it seemed to be natural, and the feel I got from that mana wasn't foreign. It felt malevolent, but it was also Sylphie's. So. Hey. An irritating female voice from beside me. Eris. Sylphie tensed and then buried her head into my chest, as if trying to hide from Eris. I frowned and then turned to look at Eris. As I did, I made sure to keep a tight rein on my emotions and said, "Yes." Eris stomped on the ground and pointed her sword at me. "Stop ignoring me. You're Rudy, right? My husband or whatever." Sylphie's arms tightened around me. I narrowed my eyes at Eris. Before I could respond though, a brown blur shot towards me onto the ground in front of me. Philip, and in a familiar pose that I just saw Dad take. Dad's cousin smacked his head against the ground and said, "Please excuse this transgression, Rudy. My daughter hasn't had any good role models and learned proper manners yet, so she made mistakes and attacked your friend. I'll punish her accordingly, I swear on my name and life." I blinked. Eris froze. And in the background, I saw Dad let out a wry smile. Before getting smacked in the face by Laws and having to avoid the guy's onslaught of punches. I felt a headache coming on and then shook my head. Whatever. I pulled my arms back and then wrapped Sylphie in a one-armed hug. "We're done here." Philip raised his head. Pardon." I ignored him and looked over at Dad and Laws. "Dad. Mr. Laws. Get your stuff. We're leaving." Laws stopped in the middle of punching Dad in the face again and then shoved him instead. Brushing off his clothes, he nodded and walked over. "I am already prepared, Rudy. And Luffy." Laws placed his hand on his daughter's head and said, "Are you well?" Sylphie sniffed and then nodded, moving over to hug him too. Laws hugged her back and let out a soft smile. As for Dad. Hold on, Rudy." He jumped up and ran over. "We just got here." I nodded. "I know." I glared at Eris and said, "And I've seen enough." She flinched, but then she gnashed her teeth. "Why yet?" She pointed her sword at me and said, "Well, I've seen enough too." Wimp. Philip stood up and glared at Eris. "Eris. Apologize." "No." Eris crossed her arms and said, "It's not my fault. I was having fun practicing with Ghislaine and then that guy and the elf girl ruined everything. I was happy and then they made me mad." Her crimson eyes glimmered with tears and she said, "It's not fair." Philip crossed his arms and said, "Even then, you shouldn't have done that. Rudy's family now, and since when did you care about family?" Eris glared at him with teary eyes and said, "Stupid Dad. You don't understand at all." After screaming that, Eris ran off into the house. Philip sighed and then looked over at Ghislaine. "Could you? I'll keep an eye on Aja-sama, Lord Philip." After saying that, Ghislaine vanished, following Eris. Philip shook his head and then turned back to look at me. "Sorry about that, but no need to apologize. We're leaving anyway." I looked over at Dad and said, "Right, Dad." Dad frowned. He looked at Philip. Looked at Soros still unconscious on the ground. And then he looked at where Eris and Ghislaine left. I narrowed my eyes. Dad sighed and rubbed the back of his head. "Are you sure you don't want to try and get to know Eris, Rudy? She's really not as bad as she comes across. I'm sure if you got to know each other, you'd get along well. Is it my turn to knock you unconscious and drag you back home, Dad? Because I'm ready. And I won't hold back this time. My dad stared at me and then let out a long sigh. Fine, fine. Let's go home for now. Paul. Dad waved his hand and said, it was bad timing, Philip. We can have the kids meet later when things aren't so stressful. Philip pursed his lips. Dad turned to face me and then placed his hand on my shoulder. All right, Rudy. Let's head home. He paused and then said, how are we going to do that this late at night? By not giving a fuck about how we come across anymore. Yeah. I looked at Sylphie and said, are you okay to use magic, Sylphie? I think so. I frowned and then looked at Mr. Laws. Hold on tight to Sylphie. It should be fine, but just in case something happens. My dad blinked. Wait. Hold on, Rudy. What are you? I grabbed my dad's arm with my left hand. I grabbed Mr. Laws with my right hand and kicked off the ground. My mana surged and vines gathered beneath my feet. At the same time, those vines wrapped around the people I was holding and lifted them along with me. Holy foo! And then we were gone, flying out through the hole in the wall and heading back home. Because screw all of that. Philip watched Rudy and the others fly off in a gust of wind and then covered his face. I miscalculated. The fact that father would try and test Rudy. The fact that Eris would attack Rudy's best friend. The jealousy and immaturity that went into being children. All of it resulted in the worst-case scenario. Rudy wouldn't accept Eris. And Eris seemed interested in Rudy, but she was too proud to apologize for what she did or even acknowledge him properly. Sorrows groaned on the ground nearby. Philip turned to look at his father and clicked his tongue. That stubbornness of yours does no one any favors, father. It was because that guy valued power and order over family that things ended up this way. But there was no use dwelling on things. Philip glanced at a few servants peeking out from nearby and waved his hand. Go help father and take him back to his room. Why yes, Master Philip. After that, Philip started walking back to his office. As he did, he passed his wife's room. When he did, he hesitated, wondering if he should go in. But considering everything that had happened recently, she would just kick him out anyway. Eris's temper didn't come from him, after all. Philip sighed and then continued on his way. Walking in his office, he closed the door behind him. And then he paused, staring at two individuals waiting for him in the middle of the room. A silver-haired man with golden eyes and a white long coat standing next to a blonde female elf with crimson eyes and a revealing outfit. Philip locked the door and said, I wasn't expecting guests. Particularly you two. He walked around the pair and sat at his desk. What is it this time, Pierre? Another prophecy? More information about traitors. Pierre materialized a chair for himself and the elf woman before sitting down. You could say that. But I would call it more friendly advice. You see. 68 child hook, line, and sinker. It was dark when we got back. And all of us were tired, so we just went inside and went straight to sleep. Well, there was a bit of a situation with some automated magic circles activating when we stepped in, but Master Roxy was awake and managed to disarm it all in time. But anyway, we turned in early for the night. Laws went to the guest room to sleep with Rose. Dad went to go sleep with Mom and Mama Lily, before getting tossed back out to sleep on the couch. And as for me and Sylphie, we went to sleep in my room. The usual routine by now. Though Sylphie seemed to still be worried since she hugged me tighter than usual. But other than that, nothing happened. Well, Norn and Aisha woke up crying in the middle of the night, but that wasn't my problem. I had a bunch of other ones to deal with first. But sleep was important, so I set those aside and then let myself slip off to slumberland, Sylphie hugging my arm next to me. I'm sorry. Dad lowered his head and said, this is all my fault. The dining room table. And one that was extremely lively because of all the people present. Sylphie's parents were seated on one side of the table, with Sylphie between them. Mr. Laws was upset, and understandably so. And Miss Rose looked mad too, her eyes uncharacteristically narrowed in anger. Sylphie didn't seem that upset about it all. But since her parents were like that, she stayed quiet. Behind Sylphie and her parents were Mom and Mama Lily, sitting in rocking chairs. Mom's eyes were frosty. But maybe since she had a bit of time to think about it. Or maybe because she was cradling a sleeping Norn in her arms, she didn't seem like wrath incarnate. Mama Lily's eyes were cold too. But instead of being angry, she looked disappointed. And because of that, she focused most of her attention on Aisha, who was awake and happily gurgling. 5 people who were seriously affected by Dad's actions and 5 people who he needed to apologize to the most. Well, technically 7 since Norn and Aisha were there, but they were going to punish Dad every night from now on anyway since they kept waking up randomly, so they didn't count. Facing those people, Dad bowed his head, sitting across from them all by his lonesome. And I watched the events unfold from off to the side as an objective observer. It was kind of pitiful. And I was tempted to go over for moral support. But it seemed like Mom and the others anticipated that since Master Roxy was standing right beside me and holding my right hand to prevent me from going forward. Also, I never realized it until now. But Master Roxy had surprisingly rough hands for someone who seemed so delicate. Paul. After a long silence, Mom spoke up. To his credit, Dad didn't raise his head. Instead, he kept his head down and said, "Yes, Zenith." She checked on Norn, smiling at my baby sister's sleeping form. And then she looked back at Dad and said, "You've realized your mistakes now, right? Every time you go off to do something on your own, you've caused issues." "I know." Mr. Laws ran his hand through his hair and muttered, "I still do not understand it. You are more than capable whenever you take the lead and anticipate potential dangers during combat situations. But how is it that you are this terrible in life decisions?" Mama Lily snorted and said, "It appears that old habits die hard." She looked down at Aisha and then smiled, tickling my baby sister's chin. "You won't be like your father, will you, Aisha?" Another tense silence passed. I sighed and rubbed the back of my head with my left hand, muttering, "This is more awkward than I thought it'd be." We already had a mini intervention earlier after explaining the situation with being W, but since that was the focus on the conversation, as well as making sure to start countermeasures, we didn't talk that much about Dad's recent actions. And now they were laid out front and center, along with the Fubar situation that occurred in ROA. Plus Mr. Laws was here now too. Dad pressed his head against the table and said, "I won't ask forgiveness from any of you. But I promise that something like this won't happen again." Mom snorted and said, "You're always breaking your promises, Paul. That doesn't mean much." Rose spoke up and said, "That's right. What about the promise that we'd let Sylphie and Rudy grow up a bit before talking about marriage?" Sylphie blushed and then turned to look at me. I coughed and looked away, feeling my face heat up. "Well. I guess I knew where we stood on that. But this was probably just puppy love, right? Like how I had a crush on Master Roxy. Still had a crush on Master Roxy. Ah. This would be a problem." I was suddenly very aware of the fact that Master Roxy was holding my right hand and instinctively jerked away. She blinked and looked at me. And then she noticed Sylphie and laughed. Turning back to me, she poked my cheek and said, "Rudy's being extra cute today, aren't you?" Shut up." Master Roxy laughed again and then gave me a teasing smile. I ignored her and focused back on the conversation unfolding in front of me. Dad cleared his throat and said, That's something else I wanted to apologize for. I wasn't thinking about what Rudy or Sylphie might want and I just did what I thought was best for Rudy." Law's SI twitched. "Even though you said you thought of Luffy as your own daughter? Even though I called you brother? I'm stupid, okay? Please don't hold it too much against me." Silence. And then Laws let out a deep sigh. "Yes. I suppose you are." Rose crossed her arms, still upset. And Mama Lily still wasn't looking at Dad. It seemed like this might take a while. We weren't getting anywhere. Mom seemed to realize that as she let out a deep sigh. Turning to my dad, she said, "All right, Paul. Look at me." Dad did. Mom stared at him and said, "This is the last time." She looked at Mama Lily and said, "We've talked it over and we can forgive you acting like that since there was someone else pulling the strings and causing everything in the background. And we won't blame you for overreacting since it's about the only time you tried acting like a responsible father." Dad winced. Didn't blame him. The fact that it was true probably hurt more. "We'll let it slide this time. But this is your last chance, got it?" Mom gave Dad a frosty glare and said, "If you mess up again, I'm moving back to Mealy's. It'll be annoying having to deal with my parents again and my show-off sister, but we can make it work." Mama Lily looked up and nodded. As Zenny said. "And we will take Norn and Aisha with us." I nodded. That was reasonable. Lay down the ultimatum and... Wait. I blinked and looked over at Mom and Mama Lily. "What about me?" Mom gave me a blank stare and said, "Do you really think you'll be able to leave Sylphie by herself, Rudy?" I paused to think about that. Mealy's was an entire continent away. A perilous long trip across the ocean, or a perilous and long trip over land and a shorter one across a tiny sea. Much further away than if I were just in ROA, for example. Or even the Azura Kingdom capital. Far enough that it would probably be a half year to a year each trip. And that was how far I would be from Sylphie? Not only that, but she'd be that far away and all by herself too? And if I didn't leave her behind, Mom, Mama Lily, Aisha, and Norn would be that far away? "Don't worry about it, Mom." I cracked my knuckles and turned to look at Dad. "That won't happen." At that time, I felt a soft tap on my head. I blinked and turned to look at the source. Master Roxy pulled her hand back and said, "No violence, Rudy. That isn't the answer." I nodded. "I know." I turned back to look at my dad and said, "It's the question. And the answer is yes." Master Roxy let out a deep sigh and muttered, "Just where did that cute Rudy run off to?" Dad started to sweat. And then Mom nodded and said, "All right. That's settled." Dad blinked. That easily?" Mom smiled. "That's right. Just as easily as you're getting tossed to the side if you mess up again. So do your best, honey. But for now, how about we all have a nice breakfast to relax?" "All right, Mr. Laws." I gave Sylphie's dad a once-over, making sure that the golden healing mana was completely covering his limbs. "You're good to go." "Excellent." Laws smiled and turned to look at my dad. Dad gulped and turned to look back at me. Are you sure we need to do this, Rudy?" I nodded. "Absolutely." We were outside by Mom's tree. By we, I meant me, Mr. Laws, and Dad. After breakfast and catching Mr. Laws up on the current situation with being W, it was decided that the most productive use of our time would be to train. Since I managed to give to Mr. Laws as well, it would be a lot harder for being W to do anything with us. Which meant that he would definitely be working on things behind the scene elsewhere to try and trap us. So to make sure we were prepared for that, Master Roxy was going over magic with Mom, Mama Lily, Miss Rose, and Sylphie. Meanwhile, us guys were working on our melee skills. At least, that was the excuse. But in actuality, I wreathed more healing mana around my limbs as well and did my best to keep a straight face. Since Dad seems to always be involved in troublesome events, we have to make sure you're prepared for anything, you know? And besides, while you're a fighting genius, your body's still a bit too weak. So we're speeding that process up. My dad glanced at Mr. Laws and then gulped on seeing how eager that guy was. After that, he turned to me and said, Are you sure we can't just work on dodging practice? That autonomous instinct or whatever. We could. But reflexes don't mean anything if your body's too slow to react to them. But don't worry. I grinned and said, I've been steadily improving by getting beaten up and healing for over 3 years now. I'm sure that my genius dad will get even stronger than I will. Right, Mr. Laws. Laws smacked a fist into an open palm and said, Of course, Rudy. Paul is that incredible, after all. My dad stared at me. Then at Mr. Laws. And then he sighed and forcibly calmed down. At least not the Fabuha. 69 Child Nice. After the training session with Dad, Sylphie and her family went back home. It was a bit lonely since I had gotten used to having Sylphie and Miss Rose around, not to mention how fun it was to hang out and bond with Mr. Laws. But while we were as close as family, we still weren't family. And even if we were, it seemed like they wanted to have a private conversation among themselves. So, after making sure everyone was properly guarded from being WS interventions with some magical accessories, it was just me and my family at the Grere household. Me, Dad, Mom, Mama Lily, my sisters, and Master Roxy. Just like old times, plus my baby sisters. Well, minus my baby sisters since they were having their afternoon nap. Which meant it really was just like old times. Here you go, Rudy. Mom set down a bowl of stew in front of me, along with a loaf of bread. Make sure to eat up well, okay? Mama Lily set down a cup of juice next to me and nodded. That's right. Your body is still recovering, so make sure obtain the proper nutrients. I smiled and slid both the food and the drink towards me. Thanks Mom, Mama Lily. Love you. My mom laughed and then kissed my forehead. Love you too, Rudy. Dad gave me a blank stare from across the table and said, What am I, chopped liver? He pouted and said, Where's my reward? I spent an entire afternoon getting beaten up. Mom rolled her eyes and said, Please. As if you don't enjoy getting smacked around. Dad pouted and said, Only by my beautiful wives, not my best friend and my son. Mama Lily nodded. Understood. Then we will begin training in earnest tomorrow. She rubbed her legs and said, Since my old wounds have completely recovered and due to recent events, I believe it is time to continue my training. Dad's face immediately turned serious and he frowned. Lilia. Are you sure you want to? Didn't you leave Azura Kingdom to get away from fighting? Mama Lily rolled her eyes and said, Considering that our family seems destined for conflict in some manner or another, it would be better to be prepared than not. Furthermore. She frowned and said, I seem to have no talent in magic. Master Roxy walked over from the kitchen with her own food and sat down next to me. After placing the bowl of stew and her loaf of bread on the table, she looked at Mama Lily and said, That isn't true, Lilia. You have talent. It's just that you would be better served putting your time training what you already have than starting from scratch. Especially when a certain someone was overprotective and created a magic tool with every elemental spell primed to fire at a single thought. After saying that, Master Roxy gave me a pointed gaze. My face heated up and I coughed, averting my gaze. It wasn't that much. Ah. Of course. Roxy nodded. Compared to the wand you crafted for Sylphie that continuously grows and adapts with her mana usage, I am sure that such a trifling magic tool pales in comparison. Hey. I blinked and said, but I didn't really do anything special for Sylphie's wand. I mean, I used my mana and copied your magic circles in my wand, but other than that, it's just a branch from Mom's tree. That I grew. With my mana. And come to think of it, I made the wand with the intent to have Sylphie use and learn magic easier. Did I subconsciously create something ridiculous? Again? Actually, in hindsight it would explain a lot. Maybe a fragment of my mana dwelled in Sylphie's wand and affected her own mana and magical development. It would explain why she could suddenly pick up without my help. And from the way Master Roxy was talking about the wand. Maybe I should take a look at it sometime? Dad laughed and said, and my genius son strikes again. I rolled my eyes and said, you keep using that word, Dad. I do not think you know what it means. He frowned and said, and you keep denying that word. I think that you're the one who doesn't know what it means, Rudy. But sure. He shrugged and then gave me a sly smile. Whatever makes you happier. Little genius. My eye twitched. Mom sat down to the right of Dad with some food and then shoved a loaf of bread in his mouth. MMPH. Stop teasing him, you horn dog. Rudy's already been through a lot recently. And because of you. My dad bit the loaf of bread and then swallowed a chunk. After that, he sighed and said, fine, fine. I'll take it easy on him for a bit. Even if he didn't take it easy on me. He rubbed his chin and muttered, my jaw still doesn't feel right. Laws really knows how to throw a mean hook. Mama Lily sat down with her food on Dad's left and said, of course. Unlike a certain noble runaway, Laws had to experience countless hardships in his youth. She ripped off a piece from her loaf of bread and dipped it in her stew. With a past like that, it would be more odd if he did not know how to brawl. Dad nodded and said, true. Although. He rubbed his chin and muttered, his fighting style seems really familiar for some reason. The footwork in particular. He's surprisingly fast on his feet. He shook his head and said, well, it doesn't really matter. He shrugged and then dipped his bread in Mom's stew. Hey. Mom huffed and pulled her stew back. Get your own. My dad let out fake puppy eyes and said, but we always share. Mom rolled her eyes and said, fine. But don't think you're getting forgiven that easily, mister. You're still on the night watch for baby duty. Fine. I decided to ignore my dad's antics and focused on my food. It looked good. Steaming stew with a fragrant scent. Fluffy bread. My stomach growled. Since it did, I dipped my bread in the stew and took a bite. Tasty. Not too salty or savory. The meat was soft and perfectly cooked. Then there were some fresh herbs that were probably ones Mom grew inside in her small indoor garden. I smiled and took another bite. Mom noticed and said, does it taste good, Rudy? MMHM. I nodded and raised the bowl to take a bigger sip. After that, I let out a content sigh and said, Mom's cooking is always tasty. Miss Rose was good at cooking too, but there was something about Mom's cooking that was just different. Mom laughed and said, I'm happy to hear that, Rudy. But you know, it was your Mama Lily who cooked this time. Yeah. I blinked and then looked over at Mama Lily. Really? She smiled and said, indeed. I quickly bowed my head and said, I'm sorry, Mama Lily. I didn't mean anything by it. Silence. No, not just silence. Mom clicked her tongue and muttered, that's no good. Shortly after that, Mama Lily sighed and said, Paul's blood runs a bit too strong after all. Yeah. I raised my head. What do you mean? Did I do something weird? My dad groaned. I definitely need to be more careful about what I show to Norn and Aisha, don't I? Mom nodded. Definitely. Mama Lily nodded as well and said, absolutely. I tilted my head, still confused. Roxy laughed and ruffled my hair. Don't worry your little head about it, Rudy. If you say so, Master Roxy. I muttered and then went back to eating. As if my actions were a cue, everyone else did the same. It was quiet, but a relaxed atmosphere hung in the air. Just like old times. Nostalgic. And that nostalgia made me happy. But then my dad asked a question. So Rudy. What do you think about Sylphie? I paused in the middle of finishing my bread and then looked at my dad. It wasn't a casual question. No, the tone was casual, but my dad's expression was serious. Seeing that, I set my bread down and looked at Mom and Mama Lily. I expected them to interrupt, but it seemed like they wanted to hear my response as well since they just kept quiet and watched. Since that was the case, I turned my attention back to Dad and said, Sylphie, Right. My dad leaned back and placed his right arm over the back of his chair. Your best friend. The cute elf girl who you rescued and taught magic, and the cute elf girl who supported you and followed you even when she knew she would have to give you up. That's Sylphie. My heart raced. I frowned and placed my hand over my chest, trying to calm it down. That didn't help, so I cleared my throat and tried to play cool. What about her? She's my best friend. It wasn't a lie. Sylphie was the one who knew me best in the entire world. Someone who would support me no matter what, and someone who I would support all the same. Not only that, but she was cute, pretty, and smart. She also made every day fun, and the way she smiled brightened up my mood. And then there was how her hugs were so warm and... Ah! My dad raised an eyebrow. Just your best friend. I huffed and said, what are you trying to get your son to say, Dad? What, do you think I'm like you who thinks about girls all the time? I have more important things to do with my time, you know? Unlike you, I'm busy working on projects, magic, and figuring out how to do things. I don't have the leisure to waste my days flirting or chatting up pretty girls and stuff. My dad laughed. I flinched. He shook his head and said, you know, Rudy? I'm glad. Hey. Dad smiled and said, you might have inherited a lot of my bad traits. Being reckless, stubborn, short-tempered, and the random bouts of stupidity. I nodded and said, absolutely. Genetics were a hell of a drug. Chemical. Thing. Whatever the saying was. But unlike me, you're a terrible liar. I froze. After that, Dad leaned back, as if he was finished talking. And then Mom spoke up. Looking at me with a soft gaze, she said, Rudy, sweetie. Do you like Sylphie? I laughed and averted my gaze. Like? What do you mean, like? Of course I like Sylphie. She's my best friend and we play together a lot. There. It wasn't a lie. I see. Then. Mom turned to look at Mama Lily. Mama Lily nodded and then looked at me. Rudy. Why yes, Mama Lily. She stared at me for a little while and then said, does your day seem brighter when you are with Sylphie? Does your heart race a bit faster when you think of her? Or perhaps you feel happy seeing her smiling face? Of course. I mean, that's how I feel with Master Roxy too. I cut myself off, suddenly realizing the trap my parents laid out. And then I saw the shit-eating grin Dad had. Damn it. 70 The Genius Teacher's Dilemma. Roxy froze. Rudy was sitting next to her, fidgeting in his seat while doing his best to avoid looking at her. But try as he might, Rudy kept glancing over with his pure green eyes. Not only that though, his face was red with embarrassment. Cute. Super cute. And then there were his words. Rudy's day was brighter when he was with her. His heart raced a bit faster. He felt happy when he saw Roxy's smiling face. It was different. That prince in the Chiron kingdom proclaimed his love for Roxy all the time when she was there, but his gaze was always lustful. Because of that, Roxy felt disgusted whenever that child spouted out about how he loved her. But hearing Rudy say it was different. That child had always been intelligent. Mature beyond his age. A genuine genius. And not just in magic, but in terms of understanding the world around him. So his words weren't light. They weren't something trivial that a child would say and grow out of. And Rudy wasn't a person like that anyway. So when he said that he liked Roxy, Rudy meant it. And if Roxy was being honest, she felt the same way with Rudy. Her days were more fun and they could talk to each other on equal terms without judgment or prejudice. She enjoyed seeing Rudy's cute face light up and understanding whenever he learned something new. She was sad whenever he was frustrated with himself, and when he didn't take pride in the skill that was rightfully earned from hard work. Roxy remembered the thought she had back during his graduation. That if she had just met Rudy when he was a bit older. She cut it off then before that thought got any further. But now hearing Rudy's words, she couldn't help but think on it more. If Rudy was a little older. If he was a teenager maybe. If Roxy had met him then. Wouldn't she have completely fallen in love? Someone skilled with magic. Someone who was intelligent and talented but remained humble. Someone who not only worked on his own path, but made sure to take meticulous notes to spread that knowledge for others. And furthermore, someone who cared a great deal for his family. Perfect. She was sure of it. Rudy would be perfect. The man she dreamed of. Except. He wasn't. Rudy was a child. He was still just a child. A 7-year-old child who was more mature than most, talented and capable. But still a child. Not only that, but there was the age difference to consider. Roxy was already a woman and had been a woman for a long time. In fact, she was 41 this year. While her body was still youthful and petite due to her being a member of the meagered magic race, she was far from a child. In truth, she was almost old enough to be Paul's mother. So this was bad. Roxy was well aware of her emotions. And she was aware of what it meant to fall for someone else. She had experienced it countless times in the past, only to be turned down due to her apparent youth. And she remembered the heartache that brought when she learned it was impossible. When she realized it was a one-sided love with the other side only seeing a strong friendship. This time was different. Roxy was sure of it. Rudy liked her. And she liked him. But that couldn't be. She could see Paul, Zenith, and Lilia staring at her. Smiling and teasing, as if waiting for her to point out how ridiculous it was. Friendly smiles and expressions. Of course. They were her precious friends. Her peers. So what would they think if they knew that she was starting to fall for a child? Their child? Or worse, if she started lusting after him? No. She couldn't allow that. Rudy glanced up at Roxy, embarrassed but also secretly hopeful. Genuine affection and emotion. Just like her in the past when she fell in love. So it would be painful for him. And it would be painful for her too. But... Roxy laughed and ruffled Rudy's head. That's cute, Rudy. But I can't accept your feelings, you know? Your master's a bit too old for you. A casual but light-hearted dismissal. It was easy to do because she had experienced them countless times before. And as expected, Rudy looked crushed. But also as expected, he quickly gathered himself and laughed. I know, master. You're out of my league anyway. A brave face. While he tried to keep his composure, his voice wavered a bit at the end there. Enough to where Roxy wanted to say that wasn't true. But thankfully before she could say that and make things awkward, Paul chuckled and said, well. I guess that's fine. He looked at Rudy and said, you're still a bit too young to be thinking about that sort of thing anyway. Rudy glared at Paul and said, then why the hell did you bring it up? Rudy. Zenith crossed her arms and said, language. Ah. Sorry, Mom. Rudy nodded and then looked back at Paul. What, did you just want to embarrass me to make up for getting smacked around earlier? A little, yet. You're a completely grown adult. Why am I the mature one? Paul waved his hand and said, oh lighten up, Rudy. At this rate, your hair will turn grey before a wait. Rudy jumped out of his chair, growling. Before he could go too far though, Roxy grabbed his shirt and held him back. As she did, she frowned. Rudy. Calm down. I am. Rudy paused and then took a deep breath. After that, he slowly sat back down and said, I am calm. At least, I'm calm now. He trailed off, mumbling under his breath. Roxy frowned, carefully staring at Rudy. It was odd. He had always been level-headed. But recently. At that time, a baby girl's cry echoed. And shortly after, another one did as well. Zenith sighed and said, and now your sisters are awake. Rudy winced, suddenly looking guilty. Lowering his head, he mumbled, sorry, Mom. Sorry, Mama Lily. Lilia smiled and said, it's fine, Rudy. You haven't played with Aisha in a while, have you? How about we all spend a bit of time together? Ooh. Zenith clapped her hands together and said, that sounds great. We can even read Rudy's favorite story together. Perosius's story isn't my favorite story, Mom. But okay. Can I take turns holding Norn too, Mom? Of course. Watching all of that unfold, Paul slowly raised his hand and said, What about me? Zenith looked at Paul and hummed before saying, you can come after you clean the dishes. Norn started crying harder. And because of that, Aisha started crying harder too. Zenith started walking off to the bedroom. Don't cry, sweetie. Mommy's coming. Lilia followed after her and said, calm yourself, Aisha. I'm almost there. Rudy walked after Lilia and said, Mama Lily. I don't think Aisha understands you yet. Telling her to calm down. Aisha's cries suddenly cut off, replaced by a soft sniffle. Rudy blinked. Lilia looked proud and said, your baby sister is quite intelligent as well, Rudy. Zenith pouted and said, well, Norn's cuter. Lilia sighed and said, they are both cute, Zenny. It won't do to compare them. Sibling rivalry is no good. That's right. Rudy hopped forward and stood between Lilia and Zenith. Well, it doesn't matter. I love both of my sisters just the same. Zenith smiled and then pulled Rudy into a one-armed hug. You're sweet, Rudy. But be careful not to spoil your sisters too much, okay? I'll try. After that, the trio entered the bedroom, leaving just Paul and Roxy at the dining table. Roxy sighed and went back to eating her food. Paul noticed and laughed. Jealous that your cute disciple got stolen away, Roxy. Roxy waved her hand and said, no. Just, a bit envious. You, Zenith, Lilia, all of you have such a close relationship with your children. Even though Rudy was so different, you loved him all the same. She paused and then said, perhaps I may be a bit jealous. It was different for her. Because she didn't inherit the natural ability to use the magical telepathy spell to communicate with the other Meagard in her village, she grew up in silence. Her parents raised her with kindness, but love. They would always give her a strange look. They supported her, but there was never any warmth. No kind words spoken or shared. Paul shrugged. It's only natural. Even if your kid turns out weird, that's still your kid. And also, there's something magical about it, you know. He turned to look towards the bedroom and said, when you become a parent, all you want is the best for your kid. And it changes you too. He laughed and looked at Roxy. I mean, look at me. Roxy nodded. I suppose that's true. If an inconsiderate and shameless flirt like yourself can settle down, there must be something to it. But even so. She rubbed her arm and muttered, I wish that my parents had been as warm as you all are to Rudy and his sisters. Paul liked messing with Rudy. Take a few moments ago for example. But even so, he always made sure to not go too far and assure Rudy with that warm and supportive smile. Though it always seemed a bit smug as well, but that was Paul's natural looks, so it couldn't be helped. Anyway, Paul made his affection clear. And both Zenith and Lilia were even more explicit in that with how they hugged and cheered Rudy up. It wasn't like her home. Not like that eerily silent place where everyone seemed to barely have any emotions. Paul stood up and stretched. I don't know your parents, Roxy. But you shouldn't blame them too much. Especially if you're the first child. I mean, you've seen us raise Rudy, right? Zenith's been a great mom, but I've been a terrible dad. You have. You aren't supposed to agree. Roxy chuckled. Paul shook his head and then said, anyway. I'm sure your parents love you just as much as we love Rudy, Norn, and Lilia. Maybe more. So cheer up a bit, okay? He paused and then said, actually. They're probably really worried about their teenaged daughter running around the country by herself. Ah. Roxy spoke up. That's not true. Paul blinked. You mean they're not worried? Roxy felt her face heat up. And no, they probably are worried. After all, it had been decades since she last returned home. And decades without her sending a single letter as well. And now Roxy felt guilty. Maybe she should head home to pay a visit? After all, within her new research, she might be able to finally communicate with everyone. But that was later. Roxy shook her head and said, not that. I meant that it isn't true that I'm a teenager. Hey. Roxy gave Paul a blank stare. Did I never mention it? This year, I turned 41. You definitely didn't mention it. Oh. Man. Zenith is going to be so jealous. Roxy blushed and mumbled. I could have sworn it was mentioned when you hired me. To be fair, we were distracted by Rudy and it never really came up again. True. Paul shook his head and walked over to the kitchen. Anyway. Could you give me a hand? It's cold and I really don't want to have to pump and melt water just to wash the dishes. Roxy rolled her eyes and then waved her hand, conjuring up a metal bucket filled with water. Thanks, Roxy. Thank me by not doing anything reckless and involving your entire family in cleaning up your mess again. Cross my heart and hope to die. I'll prepare a eulogy. Fair. 71 The genius teacher's observations. As if the hectic events were a lie, time marched on with nothing but peaceful days. In the morning, Roxy woke up and prepared lesson plans for the day while Paul and Rudy headed out of the house. Roxy wondered just what Paul planned to do after the mess he left in ROA as well as the situation with the Noto's family. But he kept sending letters to his cousin Philip and it seemed that things were fine there. Apparently, Philip mentioned that he would handle the situation in order to compensate for the mess his daughter and father had caused. And that Paul could just go back to his usual job. Roxy personally thought that was suspicious. And the others did as well, but better that they were safe out in the countryside where they could prepare the battlefield and avoid casualties versus the packed inner cities. But anyway, Paul and Rudy left the house early in the morning. Paul left to go on patrol with Laws while Rudy left to pick up Sylphie and head back. That was another thing too. Ever since the conversation about how Rudy felt regarding Sylphie. No, ever since the two came back, there was a bit of an awkwardness around them that hadn't been there before. Both of them were always happy to be around each other. In fact, Roxy would go so far as to call them glowing, especially with how it seemed to affect the two enough to have their mana flash and resonate with each other. Which was another strange phenomenon. Those seemed to happen a lot around Rudy these days. In any case, while awkward, the two were still close. And after a short while spending time together, that awkwardness vanished as they engrossed themselves in fun and games. With Roxy supervising and joining in, of course. Even though she wasn't officially hired as a magical tutor anymore, since the grey rats were gracious enough to let her stay and also feed her, it was the least she could do. So that was how her morning went. Rudy devised a new game to play that was really a new form of mana manipulation or training. Roxy furiously took mental notes while mixing in some proper magic exercises so that they could get some traditional training as well. Even if the traditional method might be wrong. Then in the afternoon, Paul and Laws returned with Miss Rose. After that, Rudy left with Paul and Laws to practice swordsmanship and overall combat skills outside while Sylphie went to watch. In the meanwhile, Roxy went to teach magic to Zenith and Rose indoors while Lily attended to Norn and Aisha by reading them storybooks. By the time evening rolled around, Sylphie and her family waved goodbye and headed home. Rudy came back to watch over his baby sisters while Zenith prepared dinner, and Lilia went to train her swordsmanship with Paul. Roxy got a bit of a breather to collect herself while helping Rudy take care of his sisters. And then it was dinner time, where they all shared a happy and warm meal before turning in for the night. Well, everyone except for Rudy and Roxy. Like in the past, the two of them talked about magical theory, what mana truly was and its limitations, as well as potential hypotheses to test in the future. Altogether, it was just like the happy days back when Roxy was first hired. The relaxed and carefree days where she taught her brilliant student. Where she felt like part of the Grey family. Minus the intimate affairs and moans that used to take place. Those had been replaced by Norn and Aisha's cries as well as a fatigued Paul moving around the house to calm the girls down. But all in all, peaceful days continued and time passed by. And like that, winter turned to spring. The faint sounds of birds chirping outside. Roxy blinked and blearily rubbed her eyes. Morning already. Sunlight poured in even through the blinds Roxy put up. Which meant that it was probably already a fair bit into the morning. Roxy sighed and then started getting ready for the day. A splash of water on her face to wash off the sleep, a blast of healing magic to get rid of the lingering fatigue, changing into a fresh pair of clothes, and then she was good to go. After stifling a yawn and doing some light stretches, Roxy glanced at the notes she left on her desk. Cross-sections of magic circles laced together in a three-dimensional structure. Scribbled notes on the margin with various calculations. Oh. That's why I woke up late. Roxy walked over to tidy up her notes and flipped through them. Summoning magic. Right. I was working through various hypotheses. It was something she had been considering ever since Rudy had left with Paul and Sylphie to visit ROA. That time, things were fine. The mysterious being W didn't attempt to start any insidious plots or interfere with them. And neither were there any enemies that arrived to try and harm them. But Roxy couldn't stop thinking about what if. Paul was fast. Enough to clear the distance between ROA and Bina village in the span of an hour at full speed. And both Rudy and Sylphie were fast as well. Especially since they had started seriously working on flight spells together with Roxy to refine it. But even then, that took time. Time that they might not have if a terrifying enemy like Orsted reappeared. Not only that, but there were too many people to protect. Zenith, Lilia, Norn, Aisha. Both Paul and Rudy trusted her to protect them. And both Zenith and Lilia had faith in her ability as well to keep them safe. But Roxy didn't. She realized it last time. While she was certain that she could hold her own and at least survive against anyone below the Emperor rank, that was all. PFT. Roxy realized the ridiculousness of that thought and shook her head, tucking her notes in a drawer. To think the day would come when I would consider being able to survive against king-ranked opponents as insufficient. If it was her past self, she would have been thrilled to think that she had become that powerful. Ecstatic that her magic had grown enough to where the only ones she had to fear were the elite few that barely numbered 100 in the entire world. It was a wish come true. Roxy was certain that if she walked out and offered her services, she could get accepted as a royal magician in any kingdom. Barring that, she could go adventuring and become an S-ranked adventurer in no time due to the versatility of her refined. Her past self would be over the moon. It was the recognition that she always wanted. The accolades she could take back to show her shisho how she knew better after all. But she had a different wish now. Different goals. Roxy wanted to protect them. The family she had gained, the friends she made. The reckless genius disciple of hers who always pushed himself too hard and needed to be reined in at times. But she was aware of her limits. Unlike Rudy and Sylphie who seemed to be able to store boundless amounts of mana within their bodies as well as use ambient mana, Roxy could only store a small amount. More than the average magician, for sure. And she made up for it with her carefully constructed system that took full advantage of ambient mana and external mana sources. Still, it wasn't enough. The amount of effort she would need to be able to use elements as freely as Sylphie or to manipulate raw mana like Rudy was astronomical. Roxy could see how it would be done. But she didn't have enough time to achieve that level before chaos unfolded. After all, while being W had been silent, there was no assurance that he wasn't plotting and making moves behind the scenes. Roxy was worried. If that being W had been plotting since the time she first met Rudy, which seemed to be the case as the monsters near Bina village started acting up around the same time. And if that being W had as many resources as Roxy feared judging from how he had been present in Chiron Kingdom, the odds were high that something would happen soon. Something big. Rudy had continually foiled that entity's plans. And it seemed like that entity was determined to either break up Rudy's family or get rid of them all entirely. Which meant they were short on time. There wasn't enough for Roxy to waste trying to reach the same level as Rudy and Sylphie. Perhaps if she had started what she was doing now when she was a child. But whatever the case, she didn't have time to waste. So Roxy thought about it. How could she compensate for the lack of mana? The lack of innate affinity? No, what was the best way to utilize her abilities? She was smart. Roxy was confident in her intelligence. While not to the level of Rudy who made leaps in logic that were completely unfathomable, she was certain that she didn't lose out. She was also diligent and meticulous. When it came to magical studies and research, Roxy had graduated top of her class. So when taking those two major strengths into consideration, what could she do? What could she work on that would provide the most value and aid? And so far, the answer seemed to be summoning magic. A complicated magical system that was heavily reliant on magic circles instead of chance. One where a single error could mean disaster. But also one where success could result in something miraculous. Like summoning a powerful spirit to protect them from being WS influence. Or like being able to send everyone away to a safe location through a reverse summoning by using a magical circle as an anchor point. It was possible. Roxy was sure it was possible. And since she managed to take a summoning magic primer with her from her time in Chiron Kingdom, she was making progress. But she just didn't have enough time. A soft knock at Roxy's door, along with a soft giggle. After that, a cute baby girl's voice called out. Roxy. No seep. Up, up. Another baby girl's voice echoed afterwards. You up? Roxy blinked and then smiled. Walking over to the door, she carefully opened it. Two cute baby girls were standing there. One had soft blonde hair tied up in twin tails. Her clear green eyes shyly looked away when Roxy stared at her. The other had wavy red hair tied up in a short ponytail. Her crimson eyes shone with mischief and she confidently met Roxy's gaze, unlike the other girl. Norn and Aisha. Roxy bent down to eye level with the girls and said, Did you two naughty girls sneak out again? Norn's face turned red and she shook her head, hiding behind Aisha. And no. Aisha giggled and said, Yet. No seeping. Up. Roxy put on a stern face and said, That's no good. It's dangerous to go around by yourself. Norn tilted her head, confused. But Aisha shook her head and hugged Norn. Got big sis. Roxy poked Aisha's head and said, You might be younger, but you shouldn't drag your big sister into these sorts of things, Aisha. K. Roxy sighed and then reached out to carry Norn. The blonde baby girl shyly clung onto Roxy's shirt. Aisha pouted and said, Me. Me. Roxy shook her head. Bad girls don't get rewards. Now come on. She took Aisha's hand and started walking off. We should find your mothers. Where are they right now anyway? Norn? Sweetie. Where are you? Zenith's concerned voice echoed from outside. Aisha. Lilia's sharp voice called out. Where have you gone, you little gremlin? Norn's eyes widened and she trembled, holding on to Roxy tighter. Aisha just giggled. Roxy sighed. Well. At least Rudy's sisters were just smart children and not monstrous geniuses who overturned the known rules of magic. Hopefully. 72 The genius teacher's headache. Roxy called Zenith and Lilia inside and then handed off the baby girls to their mothers. Norn went quietly, immediately clinging to Zenith just like she did with Roxy. But as for Aisha. No. Roxy. Aisha teared up and held her hands out to Roxy. Won't go. Roxy shook her head. Not this time, Aisha. There's something important that I have to do with your big brother and Sylphie today. Lilia huffed and shifted Aisha in her arms so she couldn't squirm. You are being a bother to Roxy, Aisha. Honestly, you have as much energy as your older brother did when he was a baby. No. Aisha shook her head. Wan watch Rudy and Sylphie. Lilia walked away and said, You can watch later. For now, come keep mommy company while I do some chores. If you behave, I'll tell you stories about your big brother. Aisha gasped and gave Lilia a bright smile. Yay! Lilia sighed and then headed outside with Aisha. Zenith shifted Norn in her arms and then smiled at Roxy. Thanks for watching out for the girls, Roxy. And sorry if they woke you up. I know how late you study. Roxy waved her hands and said, It's fine. She smiled and reached out to poke Norn's cheek. The girls are cute, so I don't mind. Norn flinched and then buried her face in Zenith's chest. Zenith laughed and said, Seems like Norn's still shy. Roxy pulled her hand back and said, she might just feel a bit guilty. Aisha seems to keep dragging Norn into a lot of trouble. Zenith looked down at Norn and patted her back. Yes, well at least she's being a responsible big sister. Aren't you Norn? She cooed and then tickled Norn's sides. Norn giggled and then let out a bright smile. Roxy smiled as well, but then she looked outside. Well, I should prepare for Rudy and Sylphie's return. She glanced back at Norn and waved. Bye Norn. I'll see you later. Norn shyly looked at Roxy and then waved. Bye Roxy. Zenith let out a happy squeal and then hugged Norn tight. You're so cute Norn. Mommy loves you so much. Love Mama too. Zenith squealed again. Roxy shook her head and then walked outside. It was a beautiful day. Clear blue skies, a bright and warm Sunday. That was getting close to the highest point in the sky. At most 2 hours away from that point. Roxy covered her eyes at the bright light and said, I slept in more than I thought. She usually woke up at the brink of dawn, so quite a few hours had been wasted today. Roxy sighed and then made her way across the courtyard and past the gate surrounding the Grey household to the open fields outside. The vivid green grass shifted as a breeze blew past, making it look almost like an emerald ocean. Altogether, a perfect and picturesque setting, just like a pretty painting. That would be ruined as soon as Rudy and Sylphie arrived. And speaking of those two, the gentle breeze shifting the grass grew more intense and then light giggles drifted from above. You're too slow, Rudy. Well, sorry for not being able to make the wind my best friend like you, Sylphie. Sylphie and Rudy. The young elf girl did a loop in the air before gently touching down on the ground next to Roxy. Smiling, she waved and said, Good morning, Miss Roxy. In contrast, Rudy plummeted to the ground. Just before he collided though, a pillar of magic circles flared to life and slowed his descent, letting him land lightly. Of course, because his landing was much more violent, his silver hair was completely windswept and spiked up in random places. Gah! Rudy scowled and quickly conjured some water to wet and fix his hair. How do you stick the landing so easily? Even if I skip the magic circles to slow me down, I either crash or bounce off the ground a few times. Sylphie giggled and said, well maybe Rudy just needs to believe more? Mona can do whatever you imagine, you know. Rudy gave up on fixing his hair and started smoothing down his clothes and tidying up his usual grey scarf instead. As he did, he said, yeah, but still. And morning, Master Roxy. Sorry we're late. He sighed and said, some terminate boars tried spearing us on the way back so we had to deal with those first. Roxy walked over to tidy up Rudy's hair and said, it's fine, Rudy. I woke up a bit late today anyway. Rudy's face turned red as Roxy fixed his hair. Off to the side, Sylphie started to pout. Roxy noticed and laughed before leaning back. Relax, Sylphie. I won't take Rudy away from you. I know, Miss Roxy. But I wanted to fix Rudy's hair. Oh. Rudy immediately walked over to Sylphie and turned around. Could you check to see if my scarf is on right, Sylphie? I think I fixed it, but it might be messed up. Sylphie immediately brightened and said, of course. Here, Rudy. Move this, tuck this in, and done. Rudy smiled and said, thanks, Sylphie. You're the best. And Rudy's my best. Huh. Sylphie blushed and said, I mean, why you re my best friend? Why yet? Rudy blushed too and said, why you re my best friend too? Watching the two interact so cutely, Roxy felt a slight pang of yearning in her heart. But she quietly tucked it away and instead let out an exasperated sigh. You two are still like this, hey. What do you mean, Master Roxy? Ha ha ha. Why yes. I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Roxy. Hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. Then again, they were still children and probably didn't understand the emotions they had. But that was a talk that Paul and Laws had to give, not Roxy. She decided to ignore the usual awkwardness those two had and instead focused on what they were doing today. So Rudy. Roxy focused on her disciple and said, you mentioned yesterday that you pinpointed an oddity in the mana of both you and Sylphie and wanted me to look at it. Hearing Roxy's professional teaching tone, Rudy calmed down and nodded. That's right. It's something that I've been thinking about since we got back from ROA but only just ironed out. I think it's a bit dangerous though, so I wanted you around before I tried anything with it. Roxy blinked. And then she slowly turned to look towards the house. Specifically how close they were to the house. Is this dangerous in the abstract sense? Or is this dangerous as in the incident dangerous? Rudy's ears turned red and he said, that was one time. How was I supposed to know advance rank spells blew up for me if I chant them? Sylphie giggled and said, so Rudy makes mistakes too, hey. She looked at Roxy and said, you know, I've never heard how Rudy was learning magic from you, Miss Roxy. Oh, it was a disaster whenever he tried applying it. Roxy looked off into the distance, recalling how she had to cast just to stop Rudy's fire spell from burning up the entire farmland. I wondered sometimes if it was worth the trouble. I wasn't that bad. How many times did you make your master apologize that day again, Rudy? Rudy cleared his throat and said, anyway. He looked at the house and said, it should be fine. But, put up a lot of magic barriers just in case. Roxy rolled her eyes and then waved her hand. Her flared and the magic circles flew out, encircling the house to form a giant magic barrier formation. Seeing that, Rudy let out a sigh of relief. But the moment that happened, Zenith's voice called out. Rudy! Don't blow up the house or I'm making you build a new one from scratch. Rudy flinched and said, I won't, Mom. Promise. You'd better. Don't be like your father. Rudy started to sweat and looked at Sylphie. You could you keep an eye on it too, Sylphie? She paused, tilting her head. Sylphie. But building a new house for everyone sounds fun. And I think we can do it, right? Rudy started to sweat some more and said, we can do that later. But I'd be happy if you kept watch too. I don't want to scare Aisha and Norn, you know. Oh. Sylphie nodded. That's true. Okay, I'll make sure Rudy doesn't cause a mess like Mr. Paul. Please don't tempt fate. Rudy sighed. Never mind. But anyway, Master. He turned to Roxy and said, I'm going to recreate it, alright? Let me know what you see. And if I start doing anything weird, scold me a bit. I think that should be enough to pull me out of it. Roxy blinked and then slowly said, you aren't making a good case for why we shouldn't do this experiment far away from your house, Rudy. From the sound of it, Roxy was starting to feel like this was a bad idea. Rudy paused. It probably is. But at the same time, if this works like how I think it does, this is probably the safest place to test it as well. The thought of accidentally hurting my cute baby sisters should be enough to stop it. And if it isn't, that should work to fix it. Roxy blinked and then narrowed her eyes. What did I tell you about keeping things to yourself again, Rudy? I know. It's bad. But it's something that I'd also not rather ever want to test, or have a way of easily explaining it. I'll think about it more and tell everyone when I sort it out. But for now. He held up his hand and focused. Let's get started. Roxy sighed. Alright. But after this, no more magic studies for a month. Rudy blinked. Wait, what? Why? Because a certain someone has completely forgotten that he's still recovering and has yet to restore his mana reserves to full ever since he got back. Sylphie gasped and then rounded on Rudy. You said you were fine. I am. I just, haven't taken the time to refill yet. Rudy paused and then looked at Roxy. Wait. I thought I was doing a good job of hiding that? How could you tell, Master? Roxy shook her head. I couldn't. But I figured that you would be doing something like that. And it would be impossible for you to have rested with how often you have been using magic. As expected. Master Roxy can see right through me. Sylphie pouted. I could tell something was off with you too. Rudy laughed and patted Sylphie's head. Then sorry to worry you, Sylphie. Sylphie blushed. Roxy cleared her throat. The anomaly. Oh. Right. Rudy stepped back from Sylphie and said, anyway. I'm starting now. Let me know what you see, okay? Roxy focused, carefully staring at the bright and vivid crimson mana circulating throughout Rudy's body. I'm ready. Sylphie, you watch too, okay? Okay, Rudy. Rudy nodded. Then. He took a deep breath and said, on go. 3. 2. 1. Go. At first, nothing happened. But then Rudy's expression shifted. As if he was recalling unpleasant memories. No. As if he recalled something that angered him to his very core. And with it, there was a pulse. Roxy's eyes widened. What in the world? Around Rudy's heart, the flow of his mana started to invert. And the moment it did, flickers of silver and emerald mana started to appear. It was foreign. That mana didn't belong to Rudy. It didn't look or feel like Rudy's either. And yet, it was. It had to be, since it wasn't being rejected by Rudy's mana and perfectly melded inside of it. But that had a cold voice. Like I thought. So this is the power of a demon god. Rudy grinned. But it wasn't a happy expression. Sylphie's eyes widened. Rudy. He laughed and said, what was I so worried about? Like this. Yeah. If it's like this. Rudy laughed again and then looked up at the sky. Let's try it. That bastard's sitting in another dimension, but if I do this. A ripple. Rudy's crimson mana continued to change to that eerie silver and green. At the same time, it started to reach out, lacing with something invisible. Roxy panicked. She couldn't understand it. She couldn't understand it, but she could sense that something unthinkable was going to happen if she let it happen. Then she remembered what Rudy said to do if he started acting up and quickly ran towards him. He looked at Roxy and smiled. What is it, master? Is it impressive? Do you finally? Roxy lightly chopped Rudy's head and said, dummy. Stop being like your father. I hate that. Rudy's smile froze. And then his mana immediately changed back and he started to tear up. But I didn't do anything. He sniffed and then ran over to Sylphie. Sylphie. Master Roxy's being mean to me again. I need hugs. Yeah. Sylphie blinked, still confused. You there. You. Roxy pinched the bridge of her nose. And here she thought she couldn't get any more headaches. 73 check, repost. In the Crimson Dragon Mountain Range, a strange sight was occurring. The area was infamous for the hordes of crimson dragons that surrounded the peaks. Hordes dense enough that, at times, it appeared as if there were crimson mists surrounding the peaks. Each crimson dragon was powerful. Enough to where it would often take coordination between teams of A and S-ranked adventurers to fell even a single one. In short, the crimson dragons were peak predators. Beings of enough power that they could go practically anywhere with impunity. Fearless. They knew caution and could tell when they were outmatched. But there was no being alive that they feared. But that changed. On one particular mountain peak. Or rather, on the plateau that had formed after the mountain peak was cut by Rudy's spell, crimson dragons scrambled, frantically smacking each other back to the ground as they tried to escape from a predator beyond even them. How interesting. A quiet but stern voice. With it, an invisible pulse of power welled up, suddenly dragging a crimson dragon towards the center of the plateau. It roared, frantically flapping its wings to try and escape. But before it could, a white blur crossed the plateau. From that blur, a hand reached out, tiny in comparison to the crimson dragon's giant form. And then the crimson dragon exploded, erupting into red mist. But not blood. No, the crimson dragon hadn't been turned into a mist of blood. Instead, it had been ripped apart into raw mana. The one responsible for that stepped forward, walking into the mist. A white fur coat. Silver hair and golden eyes. A stern face that seemed like it hadn't smiled in centuries. Orsted. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, drawing in the crimson mist. And as he did, he felt his mana reserves fill. It was a minuscule amount, far from enough to help him cast any of his higher level spells or techniques. But the fact that it replenished at all. Orsted opened his eyes and then laughed. After that, he glanced at the glimmering crimson crystal in his left hand and said, Hitagami no. As Rudius would call you, being W. The dragon god smirked and said, you have made a fatal blunder. While I know not what circumstances led to this outcome, it appears that this timeline shall be your last. A mere byproduct from Rudius's spell had the ability to reduce living creatures into raw mana. And while Orsted was still researching the crystal's properties, his intuition told him that it could potentially serve as a catalyst to convert other mana as well. If this was what Rudius could create by accident, then what could that child do in the future? No, what would that child do in the future? Orsted shook his head and then looked at the quivering crimson dragons around him. They stared back, frozen in fear. Orsted thought for a few moments and then nodded. You all have become too arrogant. With just those words, he stepped forward and grabbed another crimson dragon, converting it into mana. Roars filled the air. But unlike the usual fearless battle cries the dragons usually sent, they sounded more like strangled screams. In the citadel of Roa, Technique God Laplace, currently under the alias of Pierre Simon, stared out at the Fadoa region from the highest tower of the Boreas Manor. Glancing at the Crimson Dragon mountain range and then at Bina village, Laplace clicked his tongue and said, both my little brother and that little rascal are getting a bit too excited. His emerald eyes flashed, turning a pure gold. And with that, he could see it. Distortions were forming. Tiny ripples that were insignificant right now but would quickly swell into unstoppable tidal waves if left unchecked. Laplace rested his hand on the hilt of the crimson sword sheathed at his left side. As he did, he thoughtfully wrapped his fingers on it and said, it was only a moment, but Perugius would definitely move now that demon god Laplace's mana flared up again. And being WS bound to have realized the dead end he created by trying to rush things to avoid fate. Not to mention that the future is narrowed even further now. One of Laplace's eyes turned green again. But instead of a normal pupil, it was a spiral. At this rate, it's checkmate. Even if he moves his apostles, things won't change. He can try to rope Perugius in, but I can handle that. And my little brother Orsted should have fixed his mana situation from that radioactive mana waste that little rascal accidentally created, which means it's over. The end. The way that the flow of destiny was going, all the paths led to Hitagami's demise. And the more he tried disturbing it, the more that events would speed up. Since that guy could see the future too, he was bound to be panicking. Especially after Laplace dismantled the source of the upcoming metastasis event that guy tried to trigger early. Which meant this was the critical time period. After all, a cornered beast is the most dangerous. Laplace muttered and continued gazing at the distortions. What will you do now that you're mortal, being W? That side's battle already ended in our win, so this is your last shot. A soft wind blew past, ruffling the white coat that Laplace wore. And then soft footsteps echoed from the stairway behind him. Master? Are you still up here? Rostelina's voice. Laplace deactivated his magic eyes and then turned around with a soft smile. Just keeping an eye on things. Did you have fun? His words stopped in his throat when he saw what Rostelina was wearing. Or rather, what she wasn't wearing. Rostelina let out a coy smile and said, "You've been using a lot of mana recently, so it's time for a mana transfer, isn't it? Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it!" In the void world, the boundless space between the former 6 worlds, Hitagami roared and thrashed about. How? How does that kid keep having things work in his favor? Hitagami gnashed his teeth and then growled, "Rudius Grere." He swept his arm through the empty space and then gazed into the future again. A split stream. The river of time that was originally one branched off into countless streams. A few of them had dried up, but that was fine. The others were still going, so Hitagami didn't think of it much. But it suddenly changed. In an instant, Hitagami had a vision of his end. But not just one end. 2, 3, 10, 20, 100, 1,000. In the infinite possibilities he could see, all of them led to his end. But not only that, in each end, he sent a message back to his past self. Don't provoke him. Rudius Grere must not become your enemy. What the fuck do you mean, don't provoke him? If I leave a dangerous kid like that alone, I'm going to die anyway, you dumbass. If he could, Hitagami wanted to reach out and strangle his future self. How did this mess even happen? A sudden change. 7 years ago. Before that kid was born, everything was great. He had his apostles all over the world and was free to manipulate things as he wished. There was a weird anomaly around that he couldn't see throwing things off, but it wasn't a big deal. That guy couldn't move fate much anyway. But then that kid was born. Rudius Grere. The moment that kid was born, the future blurred. Not only that, but the river of time split into 2 main streams, one split into countless more streams, each showing his death. The other showed himself wrapped up and chained before a group of people he didn't know, forced to a fate worse than death. The singular future broke. Time itself shattered and distorted, split in twain. And now Hitagami was caught in the flow, just like everyone else. Damn it! Damn it! A dead end. His death. After all that he worked to accomplish? After all the careful ploys and gambits he executed to take out the other gods and get his role as the one true god? No, I won't accept this. Hitagami gnashed his teeth and glared back at the river of time. He was stuck now. If he could, he would have chosen the stream leading to being chained since there was a margin of success. Since he managed to pluck that lost soul adrift in time and glance at his memories, Hitagami knew what he had to do to prevent falling into that trap. But he missed it. The moment Hitagami grabbed that soul, he locked himself into the other path. The one with numerous dead ends. Meaning, subtlety didn't work. Direct interference didn't work either because there's a cheating bastard hiding from me here. Then, fine. If you want to cheat, I'll cheat too, you son of a bitch. There were cracks. Since time fractured once already, it was easily fractured again. And because it was easily fractured, the established fate was one that could crumble at the slightest interference. Which meant that he could act. The distortions unfolding meant the spell that damned dragon god placed on Hitagami to keep him in the void world were slipping. I'll let you have your fun for now. He watched Rudy play around with his baby sisters. He saw the ripple of power from an invisible source at the Crimson Dragon Mountain range. He observed Perugius set off with his servants to strengthen the seal on demon god Laplace. The distortion that he planned to use to change the board wouldn't work anymore. That cheating bastard hiding from his view had erased it. But that wasn't the only one Hitagami had in store. No, no. Fate had changed a fair bit around ROA, but not as much as a certain other area. Hitagami let out a chilling smile as he stared at Bina village. Focusing his gaze back on Rudy, he said, "Have fun. Get stronger. Grow up, make friends, fall in love. Enjoy your life and make beautiful memories. That's going to make it all the more satisfying when I take it all from you, Rudius Grere." 74 Child Grere family time. A lot happened. First, it turned out that using the powers of a demon god was really intoxicating. Enough to where I felt unstoppable. Except that it gave me a pounding headache afterwards. Probably because it was literally getting drunk off power and mana, or something. Or maybe Master Roxy hit me too hard too. Anyway, that was a can of worms we had to work out sometime. But far from home next time. Can't believe I actually started trying to create an extra-dimensional gateway by brute forcing a wormhole while I was using that mana. Not only that, but I was grounded. Grounded and forbidden from using mana. Mom and Mama Lily weren't happy to find out that I was using magic when I still hadn't completely recovered my mana. Not only that, but they also weren't happy about me tapping into what definitely seemed to be fragments of a demon god's power that was lying dormant in my mana somehow. Dad completely agreed with them. He also took me aside later and gave me a long lecture about how even if I had the power of a demon god at my disposal, I was forbidden from going around and demanding virgin sacrifices or slaughtering the general populace. That was good. Dad was at least trying to instill some morality. Though, considering his track record and the fact that he planned to kill not only his own brother but a whole bunch of other people to take over the Nodo's family if push came to shove, he probably wasn't the best person to have that lecture. Long story short, grounded because of using demon god powers and lying about my mana being topped up. That was the first big thing. Second. Sylphie. Sylphie and Master Roxy. It was complicated. Sylphie was my best friend. I liked being around her. She made me happy. I liked seeing her happy. And it seemed that I made her happy too. Enough to where she was seriously considering what my dumb dad said about her becoming my fiancé. But she didn't understand what that meant. Well, that wasn't entirely true. She understood a little bit. The whole fairytale part about being together forever, love, and the whole shebang that came with being married. Except it was on the same level as a girl imagining being swept up by Prince Charming. Probably. I wasn't sure. Sylphie was smart and mature for her age, but I didn't know if she really understood still the full extent of what that meant. Fortunately, Mr. Laws and Miss Rose were putting a pause to all of that talk. Yay for playing the "they're still just kids you dumb asshole" card on my dad. That didn't save me from the awkwardness between me and Sylphie since that possibility had been dropped by Dad, but Master Roxy was doing a great job of smoothing things over by keeping things to a normal routine. Norn and Aisha helped too. My cute baby sisters were a perfect distraction for Sylphie since they loved seeing her do magic tricks. So things were mostly back to normal. Dad came back home and continued his normal job. There weren't any signs of issues cropping up from our exploits in ROA. There wasn't going to be any ramifications from the capital for what Dad did to the knights, according to Philip, at least. Not sure if I entirely believed that considering I was 99% sure that being W had been involved. But whatever the case, things were back to normal. Playing with Sylphie and Master Roxy in the morning, lessons with Dad in the afternoon, watching my cute baby sisters in the evening while Mom and Mama Lily prepared dinner. And then at night, chatting with Master Roxy until I started nodding off and she tucked me in for bed. Happy times. Peaceful times. But... You're distracted, Rudy. Dad's voice. A brown blur. Dad's training sword, swinging towards my head. I pivoted on my heel and parried with my own training sword. After that, I clicked my tongue and swung my sword at his outstretched arm. Why do you keep aiming at my head? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Dad stepped back, moving just beyond the range of my sword. He chuckled as the sword brushed just in front of his shirt and said, as a grey male who's inherited all of my looks but your mother's smarts, it's even more important for you to learn to dodge blows to your head, you know. After saying that, he stepped forward and swung his sword again. I crouched and tilted my sword over my head at an angle. A soft clack echoed as Dad's attack was stopped by my sword, sliding off to the side instead of smacking my head. I quickly jumped back and took stock of the situation. We were outside in the grassy plains just past the gates of our house. Sylphie wasn't here today since Mr. Law said there was going to be an important guest over at their home. Master Roxy said she was feeling anxious just staying at home all the time, so she was taking over Dad's job of patrolling today. Which meant the only people at home right now were my immediate family members. And speaking of my immediate family members. Go big bro. Go Rui. Aisha and Norn cheered. You had better not hurt Rudy again, Paul, or I swear to Mealy's you'll regret it. Mom scolded Dad. Smack your father in the face a few times, Rudy. And Mama Lily calmly supported me while giving express approval to teach Dad a lesson or two. Dad flipped his sword around, caught it in a reverse grip with his left hand. Glancing over to our audience cheering from the gates, he sighed and ran his right hand through his hair. Man. I really am chopped liver these days, hey. I shrugged and said, you pretty much cashed out all your trust at once, Dad, and then went into the negatives. It takes a lot to climb out of debt. He chuckled and said, true, true. It's my just desserts, so I guess I can't complain too much. You still trust me though, right? Barely. Mention anything about a betrothal contract, fiancé, or love interest around me again and that trust is gone. Dad sighed and said, I still think that it was a good idea. Besides, Eris really isn't a bad girl, you know? You two would probably have a good effect on each other. Me? And that crazy girl who attacked Dad on sight and made Sylphie desperate enough to tap into the same demon god mana that I had somehow? I narrowed my eyes and then stepped forward, swinging my sword. Since his sword was in a reverse grip, it would take too long for him to bring it around to block so. Clack! The familiar sound of wood clattering. Dad, somehow spinning around in time to parry even with the reverse grip. I clicked my tongue and stepped back, carefully analyzing him. Whoa there, tiger! You don't need to be that mad. Dad laughed and then tossed his sword through the air, winking at Aisha and Norn as he did. An opening. I immediately whipped my sword towards his face and ran forward. As I did, I focused. Dad was skilled, but he was still an instinctual fighter. So I could take advantage of that. Since the attack was fast, he would dodge. But since he was being cocky by trying to show off, he would also be unarmed. So it was my chance. Dad was definitely a better sword fighter than me. He was also a natural combat genius. But he wasn't someone who could come up with new things. Like he admitted, Dad was dumb. If he saw it once, he could replicate and improve on it. But he wasn't the sort of person to sit around and think up a new technique. Not like me. And speaking of new techniques. After running a few steps, I dug my right heel into the ground and kicked off, flipping through the air. A feeling of weightlessness. Almost like I was flying. And then when I was just about to reach the top, I spun around and slammed my left heel down on my dad's head. At least, that was the plan. Whoa. You're getting pretty creative these days, Rudy. A light push. That was all I felt before the world flipped again, my vision swiftly filling with green grass as I flew towards the ground. But I was expecting that. I anticipated the possibility of Dad intercepting. An aerial attack was ripe for counterattack or redirect. Since it was the latter. Impact. But not with my head. I slammed my hands on the ground and then forcibly twisted my body, swinging my legs around. HOH. An impressed sound from Dad. I ignored him and instead focused on my next actions. A sweep of my legs parallel to the ground to divert the momentum, tracing out a circle with both. And as they came back around, I pushed off the ground with my arms, launching myself towards Dad with a full body force kick. Whoa! I missed. As expected, Dad dodged the blow. But also as expected, my attack ended right where my sword had landed. And so as the trajectory brought me back to earth, I rolled and grabbed my sword along the way before springing back to my feet. Dad didn't pursue. Instead, he stared at me with a proud look on his face and said, "You almost got me there, Rudy. See? You're just as good as your old man was at that age." "Oh, shut up." I grumbled and walked back over to him. "Damn it. Now I have to figure out countermeasures for you working that into your footwork somehow in the future." "Ooh, thanks for the idea. That would definitely solve a few problems with sword god techniques. Maybe dual wielding would work then." I sighed and walked back to the gate. As I did, Aisha giggled and ran towards me. "Big bro. Up." I smiled at her and did as she asked. "You have fun watching, Aisha." "Yeah." Swoosh, swoosh. Aisha mimed swinging swords around and then gave me a bright smile. "Big bro, cool." Dad walked over and then snatched Aisha from me. "But Daddy's cooler, right, Aisha?" "Oi." Aisha giggled and said, "Daddy zoom." "That's right, Aisha. Daddy goes zoom." Dad smiled and then spun Aisha in the air. Spin. We. Mama Lily stared at Dad with blank eyes. And then she turned to look at me. "Rudy." I walked through the gate and nodded. "Yes, Mama Lily." She glanced at my wooden sword and said, "Do you mind if I borrow that for a while?" She shifted her gaze back to Dad and said, "I believe it is my turn for some practical training with your father. Knock yourself out." I handed it over to her. Mama Lily took it with a smile. And then she quietly walked after Dad, who had started running around the outside of the gate again with Aisha around his shoulders. At that time, Mom walked over while holding Norn. "That father of yours still doesn't know a shred of caution, does he?" I stretched and said, "Give Dad some credit. He knows better than to do something stupid with Aisha and upset Mama Lily." Mom giggled and said, "That's true. She's got him on a tighter leash than I do these days." I nodded and said, "Guilt is a very powerful noose. Especially for Dad. For him, the more responsible he became, the easier it was to guilt trip him into doing things. And since he was doing his best to be a respectable and responsible dad since Norn and Aisha were at that impressionable age. Well, guilt trip was super effective. MMHM. Mom let out a content smile and said, "It's also very good leverage for getting your father to do what I want." Aeon, that was officially too much information. Though it did explain why Mom was so insistent on learning wind and barrier magic. And why they moved Norn and Aisha to the room near me. And why Dad seemed so energetic and relaxed these days? Oh. Guess Aisha was going to officially be a big sister sometime soon? I shook my head and then reached over to ruffle Norn's hair. How about you, Norn? I couldn't beat Dad, but did I do good? Norn giggled and said, Rui, cool. Mom laughed and said, that's right, Norn. Rudy was really cool, wasn't he? She tickled Norn's chin and smiled. Norn giggled harder and then held out her arms to me. Rui. Hug. Mom's smile widened and she held Norn out to me. Geez. I picked Norn up and held her close. You really are too cute, Norn. Aisha was like a little firecracker with how much energy she had, but Norn was like a giant ball of sunshine. She nuzzled against me and said, Love Rui. I paused and then looked at my mom. Mom blinked and tilted her head. What is it, Rudy? I know Dad says it's bad to kill people, but hypothetically. No, Rudy. You can't kill your sister's future boyfriend. I wasn't going to ask that. Mom rolled her eyes and then grabbed Norn again. No means no. Now come on. They'll probably be a while, so how about we get started on cooking dinner? She shifted her attention back to Norn and said, You want to help with that, Norn? Mom let out a happy squeal and hugged Norn tight. Ooh, my Nornie is just the cutest. Rui. Norn looked panicked and reached out for me again. I sighed and said, Mom. You're scaring Norn. Oh. Sorry Nornie. Mom set Norn down and said, Here. The moment Mom let Norn go, she ran and ducked behind me. Mom blinked. I laughed and then gently led Norn out from behind me, holding her hand. Come on, sis. I'll protect you from our scary mom. Rui promise. Rui. Forget Mom. I straightened as much as I could and said, Your big brother promises that he'll protect you against the entire world, okay? So don't you worry about a thing. K. Norn smiled and then moved closer to me and pointedly away from Mom. Mom huffed. Fine. Mommy will just be sad by herself. Norn tensed, glancing at Mom. I patted Norn's head and said, Don't get fooled, Norn. The hug monster will get you if you aren't careful. If you want to run around free, you have to know when she's pretending. Like now. Norn looked at me with wide eyes and then gave a serious nod. Mom gasped. Rudy. What? It's true. Your happy hugs are dangerous. Especially with her generous assets. Those were enough to kill, you know? And apparently enough to kill for two, judging from Dad. Puberty was going to suck, wasn't it? 75 Divergent Future. And that's another one. Roxy picked up the magic stone from the corpse of the boar monster she killed and tucked it in her bag. After that, she wiped her forehead and took a look around. The forest by Bina village. Since she was getting restless, and since she didn't want Rudy to get inspired and start messing with things while he was recovering, Roxy headed off to experiment by herself using the pretense of patrolling to give Paul a day off. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the trees to sway and their leaves to shift, sending a few drifting down as they broke free. Roxy plucked one out of the air and smiled before letting it free. After that, she glanced back at the corpse and sent out a burst of flames, incinerating it. There probably wouldn't be an issue with just burying it or leaving it for other creatures to take care of it, but Roxy would rather not risk the chance of a mutated undead terminate boar emerging and wreaking havoc. So to make sure of that, she didn't stop until the corpse was a pile of ashes. After it was though, Roxy continued on her way, moving deeper into the forest. As she did, she saw bright crimson lights scattered about. Rudy's magic barriers. They worked fine. Since the intent was to keep Being W away from the area, the magic barriers flooded the area with holy mana to prevent Being W from using his. But that created a problem that Rudy didn't account for. A roar echoed from nearby and a lumbering brown mass charged towards Roxy. A bear, and one that had turned into a magical creature judging from the mana rolling off it. Well. Roxy glanced at the bear and pulled out a magic stone from her bag and held it out towards the bear. As good a time as ever to test this out. A complicated magic circle peeled away from Roxy's and wrapped around her hand. Come forth, my magical guardian. A simple chant combined with a complicated magic circle. Then, with the magic stone as the fuel. The magic circle flew out from Roxy's hand, along with the magic stone. Brilliant lights splashed, mana distorted. And then a silver blur shot out towards the bear. A soft schnick echoed. The sound of something being cleanly severed. After that, a pair of thuds. The two halves of the bear's corpse. And then something flew back towards Roxy, gently floating around her and emitting a soft chime. Roxy blinked. Are you what I summoned? A floating bundle of silver shards, rotating around a bright blue orb. I didn't have anything in mind when I cast the spell, but what are you? A spirit? An elemental? The spirit pulsed and then let out a soft chime. After that, it floated over Roxy's shoulder. Well. Whatever you are, I appreciate you answering my call. Sking. Roxy smiled and then looked around at Rudy's magic barriers. In the meantime, let's go fix my disciple's work. It's no good to have it leak mana like this. She glanced at her summon and said, I'll be counting on you to watch my back, okay? Sking. A cozy home on the outskirts of Bina village, close to the forest. There, a group of 4 people sat around the dining room table in a tense silence. 3 in that group were a family. A beautiful mother, a dependable father, and a cute young daughter. The 4th was a visitor. Someone who sent a letter earlier to announce her presence. And someone who had just arrived that morning from ROA. A tense silence filled the room as Law stared at the elf woman seated quietly across from them. She was the same as he remembered her. No, considering that he had been an infant at the time, Laws couldn't be sure. But the fact that she wore a carved wooden necklace that matched his own, and the fact that he felt nostalgia and happiness just from seeing her. A female elf with curled blonde hair. Beautiful crimson eyes that were currently filled with a strange emotion. A mix between happiness, regret, and pride. She was dressed modestly, wearing a simple grey robe. However, the robe hugged her figure, leaving nothing to the imagination. A fact that Rose had definitely picked up on but was carefully ignoring considering who their guest was. Sylphie seemed to be interested in the robe though for some reason. And that was the cue for Laws to break the tension before his cute daughter could get any more strange ideas into her head. So, Laws said. What brought you back here, mother? Mother. A simple word, but foreign to Laws. Because of that, as he said it, he instinctively pursed his lips, uncomfortable with the word. The elf woman let out a wry smile and said, if it makes you uncomfortable, you can call me Rostalina. And I can just call you Laws, if you prefer. Laws shook his head. No. It's fine. I will, get used to it, mother. Although. He frowned and said, the priest told me that my mother's name was Ellen Elise. Ah. Rostalina let out an awkward smile and said, it's a long story. One that explains why I gave you up instead of raising you like I planned, but for now, would you introduce your family to me? I'd like to know the name of my son's beautiful wife and daughter. Of course. Laws felt weird. Happy at the woman. No, at his mother's eagerness to meet his family. But at the same time, it was odd. She was a stranger. She should be a stranger. And yet it felt like Laws had known her for his entire life. Was that just the natural bond between a parent and their child? If Luffy was separated from them at birth, would she recognize them if they reunited? Laws hoped that she would. Even if she didn't, Laws would be happy just to see her again and how she had grown up. And that must be how his mother was feeling right now. Knowing that made Laws relax a little. Right. Even if he resented her a bit for abandoning him. Even if he had to grow up and sort things out for himself without parents to rely on, she had her own circumstances. And she was here now with the intent to reconnect. That was all that mattered. Besides, Rostalina was still better than Paul's family in ROA. Laws wrapped one arm around Rose and said, this is my beloved wife, Rose. Rose looked at Rostalina and bowed her head. It's nice to meet you, Miss Rostalina. Rostalina smiled and said, it's my pleasure. But Rose, is it? Rose tilted her head and said, is something wrong with my name? Rostalina waved her hand and said, no, no. Just, a strange coincidence. Our names are fairly similar. Rose nodded and then smiled at Laws. Then perhaps meeting Laws was fate. Laws smiled and laced his hand together with hers. Rostalina looked over to Sylphie and said, and who is this beloved child? Ah. Laws looked over at Sylphie and said, Luffy, why don't you? Miss Rostalina. Sylphie interrupted her father and tilted her head, carefully staring at Rostalina's body. Laws frowned. Luffy. Sylphie flinched, realizing that she spoke out of turn. Rostalina waved him down and said, it's fine, Laws. She looked back at Sylphie and said, what is it, dear? Sylphie was hesitant, but then she nodded and said, are you really my grandmother? Rostalina blinked and then she laughed. Letting out a warm smile, she said, yes. I suppose I am. Laws poked Sylphie and said, don't be rude, Luffy. At least introduce yourself. Oh. Sylphie bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, grandmother. My name is Sylphiette. But, She looked back up and said, are you the reason why I have demon god mana like Rudy? Because you have a little bit of it floating around inside of you too. Silence. Laws narrowed his eyes and stared at his mother. He hadn't noticed it earlier since he was still getting used to seeing mana and everything it meant. But now that it was pointed out. His mother's mana was mostly an enchanting pink color. But there were flickers of silver and green mana flowing through her body as well. especially centered around her abdomen. Rostalina blinked, confused as Sylphie and her family suddenly stared at her. And especially when they started staring at her abdomen. But then she turned a deep red and covered her face. Oh my! I didn't expect you all to be able to see it. This is embarrassing. Sylphie frowned and said, are you a vessel for the demon god, grandmother? Rostalina laughed and said, no, no. I didn't expect that his mana would be visible or mistaken like that. But you're mistaken. And quite a bit too young still to hear about the cause. Sylphie blinked, tilting her head in confusion. Rostalina pressed her hands on her red cheeks, letting out a shy smile. Law's eyes widened, suddenly realizing what his mother was implying. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said, in any case. It is great to finally reunite with you. Now, what brings you here to Bina village after all these years? Well. Rostalina lowered her hands and said, I was nearby and I heard that my son had settled down with a family, so I wanted to visit. And I wanted to apologize for not raising you like your siblings. Laws blinked. Pardon. I have siblings. Rostalina looked embarrassed. Well. She glanced over at Sylphie and said, this story may not be appropriate for my cute granddaughter. Oh. Sylphie tilted her head. Rose stood up and grabbed Sylphie by the hand. Let's go practice some magic together, Luffy. Let your father and grandmother have some time to catch up in private. But I want to hear what grandmother has to say. It's not a story for children. I'm mature enough. Mr. Paul said that Azura Kingdom girls can become women when they're 10. I'm much more mature than that. It seems like I will need to have another chat with Paul later. But this isn't a matter of maturity, Sylphie. It's a secret between your father and grandmother, just like the secrets we keep. Laws blinked. Wait. What secrets? Oh. Sylphie nodded. Okay then. I still want to know though. No worries. I'll wheedle it out of your father later. For now, let's go play outside. Okay. And like that, it was just Laws and his mother. An awkward silence filled the air. Laws stared at Rostalina. She stared back at him. Time passed. And then Rostalina sighed. Well. I guess I should just say it. Laws blinked. Say what? You see. Your mother. That is, I. Rostalina blushed and fidgeted in her chair. This is harder than I thought. I didn't think I would be this embarrassed. Laws let out a kind smile and said, it's fine, mother. I promise I won't judge you harshly. After all. She couldn't be any worse than Paul's family, right? Really? Rostalina's eyes widened and she let out a relieved smile. All right. Then up until when you were born, your mother was a whore. Law's smile froze. Pardon. Rostalina paused and said, no, I guess that's wrong since I paid them. Rostalina tapped on her chin and said, well, I slept around a lot, did this and that with both men and women, spread my legs as a hobby. Hold on. Laws rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache starting. I must be hearing you wrong. Cece, could you start over? There was no way, right? Even if he didn't have a good opinion of the woman who abandoned him, something like this. Oh, sure. Rostalina nodded and said, since we got that awkward bit out, I can say it easier this time. Put it bluntly, Laws. Your mother's a retired slut. Perhaps I've judged Paul too harshly. Ooh. Right. Before that kid got married to Zinni. Stop. Rostalina laughed. Laws covered his face and groaned. In the Boreas manor, 3 men sat around a round table, looking at each other. The first was a stern older man with graying hair. Lord Soros Boreas Grere, the one who governed the entire Fidoa region. The second was a younger man with light brown hair and a genial smile. An expression that contrasted with his sharp narrowed eyes. Philip Boreas Grere. And the third was a man with an ambiguous age. His handsome face seemed young, but his silver hair and the wisdom in his deep green eyes were well beyond an ordinary youth. Pierre Simon. Soros growled and said, I still disapprove. That upstart brat. I just wanted to test him a bit because my arrogant nephew boasted so much. Then the kid runs his mouth and denies all my effort, saying the world isn't so cruel. Bah. Philip chuckled and said, well, father. I can't deny that Rudy was a bit much that day. But I also heard that father was quite wild when you were younger as well? And that you also shouted about changing the world and protecting the peasants. TCH. Soros crossed his arms, growing silent. Philip smiled. The man who called himself Pierre looked at both Philip and Soros before saying, it seems that Rudy made quite an impression on you too. Soros's eye twitched and he said, shut up, fortune teller. You are already pushing your luck with the fact that I haven't thrown you out the window by now, let alone allow you to stay in my home. Philip waved his hand and said, "Ignore father." His ego is still a bit bruised at being beaten by a child. Soros immediately jumped out of his chair and ran around to punch Philip. But right before he did, he paused. Philip blinked and said, "What? Are you not going to discipline me for my impertinence, father? I don't feel like it anymore." Soros grumbled and then walked back to sit in his chair. Pierre stared at Soros and muttered, "So that's where Eris inherited it." Philip laughed and said, "Yes. My daughter does take after father. A bit too much, I would say." Soros huffed and looked at Philip. "If you set a stronger example instead of being a pushover, perhaps she would look to you instead." Philip gave his father a sidelong glance. "And if you didn't pass over my efforts all the time and discipline me while letting my older brothers off, perhaps I would, father." Soros flinched and looked away. Philip smiled and turned back towards Pierre. "Well. Enough pleasantries. You said that you had something to report, Pierre." Pierre nodded and said, "I resolved the mana disturbance floating above ROA and rooted out the rest of the rats Prime Minister Darius sent to try and abduct Eris." Soros uncrossed his arms and turned serious. "So you confirmed it then?" Pierre nodded. "I did. But there isn't enough proof to connect him. However." He tapped his fingers against the table and said, "I did learn of another ploy. I am sure you are aware of the Purple Horse House." Soros's eyes narrowed. "Are you implying that fat bastard is going to try it on another ancient noble house?" "I'm not implying. I'm saying." Pierre leaned on the table and said, "Tries Tina Purple Horse, the first daughter of Viscount Freitas Purple Horse. Within the year, she will be kidnapped by Prime Minister Darius and forced to become his sex slave." His face twisted in disgust and he said, "If I could, I would go there right now to end that scum's life. But if I show up, a powerful protector might spring up out of nowhere." Philip let out a dry laugh and said, "Yes. I suppose if an emperor-ranked magician like yourself were to appear in the capital it wouldn't be strange for people like the sword god or water god to emerge." Pierre laughed as well and said, "Right? It wouldn't be dangerous, but things would get pretty hectic. Not to mention that the puppet master behind the scene might decide to flip the table." Philip tapped the table, tilting his head in thought. And then he nodded. "You're certain of this?" Pierre smiled. "Why? Do you not trust me, Mayor Philip?" "I don't." Philip's already narrowed eyes turned into slits. "Showing up at a time like this and giving advice while perfectly solving our key issues. I would be a fool if I were to trust you." "That's fair. But advice is just advice." Pierre stood up and stretched. "You are more than free to ignore it." "Of course." He looked at Soros and said, "There are consequences. You would know that well, would you not, Lord Soros?" Soros rose to his feet and glared at Pierre. "You are too arrogant, magician. If you think so, so be it. But regardless, my job here is done." Pierre stood up as well and looked off into the distance at a floating castle fortress in the sky. After that, he shook his head and walked off, his white coat trailing behind him as he did. Waving his hand, he said, "Send Eris on a trip to Bina village with Ghislaine. It'll do everyone some good. Or don't. At this point, it doesn't really matter." The door shut behind Pierre. And then it was just Philip and Soros. Soros gnashed his teeth and said, "That arrogant bastard." He looked at Philip and said, "Don't tell me you plan on listening to him." Philip slowly nodded and said, "I don't. It's just too convenient. But if it is true, and if the Nodos family are truly wrapped up with the Prime Minister as well." He glanced at Soros and said, "Are you planning to run wild, father?" "Of course." Soros growled and said, "That Pileman is betraying his father's memory by stooping to such depths. And for that fat bastard to dare." He gnashed his teeth. Philip chuckled. "Well. It seems that this is a perfect opportunity for my cousin. Weren't the Nodos complaining about Pileman being a terrible leader? And if what Pierre said is true, with the Midsummer Festival being hosted by the Nodos family this year and welcoming all the ancient noble houses." Soros paused and then said, "Those bastards are going to try and get away with it during the celebration. How sly. All the more reason to get a foolishly honest person like my cousin at the helm, is it not?" Soros spun around and started walking off. "Keep it up, son. Weak as you are, you show some promise." Soros's footsteps echoed before fading away. And then it was just Philip alone in the room. He sighed and said, "Weak. Yes. I'm as weak as ever. But..." He stood up and walked over to the window, staring out at the sky. "Even weaklings have things they want to protect, father. And if it takes underhanded tricks and relying on outside power to do so." "Husband." A stern female voice. Philip turned around to see a beautiful woman with crimson hair walk in the room. Her violet dress trailed behind her as she entered. "Hilda, his wife. Philip put on his usual genial smile and bowed his head. Hilda. I'm sorry, the meeting went longer than I heard from that man. Are you truly sending Eris away as well? Silence. Hilda, staring at Philip with an unreadable expression. Philip turned around. You don't need to go about this in such a roundabout manner, Hilda. If you are dissatisfied, you are free to leave. He waved his hand dismissively and said, take what you desire. You are young. Beautiful. And you have proven to be able to produce heirs. A cold and clinical speech. I am sure that any man would. Before Philip could finish, he felt someone grab his hand. Philip tensed and looked over to see Hilda standing there. She stared into his face and then sighed. After that, she let out a strained smile and said, this is why Eris doesn't respect you. She placed her hand on his cheek and said, husband. You promised me, didn't you? You said you would protect me and our family even if it cost you everything. But... She lowered her hand and then reached down to grab Philip's left hand, fiddling with the wedding ring he always wore. You shouldn't sacrifice your happiness so easily like this. Philip looked away and said, that Pierre said some useless things to you, didn't he? Only because my husband wears a mask too well. So, talk to me. Don't hide your pain behind that smile and let me share it. TCH. Philip blinked away his tears and muttered, that meddlesome bastard. Laplace rested his hand on the hilt of his sword as he walked out of ROA. Crimson light spread in front of him, tracing out a tree. But most of the branches were gone now, leaving just the trunk. Yet, even that was flickering, on the verge of blinking out. Seems like being WS made a reckless decision. Stopping future sight entirely can prevent the future from being locked in, sure. But this is a pretty big gamble, you know. Silence. Laplace tapped on his sword and then shrugged. Well. That guy's probably going to try something big, but it'll take time. For now. He glanced at Bina village and muttered, I'll let my beloved assistant reconnect with her family and leave Rudy alone. Since we're running off script now. I should make some preparations. I managed to stop that for now, but it still needs to happen in order for the way to cut that bastard down to open. And with the distortions the way they are, it's inevitable, but there's no reason as many people should die this time around. Silence, with nothing but the sound of Laplace's footsteps as he walked off. I should probably prepare for the worst case scenario of Rudy developing viral magic and necromancy as well. That was a mess to clean up. The magic night probably won't happen, but the conqueror might emerge at this rate. Demon Lord is unlikely, but I should make sure to clear things up with Perugius. Laplace paused and then let out a sigh. And I need to stop this habit of talking to myself. He shook his head and then swept his sword. Space cracked, for a moment scattering crystal shards that showed various incarnations of Rudy in each one. But then Laplace stepped through the crack in space, vanishing along with the shards. I paused, suddenly feeling a strange sensation in my chest. A flicker of anxiety. I frowned and then looked out the window of the living room. Rui. Norn tugged my shirt and said, okay. I smiled and patted Norn's head. I'm fine, Norn. Now, I was showing you some magic, right? Norn smiled and clapped her hands. Bubble. I laughed and held up my hands. All right, Bubbles it is. Now, watch closely. Nothing in my hands. Nothing behind my back. And now, splush. I waved my hand, causing thousands of tiny water balls to float in the air. Norn giggled and reached out to grab them. I smiled, releasing my hold on the water balls so that they would turn back into water when Norn grabbed them. Except, they didn't. I froze, staring at Norn. She gave me a bright smile and held up her hand, holding a bundle of unpopped water balls. Water balls with mana maintaining their shape. Mana that was clearly coming from Norn. Rui. Did it. Why yet? Ahaha. You certainly did. Alright. So either Norn was a complete magical genius that put even Sylphie to shame when it came to mana manipulation. Or mana radiation was a thing and my stupidly dense mana was affecting the people around me in ways that I didn't expect. I wasn't sure which was worse. Rui. Catch. Norn giggled and threw the water balls at me. I laughed, doing my best to keep a straight face, and caught the water balls. Good job, Norn. Now, how about we? Before I could finish, Norn let out a deep yawn and then started rubbing her eyes. Rui. CP. She reached out to me and said, hug. Of course. I pulled Norn into a hug. And then she instantly fell asleep. Which of course caused all the water balls to fall on the ground with a soft splash. Wait. Rudy. Mom's voice echoed from the kitchen. I lifted Norn up and then looked towards the kitchen. Why yes, Mom. I know you love your cute baby sister. But what did we say about using magic? I sighed. I'm not allowed to. But it was only a little. Then it's only a little bit longer that you are going to be grounded. That's fair. I sighed again and then walked Norn over to her room to put her to bed. At least I can work on magic circles in the meanwhile. Technically that wasn't using any of my mana, so it would be fine. Technically. 76 ticking clock. Big bro. Up, up. Aisha giggled and then held out her hands to me. I smiled and lifted her up in my arms. You really like being carried, don't you Aisha? Aren't you scared that I'll drop you? Big bro, strong. Nah scared. That's quite a bit of faith. It's hard to live up to such high expectations, you know. Is K. I trust. Aisha giggled and then nuzzled against my chest. I smiled wider. And then I realized someone was staring at me. My dad, giving me a blank stare. I shifted Aisha around to make her more comfortable and said, "What, Dad? Jealous that Aisha likes me more?" "No." He slowly shook his head and said, "I'm just still surprised at how many genius kids I have." I nodded and looked at Aisha before bopping her nose. Little Aisha really is a smart little bean. Aren't you Aisha? No. Aisha squirmed and said, "No poke nose. Bad big bro." I laughed and then took a look around. A bright and sunny morning, with clear blue skies and fluffy white clouds drifting past. Because of me using magic to have fun with Norn the other day, I was grounded even longer. Meaning that I had to find other ways to preoccupy myself. At first, I started delving into magic circle designs and potentially working out synergies between spells and seeing if I could make essentially a magic computer that powered itself with ambient mana. But that led to a dead end real quick since I didn't have any material that could draw mana into use for itself. And I couldn't manipulate it without using my own mana. Nobody would notice if I did. And it technically wasn't using my mana since I was just moving stuff by using mana resonance, or whatever was letting me move external mana. Still needed to research that too and why it was a thing. But anyway, I would know. And considering how easily I was slipping up these days, I decided it was better not to risk it. Anyway, magic research was no good and I didn't feel like doing it anyway if I couldn't apply it right away. And since I passed off some ideas to Master Roxy the other day, she was out of the house all of the time and lost in her own magical research. Like that cute floating blob of steel following her around that she summoned while patrolling in the forest. Totally wasn't jealous at all. So. I thought about training with Dad. But that guy got a jump in abilities since he picked up and was busy experimenting on his own now that he could see his own mana. That, and Mama Lily was hogging Dad's time by insisting that she got training as well. By the time they finished, Dad was tired and just wanted to play with my cute sisters. Like we were doing right now. Pretty much everyone else was out of the house on various errands. Mom had her work at the clinic that she had been putting off for a while, Mama Lily needed to pick up groceries, and Master Roxy was playing around with the spirit that she had summoned the other day. Sylphie wasn't here today because her grandmother apparently showed up to visit and they were going to spend a few days to reconnect. I was pretty curious about it, actually. Since Sylphie was a half-elf and that good at magic, I wondered if it was genetic. Or if my whole hypothesis about mana radiation was a thing and resulted in her being able to use magic like that. Still hoping mana radiation wasn't a thing, because that was a giant can of worms and a massive headache I didn't want to think about. But anyway, it was just me, Dad, and my baby sisters back at home. And since it was nice out, we were playing by Mom's tree instead of cooping ourselves up inside. Norn tugged Dad's shirt and then pointed at me. Papa. Up. Dad let out a bright smile and then swooped Norn up in the air. There you go, Norn. Kai-a-a-a-a. Norn screamed and then started squirming. No. Down. Down. Dad froze. Aisha giggled and said, Big sis scared. Norn quickly nodded her head and said, Scared. Down. With a stiff smile, Dad set Norn down. The moment he did, Norn dashed over to me and hugged my leg. Dad sighed and said, Seems like my genius son is more interesting than this old man. I set Aisha down and then pulled Norn into a one-armed hug. After that, I looked at my dad and said, While that's probably true, it's more like you don't know how to be careful around children. But Aisha likes it when I spin her around. Dad looked at Aisha and said, Don't you, Aisha? Aisha giggled and then ran over to him, holding out her arms. Spin. Spin. Dad grinned and scooped her up, twirling her around. Aisha giggled even harder and let out happy screams. Norn trembled and hugged me tighter. Rui. No spin. I patted her head and said, Don't worry, Norn. I'll keep you safe from the spin monster too. Norn giggled and then looked up at me. Smiling shyly, she held out her arms and said, Rui hug. Of course. I smiled and then gently lifted her up, making sure to hold onto her carefully. Norn smiled and then turned around to look at Dad and Aisha, who were still spinning. I frowned and said, Dad. You do know that Mama Lily is going to be mad at you later, right? Dad slowly came to a stop, hugging Aisha to his chest. My youngest sister kept giggling, her cute crimson eyes moving from side to side, still stuck in spinning mode. Spin. Hee hee. She giggled again and then started swaying back and forth, almost like she was drunk. I sighed. Dad put on a proud smile and said, it's fine. As long as my cute daughter's happy, I can take any punishment. Right, Aisha? Yeah. Happy. See. I shook my head and then sat down, shifting Norn to sit on my lap. Seeing that, Dad walked over to sit beside me and set Aisha down on his lap too. And then she promptly started to tilt, her eyes still spinning. Whoops. Dad quickly caught her and leaned back. Just close your eyes and relax until things stop spinning, Aisha. K. Aisha closed her eyes and then leaned back against my dad, her body still subtly swaying. Dad made sure to keep a firm hold of her though so she didn't tip over. Seeing that, Norn's eyes widened and she looked up towards me. I patted her head and said, relax. Your big brother's here to protect you from our reckless father. Dad pouted and said, I'm not that reckless. Besides, kids are tough, you know? A little spinning around along with scrapes and bruises won't do any harm. Well. I can see where Aisha gets her mischief from. Dad stuck out his tongue. I rolled my eyes and said, aren't you supposed to set a proper role model, Dad? Met. He started tidying Aisha's hair and said, it's fine. Both your moms are strict enough. I figured that I might as well be the cool and fun parent. He tickled Aisha and said, it's no good to be serious all the time. Right, Aishi poo. Hee hee. Aisha giggled and started squirming. Stop. No tickle. Dad laughed and then stopped, carefully hugging Aisha against him. After that, he put on a serious face and then looked at me. I'm surprised though. I didn't think that you and Norn would be so close. I frowned and looked down at Norn. I don't think I'm particularly close with her though. Not more than Aisha, anyway. Right, Norn? Norn blinked and tilted her head, confused. Never mind. I smiled and patted her head. Don't worry about it, Norn. K, Rui. Dad pointed at me and said, see. That. You're really protective with Norn and not Aisha. Could it be, is my responsible son playing favorites? I rolled my eyes. I'm not playing favorites. It's just that Aisha can take care of herself. Right, Aisha? Aisha gave me a wide smile and nodded. Aisha smart. Big bro, trust me. See. Dad gave me a blank stare and said, weren't you the one who got upset at getting expectations put on you for being a genius? Yep. And you're saying you don't need to worry about your smart baby sister, because she's a genius. Hey now, I'm not like you. I'm not having unreasonable expectations that Aisha is a genius. She's just smarter than your average 2-year-old and knows how to not get hurt. Dad nodded and said, that's true. When you were around her age, you somehow broke your leg and arm, after all. I felt my face heat up and said, that was an accident. I overestimated myself. Norn tugged on my shirt and said, Rui, hurt. It's fine, Norn. Nothing a little magic couldn't fix. Norn frowned but then nodded. Dad chuckled and said, well. It's good that we have so many magic users around now, don't we? He ruffled Aisha's hair and said, a little gremlin like you's going to need it. Aren't you, Aisha? No. Bad day. No mess hair. I laughed, watching Dad and Aisha mess around. The lazy and happy days continued to pass. Maybe since I had gone through a lot recently, my parents and Master Roxy left me alone while they went about their own things. They still kept me informed, of course. Being W didn't just disappear, even if he was being quiet. But for the most part, it settled into a routine where I spent my days like a kid would and just played games or read stories to my cute baby sisters. Master Roxy joined us every now and then to show off some new magic in her new spirit friend, who she still hadn't named yet. She also used the time to not so discreetly check to make sure I was letting my mana and body rest properly. Other than that though, she was cooped up in her room or roaming around doing research into summoning magic. Maybe I shouldn't have casually mentioned how space and time were interconnected and that you could probably use mana as a marker to bridge the gaps. Still, the fact that I wasn't seeing Master Roxy as often was helping me to pull my act together regarding my feelings towards her. Sylphie too. Since she was busy showing her grandmother around, she hadn't been around recently. Because of that distance, I was able to get a handle on sorting all of my emotions towards her. Which meant I needed to talk with her about it soon. That would be a conversation. But it would be fine. Right, Rudy? Right, me. Anyway, about a week passed. We were in the middle of spring, with blooming flowers and budding tree leaves. My mana was fully topped up. The minor aches and pains that I didn't even realize I had from straining my body fighting against Orsted were completely gone. As a result, I felt stronger than ever. Top of the world. Of course, I was still grounded from using mana or magic. But that was fine. To be fair, I had been on full tilt grind mode since I was born, so taking it easy for a while was good. It also meant that I was ready to tackle whatever curveball life or being W threw at me. It was morning, with a beautiful day outside. Birds were singing, flowers were blooming. On a day like this, I threw off my blanket and hopped out of bed. After that, I clapped my hands on my cheek and nodded. All right. No more procrastinating. I'd had my fun playing with Norn and Aisha. I was healed up. My mana was topped off. And I felt the best I'd ever felt. So there weren't any excuses anymore. Grabbing the grey scarf Mama Lily made for me and the wand Master Roxy made for me, I walked out of my room. The house was quiet. My parents were still fast asleep, and it was too early for Norn and Aisha to be awake yet. Even so, I could hear the faint sounds of pages turning and a quill scratching across parchment. Master Roxy, taking meticulous notes as always. Hearing that, I walked over to her room and said, Master Roxy. I'm heading out to visit Sylphie. Silence. And then Master Roxy's groggy voice called out. Be careful. If something happens, send out a fireball. Master will come running right away. I'll be fine, Master. But I'll be careful. Let my parents and my sisters know, okay? I'll be back by noon. Don't pull a Paul, Rudy. Master Roxy yawned and then said, love you and stay safe. I felt a sharp barb in my heart at the casual way she said that. The way that a sister would say to her kid brother heading out for the day. I laughed to clear up that pain and then said, I will. Love you too, Master Roxy. See you later. With those words, I quickly ran out of the house. Gah. Stupid. Can't even blame hormones or anything since you're not in puberty. Nope, just you. Saying I love you so easily back to Master Roxy. What are you going to say if she brings it up later to tease you, huh? I sighed and pulled my scarf up to hide my face. After that, I started my trek to Sylphie's house. She actually lived pretty far away from us on foot. We usually flew back super fast so it only took a few minutes, but it was still a decent chunk of time to walk over. Which meant it was just me, myself, and I. I wrapped my hands around the back of my head and looked up at the sky. Almost 8 years, hey. My birthday should be coming up soon in the summer. That meant it had been 8 years since I was reborn in this world as Rudius Grere. 8 years since I got my second chance at life. I haven't thought about it much, but I've changed quite a bit, haven't I? I had made peace with my past life. While I didn't know the exact circumstances of how I saw it, I knew that my parents and siblings in my former life would be fine. The regrets I had from then were cleared up too. Mostly. Making my parents proud. Taking care of my siblings. While I didn't have any older siblings in this life, I could at least make sure to not let down my cute baby sisters. Not only that, I felt like I had accomplished things. All the research into magic, making friends with Sylphie, keeping my family together through all the rough times. Even dealing with being W. There were still a lot of things up ahead, but like this. Yeah. I'm pretty satisfied. A sense of fulfillment I never experienced in my past life. Unconditional love from everyone around. A strong support network I could lean on and trust to have my back. And maybe even. I shook my head, ignoring the heat in my face from thinking of 2 girls. Gah. This is the problem with too much spare time. I needed to get busy again soon. Relaxing was good, but at this rate I'd turn into an old man who would just sit contentedly and watch life pass. That wasn't good. There were still dangers out there. The sense of urgency was gone since nothing had happened, but that made it more dangerous. I couldn't slack. While I had others I could depend on, if I wasn't careful, I would slide back to my old habits and leech off of them. No good. Definitely no good. I slapped my cheeks and then nodded. All right. Let's hurry up and go talk to Sylphie. After that conversation. Well, I didn't know how it would end up. But life should get a lot more fun. Maybe? Hopefully? Either way, things were going to change around here, and I couldn't wait. Well, I could since I didn't know what to do really, but... Arg, whatever. Let's just get this over with. I shook my head and then started sprinting. Maybe that would get rid of some of this nervous energy. A horse-drawn carriage, making its way from Roa to Bina village. Inside of it, Eris crossed her arms, scowling as she stared at the grassy plains passing by. I still don't understand it. That guy doesn't like me anyway, and he definitely doesn't like me after I hurt that elf girl, right? Why does Dad still want to send me to him? Ghislaine shrugged and leaned against the side of the carriage. Whatever the case, on paper you are still engaged to Paul's kid. I've heard that those sorts of noble engagements are pretty important, so Master Philip might just be worried about how it will look for you if you aren't with him. Humph. Eris uncrossed her arm and started fiddling with her sword. Well. I guess it's fine. You're sure that he's strong, Ghislaine? With a sword? Decent. With magic, a monster. Ghislaine frowned and rubbed the eye patch over her right eye. At that time, a good-hearted laugh echoed from the front of the carriage. After that, the carriage driver turned back to look inside at Eris and Ghislaine. He was a man with a monkey-like face, wearing a fur vest and black trouser outfit that made him look more like a bandit than an adventurer. The appearance of someone who couldn't be trusted. But the warm and amiable smile on his face softened that appearance. Careful now, Ghislaine. You don't want to cause a jinx. Ghislaine shook her head and said, You're still on about that sort of stuff, Jisoo. The man, Jisoo, laughed and said, A jinx is a jinx. You shouldn't take them lightly, you know? Like how everything always went right when you made decisions and wrong when you didn't. Ghislaine's ear twitched and she said, Then are you saying this is going to end poorly because I would have chosen to stay in ROA with Eris? Jisoo turned back to look at the front and shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. He chuckled and said, If you're lucky, there might be some divine intervention to make things work, you know. Eris huffed and said, Stop talking about weird stuff I don't understand, monkey man. Jisoo laughed. Whatever you say, Red. My name is Eris. Jisoo paused and then turned around to look at Eris. Eris glared at him. What? Something funny? No. But talk about a major jinx. He shook his head and turned back to face the front. Having a name that means strife is about the worst jinx you could get. Eris started gnashing her teeth and reached for her sword. Eris. She paused and looked over at Ghislaine. Ghislaine shook her head and said, Do you remember what you promised? Eris leaned back in the carriage and crossed her arms. No violence. But he started it. She pointed at Jisoo and said, What am I supposed to do about idiots who run their mouths like that? Jisoo chuckled. An idiot, hey? Well, I suppose that's kind of true. Ghislaine shook her head and then looked at Eris. Listen closely, Eris. As an adventurer, you'll end up meeting all sorts of people. Like this gambler who likes swindling people of their money. She pointed at Jisoo. Rude. I always made more money than I took from you guys, you know. Eris frowned, but she focused on Ghislaine. So you'll need to learn to tolerate them. Especially people like Paul. You see, when I was your age. 77 child, what is love? I came to a stop, slowly catching my breath. A simple log cabin house. Since it was early, Mr. Laws should be home. Or so I thought. But the usual bow that he kept by the window was gone, so it seemed like he left out for patrol early today. Maybe he wanted some time to think for himself before dealing with Dad? The few times I had seen Mr. Laws recently, he had looked pretty haggard. Almost like he had his world shattered. Well, not that serious. But it was the expression that was kind of like seeing your favorite anime get a live-action Netflix*X adaptation and then ruining your childhood memories. Or something. It looked like Miss Rose was up though. I could hear pots clattering, and there was the yummy scent of cooking stew in the air. Or maybe it was just meat. I wasn't too sure about these sorts of things. And I was procrastinating again. I adjusted my scarf and then closed my eyes to take a deep breath and calm down. This was important, Rudy. You can't just go and rush in. Don't be like Dad. Make sure to be calm and collected and... The front door slammed open and then a happy squeal echoed. Shortly after, a mature female voice spoke up, saying, Oh my lord. You are cute. Eh? Before I could process what was going on, someone ran forward and swept me in a tight hug, pressing my face against something soft. A familiar experience. It happened whenever Mom got too excited and hugged me. Of course, it also meant that I was being smothered and couldn't breathe. MMPH. MM. I tried squirming to get out of the woman's grasp. But as expected of someone who gave a hug to rival my mom's, she was surprisingly strong. Fortunately, it seemed like she didn't have as big of a chest as Mom, so I could manage to get a few breaths in by turning to the side instead of getting a face full of squishiness. But seriously, who was this? She seemed vaguely familiar for some reason, but... Grandma? No. Let go of Rudy. Sylphie's voice called out, and then I heard light footsteps rush over. At the same time, a gust of wind formed between me and the oppressive deadly assets, giving me some air. Light peals of laughter echoed, and then the tight grasp around me suddenly vanished, sending me flying back. I quickly righted myself, trying to steady my body. But feeling the wind pull me away, I decided to just go with the flow. Sure enough, I was swept away to gently land beside Sylphie, who had come outside sometime between me getting smothered by the mysterious overly affectionate, elf woman. I blinked and stared at the person who had been hugging me. She was pretty. Light blonde hair, crimson eyes, and cherry lips. Her skin was completely pristine too, without a single blemish or wrinkle. Paired with her revealing outfit, a light green blouse and too short skirt, she gave off Lud Oni-chan vibes. Wait. This was Sylphie's grandma? I blinked again and tilted my head, still trying to come to terms with that fact. I mean, I got the fact that this was a fantasy JRPG type world a long time ago. Kind of hard not to what with magic and dad being able to do stupidly superhuman feats with just a stick. But this beautiful lady who could walk down the street and pick up literally any guy, was Sylphie's grandma? Wasn't Mr. Laws around dad's age? That would make him 25 or something, right? Lowballing it. Oh. The lady was probably only around 40, so that made sense. I felt a sharp jab in my side. I blinked and turned to see Sylphie looking away, pouting. The elf woman. Sylphie's grandma raised her hand up to her mouth and laughed. She smirked and then said, My, Sylphie. Are you jealous that your grandma's going to steal your Rudy away from you? And no. Sylphie quickly shook her head and looked at me. When she did, her face turned red and she looked back at her grandma. But you're being too clingy. Maybe you're trying to corrupt him with that demon god mana. I blinked and then said, I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here, Sylphie. Sylphie's grandma laughed and said, Don't mind her, sweetie. I think I've just been teasing her a bit too much these past few days. A deep sigh echoed from inside the house, shortly followed by Miss Rose's voice. Between you and what Paul has said, I would be surprised if Sylphie wasn't feeling a bit insecure. Honestly, trying to teach about that to a girl this young. Miss Rose stepped out of the house and then looked at me, smiling. It's nice to see you again, Rudy. How are Norn and Aisha? I smiled back and waved. They're doing fine, Miss Rose. Norn's actually been asking about you a bit. It seems like she misses you. Miss Rose smiled and said, Well then. I'll have to come visit soon. You should. But, I looked towards Sylphie's grandma and said, Who are you again? I'm Rudy, but I don't think we've met. She laughed and said, You look a lot like him, but you're pretty different, aren't you? But I suppose you haven't had as many life experiences, so it makes sense. And you're only half of him too. Miss Rose snorted and said, Thank Mealy's for that. If Rudy was anything more like his father, I'd be worried. Sylphie's grandma smiled and then walked over to me, stooping down to eye level. Smiling, she patted my head and said, My name's Rostalina, Rudy. But you can call me Mommy if you want. What? Miss Rose glared at Sylphie's grandma and said, No flirting with children. I'm not flirting, dear. But fine. I'll tone it down a bit. Rostalina laughed and then stood back up. After that, she smiled and said, Just call me Lena, Rudy. That's what your father and mother called me anyway. Hey? Mom and Dad know you. Rostalina laughed and said, Well now. It seems like Paul's number 2 as always. But he did seem to like being on the bottom more than. Ahem. Miss Rose cleared her throat and glared at Rostalina. Rostalina pouted and said, Fine, fine. Geez. No wonder Lozzie is so uptight. And no wonder Sylphie's an only child. You seriously need to loosen up a bit more, Rosie. And mother-in-law needs to be more proper. Miss Rose sighed and then looked at me. In any case. She smiled and said, Are you here to take Luffy out to play, Rudy? She looked over at Sylphie and said, Luffy has been a bit lonely without you around, so that would cheer her up. Sylphie pouted just like Rostalina did and said, I haven't. Miss Rose gave Sylphie a blank stare and then turned to look at me. Her grandmother has also been a bad influence, so I would greatly appreciate you taking her away from here. Rostalina rolled her eyes. Come now, Rosie. We both know girls mature sooner than boys. Not to mention that having so much mana can speed up the process and I would greatly appreciate mother-in-law helping me cook this lovely meat pie so that we can have dinner together with the grey rats this evening. Fine, fine. Geez. Rostalina shook her head and walked back inside the house. Making these old bones move around like this. Some daughter-in-law you are. If a beautiful woman like you can be considered a bag of bones, then every woman in the world has no meaning, mother-in-law. Rose sighed and followed Rostalina back into the house. Rostalina's laughter echoed from inside the house. Shortly after, she said, True. I am gorgeous. How did a woman like you produce my beloved and upright husband? Funny you mention that. Law's father was. The door slammed shut. And then it was just me and Sylphie standing outside. I turned to look at her and said, Your grandmother is, interesting. Sylphie let out a deep and exasperated sigh. Ignore her. Grandma is weird. Yet. I can see that. Rostalina was definitely a lot different from both Mr. Laws and Sylphie. Though I could kind of understand how Mr. Laws grew up as an orphan if the vibe I was getting from Rostalina was correct. Then again, she seemed to know Mom and Dad. And Dad specifically. Let's not open that can of worms. Sylphie smiled at me and said, so are we going out to play, Rudy? She laced her hands behind her back and moved to my right side. Are you finally not grounded from using magic? I laughed. No. I'm fine now, but I've been worrying everyone a lot too, so I think I'll delay that a bit longer. If that's what you want. But it's okay to be a bit more selfish, you know? If Rudy wants to use magic, I'll come help you argue to be ungrounded. I smiled and then pulled Sylphie into a hug. Thank you, Sylphie. You're welcome. Her smile widened and she leaned into me. But then she broke away and spun, turning around to look at me. So what are we doing on this pretty day, Rudy? Tag? Treasure hunting? We can. But there's something I wanted to talk with you about today, Sylphie. She tilted her head and looked at me. Is something wrong? She frowned and walked over, placing her hand over my forehead. Are you still sick? I felt my face heat up and stepped back. And no. Not at all. Just. How about we walk first? We can talk as we go. Sylphie frowned, staring into my eyes. But then she slowly nodded and said, okay. But if you're pushing yourself again, I'm going to punish you. I laughed. Who do you think I am, Dad? Besides. I poked Sylphie's cheeks and said, my best friend's too nice to do anything mean to me, right? Sylphie's eyes widened and then she blushed, turning away. Rudy's the mean one. It's not fair to tease me like that. You know I can't hurt you. I laced my hands behind my neck and started walking. Right now, maybe. But in a few years, I'm pretty sure you'll give me a run for my money. Sylphie moved to my side and huffed. I was being sarcastic. It's sarcastic. And I think you are using that wrong. Humph. Sylphie huffed again and then crossed her arms, walking beside me in silence. She looked angry with a frown on her face. But from the way she kept looking at me and the way her lips kept twitching up, she really wasn't. I smiled and then continued walking. A comfortable silence. A gentle spring breeze blew past, ruffling my scarf as well as Sylphie's light green hair. It was nice. As usual, spending time with Sylphie made me happy. Hearing her voice, seeing her smile. Just seeing her in general. And from how happy she looked, it seemed the same was true for her. But. Sylphie glanced over at me, suddenly catching my gaze. Her eyes, a beautiful crimson hue like glittering rubies. A pretty face that was sure to become a great beauty in the future. I wasn't like my dad who saw girls for their appearances first. Specifically 2 big appearances up top. But I couldn't deny the fact that Sylphie wasn't just pretty, but she was really pretty. Enough to where I was sure any person who saw her would look twice. That, paired with the fact that she always supported me and was such a big part of my life. Rudy. Sylphie tilted her head, frowning. Is something on my face? Only beauty I mean, no. Nothing's on your face. Damn it, Rudy. Stop it. No flirting. Bad. Sylphie's cheeks turned red and she started shifting in place. Thank you. Look. You made things awkward. I coughed and said, anyway. You what do I say now? Come on, brain. Don't fail me here. You can calculate the complex integrations and transformations necessary to create 3-dimensional models of 4D space, so figure out a way out of this mess. I coughed again and said, and nice weather we're having. At number %. Sylphie giggled and then nodded. It really is nice out. She covered her eyes with her hand and stared out into the distance. Phew. Crisis averted. Now to think about how to bring up that chat. Sylphie turned back to look at me, a bright and warm smile on her face. But every day with Rudy is nice. Rudy. You're not breathing. Did something happen again? I coughed. And no. I'm fine. You're coughing a lot too. Did you get sick? She frowned and said, you haven't been staying up super late with Miss Roxy, have you? I know that you like magic research, but rest is important too. She lowered her gaze and said, I don't want to see Rudy sick again. Badump. Gah. Dead. Critical hit. I was not prepared for this. Is this why they emphasized EQ more recently before I died? Because no amount of studying prepared me for this direct feels attack. Holy crap. Rudy. I closed my eyes and held out my hand. Hold on. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Yet? Okay. Sylphie sounded confused. But she stood still and waited. At least I think she stood still and waited. Couldn't see because eyes were covered and all. But that helped. Since it was dark, I could think things through. Alright. Okay. So. Definitely like Sylphie. My heart's definitely pounding after all of that, and I definitely and completely scatterbrained right now because of how happy I'm feeling. No. That's just the burst of feel-good chemicals scattering your brain, Rudy. Serotonin, oxytocin, and dopamine. Remember, emotions are just a construct of the mind. Humans are rational machines that can overcome such feeble and fleeting phenomenon by. Gah, who am I kidding? This isn't working. I like Sylphie. I like Sylphie a lot. It was different than with Master Roxy. With Master Roxy, my heart definitely raced. And I definitely liked her too. I appreciated how kind she was in listening to me and how smart she was. I also enjoyed talking with her about magic and spending time together. But I always felt a bit uncomfortable with her. Mostly because we weren't equals. Master Roxy was Master Roxy. I liked her, maybe even loved her, but there was a distance there that I couldn't cross. But Sylphie. We started off as friends. No, I guess it was more like me swooping in to save her. But Sylphie wasn't a maiden in distress. At least, not after that. Picking up magic with ease. Chatting with me about various things and supporting me as much as I supported her. We were both alone and friendless, but we became each other's best friends. And we made each other better too. I was sure of it. If Sylphie wasn't here, I would have devolved into a person who did nothing but study magic. Who knows what kind of rabbit holes I would have delved into. But she was here. Sylphie, my supportive best friend who played games with me every day. Who invited me over a few times to read books together and just spend the day chatting. Who stood by my side when I was unconscious and then continued reassuring me even when I was terrified from being blind and the residual nightmares of whatever being W tried to do that time. Someone who I couldn't imagine life without. But someone who was still just a child. Like me. It was still too early for this. We were both young. Barely even 8 years old. And while I knew my feelings for Sylphie wouldn't change, what about hers? Right now, the only person in her life around her age was me. Hell, the only guy around her age was me. She never met any other person. Not only that, but we were kids. Who was to say that she wouldn't fall in love with someone else in the future? At that time, could I let her go? Would I let her go? Or would I be clingy and try to hold onto her even when it made her unhappy? No. That was quitter talk. I liked Sylphie. No, like was too light of a word. I was sure. I loved Sylphie. I was serious about it. I didn't know completely what love entailed, but I did know that I would regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't at least try to hold on to Sylphie. Not only that, but after all the effort and feelings she showed towards me. She probably didn't understand it yet. I didn't understand it yet. But I liked Sylphie. So. I opened my eyes, nodding. Sylphie stared at me. I turned serious and called out her name. Sylphie. She blinked and then slowly nodded. Yes, Rudy. I like you a lot. Do you like me? Yeah. Sylphie blinked. At number $% at. Why did you have to say it like that? Who the hell do you think you are, some VN protagonist or something? Besides, does Sylphie even? Why yes. Sylphie's face lit up and she hugged me. I like Rudy too. I like Rudy a lot. More than anything in the world. Eh? Sylphie let out a bright smile and said, so. Rudy can't leave me behind for a mean girl like Eris, okay? I hugged Sylphie back and said, of course, Sylphie. I promise. I won't ever leave you. Pinky promise. Sylphie stepped back and held out her pinky. If Rudy disappears, I won't forgive you. I'll fly to the ends of the world just to find you again. And I'll even become a demon lord if I need to. I laughed and wrapped my pinky around hers. That won't ever happen, Sylphie. But I promise. I won't leave you. Sylphie let out a warm smile. I smiled back. The two of us stood there for a while, just happy to be with each other. But then it started getting awkward. I coughed and said, so. Damn it. It was that simple? No, Sylphie liked me that much already. Was I? Was I some dense shounen MC? Even Dad wasn't like this, right? No, he definitely wasn't. That guy was like a shark with blood in the water when it came to sensing women attracted to him. Definitely wasn't genetic then. Was it that? Smart people tended to overthink things and miss the little stuff, right? I didn't think I was that smart, but considering all the cues I missed. Damn. Maybe I was a genius after all. Because I sure as hell was as dumb as my dad was in other things when it came to girls. Sylphie giggled and then said, let's hurry up, Rudy. Norn and Aisha probably miss their big brother, right? I'll fly us back. Oh. I nodded. That's probably a good idea. I held out my hand and said, sorry to trouble you, Sil. Before I could finish, a gust blew me off my feet. W.O. Hold on. A pair of thin arms wrapped around me. Sylphie, holding me close. After that, she looked down at me with a bright smile and giggled. This time, it's my turn to be the hero. Just leave it to me, Rudy. I felt my face heat up and said, wait a bit, Sylphie. See, can I at least hug you properly instead of you holding me like? Nope. I want to carry Rudy like a princess too. It's not fair being carried all the time. But. We're going. 78 one of those days. It was an embarrassing arrival back at home. Not because I was embarrassed by Sylphie carrying me. Okay, that was a lie. I was a little embarrassed at that. But she seemed really happy doing it and it was also nice being carried around. So I didn't mind that. No, what I was embarrassed at was my family's reaction. Apparently, since I left in a hurry that morning, Dad and Mom decided to wait a bit until I got back before heading out to work. Which meant that when we arrived, everyone was waiting outside to greet us. Which meant that everyone saw Sylphie carrying me like a princess while landing on the ground like a certain comic book character from KRYPT*N. Which meant that Dad teased the crap out of me, that Mom almost smothered me with a hug squealing how cute I was, and that Mama Lily teased me about secretly wanting to rely on someone else. Then there was the confusion that Norn and Aisha had about whether I was a hero or a princess. And Master Roxy trying her best to hold back her laughter. But anyway, we arrived back at my home. After that, Mom and Dad went to work and Master Roxy went on her usual patrol. That left me and Sylphie with Mama Lily and my two cute younger sisters. Since it was a beautiful day, we decided to go outside and enjoy the weather instead of cooping ourselves up inside. And like that, we made our way into the courtyard outside, with me taking the lead. Mostly to try and regain some dignity and composure. But before I could take 2 steps out the door, I felt a light tug on my shirt. Rui. Norn looked at me with her wide green eyes and then held out her arms. Up. I smiled and then lifted Norn into my arms. You really like being carried around, huh Norn? Norn just gave me a happy smile and then nuzzled against me. I shook my head and walked out of the house. Sylphie's giggles echoed from behind and she moved to my right side. As she did, she laced her hands around her back and smiled at me. I think Norn just likes her big brother. She looked at Norn and said, don't you, Norn? Norn let out a bright smile and then nodded her head. Love Rui. Gah. Baby sisters were dangerous weapons. Especially ones as cute as Norn and Aisha. Sylphie noticed my reaction and laughed. Poking my cheek, she said, someone's happy. I felt my face heat up. Which meant that I was definitely blushing. But I kept cool and kept walking, ignoring Sylphie. But then Mama Lily laughed as well and walked over to my left side, leading Aisha along with her left hand. Looking at me, she said, it is fine for you to be more honest with your feelings, Rudy. Aisha nodded from Mama Lily's side and then leaned over to look at me. Yeah. Big bro happy okay. I coughed and said, it's a bit embarrassing, okay. And it is fine to be embarrassed, Rudy. Mama Lily smiled and said, you do not need to be perfect or strong all the time. I sighed and said, I know. But it's hard to not want to show off for my cute sisters, you know. I smiled and then poked Norn's cheeks. She giggled and then nuzzled against me. Sylphie pouted and then leaned against me too. Seeing that, Mama Lily sighed and muttered, the future is going to be difficult. Hey. Nothing, Rudy. Mama Lily smiled and then walked over to a grassy part of the courtyard before sitting down. I walked over as well and then set Norn down. The moment I did, Aisha ran over and grabbed Norn's hand. Big sis. Play. Play. Yeah. Play. Cash me. Giggling, Aisha started running away. Ai. 2 Faz. Norn tried to run after Aisha, but she stumbled and landed on the ground. Her eyes started to tear up and she started to sniff. I frowned and moved over to pick her up. But before I could, Aisha ran back and helped Norn up. Big sis hurt. Norn sniffed and rubbed her tears, nodding. Aisha patted Norn's head and nodded. K. Play paw cake. Paw cake. Norn blinked away her tears and tilted her head. Aisha nodded and then started clapping. Paw. Paw. Cake. She smiled and then held her hands out to Norn. Big sis, paw. Norn looked confused and then hesitantly held out her hands. Paw. Paw. Aisha giggled and then clapped her hands to Norn's. Norn was still confused. But seeing Aisha giggling, Norn started to giggle too and then copied Aisha. Aisha looked over at Sylphie and waved. Sifai. Play. Sylphie smiled and walked over. What do you want me to do, Aisha? I watched Sylphie playing with my younger sisters and smiled. Seeing that they were having fun together, I made my way over to Mama Lily and sat beside her. The moment I did, Mama Lily looked over and gave me a strange expression. A wistful smile that seemed almost like she didn't believe what she was seeing. I frowned and then shifted closer to her. Is something wrong, Mama Lily? No. She shook her head and then glanced over at Sylphie and my sisters. I'm just grateful. Grateful. I frowned. For what? Well. Mama Lily pulled me into a one-armed hug and said, there are many reasons. But above all. She smiled at me and said, I'm happy that my Rudy is growing up alongside Aisha and Norn. I blinked and said, well of course. Why wouldn't I? Mama Lily paused and then shook her head, seeming confused. There's no real reason. I just felt a bit anxious. With you being unconscious for so long. Well. She smiled and said, it's in the past now. I leaned against Mama Lily and said, don't worry. I'm not like Dad, you know? I won't cause any trouble anytime soon. She laughed and then poked my cheeks. Of course. It's that adorable face of yours that's going to cause trouble in the future. Huh. I frowned and rubbed my face. I guess I do have a spooky appearance now. Since my hair had turned silver and my eyes were a bright green, I could be mistaken as a ghost. Or maybe even a member of the demon race, somehow. Prejudices were a thing, and since this place was fantasy-based, probably worse. Mama Lily blinked and then let out an exasperated sigh. Perhaps I should have treated you more sternly after all. Coddling you seems to have dimmed your wits quite a bit over the years. I frowned. What do you mean, coddled? Weren't you the one who made me do chores, Mama Lily? And I should have made you do more to appreciate your genius. I rolled my eyes. Mama Lily laughed and then looked over at Sylphie and the girls with a fond gaze. Still. I'm glad. My Rudy seems to have found some happiness and contentment these days. I coughed and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Mama Lily simply smiled and patted my head. Since that was the case, I turned my attention back to Sylphie and my sisters. At some point, Sylphie had gone to performing fun magic for the girls instead of playing patty cake. Floating water bubbles, spinning leaves and drifting blades of grass. Aisha and Norn both watched with rapt attention, carefully staring at it. Which made me wonder if they could see mana. The fact that their eyes seemed to be tracking the mana bubble seemed to imply it, but... Rui. Norn waved at me and said, play. I smiled and walked over. Alright. But remember, Big Brother can't do magic right now, so... The day went by. The sun flew past its highest point and began to sink into the horizon. Morning turned to noon, and now noon was turning into evening. Which meant that Paul's patrol was over. He stretched and then let out a grin as he looked at his patrol buddies. There were two people with him. The first was Laws, his best friend and fellow father. The second was Roxy, their practically adopted magical prodigy of a daughter, who was actually older than him. Still a weird thing to wrap his head around, but Paul didn't mind it too much. Weirder things had happened in life. Like literally everything since Rudy was born. But anyway, the trio walked out of the forest, finishing their patrol. As they did, Paul turned to the others and grinned. Finally. We can all head back home and have some rest and relaxation now. Laws shook his head and said, speak for yourself. These days, my home has been far from relaxing. Oh yet. Paul nodded and said, your long-lost mother came to visit, right? How is she? You would know better than I, Paul. Hey. Laws groaned and covered his face. Please don't inquire further. I have been doing my utmost best to not dwell much about the potential ramifications of all of these relationships and how convoluted things are going to become due to how you and my mother know each other. Paul blinked. I know your mother. He frowned, thinking. There had been a lot of women in his life before Zenith and Lilia, but he didn't really remember any that could be Law's mother. Well, there was Ellen Elise. But a woman like that having an upright guy like Law's? Yeah right. Roxy sighed and said, please refrain from reminiscing on past exploits with other women, Paul. Especially when Zenith is pregnant with your next child. Considering how adept she is with magic now, she may just decide to end any potential of future heirs with her new capabilities. Paul paled and said, why yet? Good point. Things were on the up and up, so there was no point thinking about it too hard and ruining everything. Like what Rudy mentioned to him one time. If something wasn't broken, don't try to fix it. After all of Paul's mistakes had been trying to fix something that was going fine. Well, his recent mistakes. Laws blinked and said, Zenith is pregnant again. Paul winked. There's been a lot of stress built up recently, if you know what I... Roxy interrupted and said, do I need to remind you of what happened the last time that you talked about your bedtime exploits with your wife, Paul? Paul instantly shut up and started to sweat. And no need, Roxy. I won't. He paused and said, wait. How do you know about that? Roxy patted the silver blob floating over her right shoulder and said, us girls talked about quite a bit while you were gallivanting in ROA planning a crusade against the branch of an ancient noble family. Paul coughed. Right. Yeah. Zenith and Lilia probably did a lot of venting around that time. Laws shook his head and smiled. Well. In any case, congratulations, Paul. Paul smiled back and said, thanks, best buddy. Laws nodded. Of course. Though I hope that you have considered the financial burdens that come along with another child and set aside the appropriate funds. You Laws blinked. And then he let out a deep sigh. You did not think that through, did you? Paul rubbed the back of his neck and said, I've got a decent amount saved up for us. I think. Right, Roxy. Roxy sighed and said, considering that you've cut back on your drinking, there should be enough. But you should be more careful. Despite it all, you are still just a low-ranking knight. Well, all the more reason to go take over the Nodo's family then, right? He was the rightful heir, so. A sharp thud on his head. Ow. Paul rubbed his head and glared at the person who hit him. What was that for? I am simply reciting some psalms to push out those ingrained noble beliefs, my dear friend. Laws cracked his knuckles and said, reason seems to enter your mind only through violence, so I figured that a few more lines from my hands would help you see things straight. Paul rolled his eyes. Fine. I won't go run off on a bloody rampage. Not like I was going to in the first place. Paul turned serious and rubbed his stubbled chin. I can't let Rudy think that's an okay option. That kid's too eager to jump to bloodshed. I mean, I knew that he had a hell of a natural tendency towards killing intent, but it was dangerous. Rudy was a genius, no matter how you looked at it. But at the same time, he was a child. The two led to a weird mix where he understood things at a level that was unthinkable, but also took other things for granted. Like the fact that he was a genius. His own intelligence blinded him to the fact that there were things that just weren't true for other people. But not only that, there were things that he took as facts and didn't question at all. Like how he thought that it was perfectly fine crushing people under your feet if they stood against you. Paul would be a hypocrite if he didn't agree with that line of thinking. After all, he would be the first to jump and attack scum. But Paul was also just above average. He could fight with a sword and maybe take out a small troop at this point. But he wasn't on the level of Rudy, who could and would ruin an entire kingdom if he wasn't kept in check. After all, his son was someone who could impress the second world power. Someone who might even be on the list at this point. And Rudy was still just 8. What about the future? What about when he turned 12, like Paul? If Rudy inherited Paul's temper and stubbornness, which he definitely did, considering how he had acted in the past. Since that was the case, it was possible Rudy might decide to do something impulsive like Paul did when he was around that age. Rudy cared for them all too much to do anything that would hurt the family. But that was a double-edged sword. For his family, Rudy would do anything. Paul rubbed his chin and muttered, maybe I should send Rudy to school or take him adventuring. Laws blinked. Rudy? School. Roxy laughed. Sending Rudy to school. Do you want to cause a bloodbath, Paul? It might be fine if it was a place like my alma mater, but a noble academy. Paul winced. Yeah. That wouldn't end well, would it? As smart as Rudy was, he would find a way to justify killing people who annoyed him or rubbed him the wrong way. Hell, hadn't he beaten Uncle Soros up to a pulp and kicked him out a window back in ROA? If Rudy was willing to go that far to the region lord of Fedoa, he wouldn't bow his head to anyone. He didn't even bow down to Orsted of all people, so. Not to mention that there was that mysterious being W involved in everything as well. And if he was as manipulative as he seemed to be, it would be easy for everything to be used to turn Rudy into a demon lord. Especially since he seemed to actually have some demon god mana of sorts, according to Roxy. Roxy hummed. Adventuring though. Rudy certainly is powerful and mature enough. But I'm not sure that's a good idea. She frowned and said, we still don't know if Rudy's trigger is linked to violence, anger, or bloodlust. If his mana flow changes again like before. Well, Rudy likes you, so you could probably just stop him with a kiss, right Roxy? Roxy's eyes widened and she turned red. She smacked Paul's arm with her staff and said, what in the world are you suggesting, you dimwit? What? Paul rubbed his arm and said, it's true, isn't it? Even if he turned to some demon lord or something, I'm sure a kiss from his beloved master would either stun him enough to knock him out or just pull him out of it entirely. Law sighed. Your mind continues to go to the strangest places, Paul. And I still think you guys are all too uptight about these sorts of things. The trio arrived at Law's house. The plan was to go in and say hi to Rose and Law's mother before heading back to the Grere household. An ordinary turn of events. But something was off when they arrived. Laws frowned and stared at the carriage nearby his home. I was not expecting to receive visitors today. Paul frowned and rested his hand over his sword. He glanced over at Roxy and said, any sign of our meddlesome white guy from on high? Roxy blinked. That is a strange way of addressing that person. But no. She looked towards the house and said, there do not appear to be any signs of that person around. And I don't sense any battle aura or mana being used, so I guess we've just got some guests. Though. Paul stared at the carriage and frowned. That's a pretty fancy carriage. There weren't any markings on it. However, there were a few luxurious chests in the back of the carriage that Paul could see. Laws frowned and then nodded. I will leave my back to you two then. With that, he quickly walked over to the front door. Oi! Paul went after him and said, hold on there, Laws. You can't just. Laws threw the door open and walked in. Paul dashed after him. And then when he saw the people inside, he froze. Yo! A familiar man with a monkey-like face and wind-swept dark hair. Jisoo Nakadia, the thief in Paul's former adventurer party. So you were out on patrol, Paul. A beauty of a warrior with a perfectly honed body, with skin the color of chocolate and a mane of wild silver hair. Ghislaine Dadadia, the vanguard swordswoman in Paul's adventurer party. My. Long time no see, Paul. It's good to see that the cute boy finally learned to be a man. An elven beauty with curled light blonde hair and crimson eyes. A thin but provocative body that hid immense strength, isn't what Paul saw. Instead of her usual lewd attire, the woman was wearing a modest grey robe that covered her entire body. Even so, Paul recognized her. Ellen Elise Dragonroad, the frontline tank in their party. Half of them were sitting around Law's house, relaxing. And with Paul there and Zenith at home, that meant that only one person out of their whole party was missing. But while that was curious, it wasn't what caught Paul's attention. Instead, it was the frowning young girl with crimson hair and a sword sheathed at her side sitting next to Ghislaine. Eris saw Paul staring and said, what? Aren't you my father-in-law or something? Why are you so surprised to see me? Jisoo laughed and said, so Red says, Paul. But you know, I'm starting to think that you Grere males have a jinx with beautiful women. Things never seem to go well, at. Ellen Elise sighed. You and your jinxes, Jisoo. Superstitions are good, but they can trap you into doing things you don't like, you know. Jisoo looked at her and said, maybe. But considering how even you changed so much after I taught Zenith how to cook, I think that they have some weight. Ellen Elise smiled and placed her hand over her chest. Changed? Me? Ghislaine nodded and said, Jisoo is right, Ellen Elise it's Rostalina now, isn't it? At that time, Rose walked out of the kitchen, brushing flour off her hands. Please stop playing coy, mother-in-law. And welcome back dear. And you too as well, Paul and Roxy. She smiled and said, the house is a bit lively right now, so pardon the mess. Paul waved his hand. It's fine. Just. He looked at the group of people scattered around Law's home and sighed. It's going to be one of those days, hey. 79 Fangs of the Black Wolf. Sometime past noon, a loud commotion echoed from the distance. Lots of voices, along with the sound of a horse in a carriage. Frowning, I walked out of the house and looked to see what the hubbub was about. It turned out to be a group of people. A group of people walking towards our house, with the carriage in the back. A group of people that included Mom, Dad, and Master Roxy. Mr. Laws, Miss Rose, and Sylphie's grandma, and then Eris, Ghislaine, and a strange monkey-faced man I didn't know in the back with the carriage. Norn walked over to me and tugged my right pants leg. Rui? Trouble. I ruffled her hair and said, no. Just. I frowned and said, it's odd. Sylphie walked over towards me and looked confused as well when she saw the group. Were you expecting this many people today, Rudy? No. I frowned and then turned to look back in the house. Mama Lily. She hugged Aisha to her chest and then walked out to take a look. When she saw everyone, shook her head. No, I was not aware that we were entertaining guests either. She sighed. It appears that your father may have done something again. I don't know if that's completely true, but I guess we can blame Dad for this. Especially since that Eris girl is in the group. Sylphie narrowed her eyes. I poked Sylphie and said, be nice, Sylphie. Sylphie blinked and gave me a bright smile. I'm not planning anything, Rudy. Just remember that it's best to play nice. For now. Sylphie nodded. Okay. Since Rudy isn't planning to become the demon god yet, I'll be nice. Aisha gasped, Her eyes sparkling. Big bro is demon god. I'm not. I poked Sylphie's forehead and said, look what you've got them thinking now, Sylphie. Hee hee. I sighed and then looked at the group more carefully. Mom was there. It seemed like Dad went to pick her up. And she was happily chatting with Sylphie's grandma, Rostalina in the front. Mr. Laws and Miss Rose were nearby as well, standing behind Mom and Dad. Mr. Laws looked exasperated, but Miss Rose looked really happy and was chiming in every now and then talking with Mom and Rostalina. But they weren't the only guests. Ghislaine and Eris were sitting in the back of the carriage, one driven by that man with a monkey-like face. Master Roxy took up the rear, thoughtfully playing with her silver elemental spirit thing. Though I noticed that she kept glancing at the monkey-faced man. And I couldn't blame her. The man seemed shady. His equipment, amiable smile, and his face practically screamed bandit or thief. But there wasn't anything off about him. He barely had any silver mana, meaning that he didn't train at all. And while he was fit, his body wasn't trained like a warrior. In fact, he didn't even have any weapons on him. So why did staring at him give me the heebie-jeebies? Like I was missing something? Before I could sort out why that was, my dad waved at me, letting out a nervous smile. Hey, Rudy. Some of Dad's old friends came by to visit. You don't mind, right? I sighed. So you're Paul's kid, hey? The monkey-faced man, someone called Jisoo apparently, looked at me while sipping on a mug of juice. Funny. You look pretty sharp. Guess you took more after Zenith than Paul, hey? I shrugged. Maybe. I paused and then said, hopefully. I don't want to be making mistakes all over the place like my dad does. Hey. Dad chimed in, waving a mug of foaming beer at me. I'm doing better. Better is not good, Dad. But I appreciate you trying. A lively party outside in the courtyard. Since this was the first time most of Dad's adventurer party got back together, we were having a big party to celebrate. Well, to celebrate that and apparently to celebrate the fact that I was going to have another baby sibling soon. Maybe I should bring up family planning to Dad sometime. Money wasn't a problem, but at the rate things were going. I mean, I would love having a bunch of cute younger siblings running around. But I would also not rather have to yell at Dad about us being broke all the time. Which reminded me that I needed to work more on that mana to magic crystal conversion process. And alchemy. Always good to have a way to make more money. Especially since coins in this world held value mostly because of the material and not the symbol. Anyway, we were all outside except for Mama Lily, Master Roxy, and Miss Rose who were all cooking inside. I took a look around the courtyard and saw that people had grouped up to chat. Mom was hanging out with Ghislaine and Rostalina, the women happily chatting together and gushing over Norn and Aisha who were sitting with them. Me, Dad, and that Jisoo guy were hanging out. Laws was with Sylphie, and Eris. My red-headed cousin seemed irritated at being there. But it seemed like she had grudgingly apologized. Well, that or she was being worn down by Sylphie's kindness. Wasn't entirely sure which, but it seemed like things were going well over there. Probably helped that there were two responsible adults around this time instead of Dad and Ghislaine. Not that I had anything against Ghislaine, but she seemed to be cut from the same cloth as Dad in being good with a sword and pretty much nothing else. Hey, Paul. Does your kid always space out like this? Don't worry about him, Jisoo. My genius son's got a lot of different projects in his head. I blinked and realized that I was doing the thing again. I coughed, feeling my face heat up and said, I don't space out that often, Dad. Not as often as you stare at women. Dad leaned forward, taking a large swig out of his beer. After that, he said, Rudy. Have you seen your mom and Mama Lily? If we were in the Azura Kingdom, I'd be fighting people off left and right to stop people from trying to flirt with them. I narrowed my eyes. Dad quickly added. I'm just exaggerating, kiddo. No need to get your panties in a bunch. I sighed and said, I don't wear panties, Dad. And I hope you are. I frowned and muttered, if not, maybe I really should start plotting a social revolution. If the kingdom was really as bad as Dad kept subtly making it out to be, and if it churned out nobles like Soros and left people as mentally scarred as Mama Lily was when we first met, it might be good to pay a visit. Though, considering that the Azura Kingdom had the largest military force in the world, it might not be the best thing to do right now. Hey. Jisoo sipped on his drink and said, you've got a pretty scary kid, Paul. Paul laughed and said, yeah. Rudy's pretty scary. Did I tell you about the time he almost killed Ghislaine? Oi. I cut in and said, that was your fault, Dad. And I wasn't going to. Probably. HOH. Jisoo stared at me and said, scary. Maybe I should be careful about smart kids in the future? Seems like a pretty bad jinx. I blinked. Jinx. Jisoo laughed and said, yep. A jinx. Think of it like a good luck charm. If something went wrong before, it'll probably go wrong again, right? Then it's better to just avoid situations where those things can go wrong. Dad snorted and said, that's just being superstitious. Hey. Jisoo shrugged and said, it's what's kept me alive all these years while not having combat skills, Paul. And I keep saying that you should have picked some up. Paul shook his head and said, isn't it a worse jinx being unable to defend yourself if something happens? Jisoo laughed. True. But that's what my buddies are for. It's a jinx going on an adventure alone, you know. I stared at Dad and Jisoo being chummy and then frowned. How do you know Dad anyway, Mr. Jisoo? Jisoo waved his hand and said, it's a long story. Dad chuckled and said, it's not that long. He reached an arm around Jisoo and pulled him close, saying, this guy was the source of half our troubles and half our funds, Rudy. Jisoo brushed Dad's arm off and said, yeah, and you were the other half of our troubles. And the funds. Only after Zenith joined and you stopped chasing tail. Before that it was all Elle and Elise. He paused and said, though I guess it's Rostalina now. He shrugged and sipped on his juice. Whatever the case, it's good that she finally got her memories back. Though. Jisoo looked at Rostalina and said, she's pretty different, hey. Matt. Dad shrugged and said, we've all changed a bit over the years. Even you. Since when were you sentimental enough to track down Ghislaine of all people to say hi? Jisoo laughed and said, that's true. But it's a bit lonely by yourself, you know? Most people turn to God or go crazy. I frowned and stared harder at Jisoo. I couldn't help but feel that something was off about him. It didn't seem like his camaraderie with Dad and the others was fake, but... Jisoo noticed me staring and winked. Sorry, kiddo. No matter how hard you stare at me, I'm not giving up my tricks. You're going to have to figure out how to handle your dad on your own. I rolled my eyes. That's not what I'm bothered about. I was worried about his slippery response. He never answered my question, and he was pretty good at directing the flow of the conversation too. But it was odd. Something didn't feel right. I stared harder and then I saw it. A faint flicker of white mist floating around Jisoo's head. Dad noticed too and then instantly frowned. Jisoo blinked and said, what's wrong, Paul? Dad glanced at me and then laughed. Nothing, Jisoo. But it's pretty wild that you happened to show up in ROA. Have things been going all right for you? Jisoo looked thoughtful and he said, I guess it was a bit weird. I got this urge to suddenly visit and... I focused and quietly dispersed the white mist, converting it into ambient mana with a magic circle formed out of holy mana. Hey. Jisoo blinked and rubbed the back of his neck. That's weird. Felt like some wool got pulled out of my head. Dad laughed and said, that's what you get for being a bachelor so long. He raised his beer mug to Jisoo and said, you gotta settle down with a nice gal, Jisoo. Jisoo chuckled. Maybe. But me and girls don't mix well, Paul. What? Dad tapped Jisoo's arm and said, got a jinx on that too. Something like that. He laughed. I quietly dispersed the magic circle and kept a close eye on being WS mana. It was gone. But the fact that it didn't show up until now. He was getting sneakier. Latching onto one of Dad's old friends too. If I wasn't paying attention, would he have made the guy do something ridiculous like kidnap Norn or Aisha? No, if I wasn't cautious and noticed how weird Jisoo felt, I might have missed it. Sneaky bastard. Jisoo looked at me and said, that's a scary face you've got, kiddo. He reached over and ruffled my hair, saying, you should relax more. You don't want to jinx things by being too scary, you know. Dad laughed and said, yeah. Most of Jisoo's jinxes are ridiculous, but he does have a point. Take it easy for a bit, Rudy. Here, do you want to try some? Paul Grere. Mom's voice cut through the air and she said, if Rudy sips any alcohol, you get the floor. Dad instantly leaned back and said, I'm kidding. Geez, Zenith. He looked at me though and winked. I sighed. Jisoo chuckled and said, some things never change, hey. He looked at Dad and said, I thought you were all grown up, but you're still that childish horn dog at heart, aren't you? Dad drained his beer and set his mug on the ground. After that, he said, I'll have you know that I was a wolf. Especially after. Ahem. I cleared my throat and gave Dad a pointed look. He laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. It's the legacy of a misspent youth, Rudy. Don't be like me, Kay. Considering how things seem to blow up whenever you do something, Dad, I really don't want to be like you at all. Dad nodded. That's smart. Though you really could take a few pages from my playbook on girls. With how dense you are, I'm starting to worry I won't see grandchildren until I'm in my 50s. What? I felt my face heat up and then kicked my dad's shin. What are you even trying to teach to your 8-year-old kid? Ow. You aren't 8 years old yet, Rudy. I might as well be 80 with all the stress you've caused me. Hat. You know, you sound a lot like your mom when you get angry. Should I be like Mr. Laws instead and use my fists then? Hold on. No need to go that far. Jisoo laughed. I noticed and then paused, backing off. After that, I crossed my arms and huffed. Whatever. I looked over at Sylphie and then said, I'm going to chat with Sylphie and the others. Dad looked at me and said, please play nice with Eris. Her dad basically kicked her out here to the Bunas, so she's feeling pretty irritated. But she's a nice girl. You keep saying that, Dad. But we'll see. I shook my head and then walked over to Sylphie, Mr. Laws, and Eris. Eris was in a bad mood. Ghislaine ditched her to talk with some other women, that elf woman Rostalina or whatever and some other woman with blonde hair. Actually, both of them had blonde hair, but whatever. Wasn't important. What was important was that she was stuck with that elf girl who tried to kill her last time and an elf man who seemed to be her father. But that was fine. The elf girl had been scary last time, but she calmed down. Not only that, but her father was polite at least. After getting some chairs for them all, the elf girl's father Law or something left to get some snacks and drinks. That left Eris alone with Sylphie for a bit. She was worried the elf girl would flip again and try to kill her. But that didn't happen. Instead, the elf girl was calm. In fact, she was even smiling at Eris. And not a fake smile either, but a soft and confident one. Eris frowned and said, what are you so happy about? The elf girl shook her head and said, there would be too many things to list. But I guess I'm just happy that it's so lively here. And that I have a chance to see you again. Eris blinked and pointed at herself. Me? Was the elf girl crazy or something? Yab. The elf girl nodded and held out her hand. We didn't start off right last time, did we? Sorry. My name's Sylphie by the way. She was definitely crazy. Eris would never have forgiven someone who talked to her the way Eris had to Sylphie back then. Ah. But this was the elf girl who snapped and actually tried to murder her, so. Eris suppressed the shiver of fear running down her spine at the flashback of those countless icicles and instead forced a smile on her face. Grabbing Sylphie's hand, Eris nodded and said, it's fine, Sylphie. I accept your apology. And I'm. Eris swallowed her pride and said, I'm sorry for what I did too. There. She did what Ghislaine asked her to. But she still didn't. Wow. Sylphie clapped her hands and said, you actually apologized. Eris felt her face heat up and crossed her arms. What's that supposed to mean, hey? Is my apology not good enough or something? Sylphie shook her head. It's great. I just didn't think that a princess like you would apologize. Eris blinked and said, princess? MMHM. Sylphie nodded and said, you're a princess, aren't you? I heard from Papa how all the servants in your house listened to you and gave you all you want. It must be nice. Eris's face darkened and she looked away. You only think it's nice because you have a good dad. That law guy seemed to actually care about Sylphie. No, he was nice enough to get something for Eris as well, so he seemed to be a decent person. And he didn't seem as strong as Paul or Ghislaine, but he gave off a reassuring aura. Not like Grandpa Soros who would break everything apart, but someone who would show up no matter what. Sylphie blinked and said, Mr. Philip didn't seem that bad though. TCH. Eris shook her head and said, who cares about a weakling like that anyway? All he does is spend his days in the office writing letters or getting smacked around by Grandpa and ignored by Mom. Sylphie blinked again and said, that doesn't seem like someone weak though. Eris paused. What do you mean? Well. Sylphie started swinging her legs back and forth on her chair and said, a weakling wouldn't be able to do all of that with a smile. And it was only a bit, but Mr. Philip was smiling even after you made that big mess, wasn't he? Eris furrowed her brow. It was true. Her father was always smiling that annoying fake smile. Even when Grandpa hit him in the face, or when Mom slapped him, he didn't respond. Instead, he put on that smile and bowed. No. When Eris hit him too, all he did was smile at her. Maybe she was wrong? Grandpa said that her father wasn't weak too, didn't he? Then. Arg. Whatever. Eris crossed her arms. It doesn't matter if he's weak or not. I still hate him for sending me all the way out here. Who cares if I got a fancy new sword or whatever? Do you know how annoying it was sitting on that bumpy carriage for so long? Sylphie shook her head. I don't. But it's not that bad, right? At least you could still see and move around a bit. Eris rolled her eyes. Of course I could. But it's still cramped. Sylphie nodded. It must be nice though. You don't have anybody to worry about but yourself. You've even got that strong big sister Ghislaine to escort you all the way here. Eris frowned. That's not true. I've got a lot to worry about. Like Mom. And Grandpa. Right? She would definitely be mad if something happened to them. Would she? Eris paused to think about that. And then she stopped thinking about it and huffed. It doesn't matter. Eris took a look around and said, how are you not bored around a place like this anyway? All that Eris could see was grass, grass, and more grass. Well, there was a forest in the distance and some farmlands too. And that tiny village. But that was it. Sylphie shrugged. I've got a friend to play with so it's never really boring. Eris felt a pang of jealousy but she did her best to not let it show. Instead, she turned up her nose at Sylphie and said, who needs friends anyway? That just means you're weak. Sylphie nodded. Yab. I'm pretty weak. I mean, you beat me, didn't you? Eris flinched. She wasn't expecting Sylphie to acknowledge that so easily. Sylphie continued talking like nothing happened though and said, but even if that's true, I'd rather be weak and have someone to make my days happy and fun than be strong and live sad and lonely days. Eris felt a jab in her heart at those words. Sad and lonely days. Until Ghislaine showed up, wasn't that how she felt? That no one cared about her and that she was all alone? Before Eris could think too much on that, Laws returned. Here you go, Miss Eris. Laws smiled and held out a small wooden cup to Eris. Sorry it took so long. My wife had a lot to say to me when I went inside. Eris took the cup with a meek nod and said, it's fine. Law's smile widened. Eris looked away, feeling uncomfortable at the warm expression. Sylphie smiled at that. Laws handed a cup to Sylphie as well and said, I got you some juice too, Luffy. Thanks, Papa. Sylphie took the cup and sipped on it. Laws sat down and then looked at Eris. I hope that you haven't had too rough a time, Miss Eris. I know that it may seem like a drastic change coming from ROA, but Bina village has its charms as well. Sylphie nodded and said, right. And since you're here, we have a new friend to play with. Oh, and we can introduce you to Norn and Aisha too. They're really cute, you know? And I'm sure they'd like to have a new big sister to play with. Be big sister? Me. Eris blinked. Weird. These people were all weird. They didn't know her. And Eris didn't do anything good to them. Even so, they were being nice. Welcoming. She was sure of it. Everyone here was crazy. Even so. Eris took a sip from her juice. It wasn't bad. Oh. Rudy. Sylphie spoke up and waved to someone in the back. Eris paused and turned around to look. Rudy. That boy Paul kept talking about. The one that Ghislaine called a monster with magic. The one who her dad said would become her husband in the future. Before, Eris didn't have a good chance to look at him. But she did now, so she took advantage of that. He was young. Shorter than Eris too. His face was still a bit chubby and gave off a cute look. Paired with his bright and wide green eyes, he looked like a complete pushover. But he wasn't. His silver hair showed that. From what she heard from Ghislaine, Rudy's hair turned that after using a crazy magic spell that almost killed even Ghislaine. Not only that, but his body was trained. Instead of chubby kid arms, they were clearly muscular and defined. Weird, considering how he was still a kid. But it showed that he took training seriously. Or that Paul was even worse on him than he was on her. Maybe both? Rudy let out an easygoing laugh and said, sorry to keep you waiting, Sylphie. I wanted to talk with Mr. Jesse for a little bit, but Dad kept bringing up the past. Law sighed. Of course. Paul is the sort to run his mouth when he's had too much to drink. He shook his head and stood up. I will make sure he remembers to keep it in moderation. He smiled and said, have fun, you three. With that, Laws left. And then it was just Eris, Sylphie, and Rudy. And when that was the case, Rudy turned to look at Eris. Eris felt her breath stop. Sharp eyes. The innocent and wide-eyed look vanished in an instant. Those bright green eyes suddenly turned dark and menacing, flashing with a bit of crimson light. The mocking words Eris planned to say suddenly vanished as she felt her heart race in fear. And then that sharp gaze was gone, as if it was just an illusion. Rudy let out a warm smile and said, sorry about that. I don't think we've properly been introduced, right? I'm Rudy. Eris. She mumbled her name and averted her gaze. Scary. Even now her heart was pounding in her chest. Ghislaine was right. Rudy was definitely a monster. Just looking at him made her body freeze up. Rudy smiled and then held out his hand. It's nice to meet you, Eris. A warm and sincere greeting. One that definitely didn't make sense considering what happened the last time she saw him. Crazy. She was sure of it now. Everyone here was crazy. Still. Eris took Rudy's hand and shook it. It's nice to meet you too, I guess. Eris suddenly felt a sharp gaze from behind Rudy and flinched. Rudy frowned and took a look around. Did something happen? Sylphie laughed and said, maybe Eris is just seeing things? She has been on a carriage ride all day. Isn't that right, Eris? Eris started to sweat. Why yes. That's probably it. Rudy's frown deepened and he said, that's no good. He lifted Eris's hand up and then placed his other hand over it. Eris was confused, but then she felt a sudden warmth spread from her hand to her body. When she did, fatigue she didn't even know she was feeling was swept away. There. Rudy smiled and said, that should have helped. A bright and warm expression. One that Eris barely acknowledged considering the chilling gaze she felt from Sylphie, standing just behind Rudy. Rudy tilted her head. Did that not work? Eris quickly shook her head. It did. I'm fine. I think. Just, still a bit tired. Oh. Rudy nodded. Probably some mental fatigue then. It's probably your first time on a long carriage ride, right? Why yes. Thought so. Then, how about we just sit and chat for a while to get to know each other? I overheard Ghislaine mentioning that you two will be in Bina village for a while, right? And since we are family, I guess we should get to know each other better. Family? Her and Rudy? Eris felt her face warm up. Rudy blinked. What? Sylphie let out a deep sigh. Hey. Rudy looked at Sylphie and said, did I say something wrong? Hearing that, Eris sighed as well. For someone supposedly smart, Rudy sure seemed to be an idiot. Ghislaine looked at Zenith and smiled. It's good to see you again, Zenith. Zenith hugged Norn against her chest and nodded, smiling. It's good to see you again too, Ghislaine. And you too, Ellen Elisa, I mean Rostalina. Rostalina smiled while braiding Aisha's hair. Just call me Lena, Zenith. She laughed and said, and it's fine. I didn't expect things to end up this way either, so I don't blame you messing it up. I'm happy that you got your memories back though. Zenith smiled and said, I know you said you started remembering things a while back, but it's good that you remembered all of them now. Rostalina let out a wry smile. It's come with its own fair share of challenges. But it's been nice, yes. Though I'll admit things have turned a bit awkward as a result. Lena? Herr Pwedi. Aisha looked up at Rostalina. Rostalina laughed and said, almost done, sweetie. Wait a bit longer. K. Ghislaine looked at Aisha and shook her head. I'm still surprised that Paul's whelps are so well behaved. Zenith snorted. Don't take Aisha as the standard. She's just playing nice right now because she wants to be pampered. No. Aisha pouted and said, Mama lie. No listen. Ai good girl. Ghislaine hummed and then looked at Norn. Considering how you seem to be pampering your child. Zenith tilted her head while preening Norn's hair. I don't know what you're talking about. Norn struggled to get out from Zenith's grasp, looking at Ghislaine with pleading eyes. Or perhaps you are smothering her instead with your love. Zenith gasped and let her grip loosen. Sorry, Nornie. Did Mama hug you too tight again? Ghislaine blinked. Again. Norn squirmed away from Zenith and then moved to Ghislaine, holding up her arms. Help me? Up. Ghislaine let out a warm smile and then lifted Norn up to sit on her lap. Norn let out a sigh and then leaned back, relief on her face. Zenith pouted. Why does everyone keep stealing my cute Nornie away from me? Rostalina laughed and said, too much love can smother a child you know? You've got to give just the right amount of care, love and attention. Take it from an experienced mother. Zenith blinked and then looked at Rostalina in confusion. What do you mean experienced? She paused and then said, oh. Of course. Wait. You raised your children. Rostalina huffed. Rude. I'm no heartless vixen. Even if I like. She glanced at Aisha and Norn and said, even with my past, I made sure to raise my children up well to adulthood. The only one who I didn't was Laws, but there were complicated circumstances around that. Zenith's eyes lit up and she said, then. Do you plan on staying in Bina village longer? Because Lily and I could use some help and pointers on how to raise children. Rostalina finished braiding Aisha's hair and set her down. There you go, sweetie. Aisha giggled and said, thank you. I show Mama. With that, she ran off back into the house. Zenith frowned and said, be careful, Aisha. K. I careful Mama Sini. Saying that with a small wave, Aisha continued on her way. Zenith sighed. That girl has too much energy sometimes. Rostalina laughed and said, children tend to be that way, yes. And I didn't plan to stay very long, but my man's busy with his own thing right now. She tapped her finger on her chin and said, I suppose it's better if I stay in a place where he can pick me up later. Ghislaine looked over at Rostalina and raised an eyebrow. You have another mate, Alina Lina. Rostalina giggled and placed her hands on her cheeks. He's a very manly man. But he's also very private. Maybe I'll bring him to meet everyone after the kids are grown up. Zenith blinked. You have more kids already. Rostalina paused and then puffed her cheeks. No. Though not for lack of trying. I meant your kids. Zenith blinked again. Hey. Rostalina waved her hand. It's complicated. Magic and a bunch of other things are involved, so we'll have that conversation later. But anyway. She leaned forward and said, so I heard that you're pregnant again, Zenith. Zenith blushed. 80 child a new norm. It was a long and lively evening. With Mom and Dad's old friends over, a lot of stories were exchanged and a lot of laughter had. Most of that over Dad's overly affectionate PDAs with Mom and Mama Lily after having one too many drinks. While the adults chatted, us kids hung out and did our own thing. Mostly just getting to know each other and playing some board games that I helped Sylphie make. I'd been meaning to do some before to play with Aisha and Norn, but even with healing magic, I didn't want to risk them swallowing something. My baby sisters were big girls now though, their words, so I made a few simple board games to play. One with chutes and ladders, another with a bunch of colored discs to line up 4 in a row. Like that, we managed to preoccupy ourselves and my baby sisters. Master Roxy even joined in later, eager to try out Kane TFOR. Or so she said. But it looked more like she was feeling out of place with the adults and joined us instead. It was great though. And while I thought that Eris would be trouble, she seemed to be playing nice. Still wasn't sure if that was because we caught her in a bad mood at ROA, if she was trying to change, or if she was actually a good person like Dad said. I was, tentatively giving her the benefit of the doubt on that. Still didn't forgive her for beating up Sylphie for no apparent reason, but since Sylphie wasn't showing any bad feelings towards Eris, I decided to not judge her too harshly. Besides, Norn and Aisha seemed to have like her. And Eris technically was family, like I mentioned to her. But anyway, time passed and night fell. Which meant we had to find a place for everyone to crash for the night. Mostly the adults. Which also meant that Sylphie's little remark about building a house came true since our house was definitely too small to fit everyone. And so a conspicuous stone mansion suddenly appeared next to the humble Grey household. Not. Sylphie was all for making a fancy house and even carving things out with ice. And Master Roxy wanted to make it mobile, able to transform and fly on a whim with a bunch of magic circles and the help with her new now confirmed metal spirit. Apparently, the little guy was like Mercury and could amalgamate all sorts of materials together along with mana, or something. Master Roxy rattled on a bit too much in her excitement and started talking in the magic god language halfway through her explanation, so I didn't catch everything. I did suddenly realize that people actually spoke different languages, not though. The more you know, right? Anyway, I put my foot down and talked them out of it, creating a simple one-story ranch-style house instead. Well, I helped them create it. Mostly by doing floor plans and sketching things out. Fortunately, all those hours watching me ECR foot builds on YouTube paid off, so we ended up with something fairly practical. Which was good, since it turned out that Ghislaine and Eris were going to be more like live-in guests rather than short-term visitors. Apparently, my dear Uncle Philip said it would be unacceptable for my betrothed to live apart from me for so long since it would show that it was a sham marriage, or something. I called BS on that. And it also pissed me off at how aggressive that guy seemed to be throwing his daughter away, but considering that he drew a line in the sand, and since Eris really didn't have anywhere else to go if we turned her away too, she stayed. And of course, that meant Ghislaine stayed as well, since she was both Eris's sword tutor and personal bodyguard. And that meant that the second and separate house was definitely needed since there was some history between Ghislaine and Dad. I still remembered the look Dad gave her when he was trying to tick me off back then. It was acting, sure. But there was also something to it, so separate house it was. Like that, we did a bit of reshuffling in living arrangements. Going forward, me, Ghislaine, Eris, and Master Roxy would sleep in the new house while Mom, Dad, Mama Lily and my baby sisters would sleep in our old house. Well, technically I didn't have to stay in the new house. But I knew what shenanigans my parents planned after mentioning all of that, so it was better for my mental health to not think about it too much and just move out a bit. That aside, the morning after the reunion/celebration party for my new baby sibling, things were pretty normal. Jisoo left, saying he had some quests he had to complete if he wanted to maintain his S-rank adventurer status. He promised he would come visit every now and then to catch up though, and that he would send letters. Still thought the guy was shady, but since it turned out his actual written and accepted job as an adventurer was a thief, that made sense. This world's common sense was weird. Anyway, after that things settled down to a new normal. It was a bit awkward at first with the addition of Ghislaine and Eris to the Grey household, but things settled down soon enough. Especially when Master Roxy impressed Eris by making a bunch of golems for her to fight and occupy herself while we did our thing with Sylphie and my sisters. Mom and Dad went to work as usual, though Mom came back early since she was pregnant. Mama Lily still did chores, but since Ghislaine was around and Eris was having fun fighting the golems Master Roxy created, Mama Lily and Ghislaine trained together when Mama Lily finished the chores. Well, it was more like Ghislaine was training Mama Lily. And accidentally becoming the victim to all the protections I had placed inside of Mama Lily's protective bracelet. Fortunately, Ghislaine took it like a champ. I think. It was really hard to read her. Like that, time passed. Spring turned to summer. I turned 8 to little fanfare, mostly because we were all too busy having fun. And then, a few weeks before midsummer. And that's why I want to head out with Philip and Uncle Soros to the Millbots region. Dad mentioned something ridiculous again. A family meeting in the afternoon. Aisha and Norn were fast asleep, tired out from running around all day and playing around with Mana. Even so, Sylphie was keeping an eye on them with Eris and Ghislaine. That left me, Mom, Mama Lily, Master Roxy, and Dad sitting around the dining room table in our old house. Dad shook his head and said, "It's dangerous, but if things go well, we can settle this without resorting to bloodshed." I tapped my fingers on the table, frowning. "So you say. But are you sure this will work out right, Dad? I mean, you're strong right now, but..." Since Dad had kept up with his training, and since he kept being pummeled by me and lost to get Zinka to get stronger after healing up, he was strong. Stupid strong. But not Orsted strong. If we kitted him out right with proper equipment and magical artifacts, I was sure Dad could handle pretty much anybody that popped out of the woodwork. Even so. How do we know this isn't a plot by being W? That was the key question. Uncle Philip got intel from a mysterious magician about a potential kidnapping occurring at a well-known noble gathering in a foreign land. And it just so happened that the orchestrators would be the Nodo's family. It was fishy. Too convenient. Mama Lily nodded. "It is too dangerous, Paul." Mom nodded as well. "I really don't want you to go. And I'm pregnant. You aren't just going to leave your helpless wife like this, are you? A guilt trip." The leverage that Mom always used to make Dad do things for her. It definitely had an effect. Dad's face twisted into a grimace and he looked hesitant. But even so, he shook his head and said, "I know it's bad timing. But it's something we have to do." I frowned. "Is it though? The Asuran Kingdom or whatever never followed up, and we never got any assassins or troublemakers from the Nodo's family. The worry that we would get branded as traitors or hunted down never came to fruition. It still could. But considering how much time had passed, it really didn't seem likely. Which was unfortunate since I was itching to test out a few defense measures I had installed, but it was probably for the best." Master Roxy nodded. "Rudy has a point." She looked at my dad and said, "Even if your brother may prove trouble in the future, or if the Azura Kingdom sends forces this far out, we have nothing to fear." She glanced over to her floating silver spirit and smiled. "Isn't that right, Mercy?" Sking. Dad pursed his lips and said, "Even so. We can't just let this happen. If I'm not there, something terrible will happen to an innocent young girl." "So what?" I shrugged and said, "It doesn't involve us. And it will involve us if you go. Terrible things happen in the world all the time. Who cares if another gets added to the list?" Silence. I blinked and looked around. What? Did I say something weird? Mom and Dad shared a look. Master Roxy covered her face and sighed. Only Mama Lily looked at me. She frowned and said, "That is true, Rudy. But what?" I frowned and said, "It's just a random girl." Dad glared at me and said, "What if that girl was Sylphie? Or Norn? Aisha?" I shook my head. "I see what you're getting at, Dad. But she's not. And this isn't a world where we have the luxury to go around saving everyone in sight, right? I mean, that's why you ran all the way here to Bina village, isn't it?" Mom pursed her lips and said, "Rudy." I looked at her. "Yes, Mom." She stared at me and then carefully said, "Do you not care about other people?" "Of course I do." I nodded and said, "Everyone's lives are important. But it's not our business to get involved when it means putting our own lives at risk. Especially for a random stranger. Besides." I looked at Dad and said, "Why do you have to go? Can't Uncle Philip or your uncle find some other strong people to help out?" Dad hesitated. "They could, but..." I pressed on. "And if it's that important, why don't I just come along? I'm completely healed and stronger than before. Not only that, but if this is as much of a trap as it appears, it'll be better if I'm there to help out." "You can't. And if not me, since Orsted wants to team up with me, why don't we just ask him to help out? If this mission or whatever means saving a member of a noble house, that means he could get a favor for helping out, right? And since it seems to involve being W, he would probably be happy to help. Dad was quiet. True. Even so. Even so what, Dad? I frowned and said, this doesn't make any sense. You know the risks. We shouldn't get involved, but even if we have to, there are better alternatives than you going in alone. I stood up and said, what if an army of Sword Kings show up? Or a group of Emperor-ranked magicians? Dad laughed and said, I think your sense of scale is off, Rudy. There's less than a dozen king-ranked swordsmen in both the Sword God and Water God style. But not for the North God, right? That's just basically whoever can fight. I shook my head and said, you're good, but you don't scale in combat. In the worst-case scenario, you'll be going up against an entire hostile house in a hostile land without any backup. This is a terrible idea. I crossed my arms and said, either you let me come, you let Master Roxy tag along, or you don't go at all. Dad smirked and said, wow. Talking for Roxy now, are you? My genius son works fast. I slammed my hand on the table and said, this isn't the place for jokes, Dad. He stared at me and smiled. It seems you're forgetting about someone, Rudy. Who? Dad stretched and said, well. There's a certain swordswoman who's pretty free right now. And she also has ties to the Boreas family, so she's going to come along anyway. I shook my head and said, even with Ghislaine, it's still too dangerous. We don't know what tricks being W is pulling or what pieces he has in store. Going out like this is necessary. Dad gave me a stern look. I bit my tongue and stared back. Rudy. Dad stared at me and said, I know it's dangerous. I know it's risky. And I know that it could be a trap. But it's something that we have to do. Why? I frowned and said, why do you have to go out of your way for something like this? We're fine if we just stay here at Bina Village and... Son. I flinched and stared at my dad. He stood up too and looked down at me. Crossing his arms, he said, do you want to live your entire life in a cage like this? 81 child with great power. A cage? Dad looked at me and said, you're scared. We're all scared. We don't know how strong this being W guy is or what he has in store. But we have to check. It's fine training here in safety, but that won't last forever. You saw Chisu, right? Being W tried to pull a fast one on us. We caught it, but what if we don't next time? And what does that have to do with you running off by yourself? I glared at him and said, it's stupid. You're stupid. Why are you stupid? Mom narrowed her eyes and said, don't talk like that to your father, Rudy. What? It's true. Dad laughed and waved his hand at my mom. It's fine, Zenith. He looked at me and nodded. It's true. I'm stupid. But Rudy. Didn't you know? He grinned and said, even masters have to be careful in front of absolute fools. Not to mention that an idiot who doesn't know or fear the enemy's plans is the best one to ruin them. Master Roxy tapped her fingers on the table and slowly nodded. That is a fair point. If being W has been quiet because he is working plans behind the scene to spring them when we least expect it, then it would be wise to throw some chaos into the works to disrupt them. Right. Dad pointed at Roxy and then looked at me. See? Your beloved Master Roxy gets it. But that is assuming that is not his intention. Roxy continued and frowned. The problem we face is that we do not know the extent of being W's abilities. If he is a god, is he omniscient? It appears that he is not, but how far below that bar is his gaze? Can he perceive the future? The past? And what are his capabilities? What if he directly manifests? I pointed at Roxy too and said, do you see? It's too risky for you to go alone. But if I come, we won't have that risk. I was confident. If being W tried anything, I would be able to thwart it. And even if we were surrounded by enemy forces, I could mow them all down and get us out of there. In the worst case scenario. Well, no matter how strong a person was or how good the magic was in this world, that was only to the level of what they knew about the world around them. I had an entire repository of knowledge from a separate world because of my past life. And while I didn't recall much, if any, of that past life anymore, I still remembered what I had learned. And if push came to shove, I had enough mana to brute force phenomenon like Sylphie did. Unraveling the molecular bonds of the person in front of me and turning them into a puddle of goo. Modifying healing magic to override the body's homeostasis and cause rapid cell division to induce either aging or cancerous tumors. Barring that, I could also create a plague or virus. Something that spread rapidly and mutated quickly. Non-lethal at first, but then quickly adapting. And one that spread through the air. Or maybe one that latched onto mana and self-empowered through that. I had countless ways to end things if being W flipped the table or crossed the line. So it didn't have to be like this. Dad didn't have to risk his life by going alone. And if I was there, we didn't have to worry. Dad stared at me and then let out a deep sigh. It seems like I messed up, hey. I blinked and stared at my dad. What do you mean? Dad shook his head and walked around the table towards me. After that, he placed his hands on my shoulder. Rudy. Listen to me very carefully. I looked up at him and slowly nodded. I'm listening. You're still young. But these are the years that will determine the man who you are going to become the rest of your life. I gave him a blank look and said, Dad. I'm 8 years old. The fact that you can say that means it's even more true. Dad gave me a serious look and said, Rudy. You're young, but you aren't a kid. Hell, you're more mature than I was when I ran away from home. I couldn't really argue with that. It was true. I was young, but I wasn't a child. I knew better than most and I had the capacity to understand the world around me since I was born. And I technically had lived a life already, even if it was cut short and I couldn't recall it. Dad patted my head with his left hand and said, I know how much you love all of us. I know how much you worry about seeing us get hurt. But you can't focus on just your family. Why not? I brushed his hand off and said, who cares about everyone else? I'm fine as long as everyone here is safe. Dad sighed. Rudy. He shook his head and said, if someone like you doesn't care, who will? I froze. That. Dad looked at me and said, all it takes for the bad guys to win is for the good guys to stand back and do nothing. Now, Dad isn't a good guy. I'm doing better, but I grew up in a place where doing bad things was normal. Expected. He glanced at Lilia and looked away in shame. I noticed and frowned. But you changed, Dad. You're a good person now. He laughed and said, well. If my genius son says it, maybe it's true. But then, if it's true, I have to show it. And if I've become a good person. If I'm a good guy now, then I can't let the bad guys run free. I stared at my dad and said, but that's stupid. You can't stop all of them. Saving just this one girl isn't worth it. Maybe. Dad nodded and said, but it's who I'm trying to be. And it's probably a bit too late for me to change. He laughed and said, hell, your dad has a lot of bad habits that he keeps falling back to. I've kicked a bunch of them, but a few still come back every now and then. But you're different. He stared at me and said, you can be good or evil, Rudy. Hero or villain. You're this young, but you already have more power than almost everyone else in the world. I would bet my life on that. Please don't. Dad laughed and said, right, right. But it's true. You have power, Rudy. Enough power to change the world for better or for worse. But with that great power, there must also come great responsibility. I was quiet. I knew those words. I didn't know if Dad was just subconsciously drawing on them or what, but I remembered those words. Right. With great power comes great responsibility. It was famous. A quote that pretty much everyone knew. And something that I knew too. But I hadn't thought about it at all. After all, I didn't have great power before I died. But I did now. Dad was right. For once, he made a good point. The only thing that was required for evil to prevail was for good men to do nothing. And people didn't wake up one day deciding to become evil. It was a gradual acceptance. Letting one small act go because it was convenient. A cascade of compromises until there was nowhere left to fall and you relished where you stood. Dad made good points. Even so. That still doesn't explain why you have to go, Dad. It was just a distraction. Dad laughed and said, fine. If that didn't convince you, I guess I can't. He sighed and stepped back. You're young, Rudy. But I guess you grew up before I realized it. And it seems I set the wrong example. So I won't stop you from coming along. But. I'm asking you. He looked at me and said, let me do this. I've messed up twice already, but third time's the charm, right? I clenched my fists. He was stupid. His reasoning was complete garbage and he was being reckless again. I didn't want to let him do this. At least, not outside of my sight. But before I could say anything else, Mama Lily spoke up. It's fine, Rudy. Hey. I looked over at Mama Lily. What do you mean? Mama Lily looked at my dad and said, your father is reckless when he runs off on his own. So we can't let him do that. But you're the same. So that won't do. I blinked and then pouted. What do you mean? I'm nothing like Dad. Dad clutched his chest and said, ah. My poor heart. My beloved son is rejecting me out of hand. So this is how my father felt. They were serious words, but the light-hearted smile on Dad's face showed that he was joking. I glared at him, but then looked at Mama Lily. Setting aside me being like Dad. What do you propose then? Master Roxy going with Dad. I looked over at Master Roxy. Master Roxy hesitated. I would, but... Dad laughed and said, I'm afraid your beloved master's reputation would make that difficult. Especially considering how much she stands out. I blinked and looked at Master Roxy. What reputation? She coughed and said, it is complicated. And involves quite a few misunderstandings. After saying that, she pursed her lips and looked away, making it clear she wasn't going to say anything else. I sighed and then looked at Mama Lily. That's what Master Roxy says. Miss Ghislaine is going, but I still think it's not enough. Mom hummed, twirling her blonde hair. After a while, she nodded and said, Ghislaine's always been good at picking the right outcome, but you're right. She and your father have always been a magnet for trouble. Dad pouted and said, that's not. He paused and then frowned, eyes moving as if counting something in his head. See. Mom sighed and then looked at Mama Lily. We really do need someone to buffer them in this. From what I've heard about Philip and Soros, they don't seem much better than Paul. She frowned and said, we really need someone with a cool head about all this. Mama Lily nodded. Yes. Which is why I will be going along with Paul. Silence. And then everyone started talking at the same time. No way. Dad crossed his arms. You can't, Lily. Mom protested. It is far too dangerous, Lily. Master Roxy frowned and shook her head. I don't want you to go and get hurt, Mama Lily. And I tried talking her down too. Mama Lily smiled and then shook her head. I appreciate the sentiments from everyone. But Paul was right in part. She frowned and said, we must probe being W's actions. If too many of us go, he will be cautious. But if we present a tempting opportunity. Master Roxy placed her right hand on her chin and said, he will take the bait. Mama Lily nodded. That is so. And in doing so, we will buy more time through delaying whatever plots he has set afoot. I shook my head. No. No way. Absolutely not. You're going to get hurt. Or worse. I will not. I stared at her and said, and what makes you so confident, Mama Lily? You might have healed from your old wounds and trained a bit more, but you're not a fighter. She nodded. This is true. But I am confident that I will be fine. How? I frowned. Do you know something we don't? Mama Lily smiled. No. But I have faith. She looked at Paul and said, my beloved husband is a person who fights the hardest when there is someone he must protect within his sights. And she turned to look at me. My beloved Rudy is a genius who can defy even the heavens above and perform miracles. So. Why don't we try it once? Or, is my faith mistaken? I felt my heart tremble. It was there. The same as my past life. Towering expectations that I couldn't hope to meet. Not only that, but they were from the one person who I thought would never have them of me. The one who supported me unconditionally this entire time. Mama Lily was quiet, just staring at me with that soft smile. Dad clenched his fists, but he turned to look at me, not saying a word either. I glanced at him and looked at Mama Lily. And then. Fine. I decided. It would be different. I would make sure that this time would be different. With great power came great responsibility. And with that quote, there always came a death in the family. Always. But I wouldn't allow that. Not this time. So. Master Roxy. I looked at her and said, you. Me. Your bedroom tonight. Pardon. Master Roxy turned a deep red and her voice cracked. I paused, realizing how that phrasing sounded. But I ignored it and said, we're going to create an absolute defense field. And we're going to make a sword that can cut through anything. Oh. Master Roxy cleared her throat and said, of course. I stared at Dad and said, you're forbidden from dying or letting Mama Lily die. Got it? If anything happens, I'm ending this world. I'll become the demon god, murder everything in sight and then recreate everything. Dad laughed and said, well. I guess I'll have to work hard to prevent that, then. A light-hearted reply. But Dad's eyes were firm. Determined. Seeing that, I gave a curt nod and walked off. There were preparations to make. The depths of the forest by Bina village. There, technique god Laplace knelt down beneath a tall tree and dug through the soil with his bare hands. And after scraping away a few handfuls of dirt, he pulled something out from the ground. Laplace stared at the item he dug out and muttered, your life wasn't in vain, Rudy. As to what that item was. A small urn made with magic. And also one that had flickers of powerful mana coursing through it. Mana that seemed to not belong in that world, distorting the space and gravity around it. Holding the urn in his hands, Laplace gave it a solemn look and said, you lost everything you had, but you've set things up for us to win everything back. Well, I guess you could never have predicted this would result after your trip to warn your past self, but that's what happens when mortals attempt time travel. He shook his head and then looked up at the clear blue sky. You can rest easy now. Your past self couldn't finish the job, but I will. Well, we will. Silence. There wasn't a response. But of course there wasn't. It was just a strange urn, filled with the ashes of someone long dead. At least, that should have been the case. But then a deep and bone-weary sigh echoed. When it did, the urn shattered and the ashes inside dissolved into ambient mana. Laplace watched it fade and then nodded. After that, footsteps echoed from the distance, shortly followed by a mature female voice. So you're here after all, master. Laplace looked over to see Rostalina walking towards him, wearing a grey robe. I thought I sensed you. She looked over towards the tree and then frowned. But what are you doing here? Weren't you making preparations? I am. Laplace nodded and said, there was an item here that was slowly turning the area into a dungeon, so I wanted to make sure that was settled first. Rostalina tilted her head and said, that phenomenon wasn't from Roxy or Rudy's magic circles. It wasn't. He glanced at the tree and looked at the surrounding area. It was where he saved Sylphie. Or rather, where Rudy saved Sylphie. Laplace simply bought time and broke open the veil being made to conceal her. But even if he hadn't, someone else would have. Laplace shook his head and then rested his hand over his sword. As he did, a crimson tree flickered to life, and continued flickering. Most of the branches were gone now, leaving only the main trunk and a few tiny offshoots. Seeing that, Laplace clicked his tongue. No point relying on the future anymore if that guy's given up on it as well. The past couldn't be changed, and now the future was a blank slate. Laplace had a few sketches of what it could be, but clinging to those would lead to trouble down the line. Still, he knew what to prevent, and what to allow to pass. And the first of those. Laplace ruffled Rostalina's hair and then said, be good and watch over the kids for a few years. It's going to happen soon and they'll need your moral support. Rostalina huffed and said, I'm not a child anymore, master. And I already know. Although. She frowned and said, are you sure this is fine? If Hidegami stopped using his, can't you directly intervene now? Can't you save them? Laplace stopped and then slowly shook his head. I can't. And even if I could, I won't. After all. He looked back at Rostalina and said, I told you, didn't I? He looked away and said, I am not Rudius Nodo's Grere. And he wasn't. Laplace had the man's memories. Laplace saw the man's potential futures. And Laplace knew the man's regrets. But he wasn't Rudy. Not anymore. Great. Then I don't have to worry about stealing my granddaughter's man away from her when I do this, right? Do wa mmph? Rostalina pulled her lips back from Laplace and then let out a sly grin. If you're going to work hard for a few years, you're going to need a lot of mana. So. I'll do my best to top you up, alright? Masata. Laplace sighed. You lewd woman. Only for you. Now, let's get started. On the destroyed mountain in the Crimson Dragon Mountain range, Orsted clenched his hands, marveling at the thrum of power coursing through his veins. After that, he nodded and said, this should be sufficient. He stared into the distance at the Millbots region. Rudius is still young, so I should wait. But for now. Tries Tina Purplehorse's abduction should be around this time. Let us see if this is enough to defy fate. Muttering to himself, the current dragon god descended from the mountains, his white coat fluttering behind him. In an endless void, a certain misty white figure calmly stared at a floating model of a flat world beneath him. As he did, his eyes flitted towards certain white lights shining across the major continents. Let's see how you handle this, you cheater. You're not the only one who can flip the board over. A pair of lights flickered from the Holy Land of Swords, slowly moving towards the Millbots region. A bundle of lights blossomed within the Millbots region itself, focused around the Nodo's territory. And with that, cracks formed across the model. Tiny tears in space, forming a web over the entire world. I didn't get to where I am today by playing fair. Just you wait. We'll see how your neat tidy plans hold up when I throw absolute chaos into the mix. He. 82 child, comes great stress. It was stupid. I still didn't see the point of why Dad and Mama Lily needed to go along to save just one girl in basically an entire different country. Family was the most important thing. Who cared about the rest of the world or innocence? Sure, it was good to help out every now and then, but to risk your neck for a complete stranger. I didn't get Dad. But I wasn't going to try and change him. The only way that someone would change would be if they decided to change for themselves. And Dad seemed to be trying at least. Wish he actually would change instead of just try, but this was the situation I had to deal with. No point complaining about it. Anyway, there were a lot of preparations to make, so I got busy with Master Roxy. I had to work really closely with her in order to make sure everything was in order. Fortunately, I had stupid amounts of mana to work with and my mana also seemed to be extremely malleable. Kind of like Master Roxy's summon. The metal blob. Mercy? I think that was what Master Roxy called it. Mercy could pick up random minerals, objects, and mana and amalgamate with it. Essentially take in the properties of whatever it combined with. Only for a short while though. It would be pretty broken otherwise. But it didn't like my mana. When we tried giving it a bit, the spirit ran away like my mana was the plague. Maybe it had to do something with the whole potentially being the reincarnation of a demon god thing. Or just having traces of said demon god in my body. Or maybe my mana was stronger and it would assimilate Mercy instead. I didn't know, but whatever the case, Mercy stayed far away from me while we experimented. And as for experiments, there were two objectives. The first was a defense for Dad. I knew Dad. While he was a genius in sword fighting. Well, in just fighting in general, he also fought recklessly. He was fast and basically had the first stage of Ultra Instinct, but we couldn't rely on that. After all, he wasn't Orsted fast. I could still remember it. In what was essentially frozen time, that guy could move at normal speed. He was an anomaly. Orsted was basically an unbeatable boss fight. But who was to say that being W didn't have people like that in stock? This world was big. Dad was a genius, but geniuses were a dime a dozen when there were billions of people in the world. Especially when there were races other than humans and even mixed race hybrids. Like the Sword God and Water God. Even though they weren't Orsted, I was sure of it. People on those levels. Taking each style to the extreme, the Sword God could probably move at light speed and do crazy stuff like split space. And the Water God probably had the real Ultra Instinct thing. Or maybe an absolute domain where they could control and sense every incoming attack. No, since it was water, we had to assume it was based on that. Water could flow or it could crash. It was also formless and shapeless, and it took on the form of whatever you put it in. In that case, there was probably an absolute counter where it took the incoming attack and revolved it with added force. Then there was the North God that was basically the mixed martial arts of sword fighting. But that was a rabbit hole that wouldn't end. Focused preparations. That was what we needed. Dad and Mama Lily would leave within the week, so there were 7 days to work with. And during those 7 days, like I thought, we needed a defense for Dad. And we also needed a strong sword for him and Mama Lily. Mostly Mama Lily. If she was going. Well, the bracelet I made for her had been upgraded with a bunch of features, but a trump card was best. And she was trained to be more of an assassin type of fighter anyway. So again, 2 tasks. And we had to factor in crazy BS wild cards. First, we started with the swords. Mama Lily wasn't very strong and didn't use much mana to reinforce her body, so the sword had to be light. At the same time, it was probably better for her to have it concealed. After all, no one would expect someone as beautiful as Mama Lily to be able to fight, right? And even if they did, with all the magic that would trigger from the bracelet, they would assume she was a magician and rush in to attack instead of run away. Which would be the perfect time to counter. So a proper blade wouldn't do. It should be innocuous. Mundane. After a bunch of brainstorming, I remembered the story about a water nymph giving her pin to a hero to create a magic sword, so we went with that. Kind of. We still used a pin, but it didn't turn into a sword. Instead, it turned into a sword hilt. One edged with millions of magic circles that would make a composite mana/plasma blade when activated. Also tons of magic circles with all sorts of traps for people who tried to take it away from her. We could have made the same thing for Dad, but considering his style it wouldn't work. Instead, the focus was on making a blade that could handle his mana and ridiculous improvisation. Also one that wouldn't break under high stress, like when I fought against Orsted. Which reminded me that I never did recover the pieces of my sword. But anyway, there was a simple solution for Dad's sword. Since I figured out how to compress my mana into a magic stone to use as ammo against Orsted, I just applied the same logic to make a hyper-compressed mana sword out of ambient mana. The result was an ominous-looking crimson sword that seemed like something Muramasa would make, but it was definitely sturdy enough. It also really didn't like other mana and repelled it like a magnet. Which reminded me again that I needed to do more research into the fundamental nature of mana still. But those were finished. Now came the hard part. How do you make an absolute defense? Sylphie stared through the window at Rudy pulling his hair and scribbling into a notebook. Rudy's still at it. A bratty female voice echoed from behind. Eris walked over, her arms crossed. Her crimson hair trailed behind her as she did, along with the coattails of the haphazard fur coat she made to copy Ghislaine. Sylphie resisted the urge to scold Eris for talking about Rudy so casually. Instead, she just nodded and looked back at Rudy. That's right. It seems like he's stuck on a hard problem. They were outside the other house. The new one that Sylphie helped Rudy and Miss Roxy build a while back. It was late in the afternoon. The day had mostly come and gone, and most of that was spent indoors for Rudy. Like always, it seemed as if Sylphie's best friend. No. Not just best friend. Rudy was the one she liked the most and made her happy, just like she made him happy. But right now he seemed really frustrated. Through the window, Sylphie saw Roxy walk over to Rudy and then peer over his shoulder, staring at the diagrams. She ruffled Rudy's white hair with a gentle smile and then started tapping certain parts of the diagram, making some suggestions Sylphie couldn't hear. Ugh. Eris shook her head and said, I still don't get how he can sit down for so long. My eyes would be spinning just looking at that stuff. Sylphie looked away from Rudy and stared at Eris. That's because all you can think about is sword fighting. Eris puffed her chest out and nodded. That's right. And I'm the best at it. Only because all you do is train. Sylphie frowned and said, have you even played with Norn or Aisha recently? Eris huffed. I try. But those two brats keep making fun of me. Sylphie blinked. How? Norn and Aisha were still toddlers. They were smart and Eris did have a lot of flaws to poke fun at, but... Actually, Aisha was smart enough to notice those sorts of things. And she definitely had a little mean streak to her. And Norn as the responsible big sister would go along with Aisha and protect her. Eris pouted and said, Aisha keeps calling me a musclehead. What even is that? My head isn't made of muscles. Isn't it stupid? Sylphie's mouth twitched, but she did her best to not let it show. It is a bit ridiculous. Right. Eris looked proud and said, I knew you'd get it, Sylphie. Now come on. She grabbed Sylphie's hand and said, let's go fight some monsters in the forest. Sylphie glanced at Rudy and hummed. I guess some magic stones would be useful for Rudy. Oh, yeah. I guess we could remember to get some for him too. But let's go. Eris jumped up and down and said, if you fly us there, we can go and be back before dark. Sylphie blinked and tilted her head, staring at Eris. Eris stared back. What? Nothing, Eris. Sylphie let out a warm smile and said, hold on tight, okay? Rudy would be sad if you got hurt. Oh. Okay then. Eris hugged Sylphie tighter. And with that, the two flew into the air. Eris screamed and hugged Sylphie a bit tighter still. For a split second, Sylphie considered causing an accident. It would be so easy to just say she didn't know what happened. And since Eris liked Sylphie now after all Sylphie did for her, Sylphie would never get blamed for it. And if Rudy got sad, Sylphie could cheer him up about it too. But that would be mean. And besides, even if Eris was annoying, bratty, and took everything for granted, she really liked Sylphie for some reason. And Sylphie didn't want to hurt someone who really liked her. Even still. Maybe Eris was just stupid? It seemed like she had completely forgot about the past between them just because Sylphie said some nice things and showed her some magic. Oh well. It just meant that if Eris liked Sylphie more, Sylphie didn't have to worry about Eris stealing Rudy's time with Sylphie. Now, her Rudy was working hard so Sylphie should work hard to bring him something nice, right? Maybe they should go hunt down some terminate boars so they could grill some meat and have fun with a campfire. 83 Child Support Conversations. Rui. Bubble. Norn stared at me with wide green eyes, giving me a shy smile. Aisha nodded her head next to Norn and grinned. Big bro. Magic. Magic. I blinked and then looked over at the person who brought them over. What? Dad crossed his arms, leaning against the door frame. Too good to play with your baby sisters. Of course not. I held out my hand and made a small water ball before handing it over to Norn. She giggled and held it in her hands, easily manipulating the mana in it. Pwetty. Aisha clapped her hands and said, Big sis, cool. Hee hee. I still had many questions about why Norn could handle mana so easily. But that was a later problem. I glanced out the window. It was dark now. No, not completely. There was a small fire glowing outside on the plains. Master Roxy with Sylphie and Eris. Ghislaine was there too, and chopping up a giant pig? That much time passed, hey? You're doing the thing again, Rudy. I blinked and looked at Dad. That's because I have to use a lot of brain power to try and figure out your problems, Dad. Norn handed the water ball off to Aisha and then looked at me. Rui Pwabum. I ruffled her hair and said, Don't worry, Norn. Big brother's just thinking. Norn furrowed her brow, as if she was trying hard to figure out what I said. But then she slowly nodded and said, K. She definitely didn't understand. But it was cute, so it didn't really matter. I looked back at Dad and said, What are you guys doing here anyway? Was Mom and Mama Lily worried about me or something? Yes, and yes. Also Norn and Aisha missed their big brother so we came by to say hi. I winced. Yeah. I had been kind of holing up in my room for a while now. I sighed and then looked at Norn and Aisha playing catch. Maybe I do need a break. Dad nodded. Even geniuses like us need time off, you know. I rolled my eyes and said, you take too much time off, Dad. Better that than not enough and missing out on my lovely kids growing up, right? I gave Dad a blank stare and then sighed. You are raising so many death flags. Death. Dad blinked and said, what are those? Don't worry about it. I stood up and did some stretching. After that, I looked outside and said, I'm guessing they're doing a little barbecue or something. MMHM. Dad nodded and said, looks like Eris and Sylphie worked hard to get some meat to grill for our hard-working genius. I watched Sylphie accidentally turn a slab of meat into charcoal with a blast of fire and sighed. Well, I guess I've been working hard enough for the day. And I was still stuck on trying to make some defense equipment for Dad. It couldn't be too heavy since his main style was Sword God, which relied on fast speeds. But if it was too light, then it'd be pointless. Unless it was made out of some mono mesh that would protect that? Ooh, that was an idea. Maybe. Before I could finish my thought, my world suddenly turned on its end. Dad, lifting me up and tossing me over his shoulder. Hey! I squirmed and said, let me down. No can do. Dad turned back and said, right, girls? Your big brother's been working too hard, so we need to have some fun. Rui. Stwang. No scare, K. Big bro play. I want see more magic. It seemed like Norn got a misunderstanding and Aisha was way too focused on magic. But whatever. I could use a rest. Though. Man. Dad started walking out of the room with me and said, you're pretty heavy though, Rudy. What have you been eating? Don't tell me you've been skipping meals. I eat lunch with the others every now and then. And I get some snacks too. I think. Sylphie popped in every now and then with random treats when she was over. And Eris rambled on about random stuff before leaving bowls of food for me too when Sylphie didn't. So I was fed properly. Was it a bad thing that I didn't remember what I ate though? Dad sighed. Rudy. Sylphie ran up and hugged my arm. Smiling, she said, did you come to eat with us? I scratched the back of my head and let out a wry smile. I couldn't just leave you guys alone when you are doing such a good job cooking. Eris walked over and crossed her arms, huffing. About time you showed up. For someone who's supposed to be smart and good at fighting, you really don't know what's good for you. We were outside. Or rather, my dad tossed me on the ground after we left the house and I booked it before he did anything more embarrassing. Sylphie looked at Eris and giggled. Rudy can be kind of dumb sometimes, right? Eris nodded. Right. Aren't boys supposed to help girls out? I shrugged and said, I believe in gender equality. It's not like you're any better than me. Eris instantly glowered and pointed at me. You're only better because you're faster. Your sword techniques suck. I won't deny that. But who needs technique when you have raw ability? If I could see attacks coming and block them before they hit, it didn't really matter if I knew how to do it properly or not, right? It wasn't like I was trying to be a magic swordsman anyway. That was Dad's thing. I hate you. Eris glared at me. I waved my hand and said, you're not very endearing yourself, princess. Fix that attitude of yours and we might get along. Eris's eyes widened and she started tearing up. Sylphie tugged my arm and said, be nice. Eris is trying hard too. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. Right. I looked at Eris, put on my best puppy dog look, and said, sorry, Eris. Eris blinked a lot and then frowned. I. This time. She averted her gaze and said, only because Sylphie asked you. Hey. Needed to keep that tidbit in mind. Maybe my puppy dog face leveled up. Master Roxy cleared her throat and said, are you three going to just keep talking over there? She looked up from the fire nearby. Ghislaine was sitting nearby too. That's right. If we want to eat, we should all help in cooking this before it spoils. Eris walked over and said, how am I supposed to help anyway? I don't know how to cook. Ghislaine pointed to the boar carcass behind her and a giant ice platter with cuts of meat. Practice your cutting technique. But Ghislaine can do it really fast. Which is why you should practice. Eris sighed and walked over. In the meantime, I walked over to Master Roxy and stared at her grilling the meat. Mostly at the slightly burnt and overcooked kebabs next to her. She noticed me staring and her ears turned red. What? It's edible. Sylphie nodded. It's better than what I did. Master Roxy patted Sylphie's head and said, it's fine, Sylphie. You didn't know that cooking takes time. Sylphie pouted and said, it doesn't make sense. Why can't it cook faster if we use hotter fire? I plopped down beside Sylphie and said, because cooking isn't about the fire or heat, but about the thing changing with the heat. And the change can only go so fast. Cooking was just a complicated series of chemical reactions, after all. And those required certain parameters and time, along with certain energy levels. Adding too much energy would just trigger a different chemical reaction, a la charcoal. Sylphie picked up a skewer of raw meat and looked thoughtful. I got a sudden bad feeling and said, Sylphie no. She flinched and looked away, feigning innocence. I wasn't going to try anything, Rudy. Trying to speed up cooking with magic is no good. You might create something the world isn't prepared to fight. Master Roxy nodded and looked at Sylphie. Rudy's right. There are instances where scraps of meat or bones left in dungeons have turned into monsters. If you make a mistake, you could create a terrifying monster, Sylphie. Humph. Fine. Sylphie held her skewer out to the fire. This is annoying though. At that time, Dad jogged onto the scene with Aisha clinging onto his head and Norn held in his arms. Aisha let out a happy giggle, clearly excited by the speed. While Norn was wide-eyed in terror. I sighed. After sorting out a bunch of things and scolding Dad for being reckless with my baby sisters again, we all huddled around the campfire and relaxed. A few makeshift stone chairs, some soft-woven grass mats for Aisha and Norn to play on, and we were good. Eris sat next to Ghislaine, both happily chewing on some kebabs. Dad sat with a few kebabs of his own while Norn and Aisha sat on the mats beside him, blearily staring into the fire. And then there was me, sitting next to Master Roxy and Sylphie. I nibbled on my kebab and frowned. I still didn't get why we couldn't just stay like this. Or why Dad had to go out of his way to another country for some plan. The pros just kept getting outweighed in my head the more I thought about it. Ghislaine glanced at Dad and said, Paul. It seems like your kid's not enjoying the food. Are his taste buds messed up or something? Dad laughed and said, Nah. He's still just thinking about the trip. I frowned and took a bite out of my kebab. It was a bit dry, more like jerky than anything else. But it tasted pretty good. I just couldn't really enjoy it because of what Dad said. Eris finished her kebab and grabbed another. As she did though, she looked at Ghislaine and said, Why do you have to go, Ghislaine? Did Grandpa and Dad really need you to go along too? Paul is just as strong as you, isn't he? Dad puffed out his chest and said, I'm stronger. Ghislaine chuckled and said, For now. But we'll see later. She rolled her shoulders and said, I've been considering revisiting North God techniques, so we'll see how you fare after I do a bit more training. Dad's eyes lit up and he grinned, seeming eager. And then a groggy Aisha smacked his leg. Day. No play wolf lady. Dad flinched and he let out a nervous laugh. I wasn't thinking anything like that, Aisha. Tellin' mommy. Big sis tell too. Norn blinked and looked over, confused. Tell mommy. K. Dad groaned. Eris laughed and stuck her thumb up towards Norn and Aisha. That's right. Go tell on your creepy dad. Aisha nodded and said, K auntie. Eris froze. PFT. I bit back my laugh. Sylphie didn't though. She giggled and then said, I see what you mean, Eris. Eris's face turned as red as her hair and she looked away, going back to eating. Ghislaine shook her head and spoke up again. Anyway. She looked at Eris and said, I have to go to make sure this guy doesn't get wrapped up in anything too dangerous. It turns out that he's more of a muscle brain than I am. Hey. Dad spoke up and said, I'm not a muscle brain. I just don't like thinking. I groaned and said, even as a joke, you shouldn't say that, Dad. Oh. Right. He rubbed the back of his head and said, I'll be more careful, Rudy. Please. Especially if you are going to be dealing with nobles. I paused. Unless you changed your mind about me helping with. No means no, Rudy. Dad turned serious and he said, killing is no good. Aisha blearily waved her hand in the air and said, yeah. Big bro no kill. Norn tilted her head and looked at Aisha. Kill bad. Aisha's head bobbed up and down. Yeah. Kill bad. Hurt beta. I glared at Dad. Sylphie did the same. Alone with Eris and Master Roxy. Ghislaine laughed. Dad held up his hands. That wasn't me. I didn't teach them that. Aisha nodded. MMHM. Mommy say. What in the world is Mama Lily teaching Aisha? Or has she been overhearing Mom talk to Mama Lily? Since it was getting tense, I decided to change the subject. Anyway. I still think this is a terrible idea, but we've gotten most of the equipment finished for you and Mama Lily. I paused and then looked at Ghislaine. I didn't really think about it until now, but did you need some too, Ghislaine? Being W seemed to be targeting mostly my family, but considering how much time Ghislaine had been spending here. She waved her hand and said, it's fine. She patted the sword at her side and said, this will be more than enough. She glanced at Dad and said, unlike Paul, I have a keen sense for danger. I can't deny that. Dad sighed and then shook his head. Turning towards me, he said, I'm counting on you to keep everyone safe, Rudy. And you too, Roxy. Make sure Rudy doesn't go overboard. Master Roxy nodded her head and said, leave it to me, Paul. I will ensure my disciple doesn't erase the Fadoa region by the time you return. I frowned and said, I wouldn't do that. I like this place. Master Roxy placed her hand on my head and said, then behave and don't go overboard. Or rely on your superhuman transformation. I felt my face heat up and said, who told you about that? I could have sworn I didn't tell anyone about me calling that demon god form superhuman. Sylphie giggled. I stared at her in shock. Sylphie shrugged. It was cute. And you still talk in your sleep. I groaned. Laughter filled the air. Well. I guess it was better than worrying all the time. Time passed again. Since I was so busy researching how to keep Dad and Mama Lily safe, the days went by in a blur. Miss Rose and Miss Rostalina practically moved in to play with Norn and Aisha and help Mom watch them. Also to keep an eye on Mom in case something happened with her pregnancy. Apparently, she was already past the first trimester and well into the second, so Mama Lily was worried about that since she would be gone. Miss Rostalina had a lot of experience though, and Miss Rose would be there to help out. Sylphie and Eris were getting along well. It seemed like Sylphie's kindness won over even that bratty and arrogant girl. Well, it seemed like my first impression of Eris might have been a bit wrong too since she did seem to be nice and caring since Norn and Aisha liked her. That and she also barged in to check on me. Still didn't really like her though. Though I guess I didn't really spend much time with her either, so I couldn't say that I knew her enough to judge her. Not really important though. All that did was that she was getting along with Sylphie. Well enough that Sylphie even started teaching Eris a bit of magic, although Eris didn't seem to have any talent at all except for a bit of fire magic. Anyway, time passed and the preparations were finished. And then it was time to see everyone off. Early in the morning, me, Mom, and Master Roxy stood outside of the first house and faced the carriage waiting there. Dad helped Mama Lily into the carriage where Ghislaine was already waiting. After that, he hopped on the horse leading the carriage and turned back to wave at me. You be good now, Rudy. Mama Lily turned to look at me as well and let out a reassuring smile. Worry not, Rudy. I will make sure that your father does nothing idiotic. Beside me, my mom sighed and said, just come back safe, okay? She looked up at everyone and said, if things get even the slightest bit dangerous. She looked at Ghislaine and said, I want you to get them out of there. Okay, Lainey. Ghislaine smiled and said, don't worry, Zenith. I'll bring them both back safe. I nodded and said, you'd better. Master Roxy bopped my head. Ow. I frowned. What was that for? Threats are bad. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. Ha. Master Roxy sighed and looked at my dad. You know how to utilize the magic tools. Dad patted the dark red sword at his side and then showed off the silver ring on his left hand. I got it, Roxy. She looked to Mama Lily. And you? Mama Lily nodded as well and said, I have practiced. There will be no issues. Silence. And then Dad nodded. All right. Then, we'll be off. At the latest, we'll get back by the start of fall. Mom let out a joking smile and said, you'd better hurry. It'd be embarrassing if our new child got here before you returned. Dad smiled back. That would be embarrassing. Guess I need to hurry then, hey. Be safe, Paul. And you too, Lily. After that and another round of farewells, they were off. And then it was just me, Mom, and Master Roxy. Watching them shrink into the distance, I muttered, I still think this is stupid. Mom sighed and patted my head. I know, Rudy. But there's no talking your dad out of something he's decided. And he's decided to do this. Which I think is the dumbest thing in the world. Like, why? Master Roxy hummed. I don't agree with it, but I suppose I can see why. Hey. I looked at Master Roxy and said, is there something I'm missing? Master Roxy nodded. There is. And the answer to that question, is you. Me. I blinked. What does this have to do with me? I mean, I get Dad's moral point and concerns about us being trapped in Bina village out of fear, but we were going to do that anyway, right? And if there really are bad guys, why not just go murder them all and purge the corrupt nobles? I didn't get it. It was such an obvious solution. And if not that, then go team up with Orsted to do it. There were just so many more options. Besides, bad guys didn't respond to respect or kind words. Fear was the only language they understood, so we might as well make an example to set them straight. Master Roxy and Mom shared a look. I blinked and then frowned. Hey. I thought we agreed to no silent conversations. Mom smiled and patted my head. Sorry, Rudy. It's just, both your master and I think you might be missing something important. And what's that? How all lives matter. That it's important to be a good person. To set an example for other people. I frowned and said, why should I care about people I don't know? Mom let out an exasperated sigh. This is what I get for not teaching Melis's words. What? Mom gave me a stern look and grabbed my hand. Come on, Rudy. It's about time your mother taught you some proper manners. I know manners. Not enough if you are talking back to me, young man. TCH. 84 child know you. A wooden sword blurred, trying to smack my head. I stepped back and parried it with one of my own before stepping in with a stab. My attack was parried as well, and then my attacker leaped back, clearing the space. Eris clicked her tongue and scowled at me. It's not fair. She stomped on the ground and pointed her sword at me. You're only beating me because you're faster. I shrugged and said, the whole point of the sword god style is speed, so it doesn't really matter if my form's sloppy, right? Eris stopped to think about that. Wait. Before I could react properly, there was a flash of silver by Eris's feet and she crossed the distance, her sword flying up at an awkward angle. My eyes widened and I leaned back, barely dodging the strike. And then she spun around to kick me, whipping her leg around just as fast as the sword. Oi! I threw myself back with a gust of wind and then pointed my sword at Eris. What the heck has my dad been teaching you? That's not sword fighting. Eris spun around a few times, her momentum leaving her dizzy. But then she shook her head and gave me a smug look. Ha! I made you use magic. I win. Sure. You win. I sighed and rubbed my nose. After that, I took a look around. Everyone was busy today, is what I would like to say. But the truth was that I had snuck off by myself. Of course, it was just my luck that I got caught by Eris and forced into sparring practice. She dragged me all the way to the fields by the forest and tossed me a wooden sword before starting a fight. Even so, that was better than the alternative. Ever since Dad left, Mom had been ranting various scripture to me from the Melis religion or whatever. The usual thou shalt treat thy neighbor with kindness stuff like in the Bible. Except, unlike in the Bible where the words came from God and had a theme of self-sacrifice, the Melis religion was just based off a master swordsman who killed some demon lord or whatever. Apparently, since they were words that came from some strong guy who saved a bunch of people, they were supposed to mean something. Seriously. All it meant was that strength was power. And going by that logic, if I went to kill a giant monster or something, I could say whatever I wanted and it would be treated as gospel truth. I mean, they were good moral guidelines. But morality was overrated anyway. They were just shackles that made the strong act according to what the weak thought. There was no good and evil, only power and those who were too weak to seek it. Social constructs created as a check to those whose society deemed as threats to the social order. What mattered was what you did with that power. Are you ignoring me again? A sudden shout broke me out of my thoughts. Eris growled and crossed her arms. I don't get it. Am I really that boring? Or do you just hate me or something? What did I ever do to you? I blinked and said, hate is a very strong word. But yes, I don't really like you. She was technically family. But she was also someone who just got plopped into the happy family life we had already. And if not for her, we would all still be doing just fine. Or at least, life would be less complicated. Eris flinched and her lower lip started trembling. But she stepped forward anyway and said, well, I don't like you either. Sylphie's much nicer to me. I nodded. I agree. She's really patient and kind. I just don't have the capacity to deal with someone like you. Kappa what? Eris furrowed her brow and said, stop using complicated words to make fun of me. I blinked. Aren't you older than me? And a proper noble? How do you not know what capacity means? Eris huffed and said, why are you pretending to be an adult? Isn't it boring sitting and reading all day? Is this how a kid usually acts? I frowned and placed my hand on my chin. Maybe I was mistaken on something. Could it be that Dad's genes just gave birth to geniuses or something? Norn and Aisha were much smarter than the average 2-year-olds and I was, well, me. I didn't think I was a genius since Norn and Aisha seemed to be following on similar tracks as me while not being reincarnated, but seeing Eris now. Sylphie was smart, so I thought that most people around my age were like that. But maybe we were special? No way. I was 100% sure that anyone else from Earth in my situation would be able to do what I did. Right? Then again, I had always been pretty smart. I think. The exact details were blurry, but I remembered being able to easily pass exams and everything with just attending class. And it was only after I stopped showing up to class that grades started to slip. Still not sure if I was a genius, but I guess I was definitely gifted. Stop that. Eris's voice broke me out of my thoughts again. I blinked and said, stop what? She pointed at me and said, that. You stopped talking and ignored me again. Ah. I shrugged and said, it's a bad habit. I'm not trying to ignore you, Considering her personality, I couldn't even if I wanted to. Eris pouted and then crossed her arms together. I still don't get it. Why does Dad want me to marry someone like you anyway? My ears perked up at that and I quickly crossed the space to grab her hand. You don't want it either, right? Great. Let's dissolve the contract then. Since you don't like me, it's a win-win, right? Eris's face suddenly turned red and she quickly backed up, wrenching her hand back. What are you doing? Don't grab me so suddenly like that. Oh. Right. I laughed and rubbed the back of my head. Sorry. I got a little excited. Damn it. Wasn't going to be that easy, hey? Eris frowned and then said, do you not want to marry me that bad? I blinked and said, what do you mean? Eris's frown deepened and she said, I apologized to Sylphie. I play with Norn and Aisha. And I get along with everyone. But why don't you like me? I blinked again and said, I mean, it's not that I don't like you, but you said it. Eris stepped forward and glared at me. You said you don't like me earlier. I said I don't really like you. Not that I don't like you. I stared at Eris and said, I mean, I think our personality types just don't match. I hadn't spent much time just chatting with Eris, in fact, this was pretty much the first time I got alone with her since she got here. From what I could see though, she was impatient, stubborn, and quick to anger. She also had a habit of acting first and thinking later. Not only that, but I could see that she was physically resisting against lashing out when she was angry. Like she had to visibly hold herself back. Granted, she wasn't all bad. She was definitely hardworking considering how she spent as much time swinging her sword around as I did studying. And she got along with Sylphie and my younger sisters, like she said. That, plus considering how even Mom seemed to be warming up to Eris meant that there were parts of her I didn't know. Like Dad said, she was probably a good girl if you got to know her. I just didn't really want to know her. Eris flinched and bit her lips. We don't match. I nodded and said, I mean, take right now. You're the one who dragged me out here, weren't you? I frowned and said, I just wanted some peace and quiet for myself, but you grabbed me and made me spar with you. That's. My frown deepened and I said, do you want to show that you're better than me that much? Because you are, you know. Eris blinked, confusion in her red eyes. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. Honestly. What's with all the geniuses around me? Are people stealing my talents or something? Or am I radiating experience buffs? Everyone that I had met seemed to either be a genius or suddenly improve. Just a bit of advice and help from me and boom, instantly stronger, smarter, or faster. Eris glared at me. I blinked. What? Don't do that. Don't do what? I frowned, confused. Thinking out loud. No. You keep saying that you're not a genius. Do you think the rest of us are that stupid? No. I'm saying that everyone else seems to be a natural genius except for me. Like you. I pointed at Eris and said, just earlier, I said something and then you suddenly got better. It just clicked for you and then you could do it. That's a natural genius, you know? I have to actually think about each and everything thing I do. Eris stomped on the ground and said, that's what a genius does. I nodded. I know. And I agree. A genius just gets it. Eris gave me a blank stare and then got really angry. Gnashing her teeth, she said, you're making fun of me. But I'm not. She grabbed her wooden sword and jabbed me with it. You are. You think it's fun pretending to be dumb like that? I blinked and said, I really don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, pretend to be dumb? Eris glared at me, staring into my eyes. But then she blinked and lowered her sword, looking confused. Hey! Don't me. I frowned and said, what do you mean I'm pretending to be dumb? I mean, I was kind of doing that a bit with Master Roxy since it would make things awkward, but I didn't think I was doing it with anything or anyone else. Eris blinked and then said, Do you not know what a genius is? Of course I do. I rolled my eyes and said, it's someone who's naturally good at something. A genius. Like how you're naturally good at the sword. Eris's face turned a bit red, but then she shook her head and said, you're doing it again. Doing what? I frowned, starting to feel a bit frustrated. Eris pointed at me and said, you're a genius. No. You're a genius. I'm just smart. That's a genius. I frowned and said, being smart doesn't make you a genius. But you're not just smart. Eris kept pointing at me and said, Rudy can look at something and figure out how it works. Fighting, magic, even the big things the adults talk about. Well, yeah. I nodded and said, but that doesn't make me a genius. Anyone can do it. I can't. True. But Sylphie can. Because you've been friends with her for a long time. I paused. Now that Eris mentioned it, I did talk about a bunch of random things with Sylphie when we first met. And I did make sure to keep her curious and question a bunch of things, but she was already pretty mature. Plus, she doesn't count. She's a half-elf. Right. I bet there was some magical DNA thing going on that helped with that maturity of hers. Eris growled and said, "Why are you like this? Stupid. Idiot. Dummy." I rolled my eyes. What? Since I don't think I'm a genius, I'm suddenly dumb. Eris spun around and ran off. Why do I even think you're cool anyway? Wait, what? I'm telling your mom you ran away. Wait. I ran after Eris. We can talk about this. No. You're stupid. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Fine, I'm a genius. Please don't tell. Miss Zenith. Rudy's over here. Arg. I ran my hand through my hair and said, "See. This is why we can't get along. Freaking bipolar tsunderies. Definitely needed to spread mental health awareness and train some therapists in the future to fix this." 85 The concerned mother. Zenith absently hung up some sheets to dry. It was another peaceful day. But even so, Zenith couldn't enjoy it. Not after yesterday when Rudy ran away in the middle of Zenith telling the story of St. Mealy's and then had to be dragged back by Eris. She was sure of it now. Something was wrong with Rudy. At first, Zenith thought that it was just the shock from everything that happened since Paul's dumb mistake. Then she thought it was just because her baby boy was growing up. And then she thought it might be due to the supposed demon god influence Roxy mentioned, but it wasn't that. Zenith knew. Her mother's intuition told her that something was wrong with her son, and that it wasn't natural. It wasn't anything bad. At most, he was acting like a rebellious child should in running away from her lectures and spending the day doing what he liked. But even then, he made sure to take care of his baby sisters, play with Sylphie, and even start to get along with Eris. And he was studious as well, continuing to study magic with Roxy in the evening. On the surface, nothing was wrong. But Zenith could see it in the way he talked and responded to Mealy's teachings that she recited. When Zenith told the story of St. Mealy's and the teachings he passed down, Rudy brushed it off and said there was no need to follow the words of someone who was just strong and good with a sword. A complete rejection. Not only that, but Rudy said that St. Mealy's only had the right to say those words because he was strong. Instead of being enthralled with the story like he used to be, Rudy had completely ignored Zenith. And not only that, these days he was spending a lot of time out of the house and away from Zenith. He came back during meal times and acted normally then. But if Zenith brought up even a suggestion about discussing Mealy's teaching, Rudy blocked her out. She could see it. The way his usually bright face turned stony and his emerald eyes turned sharp. Was it the way she brought up the teachings? Zenith thought that might be the case, but she told Mealy's teachings through story and his heroic feats, similar to how she told him Perosius's tale in the past. So it wasn't anything on her part. Zenith thought that he might simply be upset at Paul's actions. But that wasn't it either. Her genius son wasn't someone who would just throw away another person's opinion like that. He was caring and compassionate. Someone who carefully thought about the others around him and did his best to make sure everyone was happy and got along. So then why had he changed so much? Zenith knew. The Rudy who set the plan to keep their family together would never have said it was fine to abandon a girl who would suffer a terrible fate. And considering how he risked his life to save Sylphie, he was being a hypocrite as well in saying that. And it was bad enough that even Paul had sensed it. Before they left with Ghislaine, Paul and Lily had a talk with Zenith about the reasoning behind the departure. Paul thought that Rudy was taking life too lightly. That being in Bina village all this time without seeing the broader world had resulted in him seeing everyone outside of his family as worthless. Because of that, Paul wanted to set an example of how one person could make a big difference. Zenith and Lily didn't agree. After all, if it was just that, then all it would take would be a reminder about how Rudy had saved Sylphie for no reason as well. And that conversation went nowhere. Still, Lily felt that Rudy was being crippled by fear that they would be hurt. That he had changed because of anxiety, so she wanted to go with Paul and return safely to prove that there was nothing to fear. And also to trust in his abilities to keep them safe. That reasoning was one that the three parents could agree on. If Rudy was acting that way and being so callous because he was driven by wanting to protect his family, then having concrete proof that they would be fine should be enough. But now that Paul and Lily had left, and now that Zenith spent time watching Rudy interact with the others, she was sure that it wasn't just that. Rudy was worried. From how hard he was studying and the number of magic experiments he ran, it was clear that he was worried he would fall short. And to prevent that, he was scrambling to become as strong as he could get. If it was just that, Zenith could accept it. But Rudy was still off. He was super protective of Norn and did his best to carefully teach her whatever he could. Reading, writing, magic, even swordsmanship. When Rudy was with Norn, he was patient and doting. The perfect and kind older brother. With Aisha though, Rudy was a bit more distant. He still doted on her, but Rudy seemed to be subconsciously favoring Norn. And while he taught her just like Norn, he didn't go into as much detail. As if he expected Aisha to understand with just a brief explanation. Which she did, considering how smart Aisha was, but even then it came off as negligent. Like Rudy was purposefully trying to not get too attached. At the same time, Rudy talked up Paul. Zenith knew that Rudy was close to his father. That much could be seen from how Rudy forgave Paul even after all his blunders. But even then, when Aisha asked questions about Paul, Rudy would go out of his way to paint him in the best light possible. Which would lead to Aisha asking Zenith questions about Paul to confirm what Rudy said. It was odd. Rudy's actions didn't match what they should be. With how close Rudy was to Lily. As much as Zenith didn't want to admit it, Rudy should be doting on Aisha over Norn. After all, Lily was the one who believed in Rudy and first noticed he was different. She was also the one who gave him the freedom to live as he wanted without any expectations. And yet Rudy was treating Aisha the exact opposite, expecting Aisha to be a genius and trying to make her believe her father was the best. It didn't match up. Rudy wasn't like that. Not her Rudy. If anything, Rudy would have treated both of his sisters the same, showering them both with love and affection. And while he was definitely doing that, he was doing that more with Norn. Was it because he felt guilty about making Zenith worry so much in the past by spending time with Lily? Zenith thought it might be that, but instead, it seemed more like he was worried that Norn might not like him and was acting to make sure that didn't happen. To be the best brother and one Norn could always rely on. It didn't make sense. Even if he was worried about that, Rudy was the one who helped during Norn's delivery. And according to Lily, he was the first person who got the chance to hold Norn, casting healing magic to make sure she was healthy. And Norn seemed to be subconsciously aware of that considering how the first person she turned to was always Rudy. So Rudy should know. Norn adored her big brother already and would never hate him. But he kept acting like he expected that to change at any moment. Not only that. Rudy didn't smile anymore. He had always been a serious child, but these days he seemed much older. Almost like a dour old man who believed the entire world was against him. The only times he relaxed was when he was with his sisters, Sylphie, and half the time with Eris. At least, when he wasn't bickering with her about inane topics. But even then, the bright and cheerful smile he used to have was gone. Coin for your thoughts, Zenny. Zenith flinched and spun around. As she did, she lost her balance, starting to tip. Careful there. Thin but firm arms held Zenith close and steadied her. Ellen Elise no, Rostalina. The beautiful elf woman smiled and said, being active is good and all, but you should be careful about the little one in your belly, you know? Leave the chores to me and Rose. Zenith sighed and said, I know. But doing chores helps calm my mind. Saying that, Zenith started to squat to pick up another sheet from a basket full of wet laundry. Bad Zenny. Rostalina grabbed Zenith before she could grab any sheets and pulled her back up. After that, she gently patted Zenith's belly and said, squatting is dangerous when you're this far along. Trust me. Zenith frowned. But then she sighed and said, fine. After that, she brushed off Rostalina's arm and looked around. The sun was high in the sky and in the distance Zenith could see Rudy sparring with Sylphie and Eris. And from inside the house, Zenith could hear the sounds of cooking. No doubt Rose, preparing lunch for everyone. Zenith turned to look at Rostalina and said, are Norn and Aisha napping? MMHM. Rostalina nodded and said, those cute babies got tired out after I told them some stories and went straight to sleep. Zenith smiled and said, thank you again for helping to take care of them, Lena. She sighed and looked back at Rudy and the others. I'm not sure how I would handle things without your help. She looked back at Rostalina and said, Roxy and Rose are nice, but it's really reassuring to have someone as you around to help. Rostalina smiled back and said, it's the least I could do for one of my closest friends, Zenny. She pulled Zenith into a one-armed hug and said, don't mention it, alright? Just relax and make sure to stay healthy so you can deliver another cute baby for me to dote on, alright? Zenith laughed and said, I'll do my best. Rostalina nodded and then waved her hand. As she did, the ground stirred before grass grew and laced together, forming a comfy chair. Then have a seat and relax. I'll take care of the laundry. Zenith did so. But as she sat down, she frowned and said, since when can you use magic so well? Rostalina pulled a sheet out of the basket and hung it up on the laundry line. As she did, she shrugged and said, it came naturally to me after I reunited with my master. Zenith rested her hands over her belly and said, you never did mention who this mysterious master of yours is, Lena. Or why you call him that. Rostalina giggled and said, it's a long story, Zenny. She pulled out some shirts from the basket and started hanging those. I'll tell you. let's say after Paul gets back. But forget about me for now. She glanced back at Zenith from over her shoulder and said, what's got you so upset to get up and do laundry to calm down, Zenny? Didn't you hate doing it in the past? Zenith smiled and said, like I said, doing chores helps me to calm down. And I'm a mother now. It would be a bad example for my kids if I hated them, wouldn't it? Rostalina hung up some pants and said, I don't think liking chores has anything to do with being a good parent, but sure. Now, what's troubling you, Zenny? She turned around and said, is it Paul? Lily? Zenith shook her head. It's neither of those. She looked off in the distance and said, I'm worried about Rudy. Rudy? Rostalina turned to look at him and hummed. I suppose he does seem extra serious for a kid. Should I try to get him to loosen up? Zenith's eyes turned sharp and she said, no, Lena. Rostalina held up her hands and said, relax. I'm a taken woman now. And even if I wasn't, I like real men, not boys. But I do know how to calm children down. Zenith looked skeptical, but she slowly nodded. If you say so. It's the truth. Besides, the only man who can satisfy me these days is Rostalina cleared her throat and said, sorry about that. We can talk about the dirty stuff later. Anyway. If you're worried about Rudy, I think I know how to cheer him up. Zenith shook her head. It's not a matter of being cheered up, Lena. She looked back at Rudy and furrowed her brows. Something's wrong with him. I just know it. But I don't know what's wrong or how to help him. She sighed. But maybe I'm just imagining things. Rostalina turned to look back at Rudy before her crimson eyes turned sharp. No. You should always trust your mother's intuition. And. He didn't mention this, but I guess he thought I could fix it. Lena. Rostalina smiled and then patted her chest. Leave it to me, Zenny. I'll have Rudy back to normal in no time. But for now. She lifted a pair of lacy black panties from the basket and said, do you really want to hang these out to dry, or? Zenith blushed. 86 Child Poison Pill Tactic. I stared at the magic circles written out on the paper in front of me and then let out a deep sigh. After that, I flicked my hand, sending them to join the rest of the failed diagrams in the corner of the room. It was, probably noon, considering the sunlight. Mom had stopped bothering me about her religion and today I managed to have time devoted to just me. While it was nice teaching Norn and playing with Aisha, I needed some me time too. Sylphie understood that and had tactfully taken Eris off to play. And Master Roxy was out on patrol as usual. Which meant I had time to gather my thoughts and focus on research. I could feel it. And after seeing my mana shift into the demon god's mana, at least, seemingly shift. I still wasn't entirely sure if it was Laplace's mana, but that seemed to fit considering what Orsted mentioned about me inheriting a lot of that person's traits. But anyway, recent events were confirming hypotheses I had and coalescing into a cohesive theory. The reason why mana spontaneously shifted into magic circles. Why emotions and tense situations amplified mana. How it was possible that multiple casting systems coexisted. And how different people had different color mana, as well as how that mana could have different traits based on the person's experiences. Mana was an information carrier. No. Mana was the bridge between mind and matter. The link between thought, energy, and reality. Probably. I didn't have a good way to test that theory just quite yet. But it explained a lot of things. The reason why Sylphie could control the elements and will events so easily was because she had a vivid imagination and belief that it would work. And I was fairly certain that it was more the belief part of it that was making it work. Master Roxy's was essentially a constantly running magic program kept up with mana. Not only that, but it was one that could adapt and react to the surroundings without her thinking about it. Something that couldn't be possible if mana was just pure energy. Well, it would be harder at least. Anyway, if mana was the bridge, then it explained why the different casting systems could coexist. If mana stored information, then it was likely that the collective consciousness played a role in how magic worked. The reason why chance enacted certain phenomena and logic was because it had been repeated enough that it was impressed into the world's mana, which was basically like the internet. Various bits of information, stored forever in the cloud, except, here it was mana instead of a web of cables or waves of electrical signals. The reason why magic circles worked were explained by that theory too. If the originator of the circles thought it was an easier way to represent and think about spells, a logic could slowly build up over time and become cemented in the collective consciousness as another means of casting. Mental shortcuts. Heuristics that had become accepted with constant use and refined over time so that people could easily utilize magic just by casting. But those heuristics weren't necessary. They were useful, but in the end they were tools someone else developed. And while they represented the way mana worked properly, it was also missing things. I had a feeling. Magic wasn't that complicated, but it also wasn't that simple. It should be possible to do whatever you wanted with mana and create whatever magic you could envision. But will wasn't enough. It was possible by pumping enough mana, but the conversion rate wasn't good. Kind of like solving a multiplication problem with repeated addition instead of just multiplying. If you had enough MP, you could pump it all to try and answer the question. Diverting valuable resources to brute force a solution, like those old supercomputers. But some things couldn't be solved like that. At least, not within a feasible time period. I was fairly sure that no amount of mana in the world could bring someone back to life, for example. Or turn back time. Wait. But that was possible. I placed my hand on my chin and leaned back in my chair to think. I was sure of it. I definitely experienced a time leap of some sort after Dad knocked me out. I hadn't thought about it for a while since it seemed to be a fever dream. But... right. There had been an old man. He mentioned something about the multiverse. And that I had 3 more times? I leaned my chair back, rocking it on its legs and hummed. That didn't seem to be just a dream, but I haven't sensed anything off. My mana was completely restored, and I had spent a long time combing it over for anything wrong. After all, being W definitely did something to me during that fight with Dad. Well, mostly with Ghislaine. But I didn't sense anything. I didn't see anything off either. There was the weird fact that my mana could change into Laplaces, but I was pretty sure that it was always like that. Maybe. Needed to note that down to make sure, but I had a feeling that guy wouldn't have purposefully made me able to tap into Laplace's mana since I felt even more motivated to take that guy out when I was using it. Not to mention the fact that I almost tore open a dimensional gateway to God knows where before Master Roxy snapped me out of it. Also something to note. I was 99% sure that I wasn't the reincarnation of the demon god since I was reincarnated from a different world. But considering that I seemed to have been a vengeful or at least earthbound spirit before my soul got sucked away. Well, if that memory I had of the future/not future was accurate. Time travel was weird. Especially if multiverse theory was involved. Anyway, nothing seemed to be wrong with my mana. But being W. Knock knock. A cheerful and mature female voice echoed. Am I interrupting anything private? I looked over to see Miss Rostalina walk in the room. She was dressed like she usually did. A grey robe that hugged her body. Something modest that covered her body, and something a bit lewd with how closely it covered her body. Pretty sure that Dad would be eyeing her up if he was around. The guy tried, but he was very much a creature of instincts. Like how you're a creature of thoughts. At $? I fell out of my chair and rolled on the ground before staring at Rostalina. Then I stared harder, trying to see if there was a spell being cast or something. But there wasn't. So how the hell? Rostalina laughed and shook her head. She walked over and picked up the chair before ruffling my hair. My cute granddaughter was right. You really do wear your thoughts on your face. I frowned. She bopped my nose with her index finger and smiled. Don't worry about it too much, Rudy. I'm sure there's only one other person in the world who can read your thoughts as well as me. I rolled my eyes and then leaned against the wall, crossing my arm. What are you doing here, Miss Rostalina? Shouldn't you be helping my mom with something? I am. She nodded and said, I'm taking care of you. Me? I tilted my head. Did I miss a meal again? Rostalina's smile faded and she frowned. After that, she stared at me, muttering, taking after him, too? Or is he taking after him? I sighed and said, I hope Dad's taking after me more than I'm taking after my dad. After all, he could do with a bit more responsibility and insight, and I could do with a lot less of dropping the ball. Rostalina laughed and said, yes. Paul could take after his smart and mature son a bit more. But you could learn a bit from your father's playfulness, you know. She looked around the room, eyeing the pile of magic circle diagrams in the corner. All work and no play isn't good for a cute kid like you, Rudy. I walked over to clean up the stack of papers and said, I'll play when there's time for it. Right now, there's too many things to do. Especially with being W in the picture. I didn't know what could happen. How he might manipulate things. What if he arranged things so Sylphie died? What if Dad got killed because of a plot being W did? What if Norn hated me because being W made me not get along with Dad? What if? Rudy. I broke out of my train of thoughts and looked at Rostalina. Yes. She stared at me, humming. Tapping her finger on her chin, she said, Master wouldn't want me to spill his secrets, but it's not good to leave you like this either. I blinked. Master? You have a master too, Miss Rostalina. Rostalina laughed. Of course. It's nothing like you and Miss Roxy though. After all. She winked and said, my master and I are completely lovey-dovey, you know. I felt my face heat up and looked away. Rostalina laughed again. But after that, she looked at me thoughtfully and said, but anyway. Since it's making everyone worry, I guess I can point you towards it. And it's probably better to make sure you don't go crazy like that one guy Master mentioned. Wait. I frowned and said, is there something wrong with me? But Master Roxy and Mom didn't see anything. And I didn't either. Rostalina nodded. Right. Because it's not something you can see from the outside unless you know what you're looking for. Plus you have to be familiar with how mana flows and collects in the body. Or at least that's what Master said. Something felt off. Something about the situation wasn't right. But there was nothing wrong. I felt a headache start, along with a small pulse in my heart. A familiar sensation, like another heartbeat beneath my own. Yab. Looks like it's that. Rostalina nodded, but her face started to blur. She's dangerous. She knows too much. My left hand moved. At the same time, I felt a chilling and biting sensation in my heart, just like when I got mad at Ghislaine. Wait. My eyes widened and I grabbed my left arm with my right hand, yanking it away. At the same time, I felt my mana royal, wildly fluctuating. My heart ached, feeling like it was getting shredding in my chest. At the same time, I felt a headache like my head was being split in half. And then it calmed down. A soft finger, tapping the middle of my forehead. With that, the turmoil stopped. And at the same time, I felt a wave of drowsiness hit me. Miss Rostalina smiled at me and said, sleep for a bit, okay Rudy? When you wake up, those nightmares clinging to you will be all gone. Nightmares. I blinked, suddenly feeling drained. Wait. How? I blinked again, darkness slowly creeping around the edges of my vision. In my fading vision, Miss Rostalina waved and said, remember. Those are all nightmares, okay? They haven't happened and won't happen. So when you wake up, Rudy, remember who you really are. Easier said than. 87 ID. The future passed. A familiar-looking young man with brown hair and green eyes. Someone who looked a bit like Dad. Except, with an expression that I had never seen on him. Despair. Complete and utter despair. I didn't know why. All I could see was his face twisted in agony. And then I saw it. Corpse tied up in the corner of a lavish city. Her arm missing with a large cut on her face. There was a crowd. People throwing stones at her along with other corpses. Why? I'm tired of it all. Why did this have to happen? I heard a voice echo. A familiar voice that I didn't recognize. The young man who looked a bit like Dad stood up and slowly walked forward. As he did, flames gathered, wreathing around him like they came straight from hell. The crowd screamed. Knights ran forward to stop him. And then the flames lashed out, turning everything into ash. A flurry of scenes. The young man gradually grew older, engrossing himself in research. Unfamiliar faces and people walked in and out of his life. I saw snippets of scenes. Him standing in front of an automaton that looked like. Standing in front of a mass-produced army of sentient automatons. Him furiously doing research and training. How can I get stronger? Should I train my magic? Damn it. If I had been serious when I was younger, it wouldn't have ended like this. The blur of scenes stopped. A burnt-down mansion. Black scorch marks in front of the door to a cellar. And inside, 3 corpses chopped to pieces. I didn't recognize 2 of them. But the third. A young woman who looked a lot like Mama Lily. By the time I killed them, there was already no point. For what reason have I gained all this power? I'm powerless. It's because of Hitagami. I have to at least kill Hitagami. My heart throbbed. Yet. If it turned out like that, I'd do the same. An old man stared out at a devastated wasteland. A tattered grey robe billowed behind him while his mismatched green eyes swept across the land. His eyes sharpened. There were still survivors. Some feeble figures picking themselves out from the rubble. The old man raised his left hand. When he did, a distortion emerged over the wasteland. A dark void of light, bending space. And then it erupted, leaving a dust cloud. After that, the old man turned on his heel and walked away. It's still not enough. There was no questioning the power of the spell. But it wasn't enough for what he wanted. In order to accomplish his goal, he needed to do more than just bend space. But it was impossible. He didn't have enough time left. So then. The scene blurred. A vaguely familiar sight. The old man sat in front of a worn-out desk, scribbling down various magic circles. Teleportation circles with notes and various differential equations jotted along the edges with arrows. There's only one way. I can't reach that bastard, so this is the only hope. If it fails. The old man laughed. I'm a dead man anyway. So. He shook his head and focused, causing countless magic circles to flare to life around him. Let's stop thinking about the difficult things. I don't have anything left anyway. Even if I fail and it become the cause for some other incident, I don't care. I'm already fine with whatever. But if I manage to succeed, then... nothing. After that last scene, I didn't see anything else. But I understood now. It was a black void. A dark expanse where the only thing that existed was me. The only source of light here was myself. I stared out into the void, the scenes that I just saw flickering through my mind. It was terrible. A miserable life that was completely spent in vain. Gaining everything and losing it all in a single moment. The scenes. No, the memories blurred together. But I got the gist of it. That was me. No. That was another Rudius Grere. He was similar to me. Met the same people, walked roughly the same path. No. For a little while, we were the same. But we were different people. I didn't see everything, but I got the vague sense of it. That Rudy was someone different from me. Someone who suffered because of that difference. He had talent and intelligence, but he was too lax about things at the critical moment. Because he subconsciously looked for someone to rely on, he was fooled by being W and lost everything. I remembered it now. Dad's death, dismembered by the attack of a magic-resistant Hydra. Norn completely disengaging. Aisha barely acknowledging Dad's death. Mom becoming an invalid and losing her mind. Then there was Master Roxy's death. Falling into a depression and losing Sylphie. Eris coming back to save me again and again before dying at my feet after taking a blow meant to end my life. No. That was wrong. It wasn't me those memories belonged to. But rather. I turned around. There was someone standing there. An old man that I had seen once before. One whose identity I didn't realize at the time. He was tall and had a well-honed body. A man who spent his entire life training both his body and magic. His back was turned and his grey robes were tattered, revealing countless scars littering his skin. Rudius Grere. One from a future that ended in a dead end. A man who struggled to the bitter end seeking vengeance on being W but failed at the last step and tried a desperation tactic to change fate by going back in time. And also one who being W tried to use to pull one over on me. Had. The old man chuckled and said, even after I'm dead, I'm causing troubles for my younger self, hey. I didn't say anything and simply watched him. It was different. I remembered the last time I met him, he was missing parts of his body. This time though, while his body was battle-scarred, it was whole. Altogether. He kind of gave off the impression of an older Soros. A man with a tyrannical presence that could crush everything in his way. Sharp eyes that wouldn't yield to anything, but eyes that were also weary. He raised his left hand, causing a crimson orb to form. Fragments of a broken magic circle flickered around it as well, containing strange characters. Glyphs. Different from the usual geometric figures I knew and understood. You're lucky. The old man. The older Rudius stared at me with a look that contained equal parts envy and respect. It was just one change. The difference between you and me is one event in our past life. Because of that, you have everything now. You lost everything before, but right now you have everything that I did and more. He gazed into the orb with a bitter smile and said, lucky bastard. I knew the multiverse allowed countless parallel dimensions, but to think that me going back would let this happen. You're the reason, aren't you? Why everything changed so much? I glared at him and held out my hand towards the orb. No, towards my mana. It resisted for a moment. The older Rudius clenched his hand around the orb, as if reluctant to let it go. But then he released it. My mana came back to me. And when it did, I felt a clear change. Something that I didn't realize was off fixed itself. And as I stared at the man's left hand, I realized what that was. He was still holding an orb. It was a lot smaller now, barely the size of a pebble. But it was dense. A clump of mana that was crimson, but slowly changed colors, turning into separate hues. The blue of water mana. The red of fire mana. Light brown from earth mana. And then a hazy dark violet color that I could only guess had to do with how this entire phenomenon was possible. Rudius sighed and then clenched his hand, dissolving the mana. The colors flew out like ribbons before wrapping around him and fading away. You should know why. I wasn't the only one who died with regrets, right? But I guess that's why we're different. He stared at me, his left eye flashing a bright green to reveal a spiral pattern. My eyes widened and I instinctively wrapped my body with mana, blocking whatever he was doing. Rudius chuckled and said, yeah. Since you're that cautious, I don't need to worry. Like that guy said, you'll definitely be able to finish the job. When he said that, his body started fading away. Starting from his feet, he started dissolving into golden particles. Hey! I pointed at him and said, you don't get to be all mysterious and vanish like that. After all the bull crap you pulled and tampering with my head, you think you can leave just like that. I was not about to let this bastard run off like in some shounen anime after dropping some mysterious hints and monologuing. So, glaring at him, I focused and forcibly dragged those particles back into place. HOH. Rudius stopped dissolving and then laughed. Staring at me, he shook his head and said, fine, fine. It looks like I have more time than I did with the other me. He waved his hand and formed a pair of stone chairs. Here. Let's have a chat then. I stared at him and then walked over, sitting down on the chair opposite of him. He sat down as well and smirked. Well, kiddo. What do you want to know? First of all, why the hell are you an edgelord? And why are you trying to make me an edgelord? Don't you have any shame as an old man? Rudius's face distorted. 88 Decoy Protagonist, Supporting Protagonist. Paul stifled a yawn and looked around the fancy wooden carriage. Ghislaine on his left. Lilia on his right. And then across from him, Philip and his wife, Hilda. It had been a couple days on the road now. After meeting at ROA, they immediately set off in a luxury carriage with silk cushions, a giant window at the back to look at the scenery, and a fast horse. As to the driver of that carriage. You guys still not talking to each other? Jisoo glanced back from the front of the carriage and said, silence might be golden, but gold draws danger, you know? Am I going to have to keep track of another jinx? Paul snorted and said, you're the jinx here, Jisoo. Paul furrowed his brow and said, why were you still around anyway? Philip spoke up and said, I called for him. Paul blinked. You. Philip smiled. In a situation like this, an S-ranked adventurer skilled at scouting and avoiding danger is invaluable, is it not? Hilda rolled her eyes and said, and I told you that you are worrying too much. Philip looked at her and said, since you insist on coming along, I have to be certain. When we arrive, father will likely run wild. He shifted his gaze to Lilia and said, and my dear cousin will be occupied protecting someone else. Lilia smiled. Do not worry, Philip. I am no dainty noblewoman. Paul rubbed his face and muttered, that's for sure. Lilia might not be as good as fighting with a sword, but she definitely knew how to take advantage of openings and throw cheap shots. Maybe that was why she sucked at using sword god and water god style. If she had been training in the North god style from the start, she would probably be pretty scary. Paul. Lilia looked at Paul and said, are you thinking of something rude again? Paul laughed and nervously rubbed the back of his neck. And no, Lily. I'm just worried, about Rudy. Philip looked amused, realizing Paul's intentions to change the subject. Lilia looked like she realized it as well, but she sighed and let it drop. Instead, she nodded, fiddling with her bracelet. I'm concerned as well. We need to return safely without issue. Paul nodded. This was their only chance. Paul wasn't sure, but his gut told him that. If he wanted to make sure that his son didn't turn into someone like a demon lord who valued only the people around him and threw away everyone else, Paul needed to show that Rudy had the luxury to relax. His son was too logical. No. He had become too logical recently. Paul wasn't sure what had changed. Well, it was probably his fault considering that it happened after that incident, but the end result was that Rudy was weighing everything on a scale against his friends and family. And that scale would never budge. Rudy was already starting to close his eyes to the outside world. And because he managed to fend off Orsted, Rudy believed that he was the most qualified person to make decisions. That it was his responsibility alone to take care of the family. But he was still just a kid. Barely 8 years old. Paul might have been a bad father, and he still wasn't sure what a good father looked like. But he knew that he had to step in for at least this. Rudy shouldn't have to be the one to deal with everything. He might be a genius, but even a genius could be overworked and fall apart. In hindsight, maybe Paul shouldn't have made that lecture about great power having great responsibility then? Rudy was already worrying about a lot of things, so that might not have been the smartest thing to do. Yet, Paul should definitely just stick to showing instead of talking. Well, at least in trying to convince. But then if he just went and did things without thinking. A smack on his right arm. Paul blinked and looked to see Lilia staring at him with a blank expression. What? Lilia sighed and said, I know the saying is like father like son, but you two seem to be picking up each other's traits more frequently these days. Ghislaine chuckled. Shifting the sword sheath at her waist, she smirked and said, right? To think the day would come when Paul would shut up and use his brain. Is the world coming to an end? Jisoo's voice called out from the front. Hey! Don't jinx it, Ghislaine. Ghislaine's chuckle turned into a full laugh. Fine. But it seems that everyone is a bit different these days. She looked at the front of the carriage and said, you would never have risked your neck on something like this before, Jisoo. Jisoo laughed back and said, well. I always wanted to try playing the hero. Never got the chance with Paul hogging the spotlight. Paul straightened and said, that's because you were always running away from it, Jisoo. Didn't you say that taking the initiative for yourself was a jinx? Now that you mention it. Jisoo made a show of hesitating, as if he would run off. But then he laughed and said, I'm just kidding. And I didn't take the initiative for this trip, so it's fine. It's more of a jinx to turn down a favor from a benefactor anyway. Paul blinked. Benefactor. Of course. Jisoo glanced back at Philip and said, after all, I can't turn down the request from the guy who got my pal a job after retiring from adventuring, could I? Philip smiled and said, yes. Paul was fairly desperate back then. He laughed and said, I definitely did not expect my cousin to show up at my doorsteps and beg for a handout. His smile faded and then he gave Jisoo a serious look. But thank you for your aid in this matter, Mr. Nakadia. Jisoo shrugged. It's fine. I've got a lot riding on this too. After all, if it turns out that the Notos are really helping the Prime Minister of Azura to kidnap noble women and we stop them, the name Jisoo Nakadia will suddenly get a lot more value, you know. Paul rolled his eyes. Still thinking about money, hey. Hey. Jisoo looked at Paul and said, unlike a certain someone, I'm a poor bachelor. Money's the only thing I've got. Ghislaine watched the interaction between Paul and Jisoo with a faint smile. But then she turned serious and looked at Philip. Lord Philip. Are you certain that it is fine to bring Lady Hilda? I know that we've gone over it, but... Hilda spoke up and said, do you think I am a dainty noblewoman, Ghislaine? Considering you are Eris's mother, I doubt it. Ghislaine shook her head and then frowned. But among all of us, you are the only one who does not know how to defend herself. Humph. Hilda tossed her hair and said, be that as it may, my dear husband will keep me safe. Won't you? She looked at Philip and smiled. Philip looked tense. I will. But please do not start arguments with the other noble women at the festival. Of course I won't. What do you take me for, some warmongering harpy? Hilda poked Philip's head. Philip sighed. Paul looked between the two and said, seems like you patched things up pretty well, Philip. Hilda's gaze turned sharp and she glared at Paul. Pointing at his face, she said, you shut up. Husband is only doing this because it helps you. Be grateful. Lilia's gaze turned sharp and she glared at Hilda. I would watch your tongue. The only reason that this mission has a sliver of success is because of Paul. Hilda glanced at Lilia and then scoffed. I've been polite until now, but is a mistress like yourself even in a position to talk back to me? Were you not a mere milkmaid until Paul took pity on you? Paul's eyes widened and he quickly grabbed Lilia's left hand. Lily, dear. Please don't get upset at her. Lilia looked at Paul and smiled. She placed her other hand over Paul's and said, do not worry. It would be terrible to set a poor role model for our children to follow. And besides, Eris is a good girl. I would never harm her mother and make her sad. No matter how much that mother deserves it. You. Before Hilda could get any more riled up, the horse brayed and Jisoo called out. Whoa there. Calm down. The carriage came to a stop. Paul frowned and stood up, resting his hand on his sword. Ghislaine stood up as well and flipped up her eye patch, staring out from the carriage. A tense silence, broken only by the horse braying. But when it calmed down, Jisoo's voice echoed. You're pretty brave to be standing there in the middle of the road, friend. Especially considering that you're stopping a carriage of the Boreas family. Paul glanced at Ghislaine. She nodded and quietly opened the back window, slipping out. At the same time, Paul peered out the front. Plastering a smile on his face, he said, what is it, Jisoo? He laughed and said, a highwayman causing you trouble. Jisoo let out a strained smile. I think this friend is more than a highwayman, Paul. Paul looked towards the person that stopped them. And then he froze. Excellent. I stopped the right carriage. It would have been a pain to deal with sorrows. A vaguely familiar voice, along with a vaguely familiar face. It was a man with silver hair and a long white coat. His golden eyes flickered with a mysterious green hue. Or was it green eyes flickering with gold? Either way, he stood there in front of the carriage, hiding his hands beneath that white coat. Paul had only seen the guy once, but considering what happened afterwards, he definitely wouldn't forget the guy's face. You're... Pierre. Philip's voice echoed from the carriage and he peered out. Looking at the man standing there, Philip frowned and said, I thought you said you weren't coming along. Change of plans. The man, Pierre stared at Jisoo for a while and then shook his head. Looking back at Philip, he said, I heard you were bringing your wife along and were short on people, so I figured that I would help out. Philip frowned. Sorry to disappoint, but the carriage is full. As much as I would appreciate your assistance. Don't worry about me. I just wanted to make sure I caught you before. Pierre's gaze shifted towards the carriage, focusing on Paul and Lilia before he shook his head. Anyway, you guys keep going. I'll follow behind you. If that is what you wish, I will not stop you. Philip looked at Jisoo and said, please continue, Mr. Nakadia. Jisoo glanced back at Pierre, giving him a thoughtful look. Pierre stared back with a genial smile and waved his hand. Go on. There's no need to concern yourself with me. After a tense silence and everyone getting back in their places, the journey continued. And as it did, the people in the carriage glanced back out the window to see Pierre casually jogging behind the carriage. But even as the horse went up to speed, the distance between Pierre and the wagon didn't change, the man easily keeping pace. Paul glanced at Philip and said, "You know the guy?" Philip stared at Pierre, frowning. "In part. And if he is here after all he said before. It seems this trip may be more trouble than it is worth." Paul frowned and glanced at Lilia. Lilia frowned as well and held Paul's hand. Well. Paul didn't know exactly what was going on. But he knew one thing. They would get over this and get back home, no matter what being W or whatever threw at them. Didn't Rudy say at one time? That Paul was like a dumb protagonist from a storybook? Well, Paul didn't know if that was true. But if Rudy thought Paul was the protagonist right now, then Paul needed to make sure to pull his weight. Pull his weight, protect Lily and return home safe and sound to his happy kids. So that they would know that things would be fine. So that they could grow up safe and happy without worrying about always looking over their shoulders. So to make that happen, Paul closed his eyes to think. I opened my eyes. It was my room in the new house. After putting me to sleep, it seemed like Miss Rostalina left me alone. I sat up and slowly looked around, mulling over everything that I had just learned. And as I did, I sighed. Why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? 89 Child introspective. It didn't look like much time had passed. The sun was still pretty high in the sky from what I could see through my window. It seemed like the chat I had with Rudius. My future self? No, our timelines were definitely different. I would never become him, and his past was different than mine. While we had the same starting point, our lives split off in junior high school. Where he was fascinated with tinkering computers and assembling them to the extent of neglecting his studies, I had been fascinated with programs and doubled down on my studies to try and recreate a bunch of things in code. There were a few more differences, but it wasn't important. Interesting, considering that he seemed to get dragged down by sloth while I get held down by my pride, but that was all. What was important was the information he gave me. The future he came from. It wouldn't come to pass. The paths we walked had diverged early on. First of all, by now he was already teaching Eris back in ROA and living in with the Boreas family as her tutor. Not only that, but the guy was literally the scum of the earth. A shameless pervert who was worse than Dad and was a complete lecher. It looked like he mellowed out over time, but still. I could have turned out like that? The multiverse really was a thing where we knew frighteningly little. But in any case, there were a few things to keep out for. Key regrets that Rudius wanted to make sure didn't happen to me. First was the so-called metastasis event. A mana incident that caused the entire Fadoa region to get teleported across the world. Rudius didn't know exactly why it happened, but he suspected that Hitagama had a hand to play in it. Hitagama meaning being W. Interestingly enough, that guy never showed up to talk to me. Apparently, in Rudius's timeline though, he did. That begged the question of why being W was ignoring me. And why he tried to directly intervene with me instead of taking the subtle approach like he did with Rudius. Was it because he knew that I wouldn't buy it? That I would figure out his intentions and so it wasn't worth the time? Something to note and bring up with everyone else. Anyway, long story short, being W was bad news. I knew that already, but he was really bad news. On the upside, he seemed to be limited. After all, he was never able to directly intervene in Rudius's time. Not only that, but he wasn't omniscient. If he was, then Rudius would never have been able to develop his time travel magic. But he was strong and had a lot of players on the board. Rudius didn't know exact details, but he had suspicions. And he also said that Orsted was the key to reaching that guy. Normally, at least. I was pretty sure I knew how to get to that bastard. If this was a game. It was basically like CHR no TR getter. I could jump to the final boss and beat him up at any time really, but the problem was the fallout and stat check. No one knew how strong being W really was. So we couldn't just plan this willy-nilly. But that was a goal for the far future. For now, it was better to play the long game. Bide my time and slowly gather things. Definitely was going to be a doozy explaining this to Master Roxy, Mom, and the others though. I stretched and then headed outside. As I did, I sorted out my thoughts some more. Definitely needed to apologize to Mom. I definitely hurt her feelings a lot by brushing off what she was saying. Especially since she was probably just worried about me. Didn't blame her at all. Rudius had been super edgy, with good reason. But that had started to bleed over to my thoughts and actions too. The worry and anxiety about lacking strength. The rush to pursue power. The callous disregard for life. I basically had a Horcrux deal going on, so things were definitely messed up. And this was a giant mess too. And from the timing, that metastasis incident was due any day now. I ran my hand through my hair and muttered, always so much to do, hey. It was already going to be a lot because I caught being W's attention that day, but after Rudius started messing around things definitely got worse. The question was what I would do about it now. Well, there was one thing that I knew I should do. That guy suffered a lot because he kept things close to his chest. Well, that and he wasn't serious about training until it was too late. Since he had been depending on others so much and thought they were infallible, he ended up getting blindsided. I could learn from him. He wasn't wrong. At least, in the beginning. It was important to trust other people. To depend on them. And he also wasn't wrong in wanting to make himself strong too. In wanting to be strong enough to stop whatever threats emerged. But that wasn't enough. No matter how strong you were, if the people you cared about weren't able to protect themselves, you would always be in trouble. Rudius experienced that firsthand. Because he sought more power for himself, the people he cared suffered the price. I couldn't have that happen. But it seemed like I subconsciously started to act to avoid that already. Like he said, we were different. It was a fundamental change that stemmed from our past. I trusted and valued my family from the beginning. I didn't want to see them hurt and so took active steps to make sure nothing happened. That guy didn't realize how much he cared until it was too late. Though that probably resulted from him thinking he was better than everyone else since he was technically older. And that guy had memories of his past life still. Maybe that helped too? Rudius was still more his past life than his current one, whereas I had definitely become Rudy more than anyone else. Well, until that guy came in and started changing me. But anyway. I scratched the back of my head and looked around. The fields were empty. I thought that Eris and Sylphie might be playing outside, but it looked like they might have headed off together somewhere. Maybe helping to play with Norn and Aisha? I didn't know, but whatever the case, it seemed like I was alone right now. Alone with nothing but my thoughts and worries. Even so. You know, you worried too much, Rudius. That old guy wasn't around anymore. After our chat, it seemed like his lingering regrets faded away and he vanished. Even so, I still had some things to say to him. I looked up at the clear blue sky and said, I'm not like you. And this world isn't the same as the one you lived either. It was different. We were different. Some tough things might still come in the future. And being W could still be a bastard and ruin things. But I was sure of it. I'm doing my best, and everyone is stronger. No matter what, this won't be a bad end. Everyone could see Mana, so if that teleport incident happened they would be prepared. Dad was stronger now than he was in that timeline. And I had countermeasures for my countermeasures prepared, so a situation like the one Rudius had where his powers were ineffective should never occur. Not to mention the trump card that I somehow snagged due to the shenanigans Rudius pulled and the shenanigans I did in expanding my mana. Mom had that protective bracelet I made for her. Not only that, but she was also better at magic from Master Roxy teaching her. Then there was Mama Lily getting stronger too. It was just different. Not to mention the fact that I was on Orsted's good side. Though there was also the weird bit about me having Laplace's traits. Whatever the case, we would be fine. I was still worried, but I trusted in everyone. Just like before with how I let Dad handle the nights. And speaking of that, being W is probably operating under the assumption I'm like Rudius, isn't he? Since that guy tried to force the override with Rudius and probably knew all about Rudius, he would be moving with the premise that I would act like that guy did. Micromanaging, striving to obtain power at all costs and holding up to keep my family safe. That was definitely what he was planning. Because of that, I had to be careful, but I also shouldn't be someone who was too worried. Like Dad said, this would become a cage. And if I wasn't careful, it would be easy to devolve into a sort of demon lord who locked everyone he cared about up inside some castle and then glare and declare the world my enemy while working to fight some unseen god. Then there would be lots of wars, people that I would massacre without worry or concern because they were aiming towards me and my family. And in the end, I'd probably get backstabbed by someone I cared about because I had changed, or they thought that it would be a mercy instead of a betrayal. Yet, lots of bad ends that way. I didn't want to end up like Rudius, after all. While that guy had good intentions, he was the embodiment of the phrase the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Well, that and the whole live long enough to see yourself become the villain shtick. But enough of that. I had been living in a funk for too long now. Made a bunch of people worried too. And also definitely probably resulted in Sylphie developing some unfortunate Yandere tendencies. Ha! I ran my hand through my hair and muttered, so many things that I need to fix and prep for. I really need to start that journal. Note to self, start recording thoughts and daily events in a journal. Considering how much of a JRPG my life had become, it might actually help save me in the future by seeing where things went wrong. But for now, let's check in with Master Roxy and get her thoughts on this first. And do my best to not think about how one version of me married her in the future. And Sylphie. And that complicated relationship history with Eris. Damn it, Rudius. There's something called TMI, you know? Sheesh. 90 slice of life. Roxy stared at her summoned spirit companion and hummed. What in the world are you? Sking. Mercy floated over, hovering in front of Roxy. The shimmering silver blob shaped itself into a humanoid form and then tilted its head, as if it was confused. Roxy patted its head and said, You clearly have a mind of your own. But you were also summoned, meaning you came from somewhere. But there are no records of a metallic spirit ever being summoned. Were you created? Formed by my magic circles and granted life? Or were you pulled from a separate space? Sking? Mercy shook its little head. Roxy sighed and said, Well, whatever the case, I'm grateful for your aid. Sking. Mercy shaped itself into a smiley face and then turned back into a silver blob, hovering over Roxy's right shoulder. Roxy smiled as well, but then she took a look around her surroundings. As always, she was patrolling around Bina village. Specifically, she was patrolling in the forest, leaving the other areas for Laws to cover. Roxy checked the trees, underbrush, and canopy around her. Colorful lights floated about, the threads of ambient elemental mana. But there wasn't a sign of anything amiss. No strange white mana that would be a sign of being W or any other mana disturbance. Even so, Roxy didn't lower her guard. As usual, she made her way through the forest to check on the magic circles she placed. Barrier magic, holy mana, converting external mana into ambient mana. It was a modification from Rudy's initial design, but it was effective. And it was working as well. Assuming that being W could only interfere through mana and mental manipulations like before, it would be hard for him to affect anyone in Bina village. And in the worst case, the forest could serve as a refuge as well with all the protections Roxy had placed. Sking? Mercy floated in front of Roxy. She blinked. Is something wrong? Mercy bobbed up in the air before drifting over to something hidden in the underbrush. Roxy looked over and then saw an old stone slab pulsing with a pure golden mana. Mercy bobbed up and down over the slab before moving close to it, as if trying to read it. Roxy smiled and walked over. Curious. Sking. Roxy chuckled and then crouched down to look at the slab. Let's see. This should be one of the 7 world powers monuments. Unlike the color of the mana, the slab glowed with a soft blue-green light, emitting 7 symbols that surrounded the number 7 written in the fighting god language. Roxy recognized them. During her stay in the Chiron Kingdom, she spent a lot of time doing research in the library. Not only that, but as an adventurer, you inevitably ended up knowing the symbols for the Big 7. A pair of jagged wings representing the technique god. The side profile of a dragon head, representing the dragon god. A geometric design that looked like either a shield or a complicated box that represented the fighting god. A symbol that looked like an eye representing demon god Laplace. A strange abstract symbol with a lot of curves that represented the death god. A sword representing the sword god. And then an image that looked like a sword in front of a shield, representing the north god. Those were what were on the slab, starting just over the 7 and going clockwise, representing the order of power. In short, the technique god was first, the dragon god Orsted was second, and so on. It was the same that Roxy had seen on all the other slabs since becoming an adventurer. At least, that was what she thought. But... the order was different. The technique god and the dragon god were still first and second. But demon god Laplace had moved up to third. Not only that, but its symbol was a bit different. It was still an eye, but it looked twisted. The left half of the symbol was erased, and a symbol that looked like a bent sword covered it. Roxy frowned. That's troubling. There was a shift. Not only that, but the shift was in demon god Laplace. Is this a result of Rudy? Or is it that being W? Roxy mumbled and placed a hand on her chin, thoughtfully staring at the slab. Sking. Mercy moved in front of Roxy and then turned into an arrow, pointing at something off to the side. Roxy straightened and then looked over to see a half-dozen wild boars slowly emerge from the underbrush. Sking. Mercy moved to Roxy's side and turned into a crescent blade. She lifted her staff and said, Well. I suppose the girls would appreciate some more food. And Rudy should eat more as well. The largest boar squealed and then charged at Roxy. Mercy blurred, charging to meet the boar. Make it tidy, Mercy. Sking. Rui. Norn giggled and ran over to hug me. I hugged her back and looked around. Hey Norn. Have you been a good girl? MMHM. She giggled again and nuzzled against me. Aisha ran over as well, her eyes lighting up. Big bro. I smiled and then reached over to pet her head. Hey Aisha. She giggled and hugged me too. I was back at our old house. And it seemed like that was where everyone else was as well. So Sleeping Beauty finally woke up. Rostalina smiled, leaning against the edge of the gate. It seemed like she was the one watching my baby sisters at the moment. I nodded and said, yep. And I have a lot of questions for you, Miss Rostalina. Like how and why she regained her past memories. Not only that, but who she was with, considering that she hadn't met that cliff person Rudius mentioned. But we can talk about that later. Right now. I hugged Norn and Aisha and said, I haven't played with you two in a while, have I? How about we have some fun? Aisha gasped and then clapped her hands together. Big bro. Magic. Norn's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded. Rui. Play magic. I laughed and said, magic, hey? Sure. I have a few fun ideas we can play with. Yay. Big bro, super cool. Pure admiration. From both Norn and Aisha. Norn was a given, but even after I treated Aisha a bit callously, she still cared for me that much. Rudy. Mom's voice called out from inside the house. Is that you? I flinched. Norn noticed and held me close. Rui. I protect. Aisha gasped and started tugging me. Run. Mama's any scary. What was that, Aisha? Mom walked out of the house, wiping her hands against her apron. Calling me scary. Aisha trembled and then let go of my hand before standing in front of Mom. She looked back at me and said, Big bro. Run. Norn tugged on my hand and said, Rui. Go go. Mom huffed and then walked forward, scooping Aisha up into her arms. You little rascal. Aisha shrieked and then squirmed around in Mom's arms. She looked at me with a brave look and said, Big sis. Go. Rui. Norn kept tugging me, determination in her eyes. And then laughter echoed. Miss Rostalina, smiling as she watched everything unfold. I laughed as well, seeing the ridiculous antics my little sisters were pulling. What are you two making Mom do? She's in no condition to be chasing after you two, you know. Norn looked guilty. Mom paused and then looked at me, confused. I cleared my throat. Sorry for the trouble recently, Mom. She blinked and then looked at Rostalina. Rostalina placed a finger over her lips and winked. Mom narrowed her eyes. Lena. I said no flirting with Rudy. She blinked and then rolled her eyes. What do you take me for, a shameless cradle robber? Cradle robber? Mom gave a serious nod to Rostalina and said, yes. Rostalina laughed and then said, don't worry. I have my man and I'm plenty satisfied these days. Now, is Rose inside? Mom still looked skeptical, but she nodded and said, Rose is helping with lunch. Wonderful. Rostalina waved and walked inside. I'll take over for you. Go rest and have fun with the kids, Zenny. The door to the house closed, and then it was just me with my mom and my sisters. At that time, Aisha broke free from Mom's grasp and darted over towards me, grabbing my hand. Big bro. Ga ga go. I laughed and then poked her in the forehead. Stop being so silly, Aisha. Oh. Aisha placed her hands over her forehead and started tearing up. Big bro. Meanie. Norn walked over and patted Aisha's head. Ai. It's K. Aisha hugged Norn. Big sis nice. I looked at the two and then back at Mom. Are they always like this when Sylphie and Eris aren't around? Mom sighed. Yes. Your sisters are a bit of a handful. It seems like they picked up your dad's wild energy. Aisha's eyes lit up and she said, yay. Da cool. I like. It's a good thing Rudius vanished. That guy probably would have had a heart attack at how different things were right now. Mom sighed and then walked over to me. She seemed a bit hesitant, but she reached out to brush hair out of my eyes. Are you feeling better now, Rudy? There was a trace of worry there that she tried to hide, but couldn't. I smiled to reassure her and said, I'm fine now, Mom. And sorry for being a brat. Mom smiled and then put on a stern face. Well, it's about time you realized it, mister. Now for a punishment. I flinched and lowered my gaze. You have to stay here and play with us the rest of the day, all right? I blinked and then looked up to see Mom give me a warm smile. As if she didn't care about anything other than the fact that I was back to normal. I smiled back, my vision blurring a bit. Norn gasped. Rui. Why crying? Aisha gasped too and then hugged me. Big bro. No cry. I laughed and brushed away my tears. It's happy tears, okay? And it's okay to cry when you want to. Mom nodded. That's right. Although, you've always been a bit of a crybaby, haven't you, Rudy? I am not. I said have, but it seems like you still are. Arg, whatever. I grumbled, but I couldn't hide the smile on my face. Anyway, let's go sit down somewhere. You shouldn't be standing so much, Mom. I don't want my new sibling to be as hectic as Norn was when she came into this world. Norn blinked and looked confused. I ruffled her hair. Don't worry about it, Norn. Now. I focused on the corner of the courtyard. That guy said magic was omnipotent. Not only that, but it wasn't just willpower and logic. If you had a good enough mental image, then mana would move to that image. In short, a confirmation of how Sylphie used her magic. So it should work. If I envisioned it clearly enough and focused my mana, the outcome I wanted should just work. Of course, there was the prerequisite that I had enough mana, but mana wasn't a concern for me. In that case, I imagined it. A cheap and colorful plastic table/bench combo for the kids to sit at. A comfortable beanbag chair for my mom. And then they blinked into existence, wobbling a bit as they landed on the ground. Wow! Aisha clapped her hands and said, "Big bro cool." Norn gasped and then looked at me. Rui. Awesome. I smiled. Thanks you too. After that, I looked at my mom. She stared at the new furniture and then sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. My genius son doesn't know when to stop upending magic, does he? What am I, some light novel character? Come on, Mom, it's not that serious. And don't bother us anymore, twerps. Eris glared at the bunch of rowdy kids running away from her and Sylphie. Sylphie sighed and said, "Did you have to be so mean?" Eris turned her head to the side and tossed her hair. Humph. They should feel lucky I just yelled at them and didn't beat them up. Calling you a demon. If Rudy was here, he would have broken their legs. Sylphie shook her head. No he wouldn't. Eris gave Sylphie a blank look. You're kidding. Sylphie smiled. Rudy would have broken every bone in their body and then healed them to make it look like nothing happened. Sylphie. You're really scary. But I'm cute, right? I guess. Eris looked around the surroundings. They were wandering around the outskirts of the village, helping out farmers where they could and beating up any wild animals that got close. Because of that, they also got a bit of pocket change. Sylphie said it was a lot. Eris wasn't so sure, but Sylphie was smarter than her, so she trusted what Sylphie said. She was also scary when she was mad, so Eris decided to just go along with it. Sylphie looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. You want to go home, Eris?" Eris carefully adjusted her coin bag and then nodded. Yeah. If we don't go back, stupid Rudy will forget to eat again. Sylphie furrowed her brow. Yes. Rudy's been doing that a lot. Right? So let's go. We need to make him stop being a boring book reader and do some more fun things too. Boring books? Sylphie gave Eris a blank look. Eris froze and said, "And not that books are bad. But our Rudy is reading too much, right?" Sylphie was quiet and then nodded. Right. Eris is thoughtful as always. Haha. Was this how the servants felt around Grandpa? Eris could never tell how Sylphie was going to react. Hold on tight, K. Wait. Sylphie wait kai a. A giant wind kicked up and then the two girls flew through the air, heading back to the Grere household. 91 Child playtime. Bubble. Bubble. Aisha clapped her hands together and then giggled. Norn nodded and said, "Rui. Bubbles." I smiled and said, "Fine, fine. Here you go." I conjured a few small water balls and sent them over to Aisha and Norn. We were seated on the play set, with me on one side and my sisters on the other side. Mom sat on the beanbag chair, watching us with a warm smile on her face while resting one hand over her belly. Hopefully my new sibling wouldn't cause any trouble by showing up early or something. I cut that train of thought off and focused on Aisha and Norn. Aisha easily plucked the water balls I sent her out of the air and started spinning them around in the palm of her hand. And then she merged them into a bigger one, looking like a certain signature technique of a blonde ninja from a village hidden in the leaves. Yab. Even if things changed, Aisha was still a natural. And considering how Rudia said that she managed to pick up magic easily even while learning it when she was older, since she started now. Rui. Look, look. Norn held out her hand to me and said, "Piggy." Unlike Aisha, who I was sure was secretly walking on a path to become a kunoichi or something from her antics, Norn did something more normal with her water ball. The sphere had been smushed and deformed, some parts pulled out and others tucked in to form a rough four-legged creature. It really didn't look like a pig to me, but if you squinted, it probably did. I smiled at her and patted Norn's head. Good job, Norn. Aisha looked at me and pouted. After that, she stuck out her hands too and said, "Big bro." Spin. I laughed and patted Aisha's head too. That's right. Spin. Be careful not to get water on you now, okay? K. Aisha nodded and then leaned back, spinning her water ball in different directions. Norn giggled and then let go of her water sculpture. And surprisingly, it didn't turn back into a sphere or collapse. Instead, it floated around her, awkwardly flailing its limbs. Yet, these two were definitely going to do crazy stuff with magic in the future too, hey? Though, it was a bit weird. Rudius told me to keep an eye on Norn and to help her out a bit since she wasn't very talented. But from what I could see, she was just as talented as Aisha was in magic. Was that guy mistaken? Or was I just that good of a teacher? Or maybe Norn trusted me enough that she put more effort into things. That guy hadn't gotten along with Norn, so maybe that made the difference? Well, whatever the case, I was going to make sure my baby sisters grew up to be able to take care of themselves. And I was going to make sure not to make them hate me in any way. That would probably throw me for a loop. The thought of Norn and Aisha looking at me in disgust. I didn't even need to imagine it. That guy had experienced it firsthand and made a point to make me relive those memories with him in his long retelling of his jobless reincarnation. And I had to remember to not rely too much on that information too since the future was bound to be different due to our differences. What a mess. But something for later. I smiled and watched my baby sisters play. And then I noticed that Mom was staring at me. I looked over at her and tilted my head. What is it, Mom? She shook her head. Nothing. Just. She smiled and said, I'm happy that you're back to normal. I was starting to think I would never see your cute smile again. Norn blinked and looked at me. Rui? No smile. Aisha looked at me too and said, big bro sad. I waved my hands. No, no. Mom's just saying that I've been frowning too much. Norn tilted her head. Frown. Aisha pointed at me and said, big bro. No frown, smile. K. I laughed. Got it, Aisha. She smiled and then went back to spinning her water ball. I looked back at my mom and said, but anyway. I've been in a bit of a funk because of things. I frowned, remembering everything that had happened along with the entire can of worms that meeting Rudius had opened up. Especially the part about Ellen Elise now being Rostalina and decidedly much less lewd than she was supposed to be. I shook my head and then smiled. I'm sorry to worry you though. And both Mama Lily and Dad too. Mom stood up and then moved her beanbag chair to my side. After that, she reached out to hug me and said, it's okay. Mommy forgives you. I smiled. And then there was a loud shockwave as something flew down from the air and collided against the ground. Wah! Norn flinched and started tipping back. Big sis. Aisha dropped her water ball and quickly grabbed Norn, trying to pull her up. But she wasn't strong enough. Before either of them toppled over though, I conjured a small breeze to push the back forward and then grabbed their arms. Careful now. Crazy things happen in the middle of nowhere. You've got to always be ready, okay? Norn sniffed, but nodded. KK, Rui. Aisha looked determined. Got it, big bro. After seeing that they were okay, I turned to look at my mom. Only to see her standing up with a stern look on her face and glaring at the source of the commotion. Miss Sylphiette and Miss Eris Boreas Grere. What did I tell you two about doing those sorts of reckless landings? I turned to look and saw a strange sight. First of all, it was Sylphie and Eris. That wasn't strange. The two had become close friends. Well, Sylphie had become a close friend to Eris. I wasn't sure if it was completely mutual considering how often Sylphie messed with Eris. But anyway, it wasn't strange to see them together. What was strange was that Sylphie had landed on the ground in a giant crater with Eris held in her arms, princess style. Which, considering Eris's background, was pretty fitting. But still, odd. Mostly because Eris was completely red-faced and super embarrassed instead of angry. She jumped out of Sylphie's hands and then spun around to point at her. I told you that I can handle myself. You didn't need to carry me like that. Sylphie laughed. Okay, Eris. I'll let Rudy carry you like a princess next time, then. Eris's face turned even more red and said, LL like I want that. Sylphie's eyes lit up and she said, great. Then I'm being carried next time. Thanks Eris. Wait. I didn't. Before Eris could finish, my mom glared at them and said, girls. Eris flinched and lowered her head. Why yes Miss Zenith. Sylphie's ear turned red and she lowered her head too. Sorry, Miss Zenith. Mom sighed and ran her hand through her hair. Honestly. And here I thought that Rudy and Sylphie were already trouble with their crazy magic games. Ah. It seemed like Mom never really got over that, huh? But it was just one winter where we caused an avalanche of snow. At that time, the door to our house opened. Miss Rose walked out carrying an iron skillet. Who's the one causing all that ruckus out there? You ruined my pie. Sylphie paled. You Miss Rose looked at Sylphie. And then she saw the giant crater in the ground. Sylphie at Dragon Road. What did your father and I tell you about damaging the surroundings when you use magic? I blinked. Hey. Okay. So maybe I've been a worse influence on Sylphie than I thought if even the sweet and patient Miss Rose was snapping at Sylphie. Now. Rostalina walked out after Miss Rose and said, let the kids be kids, Rosie. It's no good to force them to be polite. Miss Rose glared at Rostalina. And then she let out a deep sigh and lowered her skillet. I suppose. She shook her head and then looked up at everyone. Now, how about we enjoy some? At that time, blue comet flew down from the sky. No. It wasn't a blue comet. That was. Boom. Another explosion just outside the house's courtyard. Norn screamed in fear and scrambled around the table to hug me. Aisha screamed too, but out of excitement. Unlike Norn, she clapped her hands and then smiled at the explosion. And as for the person who caused that explosion. Oh ow ow. Master Roxy winced and then rubbed her legs. Is it because they're younger? That's not fair. Landing like this hurts a lot. Sking. Shortly after the explosion, a few more thuds echoed as frozen slabs of meat landed on the ground. Master Roxy glanced over and then let out a relieved smile. At least that worked. But why are my knees so sore? Silence. Sking. Mercy rippled and then flew over to Master Roxy's shoulder and tugged on her collar. Master Roxy looked up and then froze. Mom's eye started twitching as she looked at the devastated scenery. Rostalina covered her face, holding back a laugh. Seeing Master Roxy suddenly turn red in embarrassment, I couldn't help it. I laughed. And then everything got quiet. Not only that, but everyone turned to look at me. I felt my face heat up and looked to the side. What? It was funny. 92 Go with the flow. After that hectic afternoon, things went back to normal peaceful times. I made sure to play more with Norn and Aisha while secretly teaching them magic disguised as games. Eris got more clingy since I wasn't super edgelord anymore and insisted that I sparred with her. It was still a bit awkward considering that she was Rudius's first lover and most definitely not mine. But she was also a lot less rough around the edges than the Eris that guy knew too. Probably because she hung around Sylphie so much. Instead of being a super tsundere that liked beating people to a pulp, Eris was about the level of RN Tasaka from FTE/STYN*GHT. In short, dishonest about her feelings and a bit bratty at times, but good at heart. Still didn't mean I liked her. She was still a bit too grating on my nerves. But I could at least be friendly with her. She was my relative, after all. On Dad's side. And also part of the reason why everything hit the fan. Okay. Maybe I still hadn't gotten over that part just yet. I was doing my best to be the bigger person and not judge her too harshly though. But by God was that hard some days. Sylphie was Sylphie. Maybe because she was jealous of Eris, she was more clingy these days too. Not that I minded. It was always nice when Sylphie was around. Though I was starting to get worried about her Yandere tendencies. I was fine now since Rudius had left. Ah. Well, I suppose things might still get a bit hairy if I used Laplace's demon god mana. But for the most part, I didn't have those edgelord or psychotic/sociopathic/Yandere tendencies anymore. I think. Part of the reason why I was starting up a journal was to keep track of that though, so hopefully that worked. But anyway, Sylphie. These days, she was getting really good at using a sword. A short sword too. And her favorite attacks with it were stabbing. Then there was the fact that she somehow picked up the villainous oh ho 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 laugh. Though that part was apparently Rostalina's fault. And speaking of Rostalina. At first, she avoided me. She made some excuses about having to take care of my mom and helping out around the house. Then when I had free time in the evening, she said that children should get some rest and refused to talk to me. But it was time. A couple of weeks had passed. Master Roxy, Miss Rose, and my mom were heading to Sylphie's house to go check on Miss Rose's garden. They also took Norn and Aisha so that my baby sisters could get out of the house some more and get fresh air. Sylphie and Eris were out on an adventure together in the forest and said I couldn't come with them, something about a girl's secret. Slightly concerning, but as long as they were getting along, it was fine. Which meant that it was just me and Rostalina alone. It would have been fine with just me, but I managed to pull a ploy about being tired and convincing everyone that Rostalina would be fine. I think it got some concerned looks from Mom, but awkward misunderstandings aside, it was time to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding anything. And to find out the truth. Inside our house, I was sitting at our dining room table, sipping on a cup filled with fruit juice. And seated across from me was my target. Rostalina giggled and said, My. Asking a woman like me out on a date. She gave me a sly smile and said, it seems you really did inherit a lot from Paul. Should I be worried that you'll eat my granddaughter up when we aren't looking? I rolled my eyes. As if. I'm not a pervert like Dad. Besides, the longer I could avoid thinking about the mess that would probably ensue when hormones kicked in, the better. Although. I stared at Rostalina and compared her to the Elise that Rudius knew. Her appearance was the same. A beautiful elf woman with lightly curled blonde hair and scarlet eyes. A lithe but curvy body and a naturally seductive atmosphere paired with mannerisms that were just barely proper instead of lewd. Her way of teasing was similar too. But it was different. More reserved, with a bit of distance. A proper distance instead of the way too familiar and inappropriate innuendos she made with that guy. But the biggest change was her attire. The Elise Rudius knew always wore a revealing outfit. Even when adventuring, she was the sort of person to actually wear bikini armor. But I had never seen Rostalina wear anything except modest clothing. A full body robe, long dresses, a grey coat. She never showed anything more than necessary, as if thoughtful and aware of how lewd her usual clothing was. Which was weird. Well, weird considering what she was supposed to be like. I already thought that Miss Rostalina was weird even before knowing that. Mostly from how she acted around Sylphie and her family. Also from how Mom and Dad acted around her too. But anyway, Elise and Rostalina were the same person, but also not. And the latter seemed to know a lot more than she was letting on, so. Rostalina laughed and then leaned on the table. Laying her left arm flat against the tabletop, she supported her head with her right and tilted her head to the side, smiling at me. You two really are similar. It's funny, really. I frowned and then moved my cup of juice to the side. What's that supposed to mean? Rostalina shook her head. Nothing, just that it's cute how you trail off into thought. She smiled as she looked at me, a tinge of nostalgia in her eyes. My frown deepened and I said, Dad was like that too. I didn't take him to be a thoughtful person. I mean, he did that now, but that was because he knew how important it was to avoid jumping in. But when he was younger, I imagined a younger dad. He probably looked like me. But his actions. Yab. Definitely a B cup. What's that dress hiding? Yeah. Couldn't imagine him being similar to me. Rostalina blinked and then laughed. Oh, I'm not talking about Paul. He was the same then as he was now. She paused and said, well, he's definitely more considerate and thoughtful than he was back then. But mostly the same. I was talking about my beloved master. Beloved master. That was new. Elise had always been alone. At least, in terms of actual companionship and not just her transactional flings. But the way she talked about that master, her actions, and the fact that she seemed to be knowing more than she let on. I grabbed my juice and took a long sip to gather my thoughts. And then I set it off to the side and looked up. Miss Rostalina. A serious tone of voice. Well, as serious as I could make with my childish voice. I looked at her and said, who are you? She wasn't related in any way to being W. My gut told me that, and it didn't seem to fit her actions either. Well, Rudius had made a big fuss about how being W like playing a wolf in sheep's clothing and make a bunch of helpful tips that really weren't. But assuming that being W knew the future Rudius belonged to, and he would have to, considering how being W tried to force things back on course. Anyway, assuming that, his goal should be to get me off guard and then spring a trap on us all. Which made Rostalina unlikely because she was just way too suspicious. And that wasn't being W's style. That guy liked being subtle and manipulative. But that begged the question of who Rostalina was. She looked like Elise. She was apparently Elise. And Elise was amnesiac according to what Rudius said. And she never recovered her memory from what he knew. So why did she now? Rostalina laughed and then reached out to flick my forehead. Ow! I flinched and covered my head. What was that for? She smiled and then said, you're thinking too hard, Rudy. Relax. Grandma Lena will always be on your side. I pouted and said, don't pull that on me. I pointed at her and said, you're being weird. I want to know why. Like that magic thing you did. Okay. Being serious didn't work, so I'll just vent my frustration out like the kid I am. Rostalina stuck out her tongue and said, secret, but if you really want to know. How about I tell you on your 10th birthday? She tapped her finger on her chin and said, he won't mind then, right? It should be long enough. And it really is annoying having to keep secrets from my cute grandchildren. I sighed. You're just going to keep dodging the question, aren't you? Rostalina laughed and then said, well, it's rude to make a lady spill her secrets, Rudy. Besides, my granddaughter might get jealous. But I guess I can give you a hint. A hint. Rostalina nodded and then winked. I'm like this because of you, you know. Shotokan. Hey. I sighed and then shook my head. Never mind. At least nothing was going wrong over here. And even if there was, Miss Rostalina seemed to be here to help us. And she was sincere in caring about all of us, so. I guess it's fine. But first. Do you know anything about time travel, Miss Rostalina? She blinked and then laughed. I might know a lot of things, Rudy, but time travels a bit out there. She gave me a sly smile and said, why? Are you embarrassed about the looks my cute granddaughter has been giving you? I blushed. And no, that's not why. Oh my. Should I tell Zenny? Her cute son is growing up faster than expected and is already starting to pay attention to girls. Wait. Don't do that. Miss Rostalina. Ooh, Paul would be so proud. Here. She stood up and then reached over to grab me, swinging me around in her arms. Wo. Stop that. Hey. Let me down. How is such a slim woman so strong? Don't worry, Rudy. Grandma Lena will teach you all the right things to know about girls. I'll make sure you don't end up like your dad, okay? But first, we need to get you some sunshine. Right now, you look like a ghost. Ooh, and we can style your hair a bit to make it cool. Even Eris will be impressed. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have tried teasing information out from a woman who experienced countless hardships and had over a century of life experience. Might have been a bit too cocky there. I sighed and let Miss Rostalina lug me around like a sack of potatoes over her left shoulder. Nothing to do but have fun, I guess. I wonder how Dad's doing? The sound of clashing steel filled the air. Metallic clangs, resounding staccato notes. And then Paul flew back. Landing on the ground, he clicked his tongue and glanced at his sword. The blade that Rudy made for him was fine. The crimson edge was as pristine and honed as ever. But if it had been an ordinary sword. HOH. A man with blue hair and strong, wolf-like features lowered his sword. He grinned, an expression that emphasized the scar below his left eye and the scar at the tip of his right eye. The man gave Paul an approving nod and said, that's a good sword. And you're not half bad too. Paul ignored the sweat running down the back of his neck and grinned. And that's all the sword god can do? For a guy so famous, your swordsmanship is pretty plain. The sword god, Galfarian, chuckled and said, plain, huh? Yeah. I guess it seems that way to a guy with fancy swordplay like you. He lifted his left hand and grabbed his head, cracking his neck. After that, he raised his sword and said, let's keep going. We can't disappoint the crowd now, can we? Paul laughed and raised his sword as well. But at the same time, he took stock of the situation around him. A makeshift stage in the center of the Milbots region capital city. A crowd of people watching them, cheers filling the air. How did I end up like this again? Oh, right. Because that bastard younger brother of mine was being stubborn about letting us in. Don't you dare lose, husband. Amidst the crowd's cheers, a calm and collected voice cut through. Lilies. Hearing that, Paul straightened and focused. Gal noticed and grinned. HOH? Got an admirer watching. Paul grinned back. Yab. And you know what they say. Gal shifted his body, moving into a loose stance. I don't, actually. You can't look bad in front of your girl. Paul kicked off the ground, swinging his sword at a blinding speed. A fast strike. Faster than anything Paul had done before in the fight. An ambush. But instead of cutting flesh, steel reverberated. Gal bared his teeth, easily parrying Paul's sword with his own. Well then. Show me what you got. After saying that, he leapt back. A flicker of danger. A faint prickling on his neck. Paul's eyes widened and he turned, bringing his sword up. Steel clashed again, and Gal's blade barely missed Paul's neck. Damn. If this was the mess they were getting into right out the gate, this was going to be a long trip, wasn't it? 93 lampshades. I think it looks cute, Rudy. Rostalina giggled and said, you look like a tiny hero off for war. I frowned and resisted the urge to smooth down my spiked hair. I think it looks stupid. After that chat with Miss Rostalina, she dragged me over to her room and pulled out a bunch of makeup equipment. Powders, brushes, and all sorts of things I didn't know anything about. Apparently, I never bothered doing research into makeup products in my previous life, so it all came up blank. Fortunately, I didn't get the typical cliché dress a guy up as a girl treatment. But considering how I looked, I might have preferred it. First of all, my bangs had been messed up into a windswept style that any typical anime or JRPG protagonist would have. The sort of spiky and gravity-defying hair that somehow flowed in the wind. Second of all, Miss Rostalina had either bought or made. Probably made, since she was always around. Anyway, she handed me a tiny adventurer's outfit. Again, the sort that you'd see in a typical JRPG setting. A beige-colored tunic and pants combo. Some leather padding at the elbows and knees. A mini dagger strapped on my belt at my left side, with a satchel and my wand looped on my right side. Leather boots. And finally, there was the carved wooden pendant that she made me wear along with the talisman that Master Roxy gave me during my graduation. I gave the hand mirror back to Miss Rostalina and shook my head. Where did you even get all of this stuff anyway, Miss Rostalina. Just Grandma's fine, Rudy. She smiled and patted my head. And think of it as a late birthday gift for my cute granddaughter's best friend. Besides, it'll be useful soon, right? I gave her a blank look and then carefully said, useful how? Was she a regressor or something? Or did she have info about events stirring in the background I didn't? Maybe that mysterious past of hers involved some secret truths about the world? Being doing a mind wipe on her to prevent her from stirring things up, but in this timeline he somehow messed it up? She tilted her head and said, well, Sylphie's been talking about wanting to go adventuring soon with you and Eris. Shouldn't you look the part? I blinked and said, what? She has? She didn't mention anything to me. Oh. Oh, that's probably what she and Eris were doing by themselves. Probably some training to get used to each other's fighting style and working out some past frustrations or something. And that was a thought. Maybe we should become adventurers. Being seemed to want to screw me over in particular, so if I moved around he wouldn't focus on my family but me. Especially if I was going around with Sylphie, Master Roxy, and Eris. What other way to cause an accident than on a dungeon dive, right? Though, that guy also seemed to not know just how strong we all were. Especially with the countermeasures and trump cards I laid down. There was also the fact that Orsted liked me and there wouldn't be any chances of misunderstanding like Rudius had. But I was still just 8. Heading out from home so early. Ah, that guy did too, didn't he? At that time, a knock echoed in the distance. Shortly after, my mom called out. Lena? Rudy? We're back. I froze. Rostalina laughed and then said, come on. Let's show your mom how cute you are. I thought you said I was cool. Rostalina grabbed my hand and pulled me along. You are. But a cute hero is still cute even if he's cool, you know. I sighed. Well. I guess mom would think it's all right. I reluctantly followed after Rostalina. We walked through the house to the living room. As we did, I mentally prepared myself to explain things to mom. And then I saw all the people around her, and I remembered that mom didn't leave alone this morning. Miss Rose gasped and said, Rudy. You're so cute. Norn gasped as well and looked at me with sparkling eyes. Rui. Cool. Aisha clapped her hands and then nodded. Super cool. Ka. I felt my face heat up and averted my gaze. It wasn't my idea. I instinctively reached up to smooth my hair down. But before I could, mom was already standing in front of me, patting it all down. Mom. She leaned back to look at me, her face grim. I blinked and said, is something wrong? She stared back and then let out a deep sigh. Like I thought. It's too dangerous for you to be an adventurer. I might become a grandmother before I'm 40 at this rate. Rostalina laughed and said, he's cute, right? Don't you think so too, Roxy? Master Roxy looked at me, her face flushing red. That is. Rudy does appear to be suited for an adventurer's life, but... I coughed and then looked towards the bags that Miss Rose and Master Roxy were holding. Did you find what you were looking for? Mom nodded and let out a bright smile. Yep. We got a lot of herbs and spices. And now, with all the meat that Roxy brought back the other day, we can have a party. A party? I blinked and said, what for? For my son finally being normal again, obviously. Now come on, there's a lot to get ready. Sylphie hummed to herself as she looked around the frozen forest. Gently walking through the frosted undergrowth, she stopped in front of a frozen wolf before lightly tapping it. The wolf shattered into red mist before it dropped a glittering blue crystal onto the ground. Sylphie picked it up and then smiled. After that, she turned around and said, what do you think, Eris? Will this make a good gift for Rudy? Eris hugged her arms and shivered. Probably. Oh. I'm sorry. Sylphie waved her hand, causing a warm wind to blow around the surroundings. In an instant, the frozen forest turned back to normal, as if the ice was just an illusion. I forget that you aren't good with magic. Eris gave Sylphie a blank stare and then sighed, shaking her head. It's fine. Eris glanced at her side to check her sword, making sure it wasn't damaged by the cold. After that, she nodded and looked back at Sylphie. What do you want that for anyway? Sylphie tucked it into a small bag at her side and said, well, Rudy needs a new weapon now that his sword is broken. And since he's just like a hero from a story, we should get him a magic sword, right? And a magic sword needs a good magic crystal. She turned around to look at Eris and smiled. Isn't it a great idea? He'll be so happy for us to give him a cool sword. Sure. Sylphie frowned. You don't seem happy about that, Eris. Eris quickly held up her hands and said, it's a good idea. I think. Just. She frowned and said, does Rudy need a sword? He can use his magic to make one whenever he wants, right? Sylphie paused. Oh. That's right. But we already spent all this time adventuring to make it. Eris started to sweat. She already kind of thought it since she arrived in Bina village to stay with Rudy's family, but it really seemed like everyone here didn't have any common sense. Sylphie sighed. Well. Since we're here, we should at least get a few more. Maybe Rudy can find a good use for them? It would be a good gift anyway, right? Maybe wait. Eris blinked and then said, you want to find more magical creatures? Of course. Now come on, Eris. Sylphie grabbed Eris's hand and said, there should be stronger monsters deeper in the forest. You can practice fighting more too. Hold on. Sylphie, I'm exhausted. Why don't we? Before Eris could say anything else, she felt warmth spread throughout her body. After that, her fatigue vanished. Not only that, but she felt filled with energy. Like she had just woken up after a long night's sleep. Sylphie smiled. There. Now you're in top shape, right? Eris gave Sylphie a blank stare and then pulled out her sword. Yes. Great. Now. Adventure. Was this what Dad meant? What goes around comes around. Eris really should have treated their servants in ROA better. It was a bit awkward but fun day. I didn't think that it was a big deal, but apparently I had been acting a lot more differently than I thought. Mom had to pretty much be physically restrained by Miss Rose and Miss Rostalina to not go overboard cooking. But in her place, Master Roxy went a bit overboard and tried using magic to cook things. It kind of worked. Minus a few piles of ash from the first few barbecue slices. Sylphie and Eris came back later in the day with a bunch of magic stones. And as a result, they promptly got scolded by the adults for doing reckless tasks and setting bad examples for Norn and Aisha. But altogether, it was fun. Lazy summer days where I relaxed with everyone. Productive nights where I kept track of my research in my diary as well as sorting out future events and potential issues. Brainstorming with Master Roxy about anti-teleportation/summoning measures. In short, preparations and living as normal of a life as I could to stick it to being trying to get me riled up. Like that, summer slowly passed by. It was a bit concerning because of how calm things were, but I didn't dwell on that. Too much worry was paralyzing. But not only that, things were different. I was sure of it. Unlike Rudius, being couldn't directly see what I was doing. Neither could he see what the people around me were doing. Instead, he was probably pulling things in the distance. Setting up unforeseen dangers in foreign lands. Like where Dad was right now. That part was a bit concerning. But Dad was strong. Stronger still than in Rudius's timeline, and there he had been strong enough to be the ace in the hole against a Hydra. Still. I did wonder a bit how he was doing. He was probably fine, right? 94 Abridged Case T-Line. Paul was not fine. There were a lot of reasons for that, but the main reason was the new friend he had made. Or rather, the person who declared himself Paul's friend after their public bout. Wahaha. Galfarian clapped his hand onto Paul's shoulder and grinned. Did you see the look on that guy's face? It's like he was seeing a demon from hell or something. Paul laughed and did his best to ignore the white mist wreathed around Gal's body. Yet. Pileman was always a bit of a scaredy cat. Gal chuckled and took a long swig from a mug of mead. No wonder you bailed. Hanging around a bunch of stuck-up nobles like this. If it was me, I would have cut them all down, you know. I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about it before. A private manor in the Nodo's territory, set up specifically for the Boreas faction. Late at night. A lot of things had happened since Paul and his companions arrived in Milbit's region. Enough that Paul could probably pen a whole book about the events in the past week alone. But to sum things up. It was a typical cliché, like some of the trashy novels those Asuran maidens enjoyed reading. Paul showed up at the gates with everyone else. Things went fine until it came time to check in, where Pileman noticed Paul and demanded something happen. Then the sword god and water god popped up out of nowhere and a spontaneous sword tournament happened. Paul ended up in the finals with said sword god, and then it ended with a draw in Galfarian declaring Paul his sworn brother. Which promptly led to the man crashing with Paul and taking advantage of the Boreas family's hospitality. Though, considering that he was Ghislaine's teacher and that he was the sword god, there wasn't much anyone could say about it. Thankfully, the man had the sense to not hang around all the time. And overall, he seemed like a decent person who also knew a lot about sword fighting. A fact that Paul would love to take advantage of to get some tidbits back to Rudy. Except there was the problem about him definitely being controlled or observed by that being whatchamacallit from that white mist following him. A knock echoed, followed by a soft voice. May I come in? Paul did his best to not let out a sigh of relief. Instead, he looked over to the door and smiled. You don't need to be shy, Lily. The door opened, revealing Lilia standing with a tea tray. Since it was late, she was wearing a simple black nightgown instead of her usual maid outfit. Lilia walked over to sit beside Paul. After that, she started pouring a cup of tea and said, "Would you like some, Lord Farion?" Gal waved his mug around and said, "I'm fine. And just call me Gal." Lord Farion. He rubbed his chin and said, "Hearing that makes me feel itchy." Understood. Lilia nodded and then looked to Paul. "Husband." "Thanks, Lily." Paul smiled and took the cup from her. After that, he looked at Gal and said, "But being called Lord Farion makes you feel itchy? And you don't care being called a girl?" Gal laughed and said, "Of course not." He let out a savage grin and said, "If they can live after saying it to my face. All right." Paul had to admit, he was starting to feel like he got in over his head a bit here to just try and prove a point to Rudy. Gal Farion was dangerous. Unpredictable too. He was fine now, but the man was a wolf in disguise. Sharp and feral. Paul had the sense that the only reason Gal was here at all and playing nice was because the sword god was practicing some self-restraint, or listening to that being W. But anyway. Gal pointed at Paul and said, "You've got a kid, right? Rudy? Planning on sending him to practice in the Holy Land of Swords anytime soon? If he's even half as good as you are, he'll be a god by the time he's through." He laughed and took another swig from his mug. "Nina needs a good rival. Gino is alright, but the kid's a bit too dull." Lilia poured herself a cup of tea and then said, "Rudy will not be going anywhere in the near future. At the moment, he is still far too young to be considering anything." "Right, right." Gal nodded and said, "Guess a kid does need some time to play a bit. Though Nina's play always involved her copying me instead of playing with dolls." He drained the rest of his mug and glanced out the window. After that, he stretched and said, Think I've overstayed my welcome a bit today, so I'll leave it at that." He clapped Paul's shoulder again and said, "Nice chatting with you, Paul. Take care of yourself in the festival tomorrow, all right." With those words, Gal left. Silence. Both Paul and Lilia waited until his footsteps faded away. And then just in case, Lilia used one of the spells Rudy loaded onto her bracelet to block out their conversation. After that. "This is troublesome." Lilia sipped on her tea and looked at Paul. "The sword god is on that being's side." Paul groaned and rubbed his face. "I know. Arg. What a mess. And Pierre mentioned that everything would be happening tomorrow too. But with that guy around. Not to mention the water god. Riadaraya, the head of the water god style. A seemingly frail old woman who had showed up bickering with Gal, but vanished afterwards after mentioning something about repaying a debt. Paul didn't get a chance to spar with her in the tournament, but from what he saw before she left, it was basically what he could do, but better. All the dodging and ultra instinct techniques that Rudy mentioned. Well, it wasn't the exact same, but Paul's gut told him that would be annoying to fight at the least, and lethal at the worst. Then there was the fact that she also had that white mist around her. Just what the heck does that being W guy want here? Is he doing all of this just to mess with us, or what? Paul couldn't understand it. Lilia frowned and said, "It could be the case. However, if that person is truly concerned about Rudy, perhaps his intentions are to persuade you to send him into the lion's den." "You mean sending him over to that place?" Paul shook his head. "Even if I didn't know that guy was pulling strings, I wouldn't do that. Mostly because Rudy might actually kill someone." "True." Paul sighed and said, "Well, whatever. It's happening soon. Pileman's going to send some men out and try to kidnap that girl. Pierre and Philip have got the logistics sorted out. Soros threw enough of a tantrum to quiet down those Nodos idiots." He smiled and said, "After that, we get to go home and have fun with the family again." "Yes. But there is still the ball to handle first, husband." "Right. That." Paul groaned and said, "I'm going to have to smack some heads around for staring at you, aren't I?" "Well." Lilia sipped on her tea and said, "You could always ignore them. Of course, I will just have to tell Rudy how degenerate this family of yours is. I think he's already got the picture. But either way, things are gonna be messy. As usual." "Damn it." Paul rubbed his face and said, "Just what the hell did I do to get into this mess? I'm trying to be a good person here, but the world seems out to just screw me over." Lilia leaned on Paul's shoulder and said, "It's fine. You're trying. And this time you're thinking things through. You are thinking things through, aren't you? Every second. Then it will be fine. Everything is prepared and in place. Moreover, you are strong. The bout with the sword god proved it, did it not?" Paul snorted. "Strong enough to not die, yet. But mostly due to Rudy's sword. We will have to thank him when we get back then. I'm going to have to say a lot to Rudy when we get back." Paul furrowed his brow. Like how much of a pain it is to be a hero, he paused and then let out a deep sigh. This is what the old man felt, hey? Ugh. Well, I have to at least not be a hypocrite. Mealy's knows what will happen if Rudy decides he can bend his principles whenever he wants. Lilia massaged Paul's shoulders and said, yes. Be a good father figure instead of the worthless man in my memories. You are never going to let that go, are you? Lilia laughed and said, just ensuring that you remain a respectable man, Paul. And speaking of respectable men. Have you thought about a name for your new child yet? Paul froze. Paul. Paul cleared his throat and said, I have a name. Right now. Well. If it's a boy. Knowing your luck, it will be a daughter. True. In that case. Well, since Zenith is the heavens and Norn is our little goddess. How about Stella? Because right now, a shooting star and a wish would definitely be useful. 95 Abridged conclusion. Technique God Laplace, currently known as Pierre Guéret. A bit of an inside joke with a few different levels, but it was the name he was going by at the moment while making sure nothing went too awry. Today was the day. The day where everything would go down in the capital and fate would change. It would start with the formal ball at lunchtime where all the nobles would come in and do their thing. Trussed up and posh, they'd do a show of power, flaunt their wealth, yada yada. After that, everyone would be released into the night to celebrate the midsummer festival among the common folk where wine, beer, and all sorts of drinks would be served. A full day of festivities. And the day where Tristina Purplehorse would be kidnapped and forced to serve as the Azura Kingdom Prime Minister's personal sex slave for the next 10 or so years if time flowed as it normally should. But that wouldn't happen here. At least, that was the plan. The city capital would be packed with people and nobles from all around, so acting would be a bit tricky. But things were set up in a lot of coordination with Philip and Soros. Mostly Philip. Anyway, there was a foolproof plan to make things work and reduce both casualties and damage. Like that, destiny would change and things would work out. And in changing destiny, Pierre would have more room to act and less restraints on his powers in fighting against being W down the line. In theory. That was the entire framework behind old Rudius's attempt to go back in time and something that Pierre had refined and tested. It was simple. Obvious. Cause and effect still existed in this world, even if it wasn't similar to Earth. So if Pierre wanted an effect far in the future, he needed to change the cause in the present to make that happen. But if he tried to break causality by doing too much, then the world would push back on him and things would fly out of hand. Mostly by making this world's Rudy either see him as the enemy or develop into a terrifying force that would result in the entire timeline being forcibly pruned by reality. In theory. It hadn't happened yet, and Pierre didn't want to see if that would actually happen. Mostly because if it did, he had a feeling that the pruning wouldn't affect this timeline's Rudy because of the stunt being W tried earlier in trying to mix an alternate Rudius with Rudy. Well, that and because Pierre was serving as the anchor in this reality while the other side figured out how to tie things up on that end so they could finish this in one go. So as long as Pierre played by the rules and didn't do anything too crazy like say rush up to the Azura Kingdom's first prince and lop his head off while instilling Princess Ariel as the rightful heir. And so long as he didn't announce himself as Laplace until a certain event came to pass, everything should be fine. In theory. Yes, in theory. But in practice. A sword cut towards Pierre's neck. As it did, space itself seemed to ripple. Blades, lashing out at him from every direction all at once. But that was an illusion. Pierre swept his own sword up to meet the approaching blade. Holding his sword with his left hand, Pierre flicked his wrist and then stomped on the ground with his right foot. A clear sound echoed through the air. A beautiful chime that shouldn't have emerged from clashing steel. Oh ho! An elderly female voice echoed, followed by the sound of rustling robes. Ryadaraya, the strongest water god swordsman, and someone who should not be here. Ryada smiled and said, to stop my blade and nullify. It seems that man was right. There truly was some interesting sights to experience during this midsummer festival. Pierre smiled back, resisting the urge to cut her down now to eliminate the problems later. Instead, he said, I'm honored to face such a splendid secret technique. Don't play the fool. Ryada pulled her sword back and said, that isn't even your dominant hand. Though, for a dragon race, I suppose us humans are mere insects in your eyes. Pierre took a quick glance at his surroundings. Chaos. That was the only way to describe it. Knights and adventurers clashing in the streets. The ordinary townsfolk scrambling to get as far away as possible. Men bearing various coats of arms clashing in the streets with shouts of heretics and traitors. That old man Soros smashing people trying to take advantage of the chaos with his fists while shouting about honor and duty. Some things didn't change in the end. But the most important people. There. Paul and Lilia were moving with Ghislaine to intercept a carriage heading out of the city. And fast in pursuit, there was Philip and Hilda, guarded by Galfarian. Arg, what even was this timeline? Pierre thought that being W sent those two here to stop him from rescuing Tristina, but his influence was completely gone from them and had spread to the knights instead. And then there were the hordes of monsters closing in from the distance that seemed to just coincidentally appear. Being W had lost it. There was no other explanation for it. Monsters randomly appearing in droves was inevitable. That was a fixed event in this timeline since the metastasis event was nullified. But it was far too early for that. And considering the flow of mana, it hadn't happened yet. This was a localized event. Something that being W dropped in just to stir the pot. Or did he get baited that hard by Paul and Lilia showing up here? A flash of silver. Pierre leaned back, narrowly dodging Riada's sword. TCH. The water god pulled her sword away and said, as I thought. Even after reaching this level, it's not enough to qualify meeting your gaze. Pierre glanced at the chaos around him and said, I'm simply concerned with the surroundings. Are you going to ignore the innocents? It's a pity. But if I let someone like you off, I won't be able to repay my debt to that man. Riada raised her blade again and said, it isn't now, but I know. You intend to remove him in the future. The Prime Minister is in the way of the princess, after all. Pierre narrowed his eyes. And you seem to know a lot more than you should. Riada laughed and said, well. I guess you can say this old woman had a divine revelation. So. She aimed her sword back at Pierre and said, shall we dance? Pierre stared at Riada and then let out a deep sigh. After that, he raised his sword and muttered, why was it multiverse theory? Why couldn't it just have been two divergent timelines winding back on itself? This would have been so much easier if I could have just done a time leap instead. Pardon. Pierre shook his head. Let's just get this act over with. You. A cold and intimidating male voice called out from the side. But while it was cold and intimidating, a hint of confusion could be detected in it. At least by Pierre. Mostly because he knew the speaker very well. He had to, considering that he stole that guy's identity to pull off some ploys in the background. Even so. Pierre groaned. It's official. Hitagama's gone off the deep end. All of these half-baked developments are just like an amateur trashy web novel. Ah, crap. Immense pressure. An explosion of mana, flooding the air with crimson and sending people flying in every direction from the sheer force of it. And then Pierre suddenly had a fist rushing towards his face, courtesy of Orsted. A giant explosion echoed from behind. Paul glanced back briefly before focusing his attention back in front of him. Lilia looked up at Paul from her spot in his arms and said, do you think it's fine? Paul nodded and said, that Pierre guy's in the city. Not sure how strong he is, but unless someone like Orsted comes along, things should be fine. I think that I see Orsted's mana in that mix though. It'll be fine. Right. Paul didn't know Pierre very well, despite the guy seeming really familiar for some reason. But he knew Pierre well enough that he could take care of things. Though Paul was confused on why Orsted was there. Did Rudy send the guy? A trump card in case things went too far south? Paul continued talking and said, he's probably a contingency plan of our genius son anyway. Ah. Lilia nodded and said, Rudy would do something like that. Right. At that time, a dense poison mist flew towards them. Paul wrinkled his nose and then swung his sword through the air, aiming at the cloud. Silver light flashed along Paul's sword before it exploded, splitting the mist apart and erasing it. In the distance, a faint male voice called out. That's impossible. They said that bastard was just a sword saint. Another faint male voice echoed. Forget about his rank. That mist should have been enough to take out a sword king. How did he just blow it apart? Even a king-ranked healing mage wouldn't be able to detox it. What is that guy? A magic swordsman. Lilia chuckled and said, it seems like your brother underestimated you. More like my paranoid son overprepared me. Paul frowned and said, how the hell did he know that the Nodos family had a bunch of North Saints and North Kings on the payroll? I didn't even know there were that many around here. Isn't the base for them in the magic continent? The current head of the North God style was a demon lord or something, right? Well. Whatever the case. Lilia adjusted her glasses and then looked at the frantically fleeing carriage. Should we end this play and rescue the fair maiden? As much as I've enjoyed spending time with you, I do believe we should hurry home. True. Paul shifted his grip on Lilia and said, do you want me to finish it, or do you want to try out Rudy's gift? I had enough fun using it on those nobles, so I'm fine. All right. Paul nodded and then focused. As he did, his vision changed. Normally invisible lights flickered into existence. And as it did, a faint silver light stretched out from Paul's sword, resonating with the surrounding lights. Then I'll finish this in one blow. Don't forget about the girl. 2 blows. You can handle the aftermath, right? Lilia rolled her eyes and then reached up to adjust her bracelet. I will prepare the barrier spell, yes. Great. Then on 3. 1. 2. 3. Pure white light flashed as a barrier formed around the kidnapped girl lying in the carriage. Countless silver lights flashed as Paul's sword and battle aura shot out, tearing everything except for the barrier into shreds. Paul came to a stop staring blankly at the sight of the bound-up girl floating above a giant crater where a carriage had just been. A carriage that was nowhere to be seen, along with the abductors and operators that had just been there a second ago. There wasn't even any crimson mist or dust. Just, nothing. Lilia gave Paul a pointed look. Husband. Paul cleared his throat and said, in my defense, Rudy overprepared me for this. It was the sword. It was definitely the sword. Paul didn't do anything different. He was just swinging his sword like usual. Okay, maybe he was swinging it more than usual. Instead of trying to hit 3 times at once, he was hitting a bunch of times at once. But even then, it shouldn't have vaporized the bad guys in the carriage. Silence. The girl, Tri's Tina Purple Horse, slowly spun around in the air and turned to look at Paul with wide eyes. At that time, horses whinnied from behind as another carriage pulled up. Philip and the rest of the rescue party. When they did, booming laughter echoed. Galfarian. I knew it. Paul, you bastard. You were holding out on me. And after that? In the name of Saint Mealy's and all that is above. What did I tell you about keeping a low profile, cousin? Philip said his piece. Paul wanted to respond. He wanted to say that it was Rudy's fault for being so paranoid and giving him a crazy sword that seemed to be able to rip apart space itself. But then he remembered how things had been going so far whenever he said something. So instead, Paul just laughed and then shut his mouth. 96 Child's Play. I stared at the bag of magic stones and coins that Sylphie handed me. After that, I looked back at her and said, so you went adventuring all by yourselves. Fought monsters, did tasks for the villagers, just to get me some gifts. Eris cleared her throat and said, it wasn't my idea. I just wanted some training. But Sylphie said that you needed some things too, so. She mumbled and said, I thought I might as well help get you something to cheer you up. It was early morning. The day after the party to celebrate my return to normalcy. Or whatever was considered normal for me according to Mom. I personally thought it was a bit excessive, but everyone had fun so I played along with it. And now today we returned to our normal routine. At least, that was the plan. I hadn't gotten the chance to spend much time with Sylphie and Eris, so I wanted to grab the 2 of them early in the morning and do some fun games to just enjoy the nice summer weather. Maybe shoot some hoops, knock down some bowling pins, or some other makeshift game I could think of. Except, the 2 showed up first thing in the morning to wake me up instead and dragged me outside before handing me that bag of magic stones and coins. I looked between Sylphie and Eris before frowning, lost in thought. This was definitely different. Unexpected too. I didn't expect them to get along so well. Or so easily. I mean, Eris really didn't give a good first impression. And Sylphie seemed like she was planning to hold that grudge against Eris for a long time. But it seemed like they made up and were best friends now. Well, Eris thought that at least. Verdict was still out on what Sylphie thought about Eris, but it seemed like she wasn't mad at Eris. Anyway, magic stones and coins. It was a good amount of both. Definitely not an amount you could get by just half-heartedly playing as adventurers and helping out the villagers. No, this was the result of honest and diligent hard work, all for my sake. Thinking about it like that. I coughed and scratched my nose, trying to avoid the heat rushing to my face. Thanks. But don't do it without me next time, alright? It's dangerous going out by yourself. Sylphie let out a bright smile and then rushed over to hug me. Yes. Rudy's coming adventuring with us next time, Eri. Eris walked over with her arms crossed. Glancing at me, she blushed and then looked away. Oh, of course. It's obvious he would. I mean, it's probably boring just sitting around like that all day, right? Wait. She rounded on Sylphie and said, since when did I let you call me Eri? I spun Sylphie around a bit after she hugged me and then set her off to my side. After that, I looked at Eris and said, what's wrong with Eri? That. Eris stumbled over her words and then said, I just don't like it, okay. Call me Eris. Eris, not Eri. Sylphie pouted. But Eri is cuter. The red on Eris's face spread to her ears. After that, she huffed and said, whatever. Anyway. She pointed at me and said, Rudy. I looked back at her and nodded. Eris. Sylphie said you played a bunch of games with her in the past. I raised an eyebrow and slowly said, I did. And? I did my best to keep a straight face and said, did you want to play too? Me? Play a game. Eris crossed her arms and said, as if. I just. Don't believe you. Right, I don't believe you. So you have to show it to me. Like that hoop game thing. My lip twitched. Seeing her do her best to pretend not to be interested was too funny to not react. Was this why Sylphie changed her mind about Eris? Looking at her like that, I was really tempted to bully her a bit. I really wanted to mess with her and see how she cracked under the pressure. But that would be mean. Besides, while she was having fun right now, officially she was sold out by her dad to be my fiancé and was living with us because it was supposedly a foregone conclusion. Taking her circumstances into account, that would be cruel and immature to bully her. Especially since she didn't have a say in any of how it turned out. Though I was really tempted. But now, I would be a mature and responsible young adult, child. Kid? Kid. Definitely still a kid. So instead of laughing at her antics, I gave a serious nod and said, all right. Then. How about we make a bet? Eris looked at me and frowned. A bet? Ah. Guess I can't help it after all. I flicked my wrist and changed the surrounding area. The grassy plain smoothed over before hardening into something like asphalt. A stone pillar shot up before forming the familiar shape of a basketball hoop, along with the backboard and a small net made of loose grass fibers. With that done, I held out my right hand and made a basketball from my mana. Or something close to it. Still wasn't used to that whole mana is everything axiom that Rudius discovered. I couldn't just visualize and create super detailed things just yet from raw mana, but an ordinary rubberish ball was definitely possible. And like that, one of those bouncy kickballs spun into existence in the palm of my hand. Sylphie's eyes widened after taking everything in and then she clapped her hands. Amazing, Rudy. She looked at me and said, did you get better at magic? You must have figured out a lot of cool things studying, didn't you? Something like that. I bounced the rubber ball on the ground, testing the rebound. It was a bit less than I wanted, but it should be enough for this. I spun it around in my hand and then looked back at Eris. How about this? We play a small game trying to toss the ball into the hoop. We'll take turns trying to match each other's shot, and whoever misses three first loses. Eris scoffed. That's it. Easy. Right. I nodded. It would be. So then let's raise the stakes. The winner gets to have one wish granted by the loser. Sylphie's eyes suddenly flashed, thoughtfully eyeing the ball and the hoop. I quickly interjected before she got any strange ideas and said, you're the referee, Sylphie. Ah. Sylphie frowned and said, I wanted Rudy to grant my wish though. But I would do that anyway. Really? Sylphie hugged me and said, Rudy's the best. That's a promise, Kay? No take-backs. I feel like I just made a terrible mistake. But at the same time, I also felt like I dodged a bullet. Was this because of Dad? I feel like this was because of Dad. It's gotta be his influence or something. Did he tell too many tall tales about the Azura Kingdom to Sylphie before he left when he was trying to explain why I got engaged to Eris? Speaking of Eris, she stared at me and then slowly nodded. Fine. I'll play. But if I win, I want you to teach me. I blinked. Teach you what? That thing. Eris swung her sword around and said, the swoosh swoosh. Paul said that you gave him a secret technique to let him do it, so I want that. Sure. Didn't know what she was talking about, but it wouldn't matter anyway. Not like I would lose. And if I win? I thought about it for a bit and then nodded. If I win, you have to learn how to read. There. Something not too embarrassing while also being useful. That was fine, right? Sylphie blinked. Read. She looked at Eris and said, you don't know how to read, Eris. She paused and then her eyes lit up in understanding. Oh. Is that why you think reading's boring? If you didn't know how to read, you should have told me. We can read stories together and I can teach you. Eris didn't respond to Sylphie. Instead, she glared at me, her long crimson hair actually swaying in the wind from her killing intent. Or so it seemed. In reality, it was just a summer breeze idly passing by. The killing intent was real though. Eris deliberately unhooked the sword she always carried and set it off on the edge of the court. After that, she walked over to me and crossed her arms. So? Let's start already. I bounced the ball a few times and then nodded. All right. Then. Should I go first or? Give me that. Eris snatched the ball away from me and then bounced it a few times to get a feel for it. Then she raised it up, aimed, and completely missed the rim. Don't laugh. Definitely don't laugh. You absolute can't. PFT. Just take your turn already. Dummy. I laughed and held my hand out to summon the ball back. Well, summon by conjuring winds to push it back. You're supposed to shoot it like this, Eri. I held the ball up like a basketball and then jumped. A perfect swish. I turned to her and smiled. See? Eris gnashed her teeth and then stomped off to grab the ball. Oh yeah. This was going to be fun. A bit mean, but... I mean, she apparently beat me up all the time in another timeline, so this was just fair play, right? 97 The kind mother's relief. Zenith smiled as she stared at Rudy playing with Sylphie and Eris in the distance. Sitting on a chair in the courtyard and enjoying the warm sunlight, she let out a soft sigh and rested her hand over her belly. I'm relieved. It looks like everything will be going back to normal before you get here. Her son had returned back to his lively and playful self. And instead of holding himself up and constantly looking like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, he was acting like a kid again. Playing games, acting carefree with his friends. Though Zenith was a bit concerned for when he and the girls got a bit older. Rudy seemed to be taking more after Paul with every day. Not in terms of intelligence, of course. Thankfully, her son seemed to have gotten his brains from her side of the family instead of the grey rats. Unfortunately, he also seemed to have picked up that infamous grey charm with none of the lecherous traits. Paired with his striking looks due to his white hair as well as the inevitable trained body he would have when puberty hit. They look like they're having fun, aren't they? A calm and mature female voice. Zenith looked up to see Rostalina walk over, carrying 2 steaming mugs. Rostalina raised one and said, "Tea." Zenith smiled and took the mug. "Thanks, Lena." Rostalina leaned against the wall and looked out at Rudy and the girls before smiling. "Looks like he's back to the cute baby boy you gushed about, isn't he?" Zenith stared back at Rudy and nodded. "He is, thankfully." In the distance, Rudy was playing a ball game with Eris, bouncing it against the ground before shooting it into a standing hoop. It was mildly concerning about how he seemed to be able to continually do ridiculous feats with magic, but Zenith took it as par for the course at this point. What was important was that her son was finally acting like an ordinary kid again. The child that he was instead of the mature adult he had been trying to act as until now. Zenith sipped on her tea, enjoying the warmth. Both from the beverage, the sun, and the peaceful sight of watching Rudy play. After watching for a bit though, she glanced back at Rostalina and said, "Are Norn and Aisha still sleeping, Lena?" "Yab." Rostalina nodded and said, "Roxy is keeping an eye on them right now while Rose is preparing breakfast." Zenith sighed and said, "You 3 are lifesavers." She couldn't even imagine how things would be if it was just herself right now. No. She could imagine. Rudy would still be acting as mature as he could and fussing over her because he would be worried about her pregnancy. And then he would also be taking care of Norn and Aisha, probably burning the midnight oil to work on his training in the meanwhile. Rostalina patted Zenith's shoulder and said, "Don't worry about it. After all, we'll be family in the future, right?" Zenith gave Rostalina a blank stare. "I hope you mean that because of Sylphie, Lena." Rostalina rolled her eyes and said, "For the last time, I'm not a cradle robber, Zenny. Or a home wrecker." Zenith kept staring at Rostalina. Rostalina coughed and added, "Tea these days at least. I have a proper man who is everything I always wanted, so it's fine." Zenith sipped on her tea and then nodded. "Yes. The mysterious man who still has yet to make an appearance." Rostalina sipped her own tea and said, "Well, he's a busy man working on great things." "If you say so, Lena." "I do say so. And speaking of men." Rostalina reached into her blouse and pulled out a letter. "Your hubby wrote a letter for you." Zenith set her tea on the ground and took the letter. "A letter? Already?" It was about a week's journey to Milbots. Even if Paul sent a letter by carrier pigeon, it should still be a few days until it arrived. "Yab." Rostalina nodded and said, "You can thank my beloved for that. He's a fantastic magician. When he has the energy for it." She paused and said, "I hope he's still topped up from our little quickie. Then again, if he isn't." He. Zenith decided to ignore Rostalina for the moment. Instead of paying attention to the still lewd older elf woman, Zenith flipped open the letter and started reading. Sure enough, it was Paul's handwriting. And mixed in between that, there were notes in Lilia's handwriting too. It wasn't some prank that Lena was playing on her then. Zenith still had questions on how exactly the letter got here, but she decided to worry about that later. Hey babe. Don't worry about us. A lot of crazy things happened since we got here, but everything got resolved pretty quickly. Paul is understating a lot of what occurred, but rest assured, everything is settled. Right. What Lily said. Wrote. Anyway, we're fine and on the way back home. Pierre said that he'd magic this letter over somehow, so by the time you get this we should already be on the road back. Zenith stopped reading and looked up at Rostalina. Is Pierre the name of your man, Lena? Well. Rostalina sipped on her tea and said, it's not his name, but it's what he's calling himself these days. A bit like how I used to go by Ellen Elise. Like Ellen Elise, Zenith was still skeptical, but she went back to reading. Mission was a complete success. Probably too successful. Rudy definitely overprepped us. Did you know that the sword he made me can tear space apart? It's crazy. And let's not get started on the bracelet he made for Lily. Asterisk it was fun. And quite amusing to see the reactions on rude nobles after they faced Rudy's wrath. Indirectly, of course asterisk. Lily says amusing. I say a boatload of trouble, paired with a lot of scolding by Philip. Still funny though. But anyway, we saved the girl. The Purple Horse family owes Philip a debt now. My bratty younger brother also got ousted as the Nodo's head because of being involved in the kidnapping. There was a bit of a scuffle about me immediately becoming the next head, but Uncle Soros is sorting that out. I think he's going to be the temporary leader for a while since he's technically half Nodos. Obviously, those stuffy nobles weren't happy about it. But it turns out that the girl we saved is Princess Ariel's best friend and she was there visiting, so it somehow worked out. Well, Orsted's appearance helped settle things pretty quickly too. Thank our kid for pulling that ace out his sleeve when you get the chance, alright? Though I'm wondering how he got in contact with Orsted without any of us knowing, but I'll bug him about that when we get back. Dash. Orsted? That rude and dangerous guy who showed up to attack everyone? He went to help Paul and the others with the mission? Zenith frowned and glanced back over at Rudy. It seemed like she might need to have another chat with her son about secret plotting again. Something wrong, Zenny? Rostalina glanced over and said, is Paul being an idiot? The answer to that is yes. Zenith looked back at the letter and said, my beloved husband is always an idiot. A good-intentioned one, but still an idiot. Though he seems to be self-aware these days at least. And from how it seemed to go, having Lily there to rein him in was definitely the smart thing to do. Though it seemed like she went a bit wild as well. But they were probably just perverted Asuran nobles, so Zenith couldn't blame her. Now, what else was there? Dash. Anyway, that person looks like he tried some things, but we pulled through. Let Rudy know so he can relax, alright? And tell him that Dad's going to rub it in his face as soon as I get back. Ooh. And we're coming back with some guests. Philip and Hilda wanted to check up on Eris, so they're coming. Ghislaine is coming back too, of course. Jessus slipped off somewhere during the trip to meet an old friend, so he's not coming. But we've got a few more interesting people tagging along who want to meet Rudy. That is because Paul does not know how to say no. Hey. I tried. I suppose. In any case. Be back soon. We brought souvenirs too. Love you lots. Paul. Asterisk I will make sure to keep him grounded, Zenny. Rest assured asterisk. Lilia. P.S. For our new kid, what do you think about Stella? Knowing my luck, it's probably a girl. I was thinking about names and we really need a wish right now, so since you're the heavens, how about Stella? You know, like a shooting star? On paper, that sounds kind of weird, doesn't it? And, she hasn't been born yet, right? Hopefully? Maybe? If she has, Either way, love you, Zenny. Dash. Zenith finished reading the letter and sighed. You're the same as always, dear. Rostalina glanced over and said, so an idiot. Seems like he's getting better. Zenith folded the letter and tucked it away. Though if he was aware of the risk of our child being born before he got back, he should have put more thought into a name before he left. PFT. Rostalina laughed and said, did he just think of one in the letter? Zenith nodded. Yes. Though. She placed her hand over her belly and said, it's not too bad. Stella. Like a shooting star. Rudy was already her lucky charm. Zenith's miracle baby boy that led to her having everything she ever wanted. But at this time, we really could use a wish right now. A soft thump. The baby kicking a bit, as if responding to Zenith's feelings. She smiled and then picked up her mug from the ground, sipping on her tea as she watched Rudy play in the distance. Well, more like watched Rudy tease Eris by showing her up in whatever game they were playing. Her son's teenage years were going to be just as eventful as his father's, weren't they? 98 stars align. I laughed at Eris's pouting face. It couldn't be helped. Her usually brash and standoffish expression had been turned into a watery-eyed pout that reminded me of a certain useless blue-haired goddess. Of course, it didn't start out that way. After the first game of basketball, Eris was still determined. She was still her spunky, competitive, and energetic self. And then she kept losing. Losing, but refusing to accept defeat. I also had to give her credit. Because she was so stubborn, I didn't have time to do anything but create more sports equipment and compete against her. And so I spent a week doing nothing but creating new sports grounds, equipment, and teaching Eris how to play various sports while she tried to beat me, doubling down on bets each time. Today was the 7th day. And the sport of the day was tennis. Something that should be right up her alley. After all, swinging a racket around wasn't much different than a sword. Or so I thought. But Eris stared at me with her watery eyes and then pointed at me with her racket. You're terrible, Rudy. Terrible. I walked over to her side of the court and shook my head. I'm sorry, Eri. But you're just too fun to tease. I reached out to pat her head like I did with Sylphie to cheer her up. Eris flinched and moved as if she was trying to dodge my hand. But then she huffed and stood still instead, pretending to endure the humiliation. Though, considering she was blushing instead of turning red from anger or embarrassment, it seemed that she liked it. Still wasn't entirely sure why she did, but I wasn't about to complain when I had an easy way to defuse an otherwise violent tsundere. While Eris was calming down, I set my racket down on the side and took a look around. We were in the back of the second house. Specifically, we were on the tennis court that I made in the back of the second house. It was actually a bit weird now that I took a look at everything. I'd been too busy hustling Eris on bets that I didn't pay attention, but it seemed that I accidentally made our house look like something straight out of Hollywood. There was a fenced area with an Olympic-size swimming pool, the basketball court I made the first day of our competition, this tennis court, a sand volleyball court. In short, a super luxurious place that looked like it belonged to some A-list celebrity back on Earth. Which meant that it stuck out like a sore thumb here in this fantasy world that had nothing but rolling green hills and farmland all around. Though, the second house wasn't the only one that looked a bit off now. I glanced back at our first house and stared at the new addition I made for Norn and Aisha. A tiny jungle gym set with short monkey bars and a few Olympic rings. A mini gazebo with various slides. A swing set, and then a deep bed of soft wooden chips underneath everything to break any falls. In short, a cute little playground for my energetic younger sisters to play at and not drive Mom, Master Roxy or Miss Rose up the wall. And it looked like they were already up and at it with Aisha chasing Norn around while Miss Rostalina sat on a bench and watched them. Humph. Eris huffed and then jabbed a finger in my chest. You're ignoring me again. I laughed and said, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just giving you a bit of space to cool down. You worked up a bit of a sweat running around like that, you know. Eris crossed her arms and said, that's because you cheated. There's no way a ball can just spin off to the sides like that when they hit the ground. They totally can. And I showed you already. I pulled out a tennis ball from my pocket and then picked up my racket. You just have to hit the ball at an angle. Like this. I tossed the ball and sliced my racket through the air, brushing the side of the ball. A yellow arc flew over the net, the ball spinning through the air. And then when it hit the ground, it curved even more, shooting off to the side. See? Eris stared at the ball. Then she looked at me and tossed her head to the side, flicking her crimson hair. Stupid show-off. I smiled. At that time, the door to our house opened and Sylphie walked out with a stack of cups and an ice pitcher of water. She glanced at Eris and then giggled. Looks like you two are having a lot of fun again. Eris huffed and said, you mean Rudy keeps bullying me again? Sylphie poured a cup of water and handed it to Eris. It's all in good fun, Eri. And you're enjoying it too, aren't you? Eris took the cup and scoffed. Me? Enjoy playing with that guy? Never. So she said, but Eris couldn't hide the way her eyes lit up at the answer. Definitely a big tsundere. Though surprisingly more dear than Psin like how she was in the other timeline. Was that because of Sylphie being here too? The fact that I was undeniably stronger than Eris? Or the fact that our relationship dynamic wasn't a student-teacher, but friends hanging out together every day? After all, I wasn't forcing Eris to do any studying. Except for when I snuck in fun games to teach her stuff like basic arithmetic to keep track of scores, or when I taught letters by disguising it as a game similar to Pig when we were shooting hoops. Sylphie giggled and then poured a cup of water out for me. Here you go, Rudy. Thanks Sylphie. I took the cup and sipped on it. Refreshing. The water was pure, cold, and clear. Probably because Sylphie conjured it up instead of drawing it from our usual water well. Magic was definitely convenient like that. Which reminded me that I needed to experiment making food sometimes. Or at the least basic ingredients like salt and sugar. Never knew when something like that might come in handy. Sylphie formed a crystal chair and then sat down, pouring herself a cup of water. After that, she tossed the pitcher to the side, turning it into a shimmering mist. Eris noticed and frowned. You're a show-off too, Sylphie. Sylphie tilted her head. Show-off? Nothing. Eris sighed and took another sip from her cup. After that, she looked at me and frowned. So what are you going to make me do today, Rudy? Write more numbers? Read more books? Do something even more embarrassing. I made a pair of chairs, one for myself and one across from me for Eris. She noticed and sat down, pursing her lips. I sat down too and said, I'm not that mean, Eri. Her eye twitched. Seemed like she still didn't like being called that. Tough luck though. A bet was a bet. Anyway. I took a sip from my cup and said, since you lost today. I hummed, thinking about a productive use of our time. It had been fun just relaxing for a while and messing with Eris. And it was hilarious watching our various spectators react to Eris's exaggerated facial expressions. It had also been adorable hearing Norn and Aisha cheer for either me or Eris depending on the day. Not to mention all the practice I got making things out of pure mana from having to accommodate all of Eris's stubborn challenges. But as much as I enjoyed all of that, plus how it helped me lighten up after all the stress, it was about time I got back to work prepping on things. Not completely, of course. Spending time with friends and family were just as important as preparing for the future. Didn't want to fall into the trap being set to make me a demonic overlord holding onto everyone with an iron fist. But for now. At that time, I noticed Master Roxy walking back from the distance, finishing with her morning patrol. And then I had an idea. I looked at Eris again. She wasn't mad, but she looked super irritated, no, resigned. Morale at an all-time low, despite me trying to cheer her up a bit with that head pat. In that case. You wanted to learn that swish swish move, right, Eri? Eris paused. And then her eyes widened and she jumped out of her chair. Really? She grabbed my hand and said, "You're going to teach me?" I did my best to not smile at the irony of her saying that and instead nodded. That's right. And I think it's about time we all had some proper magic lessons again too. Now to rope Master Roxy in to see if we could turn Eris into some kind of magic swordswoman to keep her preoccupied for a while so that I could work on other stuff again. On the outskirts of the citadel of ROA, a pair of carriages were lined up, having just stopped by for a resupply and rest stop. Sitting at the front of one of those carriages, Paul took a long drink from a pint of mead and then shook his head, glancing at their tagalongs from Millbots. And when he did, he sighed and took another long drink from his mead. So these are the lands you have come to call your home, Nanny? A beautiful and refined girl's voice echoed. Lilia let out a somewhat strained smile and nodded. Indeed. Though I am no longer your nanny, princess. The second princess of the Azura Kingdom, Ariel and Mai Azura. A beautiful young girl with light blonde hair and clear blue eyes. Sitting on Lilia's lap, she shook her head and said, "Nanny is nanny. And I still owe you a life debt for saving me." Lilia's smile grew more strained at that. Paul shifted his gaze away from them and towards the other occupant in the carriage. Specifically, the one responsible for this entire mess of having Princess Ariel come to visit the far-off Bina village. Orsted looked up at Paul, his gaze as stern and harsh as always. What? Nothing. Paul turned his gaze back to the front and prepared to set off. He blamed Rudy. For Dragon God Orsted to make a public appearance and declare Princess Ariel under his protection, then to align himself with Paul and support him as the proper head of the Nodos family, and finally to personally escort Princess Ariel on a summer vacation trip to and from Bina village. The same princess who wanted to see with her own eyes the boy who took her nanny away from her. It was a mess. But on the bright side, Paul would get to spend time with his cute baby girls again and goof off for a while. And rub it in Rudy's face about how nothing terrible happened and how the entire situation with the Nodos family had been cleaned up, leaving them in the clear for things to go back to normal. Unless Princess Ariel wasn't happy about things. Though Paul did rescue the princess's best friend, so things wouldn't devolve too much. Damn it. Maybe he really should train more seriously like Gal said, if only to figure out how to get to that being watch him call it and smack him in the face for making Paul's life so complicated. 99 The violent girl's maturity and the new guests. Flames wreathed Eris's body, wrapping tightly around her clothes before gathering in the sword she held. As they did, the silver blade turned a bright orange hue and emitted a searing light. It was terrifying. At least, it should have been. To see all of that fire envelop her, feel the heat on her skin, and then watch it converge in her sword. If it was any other time, Eris would have panicked. But now. A calm female voice echoed from the side. Miss Roxy's. The blue-haired mage turned towards Rudy and said, "My dear disciple. At this point, I am convinced that you are causing the people around you to develop unnatural magical tendencies." Rudy's face turned red and he scratched the back of his head. It's not my fault, okay? I guess I'm just a very good teacher." Roxy let out a deep sigh. Rudy shifted his gaze to Eris and frowned. "It is a bit weird though. I didn't think you had a talent for magic, Eri." Eris dispersed the flames on her sword and then huffed. "I'm not stupid, Rudy. You said it, not me." Eris felt her eye twitch, but she didn't give Rudy the satisfaction of knowing she was annoyed. No, that guy would just quietly laugh at her again if he knew. Stupid and weird Rudy. Eris still didn't get why he liked seeing her mad all the time and called her cute. It'd be one thing if he was just making fun of her because he wanted to annoy her, but he was serious when he said that he liked seeing her cute pouting face. Weirdo. Didn't he like Sylphie? Saying stuff like that to her. He was as bad as his dad. Eris shook her head and then checked her sword one more time. It was like Rudy said. Complicated magic stuff didn't make sense to Eris, but when it came to sword things, it was easy. And most things were sword things if you thought about it. Letters? They were just a bunch of lines cut together. Numbers? It was just counting how many times you did something. And even the weird multiplication thing Rudy mentioned was just grouping things together. Like how 2 times 2 or whatever was just papa. A group of 2 double hits. So magic. Eris couldn't figure out how to do the crazy things that Sylphie did, like fly or make all sorts of ice stuff out of thin air. But if it was just hitting things. Eris raised her sword again and pointed it at the makeshift target Rudy made. For good measure, she took a look around her surroundings to make sure it was clear. Rudy had moved them all a bit away from the house and the sports grounds. Mostly because he was worried about Eris doing something ridiculous and blowing the house up. Stupid Rudy. Like she would ever do that. Unlike Sylphie, she was careful about these sorts of things. Eris wasn't like the scary younger elf girl who would freeze an entire forest just to kill a single wolf. It was all about control. Balance. Besides, Eris knew better. There were scary people out there who could hit back harder. Like Sylphie. So no. When it came to magic, Eris was going to be careful. Careful and controlled and focusing on a single thing. And right now, Rudy and Miss Roxy were standing off to the side, keeping an eye on Eris. Sylphie was sitting in an crystal chair, idly swinging her feet while reading a magic textbook. Still, a faint swirl of snow around her showed that she was prepared for any unexpected events. So it was fine. Eris didn't have to worry about them. And for her target, the dummy was facing away from both houses. Which meant that even in the impossible case that Eris missed, it would be fine. So. Rudy called out and said, "Are you just going to stand there all day, Eri? I don't mind, but if you are, I'm going to go practice my magic." Eris glared at him and said, "I'm focusing." "Focus faster then? You'd be knocked down already in a real fight, you know." Roxy gave Rudy a blank stare and said, "Only if the fight was with saint-ranked or higher opponent, Rudy. Aren't most. Do you even understand how few are?" "No, I suppose you don't. We never did cover that." "Ha. More common sense that I failed to teach you." "Hey." Eris ignored them. Focus. Right, she had to focus. Rudy promised that he would take notes on how she used magic and teach her how to do it better if she managed to pull off a proper hit. So she couldn't miss this chance. Especially since that guy kept winning in every stupid game they played. This was the only chance she had for him to take her seriously, so. She imagined it. The way that Paul seemed to draw in all the air around him when he moved to attack. How Sylphie did the same thing with her ice magic. It was simple. Like Rudy said, everything was like a sword. And while Eris couldn't see magic since that spell or whatever didn't work on her, she could feel it. So she just had to do it. Rudy was right. She hated how he always teased her and how he randomly looked super cool with his white hair and shining green eyes, but he hadn't been wrong. Whenever she listened to him, she always instantly got better. So he was right about this too. If Eris just imagined what she wanted, believed it would happen, and then trusted in her sword, it would work. And right now, what she wanted. Eris took a deep breath. As she did, she imagined it. The warmth from the flames, the way it wrapped around her and then went into her sword. Her vision narrowed, focusing directly on her target. As it did, she sheathed her sword and shifted her stance. Moving her left foot back, leaning forward on her right. Resting her hand over the sword hilt just like Ghislaine taught her. Wait a minute. How the hell? Rudy. Ahem. How the heck is that possible? Mana shouldn't. The world turned silent. Eris's attention reached the peak and she felt her body heat up. The warmth of the flames from before growing. And then she moved. Ha! One slash. Eris kicked off the ground and swung her sword. As she did, she released the breath she was holding. And when she did. A roar. Flames surging out like a dragon's breath. No. That was what she wanted to see. But it wasn't good enough. Her sword cut into the dummy and a surge of flames erupted, turning it into ash. But it wasn't anywhere close to the amount she wanted. Still, it worked. It worked. Eris grinned and then spun around to look at Rudy. Ha! She sheathed her sword and pointed at him. See? I told you I can use magic. Yeah. Rudy's eyes were shut tight and he was turned off to the side. You did great, Eri. But. I think you went a bit overboard. Hey. Eris frowned and crossed her arms. Why are you? Plop. Eris blinked. When she went to cross her arms, she let go of her sword. And when she did, the sword plopped to the ground. But that didn't make sense. And then Eris looked down and realized why that happened. Right. All that Eris was thinking about was wrapping flames around her and putting it into the sword before exploding it when she hit the target. The flames were hot, but since they were her flames, she was fine. No matter how many she managed to make, she wouldn't be burned. But her clothes. Silence. And then Eris screamed and crouched to the ground, covering herself. Pervert. Idiot. Stupid. Why didn't you tell me? Rudy coughed and said, I didn't think you'd actually do something as ridiculous as Sylphie. But, Master Roxy. Roxy sighed and then walked over to Eris. Taking off her coat, she draped it over Eris and said, that was impressive, Eris. But please think things through when experimenting in the future. Eris felt her face heat up and then gave Roxy a meek nod. Stupid Rudy. Should have told her that something like this could happen. Roxy patted Eris's back and then looked around. Still. You're better than Rudy, at least. When he experimented with a fire spell. Master. Rudy blushed and he said, I thought we went over this. What? Roxy tilted her head and said, it's important to face your past mistakes, my dear disciple. I know that. But could you not embarrass me in front of Sylphie and Eris? Sylphie lowered her book and giggled. But Rudy. You're cute when you're embarrassed. Rudy paused and then grumbled, okay. Maybe I should stop teasing Eris so much. Yes. You should. Is what Eris wanted to say. But she was still too embarrassed about messing up and burning her clothes. At least she had some spares. Miss Rostalina liked making outfits, so Eris could change when they went back inside. For now though, Eris carefully adjusted Miss Roxy's coat to cover her. Thankfully, Miss Roxy was taller than her. That meant the coat covered everything when Eris buttoned it up. Ah! But there wasn't a place to put her sword and the sleeves were too long for Eris to hold it. Just as Eris was trying to figure out what to do, a voice called out in the distance. One that Eris wasn't expecting to hear. Yo! Kiddo! We're back! Paul! Eris froze, slowly turning around. There was no way, right? It was only like a week. So there was no way that guy left and came back so soon. But nope. Paul was right there, waving from the front of a carriage heading right towards them. But it wasn't just him. There was another carriage. One with a familiar emblem. And also another familiar driver. Her dad. Her dad who was letting off a pleasant smile. Until he saw the scorched trail leading right to Eris. And how she was awkwardly holding her sword. Her dad, who carefully looked at Eris's current outfit before his eyes lit up in realization. And then he laughed. But that wasn't all. Peeking out from the carriage behind her dad was Eris's mom. And after that, there was Ghislaine. Ghislaine, who also noticed the mess in Eris's current outfit. Eris's mind went blank. She felt her face heat up, almost as hot as the flames she was using earlier. And then, on reflex, she ducked behind Rudy to use him as a shield. Wah! Eri! Rudy turned around to look at Eris, confused. Shut up! Eris buried herself behind his back and said, this is your fault for tricking me. Figure it out. What do you mean it's my? Arg, forget it. Sure. He shook his head and looked back towards the new arrivals. Now, there's Dad. Mama Lily. Ghislaine is there too, and both Philip and Eris's mom. Makes sense. But who the heck is that girl? And why is Orsted back here? Eris blinked and peeked out from behind Rudy. There was a sharp glare directed at Eris from the side, but she decided to ignore it. Sylphie would probably get mad at her and pull a trick again, but Eris could deal with that later. Rudy seemed serious for some reason, so Eris decided to take a look. She didn't know who that Orsted guy that Rudy mentioned was, but there was a strong-looking guy walking beside the wagon. A bit scary too, with sharp gold eyes and white hair. But that wasn't the person who caught Eris's eyes. Instead, it was the regal blonde girl sitting happily on Miss Lilia's lap. Eris hadn't met her personally, but she definitely knew the girl's face. After all, before her tutors gave up on her, they kept drilling the important people that she should know as a proper lady of the Boreas family. And the girl sitting there. Eris tapped Rudy on the back. Rudy blinked and looked at her. Yeah, Eri. Since when do you know the second princess? I thought that you and your dad were disowned from the Nodos or whatever. Wait, what? Rudy turned back to look at the girl and said, that's the second princess? You mean Ariel? Yes. Rudy paused, staring at the girl. She stared back at him, giving a small wave. Rudy groaned and covered his face. God damn it. I knew things were going too easily recently. 100 when you wish upon a shooting star. I am very delighted to meet you, Rudy. Princess Ariel sipped on her cup of tea and smiled. Nanny spoke a great deal about you. As did Lord Paul. I smiled back and said, it's a pleasure to meet you as well, Princess. Though unexpected. I glanced at my dad standing off to the side. We were back at our house. Well, the second house. Needed to get a better naming scheme for that at some point. Anyway, we were at the house that we built from scratch, seated around the dining room and waiting for dinner to be ready. By we, that meant me, Dad, and 2 guests. Dad was leaning on the wall off to my right, keeping an eye on things and looking visibly uncomfortable. Didn't blame him actually, that was a lie. I did blame him. It seemed like things sorted themselves out over in Millbots, but some unexpected things happened in the aftermath. Unexpected things which involved unexpected people. And our guests were among those unexpected people. First was Princess Ariel. Apparently, Mama Lily was her maid up until shortly before she came to join our family. Because of that, and because she missed Mama Lily, the princess decided to take a trip all the way down to Bina village. Completely made no sense, especially considering the fact that she was a strong contender for the throne. Even if Dad, Philip, and Soros pulled off some impressive feats to rescue that noble girl or whatever, it shouldn't be enough to entrust them with such a VIP. But when I took into account the second guest, it made sense. I shifted my gaze over to the aloof and intimidating man standing beside Princess Ariel and nodded. I didn't expect to see you again too, Mr. Orsted. Dragon God Orsted. The one that older Rudius said was the key to reaching being someone who apparently had the power to either know the future or turn back time with how much he knew. The strongest person in the world, someone who was absolutely hostile to being Or rather, Hitagami, and someone who tried to kill older Rudius. Also me, but we managed to hash things out. And last time, he said he wanted to team up with me, but I didn't think he'd randomly show up to help Dad out. Orsted cracked a smile and said, yes. But an opportunity presented itself and so I decided to take advantage of it. An opportunity, hey. Yeah. Considering that the weird mana being had stuck to Orsted was gone somehow and that Orsted's mana seemed to be flowing again, it looked like he decided to take a more active role in things instead of working in the background like older Rudius said he probably did. Which reminded me of just how much BS that guy's memory was. Like, come on man. You figured out time travel, so you should have realized that it would cause all sorts of wacky things to happen. At least think through some possibilities to warn me. Though I guess he couldn't really account for the ripple effect / joker that was me of all people. Princess Ariel looked at Orsted and smiled. Mr. Orsted kindly offered to escort me to visit Nanny's home and to return me to the capital afterwards. She looked at me and said, I hope you do not mind us intruding. Just what the heck went on over there? Ariel was deferring to me when Dad was standing right there. And Orsted looked like he had tossed his chips in with her. So did that mean he was planning to take over the Azura Kingdom or something? Arg, my head hurt. We can think about that later. For now. I smiled at Ariel and said, of course not. But I'm not sure there's much for a princess to be entertained with all the way out here. Ariel shook her head and said, no worries. I simply wish to observe Nanny's family life and get to know you better. I paused and quickly glanced at my dad. He didn't set me up again, did he? Dad noticed my look and quickly shook his head. Ah. Seemed like he was using his head more if he picked up on that. But then what was Ariel talking about? An awkward silence. Dad was keeping his mouth shut because it seemed like he learned his lesson about running it. Orsted was comfortable with silence, content to just stand there menacingly. And Ariel was unashamedly staring at me, as if trying to pick my brains from just looking. Well. Whatever plans I had about future events were definitely thrown off at this point. Pretty sure that I was going to be high on the list of priorities for the bigwig nobles in the future now. Especially with Ariel calling Dad Lord Paul. At that time, Sylphie walked over from the kitchen, carrying a stack of cups and a crystal water pitcher. Dinner's ready, Rudy. She set the pitcher and the cups on the table while giving a pointed stare at Ariel. After that, she took a seat on my lap. Ariel's polite smile widened at that, though her eyes seemed a bit thoughtful. Where was Eris when I needed her? At least she'd be able to break up this weird atmosphere instead of turning it cold like Sylphie was doing. While Rudy was dealing with an unexpectedly tense development, Eris was handling her own problems. Namely, giving a status report to her parents on her current relationship with her fiancé. Eris's bedroom, upstairs in the second house from where the others were having dinner. Because an important discussion was occurring down there, and because her parents wanted a private one of their own, the Boreas family was currently seated around a small table having an intimate dinner. It wasn't anything too special. Just some roasted boar with potatoes and bread, paired with fruit juice. Something that Eris had gotten used to eating from her time at Bina village. And also something that she was studying very intently to avoid looking at her parents. I must say. Eris's mom, Hilda, cut a piece of the boar and raised it, eyeing the glaze on the meat. For being out in the middle of nowhere and without many ingredients, Lilia and her friends do a fairly good job at cooking. Philip speared a potato with his fork and took a bite. After that, he nodded and said, indeed. Though with how hopeless my cousin is at cooking, I would hope that his wives are adequate. Hilda looked at Philip and said, did Lilia not mention that Zenith was a good cook as well? A pity. I was hoping to be able to try some of her cooking as well. Though I suppose the fact that she is moving around while with child is impressive enough. Philip looked at Hilda and raised an eyebrow. Were you not still dashing around the manor scolding the various servants when merely weeks away from Eris's birth? Hilda rolled her eyes. That is because no one else would set them in order. Both father-in-law and yourself spoil the staff too much. I would disagree with myself, but I do agree that father takes it easy on them. Eris quietly ate her food while sneaking glances at her parents. It was weird. When she left, her father and her mother were practically at each other's throats. At the least, they weren't on speaking terms anymore. But now they were playfully chatting with each other and even teasing. Was it because of her? Was the only reason that they were upset because Eris was acting up? And since they managed to get rid of her, they could be happy together again? Eris pursed her lips, trying to ignore her churning stomach. Hilda looked over at Eris and said, Is something the matter, Eris? You do not appear very well. It's nothing. Eris mumbled and then cut a piece of the meat before eating it. At least she had good food. And who cared if her parents didn't want her? She already knew that in the first place. Mom never cared about what she wanted and always tried to make her into a proper lady. Dad was always busy with his work and only threw gifts at her instead of spending time. Besides, she had a home here now. Rudy didn't care for Eris at first, but since he stopped worrying about whatever he was worrying, he was being nice now. Annoying, but nice. Then she had Sylphie for a friend too. She was a bit scary, especially when it came to Rudy, but the younger elf girl took the time to play with Eris. And then both Norn and Aisha looked up to Eris and treated her as their big sister. Miss Zenith was nice too, and Miss Roxy took the time to answer her questions. Not to mention Miss Rose and Miss Rostalina. And Sylphie's dad too. Though that man always seemed to be busy patrolling the village. In any case, it was fine. Even if her parents didn't want her, she had a place here in Bina village. Philip frowned and then said, Have they not been treating you well? Eris resisted the urge to scoff. Instead, she sipped her juice and shook her head. They've been treating me really well. Better than either you or Mom ever did. Eris didn't say that though. Instead, she said, I've been having a lot of fun, and Rudy's family all treat me like I'm part of the family. Well. Philip nodded and said, considering that you're betrothed to him, that's inevitable. Hilda glared at Philip. Philip raised an eyebrow. It's true, is it not? Hilda shook her head and then looked at Eris. Tell me something, Eris. Are you happy here? Truly. Eris paused to think about it. Happy? She didn't know. But she did know that she always had fun and felt warm spending time with everyone in Bina village. Seeing the bright smiles of the villagers that she and Sylphie helped, playing with Norn and Aisha, listening to Miss Zenith talk about her adventuring days. Not to mention everyone else too. It was different. She didn't have as many fancy things like in the citadel of ROA. There weren't pretty dresses or shiny toys. And most days she collapsed in bed either frustrated from losing to Rudy in games or just exhausted. But even so, she didn't feel empty. She didn't feel like people were judging her or only listening to her because she was Lord Soros's granddaughter. So. Yes. If that was being happy, then Eris was happy. She'd be happier still if Rudy would take her seriously and actually teach her things, but she could settle for spending time with him and memorizing the random treasures of information he let slip. Hilda stared at Eris. Eris stared back at her mother. And then Hilda sighed. Well. If my daughter is truly happy and not merely being sent away. Philip cut a piece of meat from his boar and took a bite. After that, he looked at Hilda and said, As I said, this is better for her. See how calm our Eris has become. Eris blinked and then frowned. Hey! What are you talking about, Dad? Philip paused and then raised an eyebrow. Dad! Eris froze. Hilda laughed and then let out a mischievous smile. Well, well. It seems that you're right, husband. She looked at Eris and said, Our Eris has calmed down a great deal to be calling you so casually again. Ugh. Eris felt her face heat up and started stuffing her face with food. Forget about it. Stupid parents. Stupid Rudy running away and leaving her to deal with this mess. Stupid Paul for bringing her parents back to visit. Why couldn't they just keep having fun and practicing magic and stuff in peace? Stupid adults coming in and ruining everything. I narrowed my eyes and kicked off the ground, slashing my sword at sonic speed. A boom echoed as my sword ripped the air apart and shot towards my opponent's neck. But before it hit. Getting faster, Rudy, but still not good enough. Dad laughed and moved just out of range. The following explosion ruffled his hair, but he wasn't fazed. Instead, he charged forward to tackle me with his shoulder. I growled and spun around on my right heel, whipping my leg at him. It connected, sending my dad veering off to the side. But it wasn't a solid blow. Instead of him being shoved away, he took the force of the blow and used it to spin around faster, stealing the momentum for his own attack. I felt my eye twitch when I saw that. This guy. Since when did he start fighting like a video game character? All I did was pass him some pointers. I swear to God, there must be something in the air turning people around me into monsters. Was it my mana? Was I really emitting mana radiation or something that was causing everybody to rank up? Or was this a counterbalance because something big was coming around the corner? God, I hoped it was the first option, because the second. You're distracted. Gah. Damn it, Dad. I raised my sword to parry and was sent flying back from the force of the blow. A flash of light. My dad stepping in for a follow-up. I kicked off the ground and forced a gap, taking the time to survey my surroundings. It was late at night, under the light of the full moon. After that mess from earlier was finished, I dragged Dad outside and demanded a training session to let off steam. Really, I just wanted to smack him around a bit and test out some recent hypothesis on battle aura. But I didn't expect him to have leveled up so much from that trip. What was this, seriously? A video game? Dad leaves for a trip and suddenly he has all these new tricks up his sleeves and his stats suddenly seem 10 times higher than normal with how fast he's moving. What next? Will it be the end of Disc 1 or something where we all get separated so that I'll have to hard carry some weak party members on my own while Dad has his own arc? Dad looked at me for a bit and then smiled. I was worried there for a bit, but it looks like you loosened up a bit since I left. Did spending time with 3 cute girls finally work their magic on you? Very funny, Dad. And for your information, I just decided that it was better to not worry about what I couldn't control. Especially since a crazy guy like older Rudius who brute-forced reverse-engineered time travel magic while figuring out the axiom that magic was omnipotent still wasn't able to change his past. Trying to play chess master in a chaotic situation like this definitely didn't seem to be the play. Nope, I was just going to roll with the punches from here on out. Especially since random things like Orsted showing up with Princess Ariel kept happening. Princess Ariel, the supposed linchpin in everything that was going to take place in the future according to older Rudius, and also the one who was supposed to be protected by Sylphie. Maybe this was a hard course correct by the world or something. With how things were going, Sylphie wouldn't have any reason to want to head to Azura Kingdom or help out any nobles. Getting sidetracked again. I focused my attention back on Dad and said, what happened over there anyway? I thought you just went to go rescue a noble's daughter or something to teach me a lesson. Dad coughed and said, well. The best laid plans never survive contact with the enemy. I gave him a blank look and said, 3 times the charm then. Dad let out a nervous laugh and said, yeah. Your old man's learned his lesson about meddling in things. And talking. Mostly talking. He frowned and said, the world seems to have a grudge against me or something. That's karma for your misspent youth. Dad gave a serious nod. Probably. I sighed and made a pair of chairs. Here. Let's just chat. Dad looked at me and smirked. What? Give up on fighting your old man already? Hell yeah. I glared at him and said, what kind of crazy monster are you anyway? No, correction. What kind of crazy things did you fight over there to get so much stronger so quickly? Dad pulled one of the chairs and sat down. After that, he waved his hand and said, oh, a few thugs, this crazy guy who was way too interested in his own sword, a crazy lady who kept saying stuff about flow, and then a bunch of cheating assassins. He paused and said, mostly cheating assassins. What are you, some shounen protagonist? I sighed. Nothing, Dad. Water. As long as you don't spray it in my face. I conjured a pair of cups and filled them with water. After that, I handed one to my dad. He took it and nodded. Thanks, Rudy. NN. Dad laughed and took a sip. After that, we sat in silence for a while. And then Dad spoke up. Hey, Rudy. Yeah. Dad took a sip from his glass of water and then said, trying to be a hero sucks. I'm well aware. I sipped my own water and said, people always want something from you. Dad laughed and said, isn't that right? Going on that trip and dealing with all the nobles made me remember why I wanted to retire to a peaceful place like this with Zenny. He took a long drink from his water and then said, I just wanted my kids to grow up having fun without worrying about anything in the world. And then you had me. And then we had you. Dad nodded and looked at me, a weird expression on his face. A mix of concern and pride. My genius son who knows too much for his own good, who's about twice as mature as me. Only twice. Dad laughed. Maybe 3 times. Though you suck at talking with the ladies, so I'm knocking it down by 1. Fair. Anyway. He looked up at the moon and said, I really do wonder if the world's out against us. There's that being W guy, sure. But even before then. He sipped on his glass and said, maybe I should have apologized to the old man. I frowned and said, who? Soros. PFT. That guy? No. I'm talking about my dad. Your Gramps. I frowned. My Gramps. So Dad's dad. Right. Dad did mention that he ran away from home. And since the situation was the way it was in the Noto's family. Yet, Grandpa would have had a lot of stress. Probably regret too. And from Dad's expression, it seemed like they never reconciled. And considering that the only thing a good father wanted for their child was to make sure they were safe and happy. I sighed. Yeah, this is totally your fault, Dad. You've got too much bad karma going on in your life. Yeah, well. She's a bitch. Aeon, that's how you're going to have reality smacked in your face. Dad laughed. Maybe. But that's what you're for, right? The only thing going for your old man is his sword, but you're smart. I'm sure you'll figure things out. What, so you're bailing out on being the parent now that you think I'm competent enough? You do realize I'm still just 8, right? Don't get me wrong. Dad looked at me and said, I'm still going to do everything I can to clean up any messes my genius son makes. And I'm going to help the best I can if you need me. But. Well. He looked up at the sky and said, let's just say Dad figured something important out when he came back. Mom yelled at you, didn't she? You got me. I sighed. Well. Minus the princess and Orsted hanging around and both of Eris's parents visiting, things will be back to normal now, right? Being W didn't do any crazy things to you guys over there. Other than the monster invasion, nope. Monster invasion. Oh yeah. Dad nodded and said, these weird spatial rifts popped up in the distance when we were chasing after the Tristina girl and the knights went a bit crazy pinning the blame on various parties. Orsted and Pierre managed to sort things out though. He paused and said, the Prime Minister and a banished prince of some small kingdom made a fuss trying to blame it on us, but it worked out in the end. Dad. Yeah, Rudy. Never mind. I sighed and looked up at the sky. As I did, I saw a shooting star pass by. Nice. In that case. Please let time just pass by normally for a while. I could really use a break. Clasping my hands together and closing my eyes, I made a small wish.